Fans say the show was worth the price of admission.
I thought I saw Will Smith in the wings, but I guess I was hallucinating. I thought maybe I was hallucinating.
Great night, great show. Yeah, stand-up comedian. It's beautiful.
Thanks to Eli Rosenberg for that story. And we are just waiting when he'll save all of that material because he's got a lot of it.
Oh, yeah. He's going to get paid a lot for it, too.
I can imagine. Watch out for the Netflix special. We're predicting it. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great day. Dangerous storms pounding multiple states overnight, high winds and tornadoes causing damage over a wide range of the country. Hundreds of thousands in the dark. Our Bill Cairns has been tracking it all night.
Academy Award officials say they asked Will Smith to leave the Oscars after he slapped Chris Rock, but they say he refused. This is Rock hits the comedy stage for the first time, but he's not the only one speaking out. Here's Oscar host Wanda Sykes.
For them to let him stay in that room and enjoy the rest of the show and accept his award, I was like, how gross is this? You assault somebody, you get escorted out the building.
Plus, what Chris Rock said last night on stage.
We are live in Ukraine with the latest on Russia's promise to draw down, even as new attacks are reported near Kyiv. There are also reports that Vladimir Putin is being misled by his advisors about battlefield progress.
And the men's basketball coach of Cinderella St. Peter's looks like he is cashing in on his peacock pride for Pirate Blue. Early today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Vanita Nair.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. A dangerous line of storms is plowing across the southeast. More than 50,000 power outages are being reported in Alabama this morning, where there have been several radar-confirmed tornadoes across the central part of the state, with winds strong enough to rip roofs off of homes. Twisters were also spotted in Mississippi. The Mississippi Braves said they were thankful to miss this one near their baseball field in Pearl.
Powerful winds also ripped across Louisiana overnight. A reporter with our New Orleans affiliate says there is tornado damage in the town of Big Branch, and it is the second time in 1 week that area has been hit. All this comes after an EF2 tornado sent 7 people to the hospital in Arkansas Wednesday. The storm destroyed part of an elementary school and a shopping center. Time now to get an update on where that severe weather is headed. NBC's Bill Cairns has had a very busy night. You've been tracking it all. Good morning to you, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. Severe weather is now heading through areas of Mississippi and also through Alabama, the panhandle of Florida, and then eventually here into Georgia as we go throughout the morning. In all, we've had 164 wind and tornado reports. We've had about 21 reports of tornadoes. We'll get the confirmation on those from the Weather Service. What we have avoided, though, is any of those big, huge tornadoes, the ones that can just devastate and take out a whole town. We have damage out there. It's more isolated in nature. We have no reports of any fatalities at this point, so that's great news. And as far as the total number of people without power, it's under about 250,000 people, which it could have been a lot worse considering how many people were in that moderate risk going into yesterday. So tornado watch until 8 a.m. this morning, including Panama City and Dothan. It looks like that line of storms has weakened too as it approaches Atlanta. But later today, ladies, we will see severe weather on the East Coast. So we're not done with this storm yet.
Okay, we'll be ready for it, Bill. Thank you. Now to Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine that's now in day 36. The Russian forces are continuing their assaults near the capital, despite promises to pull back and withdraw some troops from the area. Many Ukrainians are still trying to escape their now devastated homes to get to safety. We turn now to Molly Hunter, who is live in Lviv. And Molly, the number of refugees has exceeded the UN's worst case predictions.
Francis, that's right. Exceeded the UN's worst case prediction at the beginning of the war. It's just happening so fast, and so many of those people, as we've been discussing for the last month, are coming through here in Lviv. This is that western city very close to the Polish border. The train station is still incredibly busy. Now, according to the UN, that number, 4 million people have now left Ukraine. About 10 million people are displaced internally. Both of those numbers, though, honestly, Francis, are likely underestimates. We did just get another number that's shocking that I do want to share with you from the Ukrainian side. 148 Ukrainian children have now died in the last month.
Wow, some troubling numbers. And to add to that, these other numbers I want you to talk about, Molly, with the dire situation that hasn't gotten better in Mariupol. You got over 100,000 still trapped there.
Yeah, and again, with that number, it is incredibly hard to know because so many people are spending the nights in basements, in church basements, huddled together, not, of course, at their normal residence. So the 100,000 has been the estimate that we've been working on. Almost every single day, we've seen a trickle of people, sometimes hopefully in the thousands. Many people, as we've been talking about, Francis, in private cars, because the buses, the evacuation buses into the humanitarian corridor, can't actually get into Mariupol. So in order to get out of Mariupol, you have to get into a private car to villages around Mariupol and then get to Berdyansk. We did just get some new information, though, from the Ukrainian side this morning. They say 45 buses are en route to the fringes of Mariupol. The corridors that have been agreed means humanitarian aid gets in, which is also has been often the agreement. Humanitarian aid gets in and civilians get out. Now, the convoy of people will go from Mariupol, the outskirts of Mariupol, to Berdyansk and then up to Zaporizhia. They will then leave their private vehicles, Francis, in Berdyansk or refuel there to get on these buses that are heading to Zaporizhia. We will certainly keep an eye on that evacuation route and whether or not Russians actually hold their fire all morning.
Yeah, and the hope is for those numbers not to keep ticking up, at least to just stay what they are, and the wish is to turn it around. All right. Thank you, Molly.
Back here at home, President Biden is vowing to provide even more support for Ukraine. The White House announcing a new aid package and relief in the refugee crisis. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. So, Bree, what does this new announcement mean for the U.S.?
Good morning, Vanita. President Biden held a call with his Ukrainian counterpart yesterday, promising Zelensky that the U.S. will send an additional $500 million in aid to the country to fortify its defenses against Russia's violent assault. The White House also announced plans to allow as many as 100,000 Ukrainian refugees to enter the U.S., along with billions in humanitarian aid. While the president spoke with Zelensky, over at the Capitol, a group of women lawmakers from Ukraine visited with members of Congress, making an impassioned plea for more military equipment, tougher sanctions against Russia, and more financial assistance.
They're targeting whole cities. We need to close our skies with the fighter jets. We need to close the skies from these missiles hitting our cities every day.
Meanwhile, the weapons President Biden promised in a colossal weapons package earlier this month will soon make their way into the hands of Ukrainian fighters. A Pentagon spokesperson confirmed that the U.S. has sent 100 killer drones to Ukraine. NBC News got a first-hand look at the single-use Switchblade drones last year, which can be launched kamikaze style into a target. The Pentagon says the drones will be arriving soon. Back to you.
It has been impressive to see what these Ukrainian civilians have been able to do with equipment. Bree, thank you.
New this morning, President Biden may loosen the spigot on the nation's oil reserves. Two people familiar with the decision say the president could release approximately 1 million barrels of oil a day to drive down gas prices. The announcement could come as early as today. Oil prices have surged in the weeks since Russia invaded Ukraine. As of this morning, the price per barrel was just over $100. A year ago, it was at about $60 a barrel.
The Academy has spoken out yet again on Oscars Slapgate. This time, the organization is giving more insight into what happened right after Will Smith slapped comedian Chris Rock. On Wednesday, the Academy revealed that Smith was asked to leave, but he refused. The Academy's Board of Governors says it has initiated disciplinary proceedings against Smith. Meanwhile, Oscars host Wanda Sykes spoke to Ellen DeGeneres about the incident, telling the host, "I just felt so awful for my friend Chris. It was sickening. I felt physically ill a little. I'm still a little traumatized by it." Her interview, which you can see later today on Ellen, comes as Rock kicked off his latest comedy tour to a sold-out crowd. Reporter Eli Rosenberg from our NBC Boston affiliate has the story.
After they finished laughing, fans leaving Chris Rock's sold-out show reacting.
Oh my gosh, yes, I love Chris Rock. It was so good.
This first show since Sunday night's Oscars started with a long and loud standing ovation, and then Rock asking the roaring crowd, quote, "How was your weekend?" That got a huge laugh. Then saying, quote, "I don't have a bunch of bleep about what happened if you came to hear that. I had a whole show I wrote before this weekend."
He touched upon that, and but in a very light way. I expected him to defend his comedy a little bit.
He didn't break the news that we wanted to hear. You know, we wanted that punchline. He's saving it.
Other fans filing out, glad that Rock stuck to his script.
I was so glad he didn't talk about the slap. He just went on with the show that he had prepared, and it was fantastic.
I was expecting Chris to say a lot more than he did, so a little bit disappointed.
Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight, Chris? It has been a whirlwind 24 hours in Boston for Rock, and fans say the show was worth the price of admission.
I thought I saw Will Smith in the wings, but I guess I was hallucinating. I thought maybe I was hallucinating.
Great night, great show. Yeah, stand-up comedian. It's beautiful.
I think we all have a feeling we will hear some more from Chris Rock. Our thanks to Eli Rosenberg for that story.
One of our most iconic action heroes is retiring. Bruce Willis says he is stepping away from acting amid his battle with a devastating cognitive disease. Nearly 24 people told the Los Angeles Times that concern about his health have swirled for years. Here's Stephanie Gosk.
I'm thirsty. Few actors deliver a line like Bruce Willis delivers a line.
Welcome to the party, pal.
The star behind some of the biggest blockbusters in the late 80s and 90s.
Where did you get this motorcycle?
It's not a motorcycle, baby. It's a chopper. Come on.
Stepping back from acting to manage his health. In a statement, Willis's family writes that the 67-year-old has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. Going on to say, "This is a really challenging time for our family, and we are so appreciative of your continued love." Aphasia is a disorder that results from damage to portions of the brain responsible for language. It can affect all aspects of communication, including speaking and understanding.
There are definitely two ways to look at aphasia. One is the acute aphasia, which happens very rapidly, and that's because of a stroke or a brain injury or possibly brain surgery. And the other is more of a progressive aphasia that typically happens because of dementia in those over the age of 65.
The family provided no further medical details, but wrote, "As Bruce always says, live it up. And together we plan to do just that. Yippee-ki-yay." Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Such a sad diagnosis, but you know what? When it happens to celebrities, we all get educated about these disorders.
Absolutely. We hadn't even heard of it, right? Now we certainly know, so we wish him the very, very best as he deals with it.
Absolutely. All right, Bill is back with more on today's dangerous weather. Hey, Bill.
Here to try to break down the timing. So again, 57 million people are in the slight risk. Not everyone's going to see severe weather today, but the storms will roll through the eastern seaboard from New York all the way down to Florida. So here's kind of the timing of it as we go throughout the day. The biggest threat of any tornadoes would be in areas from South Carolina and possibly areas of eastern Georgia. I paused this at 8 p.m. this evening. You can see the storms are just exiting D.C. right over the top of Philly and heading into New York City. So that's kind of the timing for the northeast there. Boston, it looks like the worst of the storms if it head towards you would be more like 10 p.m. And then by tomorrow morning, everything clears out and just kind of windy and cold behind the storm. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So those storms will be rolling through Georgia this morning. They'll reach the Carolinas as we go throughout this afternoon. Notice it's still very warm ahead of the storm system. That's why we should have some isolated severe storms today, and much warmer today in the northeast than it was earlier this week. Yeah, definitely some weather whiplash in the northeast after being freezing cold the last couple of days. Today, some areas in the 70s.
Yeah, tell me about it. I was ready to put that thick coat away, but still needed it. All right, Bill, thank you. The fairy godfather of St. Peter's Cinderella Run is proving you can go home again after sources told ESPN today that Coach Shaheen Holloway will be announced as the new men's head basketball coach for his alma mater, Seton Hall. Coach Holloway played for the Pirates over 20 years ago and was later the team's assistant coach before his 4 seasons leading the Peacocks.
Coming up next, is Vladimir Putin being lied to by his top advisors?
And why InfoWars' Alex Jones is facing tens of thousands of dollars per day in fines.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Ever since the start of the Ukrainian crisis, there has been speculation about Vladimir Putin's state of mind. As our Keir Simmons reports, U.S. intelligence claims that fearful advisors have started keeping bad news from the Russian president.
Despite mounting military losses in Ukraine, a U.S. official tells NBC News declassified U.S. intelligence shows President Putin's senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth. This from the White House.
We believe that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing.
In Moscow, insiders have told us President Putin relies on written briefings from his advisors.
He is living on the papers. What was brought to him. Sometimes this information was not enough. It was not very objective.
For years, his shrinking inner circle has increasingly consisted of former intelligence officers. This is where President Putin first walked through the doors of the KGB in St. Petersburg. And many of the people who worked in the KGB with the president still work in his government. But now COVID seems to have isolated Putin from many of them. On stark display at this recent Security Council, the president alone, his advisors across the room, rubber stamping his Ukraine plans. For years, Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu vacationed with President Putin. Now, in public, the distance between them stark. Shoigu even disappeared from public view for nearly 2 weeks, sparking headlines. Is everybody afraid of President Putin?
Yes, I think so. Nobody would challenge him also because Ukraine is such an emotional issue for Putin.
And the tension within President Putin's inner circle appears to be growing. The same U.S. official says Putin feels misled by the Russian military.
And thanks to Keir Simmons for that report.
Still to come on this Thursday morning, we've got a lot more news, including what this representative is saying, some shocking allegations.
And also on early today, a grandma gets her first chance at a prom dance, thanks to a high schooler.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In today's News by the Numbers, Amazon is going to double its cashback rewards for fuel purchases for Amazon Flex debit card holders. These cards are only available to Amazon Flex delivery partners. Drivers will be able to earn up to 12% back on fuel costs.
New research from Berkeley found secondhand bong smoke to be at least 4 times worse than cigarette smoke. The study found that after 15 minutes of smoking cannabis, the air quality levels did not meet EPA safety standards.
North Dakota High School senior Dakota Wallen took his 92-year-old great-grandmother to his prom. Madeline said she felt like the belle of the ball. This was the first time either of them had attended a prom. It sounds like as they walked in, clapping and cheering. It's so nice.
I love it for both of them. What a great story and great example. All right, Bill, we'll have an early look at your weekend forecast. That's next.
And they lost the game, but punched their ticket. Soccer fans go wild as the U.S. men's team scores a spot in the World Cup.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. state military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back to Early Today. Hard to believe this is our first April weekend quickly approaching, and snow showers will still be lingering behind our storm system in areas of the Great Lakes. Not going to be a huge ordeal. A little bit of rain still left in Florida as that cold front kind of gets hung up a little bit, but the rest of the country is actually looking pretty quiet, and especially the South deserves it and needs it for the cleanup done from yesterday's storms. Then on Saturday, still kind of brisk and chilly in the Great Lakes, sunny and warm in the middle of the country. A few showers still left over in areas of Florida, mostly sunny in the west, and then we end our first April weekend pretty quiet, pretty warm spring day in the middle of the nation. We're starting to warm up a little bit in the northeast after this chilly start to the weekend. So overall, thumbs up on our first April weekend.
I like the track that we're on. Okay, Bill, thank you. The White House takes the lead on Transgender Visibility Day. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story in a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story in a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories today, the world observes Transgender Day of Visibility, a day to celebrate the lives and contributions of trans people while also drawing attention to issues like poverty, discrimination, and violence that the community faces. To mark the day, the White House has issued a proclamation. In the decree, the president wrote in part, "My entire administration is committed to ensuring that transgender people enjoy the freedom and equality that are promised to everyone in America." On this Transgender Day of Visibility, we honor transgender people who are fighting for freedom, equality, dignity, and respect.
Bills targeting transgender rights have become popular with Republican-led states. On Wednesday, Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt signed the Save Women's Sports Act. It bans transgender girls and women from playing on female sports teams. Oklahoma is one of 14 states that have enacted a measure like this. Arizona Governor Doug Ducey signed a similar bill yesterday, as well as a measure that prohibits gender confirmation surgery for minors. Governor Ducey also signed a bill that will outlaw abortion after 15 weeks if the U.S. Supreme Court allows it.
A judge in Connecticut has found InfoWars host Alex Jones in contempt of court and imposed heavy fines after he failed twice to show up for a deposition. The first fine will be $25,000, and it will increase by another $25 each passing weekday until Jones is deposed. The conspiracy theorist has been sued by Sandy Hook victims' families. Jones claimed the 2012 school shooting was staged. He has since retracted that claim and apologized. The deposition is for an upcoming trial for damages.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has rebuked Congressman Madison Cawthorn over his eye-popping claims about sex and drugs on Capitol Hill. In an interview on the podcast Warrior Poet Society, the 26-year-old claimed that older colleagues had invited him to orgies. Cawthorn also said he'd witnessed cocaine use among lawmakers. The story has prompted McCarthy to call a meeting with the North Carolina representative. A source with knowledge of the meeting told NBC News that Cawthorn had no evidence backing up his allegations and that McCarthy warned him he would have to earn his trust back. Cawthorn's office has not responded to requests for comment.
U.S. soccer fans, get ready to make some noise after the U.S. men's national team qualified for their first World Cup since 2014, despite losing 2-0 in Costa Rica in the final matchup. The team has their 5-point lead versus Panama last weekend to help thank them to secure their spot. This year's FIFA World Cup is scheduled to take place in Qatar, beginning on November 21st. And it's great to be able to rev up some excitement for that kind of competition. We haven't seen it so long.
We all need a break, too, with so much of this news.
We will take that break. Thanks for kicking off your Thursday with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Vanita Nair. Have a terrific day and be safe out there.
Breaking overnight, a severe weather threat continues for multiple states with major damage reported over a wide area. Power outages hitting hundreds of thousands. Bill Caron's forecast is straight ahead.
We are live in Ukraine with the latest on Russia's promise to draw down, even as new attacks are reported near Kyiv. There are also reports that Vladimir Putin is being misled by his advisors about progress.
To an NBC News exclusive, our Tom Costello goes inside Space Force and reveals just how dangerous the threats from above our planet really are to America.
And the Family of Action star Bruce Willis announces he is battling aphasia. It impacts at least 2 million Americans.
What do you guys think of the show tonight?
It was so good. It was the best. Love him.
God, an incredible standing ovation like you could not believe.
Chris Rock fans react to his first comments on the infamous Oscar slap, as the Academy says they asked Will Smith to leave the Oscars right after, but he refused. Much more ahead as we kick off a busy Thursday. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning and thanks for waking up with us. I'm Vanita Nair.
Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with a dangerous line of storms plowing towards the East Coast. Powerful winds ripped across Louisiana overnight. Possible tornado damage is seen here in the town of Big Branch. A twister touched down in this same area just 1 week ago. Now there are numerous reports of downed trees and power lines. In New Orleans, tourists on Bourbon Street were sent scrambling. Wind gusts reached up to 60 miles per hour. And the National Weather Service says a tornado was spotted northeast of the city. And the Big Easy is also facing a big flooding risk.
There are more than 150,000 power outages being reported in the southeast this morning, many of those in Alabama and Mississippi, where there have been multiple sightings of possible tornadoes. The Mississippi Braves minor league team shared this photo of what looks like a tornado passing by near their field east of Jackson. This all comes after 2 EF2 tornadoes sent 7 people to the hospital in Arkansas Wednesday. The storm destroyed part of an elementary school and a shopping center. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns has been up all night tracking all of this severe weather. So, Bill, is it over? Is the worst of it done?
I think we're past the worst of it, but we're not done. If it's a baseball game, we're probably in the 6th or 7th inning at this point. We've so far had a report of 21 tornadoes yesterday. We'll see how many of those were confirmed, but it doesn't look like any of those were the big, huge ones. The ones that take out a whole town. We haven't had any reports of any fatalities. A couple injuries have been reported. There's a lot of tree damage out there and minor structural damage. Everywhere where you see the blue dots was a high wind report or wind damage. Everywhere with the little red icons is where tornadoes were reported. A lot of those were right in areas from central Mississippi into central Alabama. So here's what we're looking at right now. We still do have a tornado watch. The worst of the storms are rolling from Panama City up towards Dothan. And then as we go throughout the morning, these storms will transition towards the Carolinas and coastal sections of Georgia. So we still have areas at risk today. About 57 million people from New York City all the way down to North Florida. So we're not done yet, but the most dangerous portion of the storm does appear over.
All right, good to hear. All right, we'll check in with you in a bit. Thank you, Bill. The brutal war on Ukraine is now in day 36, and Russian forces are continuing their assaults near the capital despite promises to pull back and withdraw some troops from the area. Many Ukrainians are still trying to escape their now devastated homes to get to safety. We turn to Molly Hunter, who's live in Lviv. And Molly, the number of refugees has exceeded the UN's worst-case predictions.
Yeah, Francis, that is shocking, right? The first day of the war, the UN talked about how many people they think may be driven from their homes, and we are now at 4 million people, far beyond what anyone thought was possible in the last 4.5 weeks, 36 days, as you mentioned. 4 million people out of the country, Francis. That is not including all of the IDPs. The UN estimates about 10 million people have left their homes and are still inside the country. Both of those numbers likely wild underestimates. Just so many people are moving around. Very hard for the UN actually to register people and keep track of people. Francis, the other number that I just want to share that we also just got this morning, 148 children have been killed according to the Ukrainian side.
Really tough number to try and digest. And given that, Molly, the dire situation hasn't gotten any better in Mariupol, with over 100,000 still trapped there.
That's exactly right. And again, that is the number that we have been running with for the last week or so. That is what we believe from the city council, from city officials there. We're not exactly sure how many people are actually there because they are hiding out in basements, Francis. They're hiding out in church basements and friends' basements. No one, of course, is in their home readily able to be registered, or no one has communication, of course. Now, we just learned from the Ukrainian side there are agreed humanitarian corridors between Russia and Ukraine this morning. Let's see if they work, because almost every single morning Russia prevents the evacuation buses from getting to where they need to go. So what we've just learned is there are 45 buses en route to Mariupol. In order to get out of Mariupol, though, people must take private convoys to kind of the outskirts of the city. We also learned that in the nearby city of Melitopol, humanitarian aid is supposed to go in. It's been agreed that it can go in. People can come out. And then if people, Francis, get out of Mariupol in their own cars, there are a couple of drop-off and pick-up points where they can then join those 45 buses, that larger humanitarian corridor. The goal for them to get to Zaporizhia, a much bigger city, kind of in the center of the country, which is where that they can then get on trains or get on safer roads to head west to where I am in Lviv.
I hope the circumstances change so we can actually see that come to fruition to help them. Molly, thank you.
Here at home, President Biden is vowing to provide even more support for Ukraine. The White House announcing a new aid package and relief in the refugee crisis. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. So, Bree, what does this new announcement mean?
Good morning, Vanita. Well, President Biden held a call with his Ukrainian counterpart yesterday, promising Zelensky that the U.S. will send an additional $500 million in aid to the country to fortify its defenses against Russia's violent assault. The White House also announced plans to allow as many as 100,000 Ukrainian refugees to enter the U.S., along with billions in humanitarian aid. While the president spoke with Zelensky over at the Capitol, a group of women lawmakers from Ukraine visited with members of Congress, making an impassionate plea for more military equipment, tougher sanctions against Russia, and more financial assistance.
They're targeting whole cities. We need to close our skies with the fighter jets. We need to close the skies from these missiles hitting our cities every day.
Meanwhile, the weapons President Biden promised in a colossal weapons package earlier this month will soon make their way into the hands of Ukrainian fighters. A Pentagon spokesperson confirmed the U.S. has sent 100 killer drones to Ukraine. NBC News got a first-hand look at the single-use Switchblade drones last year, which can be launched kamikaze style into a target. The Pentagon says the drones will be arriving sometime soon. Back to you.
Bree Jackson in D.C. this morning. Bree, thank you.
An action superstar is calling it quits after a tough diagnosis. Bruce Willis says he's stepping away from acting and revealed he is fighting a devastating cognitive disease. Here's Stephanie Goss.
I'm thirsty.
Few actors deliver a line like Bruce Willis delivers a line.
Welcome to the party, pal.
the star behind some of the biggest blockbusters in the late 80s and 90s.
Where did you get this motorcycle?
It's not a motorcycle, baby. It's a chopper. Come on.
Stepping back from acting to manage his health. In a statement, Willis's family writes that the 67-year-old has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. Going on to say, "This is a really challenging time for our family, and we are so appreciative of your continued love." Aphasia is a disorder that results from damage to portions of the brain responsible for language. It can affect all aspects of communication, including speaking and understanding.
There are definitely two ways to look at aphasia. One is the acute aphasia, which happens very rapidly, and that's because of a stroke or a brain injury or possibly brain surgery. And the other is more of a progressive aphasia that typically happens because of dementia in those over the age of 65.
The family provided no further medical details, but wrote, "As Bruce always says, live it up. And together we plan to do just that. Yippee-ki-yay." Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has rebuked Congressman Madison Cawthorn over his eye-popping claims about sex and drugs on Capitol Hill. In an interview on the podcast Warrior Poet Society, the 26-year-old claimed that older colleagues had invited him to orgies. Cawthorn also said he'd witnessed cocaine use among lawmakers. The stories prompted McCarthy to call a meeting with a North Carolina representative. A source with knowledge of the meeting told NBC News that Cawthorn had no evidence backing up his allegations and that McCarthy warned him he would have to earn his trust back. Cawthorn's office has not responded to requests for comment.
The White House has issued a proclamation to mark International Transgender Day of Visibility, which is today. In it, the president addressed the community, saying, "To everyone celebrating Transgender Day of Visibility, I want you to know that your president sees you." He also addressed the levels of violence trans women and girls of color face, saying each of these lives lost was precious. Mr. Biden also called out the hundreds of anti-transgender bills proposed across America, calling the bill wrong.
NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with more on today's dangerous weather. A lot of folks waking up without power today, huh, Bill?
Yeah, about 250,000 people from East Texas, Arkansas, through Louisiana, Mississippi, and we probably still have a couple of new people losing power with these storms as they continue to roll through the Florida Panhandle around Pensacola, Panama City. Now, 57 million people are at risk today. Not everybody is going to see severe storms, but that's at least the potential area for strong storms. We really have two areas of concern. One is going to be from roughly about the North Carolina-South Carolina border southwards, and I pause this at 3 p.m. Very strong storms along the I-95 corridor. Watch out Savannah to Charleston, up through areas or just to the Florence to Myrtle Beach. And that could have some isolated tornadoes with it. Then further to the north, we're going to watch the threat of severe storms around the New York City area, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. I pause this at 7 p.m. That looks like the worst of it for the end of the evening commute, and that will be some strong gusty winds with those storms as they move on through. That's a look at the national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So as we go throughout the day today, the storms will head to the east, will clear out behind it. So the weather will actually be pretty nice today in areas that saw the bad storms yesterday. And those storms will arrive in areas in the mid-Atlantic this afternoon into early this evening. Now the good news is this storm will be all gone by the time we get to Friday, and we'll have that weekend forecast coming up.
I like it. Already looking ahead for that. Thank you, Bill. Still ahead, President Biden's short-term plan to lower prices at the pump.
And our Tom Costello goes inside Space Force and reveals just how dangerous the threats from above our planet really are to America.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News is getting an exclusive first look inside America's Space Force, fighting in the final frontier against potential Russian or Chinese aggression. Our Tom Costello has the story.
Behind this razor-wired fence in Colorado, a highly classified Space Force asset. Under heavy armed guard, this 18-wheeler packed with high-value satellite comms is one of several mobile command centers poised to roll out in the event of a doomsday attack that would target U.S. military satellite control. If you need to, how fast can you move these trucks out?
The specific timelines are classified, but what I can say is a matter of hours.
Thank you. Line up. At the main Space Force Satellite Ops Center, our cameras were the first ever let inside. Line down. It's here that they keep watch over America's military satellites and the world's GPS network, operating in an increasingly hostile environment.
It is truly a warfighting domain. Our adversaries are fielding specific weapon systems in the domain, so we need to view it as such.
The Pentagon says Russia and China are the chief adversaries. In November, a Russian satellite targeted and blew up another Russian satellite, creating a massive orbiting debris field. China conducted a similar test in 2007. U.S. commanders believe China has deployed a satellite with a robotic arm to reach out and grab other satellites. And Russia has nesting satellites loaded with offensive weapons. And liftoff. The head of Space Force says U.S. commercial and military satellites are routinely harassed.
Whether it's jamming or harmful interference in the RF spectrum, laser dazzling, cyber attacks, cyber probing and cyber attacks.
Those attacks monitored 24/7 in this classified command center. More than 70% of military satellite communications come through here. Everything from nuclear command and control orders to presidential communications, down to a Coast Guard cutter, a submarine, even tactical units on the ground.
And if they don't have the communications when they need it, things can go seriously wrong.
As the Navy has sailors, the new Space Force has guardians, many with engineering degrees and now training for the new battlefield. The concern, the Pentagon says China is now outpacing the U.S. in launches and modernizing its own space capabilities, building a remote robotic post on the far side of the moon, invisible to U.S. satellites.
If we don't start accelerating our development and delivery capabilities, they will exceed it.
Commanders here worry Beijing and Moscow could one day deploy offensive military weapons in the space between the moon and Earth, an area called cislunar.
We don't want there to be a war in space. We want all of humanity to continue to use all the benefits of space for all of our good. But if others choose to start a war there, we'll be ready.
And you believe the threat is growing exponentially and by the day?
Absolutely, and that goes without question. We've seen the public testing of China and Russia.
Well, thanks to Tom Costello for that eye-opening report. Can be disturbing if you keep thinking about it, too.
Still to come on this Thursday, kicking a path to Qatar. After missing out in 2018, the U.S. men's team punches their ticket to the World Cup.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Soccer fans, get ready to make some noise. The U.S. men's national team qualified for their first World Cup since 2014, despite losing 2-0 to Costa Rica in the final matchup. The team has their 4-point lead versus Panama last weekend to thank for helping them secure the spot. This year's World Cup kicks off in Qatar on November 21st.
Now to the economy and President Biden's short-term fix to help lower gas prices at the pump. Here with all of the details is CNBC's Karen Cho. A lot of folks want to hear how those prices can go down. Karen, good morning.
Vanita Francis, good morning to you both. We are watching some developments stateside, and President Biden is set to release more oil reserves. This would be the third time in 6 months, effectively in a bid to tackle those high oil prices that are feeding through in second-round effects to inflation. The president is preparing to order the release of up to 1 million barrels of oil per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. In the past, high oil prices have been met with higher production, but this time we've got an energy transition occurring. We've also got investors demanding more discipline and, of course, a buyer's strike around Russian oil. So crude prices about $60 higher than they were same time a year ago at $105 a barrel. Now, elsewhere, lawmakers are trying to move to improve the pension system for U.S. workers. The Secure Act 2.0 was approved in a bipartisan vote on Tuesday, now heads to the Senate. Basically, it's designed to help all Americans have secure retirement funds by expanding coverage, increasing funds, simplifying the system and protecting those retirement amounts. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Karen, thank you.
All right, let's start planning the weekend. Bill will have an early look at your forecast. That's coming up next.
And Chris Rock speaks out for the first time since the slap heard around the world.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today. I think we all could use a quiet weekend after the severe weather outbreaks over the last 2 days and likely some more today. So Friday, we watched that storm clearing off the East Coast. Snow showers left over in the Great Lakes, but overall pretty quiet. No big storms coast to coast as we go throughout the weekend. Still a little chillier and unsettled on Saturday in the Great Lakes than we'd like, but mostly sunny through the southern half of the country. A little bit of rain in Florida. And then finally, we end Sunday with a nice warm spring day in the heartland. We'll be right back with more news.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In today's News by the Numbers, Amazon is going to double its cashback rewards for fuel purchases for Amazon Flex debit card holders. These cards are only available to Amazon Flex delivery partners. Drivers will be able to earn up to 12% back on fuel costs.
New research from Berkeley found secondhand bong smoke to be at least 4 times worse than cigarette smoke. The study found that after 15 minutes of smoking cannabis, the air quality levels did not meet EPA's safety standards.
North Dakota High School senior Dakota Wallen took his 92-year-old great-grandmother to his prom. Madeline said she felt like the belle of the ball. This was the first time either had attended a prom.
All right, millions watched Will Smith slap comedian Chris Rock at Sunday night's Oscars. And for the second time this week, the Academy has spoken out on that infamous incident. On Wednesday, the organization revealed that Smith was asked to leave after hitting Rock, but he refused. The Academy's Board of Governors also said it initiated disciplinary proceedings against Smith, which could include suspension, expulsion, or other sanctions. Chris Rock spoke out on his first show last night from NBC Boston. Reporter Eli Rosenberg has more.
After they finished laughing, fans leaving Chris Rock's sold-out show reacting.
Oh my gosh, yes, I love Chris Rock. It was so good.
This first show since Sunday night's Oscars started with a long and loud standing ovation, and then Rock asking the roaring crowd, quote, "How was your weekend?" That got a huge laugh. Then saying, quote, "I don't have a bunch of bleep about what happened if you came to hear that. I had a whole show I wrote before this weekend."
He touched upon that, and but in a very light way. I expected him to defend his comedy a little bit.
He didn't break the news that we wanted to hear. You know, we wanted that punchline. He's saving it.
Other fans filing out, glad that Rock stuck to his script.
I was so glad he didn't talk about the slap. He just went on with the show that he had prepared, and it was fantastic.
I was expecting Chris to say a lot more than he did, so a little bit disappointed.
Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight, Chris? It has been a whirlwind 24 hours in Boston for Rock, and fans say the show was worth the price of admission.
I thought I saw Will Smith in the wings, but I guess I was hallucinating. I thought I was hallucinating.
Great night, great show. Yeah, stand-up comedian. Beautiful.
Thanks to Eli Rosenberg for that story. And we are just waiting when he'll save all of that material because he's got a lot of it.
Oh, yeah. He's going to get paid a lot for it, too.
Imagine. Watch out for the Netflix special. We're predicting it. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Benita Nair. Have a great day.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, mixed messaging. A glimmer of hope from peace talks now fading in Ukraine. This morning, more heavy shelling in several key cities just one day after Russia claimed it would scale back its attacks. Now, Russian forces are moving away from the capital, Kyiv, but U.S. officials warn that doesn't signal de-escalation.
If the Russians are serious about de-escalating, because that's their claim here, then they should send them home. But they're not doing that.
All this as President Biden pledges more support in an hour-long call with Ukraine's president. We have team coverage this morning. Key witness, new developments in the investigation into the Capitol insurrection. Today, Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of former President Donald Trump, is set to testify voluntarily before a House committee. The questions he's expected to face and how his testimony could impact the investigation. Show of support, a long-standing ovation for comedian Chris Rock back on stage and addressing an audience for the first time since being slapped by actor Will Smith at the Oscars. What he said about that now infamous incident, plus his response to a heckler who interrupted his sold-out show. And reunited, 2 Holocaust survivors who met at a concentration camp back together after nearly 80 years. Their stories of survival and what led to their emotional reunion. It's a pretty amazing story that you have to stick around to see.
Looking forward to that one.
Absolutely. We begin our show this morning in Ukraine, where there are renewed efforts to evacuate civilians trapped in the besieged southeastern city of Mariupol.
Ukraine's deputy prime minister says the government is sending 45 buses to get people out and deliver humanitarian aid. That evacuation attempt now appears more urgent than ever, with Russia said to be building up its troops in the east. Last night, President Zelensky warned that part of the country could face a wave of new attacks as Russian forces refocus on the Donbass region. It all comes after the head of Britain's cybersecurity agency claimed that President Putin's advisors were, quote, afraid to tell him the truth about what's happening on the ground. It's a sentiment that was shared by the White House yesterday.
We have information that Putin felt misled by the Russian military, which has resulted in persistent tension between Putin and his military leadership. We believe that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing and how the Russian economy is being crippled by sanctions because his senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth.
Got a team standing by to cover all this and more. We'll get to former Special Assistant to the President, Colonel Chris Costa, and our White House correspondent, Mike Memoli, in a moment. Before that, though, let's head to NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. She's in Lviv for us this morning. So, Molly, it's a new day in Ukraine, a new attempt to get civilians out of disaster-hit Mariupol. Any indication that this latest round of evacuations will be more successful than what we've seen so far?
Joe, good morning. All we know is that there are 45 buses standing by, as you said, and getting out of Mariupol is not kind of as simple as some of the other cities. In order to get out and to even reach those buses, people need to get into private vehicles, go through more than a dozen checkpoints to get out to the outskirts of Mariupol, and that is where those buses will pick up. Now, we have asked the Ukrainians again for an update on this and the ICRC whether or not they think it might actually work today. We haven't yet heard back. We're also watching convoys to get humanitarian aid into Melitopol. We have not heard if that's successful. And then the other humanitarian corridor that we've been watching all morning, Joe and Savannah, is in Kharkiv, where our Richard Engel is. And we have heard news this morning that that humanitarian corridor has already failed.
All right, that's hard to hear, Molly. Now, President Zelensky is warning the eastern Donbass region could face a new wave of attacks, that Russia is building up troops there. Moscow said earlier this week it was focusing on, quote, liberating that region, which includes those two self-declared breakaway republics. We know Ukraine has been pretty successful at pushing back Russians in and around Kyiv, but how are they faring out in the east?
That's exactly right. So I think really part of the narrative that we have to take into account as we talk about Russian troops withdrawing is that, yes, Russian troops are pushing back, are withdrawing, are going to resupply. And that is partly because they are being pulled back. That is also partly because Ukrainian troops are actually actively pushing them back, specifically around the capital. Now, I was just in Odessa, Joe, and we've been talking to people there about whether or not they think that troops will show up on that southwest doorstep. And they fully believe that this kind of talk of a ceasefire, this withdrawal, this pause momentarily is just an option, is just an opportunity, I should say, for Russia to reorganize, resupply, and then really kick into that second wave of attack that we've heard Washington officials also warning about.
We appreciated all your great reporting from Odessa. Molly, while we have you, I want to ask, all this is coming after Russia said it was scaling back its military activities in and around Kyiv. Is that actually what's happening on the ground?
Absolutely not. And I think the headline here in the last two questions as well, as we talk about the situation on the ground, is that no one, not in Chernihiv, not in Kyiv, not in Odessa, is taking President Putin at his word. So we have seen a stepped-up attacks around Chernihiv and Kyiv, constant bombardments, according to reports from there. We have also seen President Putin not focus just on the Donbass, just on the east. We saw strikes in Mykolaiv in the last 2 days. That's in the center of the coast. And right now, this morning, there is an air raid siren in Odessa, which is just where we were. I think that city really bracing for impact, and whether or not President Putin actually shows up on their doorstep is really going to depend on what happens in Mariupol, Joe.
So much to keep an eye on. Molly, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, good morning. Good to have you with us. So in a phone call yesterday, Wednesday, President Biden told Ukrainian President Zelensky that the U.S. will send an additional $500 million in aid. What do we know about that money? And then tell us what else happened from that phone call.
Yeah, Savannah, this was a 55-minute phone call. We know from a tweet from President Zelensky that he offered President Biden directly an update on the status of the fight on the battlefield, but also the negotiations that are underway in Turkey, an important opportunity for the president to get a firsthand account of where those talks stand. And of course, we also know that President Zelensky is asking for more financial assistance and more military aid. Now, the White House, for its part, saying that the U.S. continues to give both sufficient and really significant military assistance in the form of anti-tank, anti-aircraft missile that they really think have been playing a big role in Ukraine's success on the battlefield. Also saying that this is the most significant effort on the part of any country in the world to provide this kind of assistance to Ukraine. Now, that $500 million is interesting. This is what they're calling direct budgetary aid. We know that Ukraine's economy has really cratered under this invasion from Russia, and they need help, frankly, just paying their bills. So this is another example of what the U.S. is doing. This is the 10th phone call between President Biden and President Zelensky just this calendar year, another sign of the close coordination these two sides have.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike, I want to ask you about something here at home. NBC News has learned that President Biden is said to be weighing a plan to release 1 million barrels of oil from this strategic petroleum reserve that we have for 6 months to help counter these astronomical gas prices that we're seeing because of the war in Ukraine. What can you tell us about this plan?
Yeah, this is where this global crisis intersects with our domestic politics here. Obviously, President Biden facing significant pressure to do more to lower the price of gas. The price of gas, according to AAA, up $1.35 from this point last year. And what the White House is considering here, releasing 1 million barrels a day over 180 days, would more than double what the president has already done in terms of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. He announced the U.S. was releasing 50 million barrels in November, another 30 million just in time for that State of the Union address at the beginning of the month. We're going to hear more from the president today at 1:30 when he speaks about what they've been calling Putin's gas price hike. Of course, the effort to shift the blame here, but also to speak frankly about what is driving the cost. We've already seen since the announcement or since the word potential of this announcement that global oil markets have suffered a little bit, down between 4% and 6%.
Mike, I now want to ask you, before I let you go, about something Joe was just talking about a second ago. That's according to a U.S. official. Intelligence shows that Putin's senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth about the war in Ukraine, how Russia's performing, and essentially lying about it. What's the White House saying about that?
Yeah, this is a significant tactic that we've seen the U.S. use over the course of this conflict. First, they were releasing intelligence, declassifying information about what they expected Russia to do on the battlefield. Most of that intel proved to be dead on accurate with what Russia did next. Now they're releasing this intel about what Putin isn't being told by his generals. The White House saying that there's evidence of significant tension between Putin and his generals because of the lack of information they're providing to him. It was interesting to hear Secretary of State Tony Blinken put this in familiar terms for how President Biden sees this. Let's take a listen.
One of the Achilles heels of autocracies is that you don't have people in those systems who speak truth to power or who have the ability to speak truth to power. And I think that is something that we're seeing in Russia.
Now, this is not just the U.S. that's declassifying this kind of intelligence. We heard from a top British intelligence official who says that they're seeing low morale on the part of Russian troops, that they're refusing orders on the battlefield, and also that they've mistakenly shot down some of their own aircraft. So this is obviously an important tactic. But it was also notable what John Kirby, the Pentagon spokesperson, said yesterday, that this is concerning that this kind of breakdown is happening in communication, and it might lead to a different form of escalation from Putin as he learns more about what he's being not told from his generals.
Right. All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Colonel Chris Costa. He's the former Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism on the National Security Council. Good to have you with us, Colonel. Let's pick it up right there with what Savannah and Mike were just talking about, that recently declassified information which says that Putin is being misled by his inner circle. What do you make of that, and how does that impact the war? Colonel, can you hear us?
I just lost volume for a second. I can hear you fine.
All right. I'll re-ask the question in case you couldn't hear me. We're talking about that recently declassified information that Putin is being misled by his inner circle. What do you make of that, and how does that impact the war?
Well, first, we shouldn't be surprised about that. First of all, it's the idea that Secretary of State Blinken just talked about, the idea of truth to power. Of course, in an autocracy, the principals, the advisors are very scared to give Putin the bad news of a poorly executed campaign, a poorly executed military campaign with significant casualties. So Putin isn't getting all of that feedback from the seniors that are going in to brief him on it. So I think it's well advised to continue, the West to continue to share some of that intelligence, to declassify it and get the word out. Moreover, I think people like Macron from France, when they're talking to Putin, they should convey to Putin that it's a campaign that is hopeless, and they should try to provide some of that information to him themselves. He needs to continue to hear it from different channels, because clearly he is not hearing it from his senior advisors.
Yeah, that might be one of the only ways he gets that kind of information. I want to ask you about a number from NATO. It says up to 40,000 Russian troops have either been killed, injured, captured, or gone missing. That's a big number, and that's just during the first month of the war. So do you think, is there a point for Putin when the losses are so great, he realizes the war is no longer sustainable?
I think possibly if there's internal stress, it's the moms, the mothers of those conscripts. I haven't heard a lot of people talking about the fact that it's the Lenten season. Orthodox Easter is coming, and this is powerful to the people of Russia, to the families of the conscripts, and this news needs to get out because the Russian people, the mothers of those conscripts, are going to be terribly distressed. Those numbers sound inflated, but I have no way of corroborating or validating them. But clearly, there is a great deal of Russian casualties on the battlefield, as reported by the Ukrainians themselves in other sources.
Moms always have a powerful voice. Now, I want to ask you, during an address to the Australian Parliament, Ukrainian President Zelensky, he specifically warned about concern over the possible Russian use of nuclear weapons. How concerned should we be about that becoming a reality?
Well, we should always be concerned about the use of nuclear weapons. But at the same time, as horrific as it is, I'm not dramatically surprised. Throughout the Cold War, if there was a war in Europe, as an intelligence officer, we expected nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, to be used on the battlefield, as well as chemical weapons. So this is something I take in stride, and I take it in stride because we expected it. As I said, it is horrific, and it will be a game changer since we haven't seen tactical nuclear weapons used for over 70 years. So it will be a game changer globally. But at the same time, we have to prepare for that possible outcome.
Colonel Costa, good to have you with us this morning. Thank you so much. To the weather now. The cleanup is underway after a suspected tornado touchdown in Springdale on Wednesday. Several people were seriously injured as this strong storm ripped roofs off of homes and scattered debris across the town. That same system now making its way through Georgia and the Florida Panhandle.
Bill Cairns is with us with the latest on that storm and the rest of the weather across the country. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Well, good morning. There's some good news and some bad news. We've had a lot of damage. That's the bad news. The good news is we don't have any confirmed fatalities from this severe weather outbreak. And going into it, it looked like a very scary scenario starting yesterday. We have had reports of 24 tornadoes. So that does qualify as a tornado outbreak. Usually anything more than like 8 to 12 is considered an outbreak. And all the blue dots are high wind reports. So a lot of wind damage, even outside of those tornadoes, from Texas all the way through Mississippi and now heading through the Florida Panhandle. We've got about roughly 250,000 people without power from this severe outbreak. And one of those storms, I believe we had a video for you from Big Branch, Louisiana. That was one of the ones overnight that we had some pictures come in from of suspected tornado damage. And as the sun comes up and the survey crews get out there, we'll have better information about these storms and if they were tornadoes or not. But this is the video, though, from Big Branch, Louisiana. The one that we showed you earlier from Arkansas, by the way, was an EF3 with 145 mile per hour winds. And we'll wait and see what other scenarios, what other surveys show you as the day goes on today. So what's left of it? We do still have some very strong storms near Panama City, Florida, with one tornado warning. This tornado watch goes until 2 p.m. And as far as today goes, it's not as dangerous. The atmosphere is not quite as much energy as yesterday, but we still have 57 million people included in the slight risk from New York City to southern portions of the Catskills, all the way down the East Coast to northern Florida. And the severe weather mode is going to be a little different. In the south, we're more concerned with isolated tornadoes and wind damage. This is what it's going to look like at 1 p.m. with the storms approaching Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, and Myrtle Beach. It looks like about mid-afternoon for the I-95 corridor there. And as far as the big cities go, up around Richmond, D.C., Philly, and New York, the biggest risk will be right around 4 to, it looks like, around 6 p.m., maybe 7 p.m. around New York City. So for the evening commute, a line of strong storms, gusty winds, possible small hail will go through, maybe an isolated tornado, but that tornado threat is fairly low. So by the time we get to about 8 to 9 p.m., p.m. It's just about over with everywhere, just a little bit of leftover rain from New York heading to Boston. So for today's forecast, as advertised, the severe weather is shifting to the East Coast. The cleanup begins in the Deep South. 75 and sunny today in New Orleans, a little breezy, but not bad weather for all the recovery efforts to get power back on for people. And we have had injuries. We don't want to be insensitive to those people that have to go through that. But the fact that we had a moderate risk of severe weather, 24 tornadoes and no fatalities, we did well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll take that. All right. Thank you, Bill.
A little bit of good news. Thank you. Now, the committee investigating last January's attack on Capitol Hill is set to question Jared Kushner today. Kushner agreed to speak to the committee voluntarily, and he now becomes the most senior member of Donald Trump's White House to testify in the investigation. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now for more on this. Ali, good morning. So, I mean, this feels pretty significant as we've seen so many people not cooperate, call on executive privilege, that his son-in-law will be testifying. Put that significance in context and then tell me what the committee is trying to find out specifically from Jared Kushner's testimony today.
Well, look, Svenna, from an optics perspective, this is a really big deal because Kushner was not only a longtime top aide in the White House, but he is, of course, also family to the former president. So optically, for the January 6th committee, it does look like the president's son-in-law coming forward voluntarily to talk to them and participate in this interview. That's significant. On the other hand, though, Jared Kushner wasn't in Washington when this was happening on January 6th. He had been overseas in Saudi Arabia, part of his foreign policy portfolio. So in terms of what tangible information he might have in terms of the behind the scenes of what was happening in the White House, it's a little unclear at this point what he could offer the committee. The interesting piece of this, though, is in getting a sense of those Ginny Thomas texts with Mark Meadows, we know from those text messages that she was sending Jared Kushner information about Sidney Powell and other of those fringe conservative lawyers, their legal theories about ways to overturn the election. That could be one of the ways that Jared Kushner could be helpful to the committee here. We know that they're investigating a wide range of things, both including what the former president was doing in those critical hours, but also the ways in which these opposition efforts and efforts to potentially overthrow the election results were coming together. So all of it's part and parcel. It's interesting to see what he might be able to tell them.
Absolutely. And to your point, interesting that a family member will be right there on the stand. Ali, now the Biden White House has weighed in again on the role executive privilege should play in the investigation. Let's first listen to what Communications Director Kate Bedingfield told reporters yesterday.
He's been quite clear that they posed a unique threat to our democracy and that the constitutional protections of executive privilege should not be used to shield from Congress or the public information about an attack on the Constitution itself. And so as a result, the White House has decided not to assert executive privilege over the testimony of Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump.
So what do you make of this stance by President Biden? And also that last little bit there, does this open the door at all for Ivanka Trump to be speaking with the committee next?
Yeah, well, first, what the White House is saying there tracks with everything that they've been saying all along. At each turn of this, when high-profile individuals in the Trump orbit have said they want to cite executive privilege for why they can't cooperate with the committee, the Biden White House and the White House counsel's office have been there with letters saying that they're not asserting executive privilege in this, and they are the White House that would assert executive privilege here. So that's one of the key pieces, and it does officially clear the way for these former White House officials to speak with the January 6th committee. It's kind of a formality, and it's not entirely unexpected. This is the way the Biden White House has been handling these sorts of inquiries. On the Ivanka Trump piece of this, it was months ago now that her voluntary request to appear went out. It was lengthy. You remember there were multiple prongs and things outlined that the committee wanted to talk to her about, including conversations that she might have had with then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, potentially even Mike Pence, certainly with her father, the president. All of that is important to the committee. At this point, though, it's sort of a tea leaf reading, and we'll have to see what comes out of today's meeting on whether or not Jared is some kind of a precursor or potentially something else to getting Ivanka Trump with the committee as well.
So, Ali, we have Kushner's testimony today. Then we also just had this new information this week about those missing phone logs, those 7 hours of when the insurrection was actually happening. You brought up just a moment ago Ginny Thomas's text to Mark Meadows. You know, I think it's important to keep in context here. This is something we've been talking about a lot. It feels like it's been going on for a long time. It's had these starts and stops as people cooperate or not cooperate. But this is an investigation looking for answers. Do all these developments put the committee any closer to finishing this? Or does this ultimately just raise more questions, more people that would need to be talked to? Where are we at with this?
Yeah, you know what? It's so funny that you say this because this is the question I've been asking myself and frankly, members of the committee all week. At what point, and as journalists, I think we also get this, right? When you're attacking a story and you're asking questions and it leads you to more people, at what point do you put the pen down? And that's the question that this committee has been grappling with over the course of the last few months. You'll remember when we were at the end of the calendar year last year, the big conversation was around this will be the phase of public hearings in 2022. They'll start in February. We'll start building a narrative. That's what the committee's goal was. That has been pushed back. We're at the end of March now. Chairman Thompson has said he wants to finish the deposition phase of this by the end of this month, and that would put hearings, public hearings, in May. He reiterated that to me yesterday as he was leaving votes, but at the same time, we've seen that sliding, and there has been just so much information that comes out. You sort of have to wonder if they're not going to be able to just push ahead with public hearings while also still fact gathering, but that's kind of still up in the air.
Hallie Vitale, important context there. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Coming up, online and on alert, the new warning from the White House about the threat of cyber warfare as the war in Ukraine rages on.
And they're some of the war's youngest and most vulnerable victims. More on how the violence is impacting millions of children. That's up next on Morning News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Worries about cyber warfare are growing after last year's ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline and now with the war in Ukraine. The Biden administration is warning U.S. companies to be on high alert. So how prepared are we for this potential threat? NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward looks at a program that teaches hackers to be on the lookout.
Okay. At first glance, you might think these students playing with miniature models are innocent hobbyists, but they're not.
We've been attacking and protecting cargo ships, hospitals, chemical tanks, pumps, all sorts of industrial control systems.
This is a hackathon arranged by the National Security Agency with help from a cybersecurity nonprofit that trains students to head off cyber attacks on industrial facilities.
Maritime cybersecurity, it impacts the supply chain.
a great percentage of our ecosystem and our economic power comes from export and import.
Hackers under the watchful eye of intelligence officials show that a bit of code can disrupt all of that. In this case, attacking the same systems that steer and propel full-sized shipping vessels.
We are attacking a real system that could be used in a real ship. It's just a fake ship here. But if we were attacking a real system, we could have really done some damage to the ship and to the cargo on that ship and the economy of the country who owns the ship.
Around the world, the best and brightest are usually recruited into military and government roles. But the U.S. is a decentralized place.
80% of what is operated as critical infrastructure in the United States is privately owned. So the government can't do this job. We have to have partnerships.
President Biden is now calling for the public and private sector to shore up its cyber defenses. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency just gathered U.S. companies to ask that they be on high alert and share any signs of attack. Meanwhile, these students are learning to think like someone who wants to cripple a port or poison a city.
Everything has computers attached, and it's only a matter of which adversary is willing to go how far to try and damage, either physically or economically, the nation. And we have to have experts who can prevent that.
Jake Ward, NBC News, Fort Lauderdale.
Fascinating look there. Now we're getting a closer look at the emotional toll the war in Ukraine is having on some of its most vulnerable victims, children. Here's NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman with more.
It's a long and uncertain road ahead for more than 2 million Ukrainian refugees who have arrived in Poland. For many with special needs, that road led them here. Just weeks ago, this building was set to be demolished. Now it's Poland's only refugee center specializing in mental health, caring for those traumatized by war.
Guy from the city asked us, come here and see the building. And 2 hours later, we received the message that here will be a refuge center.
2 hours later?
Yeah, and 6 hours later, we received first guests.
At first, they barely had beds and just 1 shower for every 100 people. Then donations started pouring in from Polish citizens: cribs, diapers, food, clothes. Within weeks, the center filled up with 400 refugees, half of them children. On the top floor, we find the nursery. Some of the babies here were born in Poland after their pregnant mothers fled the war.
So they're starting their lives as refugees in another country, and they don't know what will happen next.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. Parents are afraid. They are terrifying because they have new babies, they have newborns, and they had to do something to make them future.
Lyudmila Kuzina is from Kyiv. She came with her granddaughter, Maria, only 7 months old.
What is it like to be raising your grandchild here in this center?
She says, compared to what's happening in Ukraine, it's normal. Here, at least, we sleep peacefully. That means a lot now. Nothing will fall on your head in this center, any rockets or bombs. But home was better.
They don't call them refugees here, they call them guests, and they're trying to provide some sense of stability for these kids and their families for however long they're here.
When the center opened in early March, there were no plans to offer special care for trauma.
But after the 3 weeks, when we are receiving the next guest, they are running from the war. They are afraid, they have nightmares, they have problems with sleep.
Now a team of 400 volunteers has stepped up. Psychologists, social workers, doctors. Some of them refugees themselves from Ukraine and Russia.
What percentage of the guests here would you say are dealing with trauma right now?
We don't know it, because if we were talking about PTSD, we never know when the symptoms will start.
And many refugees arrived dealing with longer-term issues, like schizophrenia and autism.
That must be an overwhelming challenge.
This is a challenge, but I don't know how to say. It's life.
In the hallway, we find 2 girls playing by themselves, ages 10 and 11.
What are your names?
Як вас звати? My name is Diana. My name is Sonia.
Diana and Sonia didn't know each other back in Ukraine. But now, Diana says, they're almost like sisters. She says, I'm sorry that such an event happened in our country. I like it here, but home is still better.
Very powerful report there. Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that.
It's been more than a month since Russia invaded Ukraine, and the impacts are being felt around the world.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more on that. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, Russia's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov arrives in New Delhi for a two-day trip today. Now, India has so far not openly condemned the war in Ukraine, and neither it has backed international sanctions. On the contrary, it has become one of the biggest importers of Russian commodities, including crude oil and coal, since the start of the war. And after Volodymyr Zelensky publicly criticized Hungary's stance on the war in Ukraine, Hungary's foreign minister has now accused the Ukrainian government to interfere in the upcoming elections. Hungary has so far refused to send weapons to Ukraine and allowed a transfer across its borders. Zelensky recently called Hungary's leader, Viktor Orban, to decide who he stands with, the Western allies or Russia. And a Ukrainian cat that fled the war has gone viral, or rather feral. Stepan the cat was forced to leave his home in Kharkiv with his 13-year-old owner, Anna, who described their treacherous journey to France on social media. Now, the cat's Instagram account has now 1.2 million followers, and it has even helped to raise $10,000 to help other animals who were affected by the war, guys.
All right, good for that cat. Looks thrilled, by the way, just positively overjoyed.
Good, though, that he raised that money.
Yeah,
thanks, Claudio. All right, a controversial COVID-era border restriction being lifted. When we come back, we're on the end of Title 42 and why some worry it could cause problems at the U.S.-Mexico border.
Plus, put to the test, one university is bringing back SAT and SAT requirements after dropping them earlier in the pandemic. What it could mean for other schools. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just is.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. One day after federal health officials signed off on a second COVID booster shot for certain individuals, President Biden rolled up his sleeve for his dose. The president got the shot from a member of the White House medical unit yesterday, following his remarks on the status of the country's pandemic response. In his speech, he urged Congress to provide billions of dollars more in COVID funding as public health experts predict the U.S. could be on track to see another wave of COVID infections. The new CDC guidance allows people 50 and older and those with underlying health conditions to get another booster.
May soon be easier for immigrants to cross the border from Mexico into the U.S. The Biden administration is planning to lift Title 42. It's a restriction that has been in place since the spring of 2020 to stop the spread of COVID by preventing immigrants from crossing the border to claim asylum. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley has been following these developments and joins us now. Julia, good to see you. First of all, just explain to us what is Title 42 and then what happens when it's lifted in May.
Well, it's good to see you both. And Title 42 is a public health order. It's been used by the CDC since March of 2020 to try to stop immigration across the southern border. And the purpose is stopping the spread of COVID. But in lawsuits, it's really become quite clear that CDC doesn't really have as much of a leg to stand on as these restrictions have started to lift across the country. Instead, what we heard internally is it really became a tool from DHS to try to keep the numbers at the border down. Now, they did say that it was up to CDC to lift, but just yesterday we heard that CDC has said, look, we think it's time to lift it. So DHS is now planning to lift Title 42 by May 23rd. What that means is that for 170,000 migrants who have been camped in Mexico waiting to come in, they could now come in. I've also heard there's a fear that this could spur other migrants to make the journey.
So federal officials and governors have been warning about the possible surge. I mean, how are federal officials addressing some of the concerns they have?
Well, you know, I was down at the border last summer when the numbers were some of the highest they'd ever seen. They said if Title 42 lifted, they felt that they would be overwhelmed. But right now, DHS is laying out a strategy over these next 7 weeks to try to surge resources to the border. Another thing they're going to try to do is try to have people have their asylum cases adjudicated right when they cross by asylum officers rather than having to go into detention and wait for sometimes years to have an immigration judge make a decision of their case. They want to speed up the process and allow those who do have legitimate asylum claims to be able to get that answer faster.
And Julia, I mean, immigration advocates have been saying the lifting of Title 42 is long overdue. What is their argument? What are they saying? And what do they want to see in May when more people are able to cross the border?
Well, their arguments were pretty airtight when you look at the fact that the Biden administration lifted Title 42 for unaccompanied children. They, by and large, have lifted it for Ukrainians now. So it's very hard for them to say, look, it's in the public health interest that those people can come in, but families from Central America, for example, cannot. There really wasn't much of a public health argument to be made. So they say this is long overdue, that it is an international right for asylum seekers to be able to come into this country and claim asylum, and that anything to stop that really was disingenuous, is basically what they had said, and they had argued that many times in court. They would say these people should be let in tomorrow, but instead they're waiting till May 23rd, and I did hear that many of them were very excited by this news and are going to start to prepare clients as they make their way across the border.
Julia Ainsley, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, a lot of colleges and universities dropped their SAT and ACT requirements during the pandemic. But now, as we start seeing some signs of normalcy, one of America's top schools is making them a requirement again. That's the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. They made the announcement this week. So will other universities now follow? That's the big question. NBC News reporter Daniela Silva joins me now. Daniela, good morning. So tell us first why MIT is bringing back this requirement. What reason did they give?
Good morning. So MIT has said it's reinstating the test score requirement in an effort to, quote, be transparent and equitable in their expectations. The university said its concern is that without, quote, the compelling clarity of a requirement, some well-prepared applicants won't take the test and that they won't have enough information to be confident in the students' academic readiness when they apply to MIT.
Now, I know you spoke with an educational expert who said he expects that some other colleges and universities will follow MIT's lead on this. Should people going there in a few years expect to take these tests, or just as high school juniors and seniors right now look to college in the next couple of years, is this kind of back to status quo? Is that what you see coming?
Right. So one expert told me that some universities could follow MIT's lead. MIT first suspended its requirement because of concerns about student access to the SAT and SAT tests earlier in the pandemic. And although colleges and universities have increasingly dropped their requirement for such test scores, other private universities like MIT that have highly technical curriculum could follow as well.
Now, Daniela, critics of standardized tests have said for a long time now that they give richer students an advantage, students who are able to have those tutors and do those classes before, all that type of stuff, and then they put minority and low-income students at a disadvantage. And that was part of what some universities pointed to. It wasn't just the pandemic. Some said, hey, also, we think we should reevaluate this in general. Obviously, we've seen a big shift here with the SAT going digital. What are some of the major schools doing instead to pick the best students if they're going to stick by that reasoning that, hey, this is kind of unfair?
Right. So more than 1,800 accredited colleges and universities that grant bachelor's degrees won't require students applying for fall 2022 to submit test scores. That's according to a nonprofit group that tracks this and often opposes standardized testing. Like I mentioned, schools have increasingly opted for test optional policies, which allow students to decide if they will submit their test scores. Other schools, including some colleges at Cornell University, are test blind, meaning they do not consider these scores at all. Schools instead look at grades, coursework, extracurricular activities, and other factors.
And Daniela, how do you think the fact that the ACT is going digital and sort of changing their whole format is going to impact all this and potentially impact that sort of disparity that we were just talking about?
Right. So you have two things going on here. You have the fact that some schools were reluctant to sort of drop these requirements until they had access with the SAT, ACT. But then you have this general movement towards acknowledging the belief that these types of test scores really disadvantage certain kinds of students, that dropping these requirements will lead to a more diverse applicant pool. So you have like sort of those two factors that are going to be pulling at each other in the years to come.
Not to mention the stress that these tests bring on. I certainly remember that as a student. Daniela, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gun ownership surged during the pandemic, but with higher sales came more accidents. Now, one company is trying to bring what it calls a smart gun to the market. It's designed to only allow an authorized user to fire it. NBC national security correspondent Ken Delanian has that story.
A young life snuffed out in seconds. 15-year-old Ethan Song died after accidentally shooting himself with a neighbor's handgun, stored in a closet shoebox. His shattered parents never had a chance to say goodbye.
I wanted to go in and sit with him and first of all apologize, because I really felt like I let him down. I felt like my job was to protect my child, and I didn't do that.
And we didn't get that chance at all. The doctor said, it's too grotesque. You can't go in there.
This weapon is designed to prevent such tragedies.
So we did okay.
Ginger Chandler is the chief technology officer at Lodestar Works, one of a few firms developing a so-called smart gun.
We have three methods. We use biometric. There's a pin pad on the front of the firearm, and then the Bluetooth technology.
It's Bluetooth, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it just connects, and it's a bonded connection with your phone, and it gives you a way to unlock and lock.
Gareth Glazer is Lodestar's CEO.
You don't have to think about whether you put your gun in the safe. The safe is in the gun, and that's our technology.
Companies have been promising smart guns for years, but it turns out the technology that works on our phones doesn't work as well on guns. But Lodestar says it will be ready.
So when I hear people say, I don't trust technology, I say, well, would you take a horse and buggy to work today? No, you drove a car, which is full of technology. That's one answer, is that technology, although it's not perfect, is pretty darn reliable.
Lodestar is one of at least two companies trying to bring a smart gun to market after years of unsuccessful attempts. When Smith & Wesson floated the idea in the 1990s as part of a legal settlement, a boycott by gun rights groups nearly took down the company. A German firm tried again a few years ago, but a hacker showed how the gun could easily be unlocked with magnets.
First, the technology isn't there yet.
Larry Keene is the top lobbyist for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. He says his group is not opposed to smart guns, but is dubious that they are workable.
If the battery fails and you cannot use the firearm in a time of need, someone's breaking into your house to commit rape, murder, whatever, that's a bad outcome if you have that firearm for self-protection.
Lodestar's gun can be set to fire if the battery fails. The company acknowledges its tech is not quite ready for market, but says it's close. Lodestar says its smart gun would cost around $900 compared to a typical $600 handgun. But polls show many gun owners might be willing to pay a premium for more safety.
We're proving that it works. You have a right and a responsibility to control your firearms, and you have a right to your firearm, but nobody else has a right to your firearm. And misuse of firearms is the major cause of what's going on right now in terms of gun deaths, whether they're stolen, illegally obtained, or misused even by accident.
When Ethan Song's parents heard about the smart gun, they had a haunting thought.
I was like, oh my God, that would have saved Ethan's life.
My understanding of a smart gun is it knows the owner's fingerprint, and Ethan would not have had that fingerprint. That gun would have simply frozen his hand, and that would have been an amazing moment.
It didn't happen for their son, but they hope it can happen for some other child.
Our thanks to Ken Delanian for that report.
Yeah, wow. And coming up on Morning News Now, sold out show. Comedian Chris Rock back on stage just days after that now infamous slap at the Oscars. What he said about the incident, plus new details from the Academy about what happened that night.
And bonded by tragedy, two men who met at a concentration camp during World War II back together after nearly 80 years. How they say fate led to that reunion, next on Morning News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The Academy, the group that puts on the Oscars, has started disciplinary procedures against Will Smith after he slapped Chris Rock Sunday. The Academy's board says Smith's behavior violated its standards of conduct, revealing that Smith was asked to leave the ceremony but refused. This as Chris Rock took the stage last night in Boston. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer was there. He joins us now from Boston with more. Miguel, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We were able to see that sold-out show inside the theater behind me. Security was tight. No one was allowed to use their cell phone, and reporters were told that we couldn't even take notes. But the show was still memorable. Chris Rock did briefly address that slap between him and Will Smith, and the crowd loved every minute of what he had to say.
Coming out to a double standing ovation, Chris Rock broke his silence, addressing the elephant in the room right off the bat.
Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight?
In an audio recording released by Variety, Rock said he wasn't yet ready to wade into the controversy.
So if you came to hear that, I had like a whole show I wrote before this weekend, and I'm still kind of processing what happened.
Cheered on loudly by adoring fans, the warm welcome signaled a triumphant return. Rock emotional, saying his eyes were misty, though he was briefly interrupted by someone in the crowd. Most of the audience thrilled to see Rock bouncing back.
I just want to see how a comedian would handle his first set after an incident like that.
Now in the aftermath of the ugly incident, a new bombshell. The Academy says Will Smith was asked to leave Sunday's award show, but refused. Oscar co-host Wanda Sykes telling Ellen she still feels traumatized by what happened, and the Academy allowing Smith to stay.
You assault somebody, you get escorted out the building, and that's it, you know. But for them to let him continue, I thought it was gross.
Ellen, also a former host, agreeing.
You don't let someone do something like that and get away with it and be rewarded.
As Rock was taking the stage in Boston, more Hollywood drama was unfolding in Los Angeles, where the Academy's Board of Governors initiated disciplinary procedures against Will Smith for inappropriate physical conduct, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
The board also apologizing to Chris Rock and adding, "Thank you for your resilience in that moment." But this morning, Rock is still not sharing details, but promising he will.
Back to Will Smith. He has about 2 weeks to submit a disciplinary proceeding response. He'll have to write about that incident to the Academy to see what the Academy decides to do in terms of disciplinary action. Meantime, Chris Rock has more sold-out shows here in Boston tonight, Joe.
So, Miguel, I mean, you were in the theater. I know you couldn't take notes, but what did it feel like in there?
Well, Joe, I got to tell you, the muffled audio that was leaked by Variety really didn't capture kind of the ambience and the love that Chris Rock got inside that theater. There was overwhelming support for him. He had 2 standing ovations. He almost seemed embarrassed by how long those standing ovations lasted. Again, he didn't talk in depth about that slap, but he did certainly kind of address the elephant in the room, and the crowd really loved everything he had to say about it, Joe.
All right, Miguel Almaguer with more on the hottest ticket in town. Miguel, thanks so much.
Now it's time for this week's Climate Control, and today we're looking at the relationship between rising temperatures and deadly tornadoes, which we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, plus a new project is keeping disposable diapers out of landfills by turning them into highways. Very interesting. We'll get to that in a moment. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us. That's a tease for you. I do want to start, though, with the tornadoes. I mean, we've been talking with you all week about them, sweeping across the South, wreaking havoc just overnight. What effect is climate change having here?
Yeah, and this is what we get, guys, when we have any big weather events now, from hurricanes to mega droughts to fires. People want to know almost instantly, what is the climate connection? And because we're warming our planet, did we make this event worse than it should be? So we made this graph. We want to just show you the confidence level we have in different weather events versus our understanding of them. And if you look at the little circles on this map, the top right would be the most confidence. That's the most influence that is understood from our warming planet. And that's usually the bigger events like the extreme cold and the extreme heat. And then if you go all the way to the bottom, the ones that we don't have the most understanding of how much the influence is severe convective storms. That would be the tornadoes. That would be your damaging wind and damaging hail events. And the reason scientists don't have a great understanding of the influence and connection is because they're so small. Tornadoes are very tiny, often less than a mile wide, usually even about a quarter of a mile wide. And tornadoes are mostly a U.S. thing. We have many more tornadoes than almost anywhere else in the world, and only about 10% of thunderstorms even produce tornadoes. So a warmer planet, more thunderstorms, yes, but we also need more wind shear, and with a warmer, humid planet, we're not so sure we're going to get that. But one thing we do know, guys, in this one is that Tornado Alley has been shifting. We do think this is related to climate change. We all grew up thinking and hearing Tornado Alley was Texas to Oklahoma to Kansas, but in the last 50 years, we've seen an upward trend in tornadoes in the South, just like we did in the last 2 weeks, yesterday, and also the outbreak last week, and a downward trend in areas of Texas and Oklahoma. So, maybe Tornado Alley is now Southeast Alley, a disturbing trend for those people that live in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Bill, let's now turn to a new study. It's about the Gulf of Maine, and that's where we get a lot of our lobsters and a lot of our other seafood. New data shows that temperature is rising in the Gulf. It's reaching record levels. I actually went lobster fishing in Maine last year with Luke of Luke's Lobster for a story, and they told me how hard the last few years have been. Tell us about the impact this is having.
Yeah, I lived in Maine for 3 years and knew a lot of the lobster fishermen and the fishermen on the coast, and this is a huge concern for them. So they're actually calling this an ocean heat wave. I've never heard of that before. You heard of heat waves, obviously, in the summertime and everywhere else around here, but they're actually saying the Gulf of Maine had an ocean heat wave last year, and it was 3 to 4 degrees warmer than average, and that's very unusual. The rate of warming is 3 times the world's other oceans, and the Gulf of Maine, right off our coast here, is warming faster than 99% of the world's oceans. So it's like incredibly warmer than almost everywhere else. You can see it, that little box there with the hashtags. And fishermen are already noticing the changes. They've said southern New England especially, the lobster populations have dropped, the shrimp populations have depleted, and now the fishermen are catching stuff in the Gulf of Maine that they haven't caught before. They're starting to see southern fish like the black bass and also the Chesapeake blue crabs and squid even. So yeah, changes have been significant. It's not just, we always say the Arctic is changing the fastest, but now we're seeing it in the Gulf of Maine.
All right, Bill, we have very, very little time here, but I have to ask you about the diapers. What's going on here with those?
Okay, so they're calling this the diaper highway. Plain and simple, you're putting your diapers at the side of the road in Wales. They're collecting your used, dirty diapers. Wow. They're cleaning them, turning them to pellets. They're mixing them with asphalt. They're mushing them down, and they're making highways. Open up your window and enjoy the smells of the open road.
All right, that was a fantastic summary there. All right.
You had to make it turn something good gross. Bill, that's awesome. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bill. All right, finally this hour, it's a story of survival and a reunion nearly 8 decades in the making.
Yeah, 2 Holocaust survivors who were at the same concentration camp during World War II reconnected 79 years later. Both of them had no idea whether or not the other had survived. Ari Odzer of our Miami affiliate WTVJ has their story.
That's how I look.
Jack Waxall then and now. He's 97, lives in Bal Harbor, and he has seen more than you can imagine. But Sam Ron can more than imagine it. He lived it too, alongside Jack in the Pionki forced labor camp.
It is a miracle how we survived. It's no question about it.
That's correct. That's the biggest miracle, because it does not happen every day,
Jack escaped the camp and survived 6 months in the forest in winter. American liberators saved Sam from a Nazi death march. The 2 men lost touch for 79 years until last Sunday night, when Jack recognized Sam at a benefit dinner for the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum.
Hey, I find my brother over some 70 years.
He jumped off the seat and came running over to my seat and said, "You're my brother." He said, I was very, very, very emotional. I'm normally not a very emotional guy.
They spent countless back-breaking hours unloading coal from train cars side by side for over a year.
I'm so glad that I got somebody, but he was in my camp, in working with me together every day. It was so hard.
The 2 men got revenge on Hitler by living long, successful lives filled with children and grandchildren.
This is a great country. I made a lot of money here,
They both ended up in Ohio and now South Florida, like they were destined to meet again. They're eager to keep the survivors' flame alive by telling their stories. Sam has a message tailored to young people.
I try to teach them not to hate, and to have a lot of hope and believe in yourself. This is how I did. This is how I survived, because I believed in myself.
Oh, my goodness. What an amazing story. Thank you to Ari Odzer of our Miami affiliate for that report.
I want to hang out with those 2 guys. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, not backing down. Moscow's promises of de-escalation in Ukraine have, it seems, already been broken. As shellings continue across the country, officials say a school and oil depot in the besieged nation's eastern region have been set on fire by Russian munitions. And forces surrounding the capital of Kyiv are reportedly holding their positions despite a limited withdrawal. Meanwhile, President Biden, in a call with Ukraine's President Zelensky, pledged an additional $500 million in aid. Comes as Zelensky warns his nation of a renewed threat from Russia targeting the eastern Donbas region. We've got team coverage this morning from Washington to Kharkiv. Plus, bringing a little piece of home to the children of war. Also this morning, yes, men in Vladimir Putin being misled by his own top advisors on Ukraine, Russia's economy, and beyond. U.S. officials seem to think so. We're going to dig into new intelligence that puts Putin at odds with his senior military brass. Bracing for impact, millions of Americans are waking up this morning to the looming threat of severe weather. Monstrous storm system is barreling across the South and Midwest, heading toward the Atlantic coast. Blistering winds, pelting rain, leaving hundreds of thousands without power as the sun rises. Our Bill Cairns has the front's latest path. And pressing pause. He's one of America's most recognizable actors of the modern era, someone who's captivated audiences in big screen blockbusters and direct-to-DVD projects alike. Now Bruce Willis is taking a step back from his decades-long acting career to focus on his health. We're going to have more on his condition later in this hour. Heartfelt message from his family posted yesterday that's getting a lot of response from people.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of questions about that health condition. So we'll dive into that, too.
Yep, we're going to have a doctor with us to answer some of those questions. We begin this hour in Ukraine, where there are fresh attempts to get people out of the devastated city of Mariupol.
Yeah, those humanitarian efforts are taking on even greater urgency this morning after President Zelensky warned that Russia could launch a new wave of attacks on the eastern part of the country as it refocuses on the Donbas region. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in the east and reports from the city of Kharkiv.
Savannah, Joe, U.S. and now British intelligence officials say that Russian generals may not be giving Vladimir Putin an accurate picture of what's happening here in Ukraine. As overnight, Ukraine's President Zelensky says that Russia is planning a new offensive out here in the east, far from scaling back its attacks as Russia promised, but that Ukrainian forces are ready for it.
On the outskirts of Kharkiv, we followed Ukrainian troops to see what U.S. and British intelligence say Russian generals are too afraid to show their president. That the Russian military is losing ground and taking heavy losses.
This was a Russian camp, and you could see they had all of their weapons here, dugout positions, and they were bombed. There's still some bodies in this area, and they left a lot of their equipment behind after what appears to have been a devastating attack on their position. There's nothing left.
It seems these Russian troops never knew what hit them. Their uniforms were scattered everywhere, along with weapons and ammunition. Ukrainian soldiers helped themselves. Knocking out this position allowed Ukrainian forces to advance and take back the nearby village of Malorohan, where the Babkov family was enjoying their new freedom on the first day after Russian soldiers were kicked out. The bombings were horrible. The airstrikes were the worst, says Nadia. They took us to see where they'd been hiding. No electricity or lights.
All right, I have a flashlight on my phone. Let's see if we can.
They lived down in this tiny cellar for 27 days next to potatoes and pickles.
Do you think the worst is over?
I hope our soldiers tame this beast. The Russian president is deranged, says Leonid. Leonid's granddaughter, Alisa, spent her time drawing on the walls. Images of happier times. It was my therapy to keep calm, she says. Wise words from a girl who just turned 8. Now she's drawing with her chalk outside. Down the road, 88-year-old Praskovia was sitting by herself, disoriented and frightened. I'm so afraid. My whole body is shaking, she says. At night, I cover myself in a blanket and I shake. Mostly, she wanted comfort. Praskovia lived through World War II and says she doesn't have the strength to go through it all again.
Praskovia was overwhelmed by all that she's been through. She's also extremely lonely. She was all alone in that house. She hasn't been in touch with her son or grandson for a long time. She said she misses them deeply, so I became something of a stand-in for them. She, like many Ukrainians, is in a state of shock. But she does seem to be doing a little bit better now, and she has received some humanitarian aid, including food. Savannah, Joe?
Oh, so heartbreaking. Richard Engel, thank you so much.
As Richard mentioned, the White House says new intelligence suggests that Putin is being misinformed by his own advisors about the war in Ukraine, as well as the economic impact of those crippling sanctions on the Russian economy. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now. And Peter, the White House could also be taking aim at those high gas prices.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. On average, Americans right now are paying $4.22 per gallon for gas. You don't need me to remind you of that. $1.35 more than it was just a year ago, which is why President Biden is expected to roll out a new effort today to combat those rising prices. And as Russia's military losses mount on the ground there in Ukraine, U.S. officials are sharing declassified intelligence, first reported by NBC News, about how Vladimir Putin's own advisors are shielding him from how badly the invasion is actually going.
This morning, President Biden looking to limit the impact of the war in Ukraine on Americans. A source familiar with the matter telling NBC News the White House is considering releasing 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for up to 6 months, hoping to ease the spike in gas prices now hitting Americans. An announcement could come as early as today. And on the intelligence front, the question this morning, is Vladimir Putin being kept in the dark by his own advisors? U.S. officials say so, one telling NBC News Putin's senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth.
We believe that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing.
With the White House saying the intelligence underscores what it calls Russia's strategic blunder. The U.S. also believes Putin is being misled about how the Russian economy is being crippled by sanctions. The Secretary of State offering this assessment.
One of the Achilles heels of autocracies is that you don't have people in those systems who speak truth to power or who have the ability to speak truth to power.
With estimates that as many as 15,000 Russian troops have been killed and reports of low morale among those still in Ukraine, U.S. officials say they have information that Putin felt misled by the Russian military. Adding there is now persistent tension between Putin and senior Russian military officials stemming from Putin's mistrust in their leadership. The Pentagon warning it could lead to a potential escalation by Russia.
When he actually begins to realize how badly his military is doing in Ukraine, you don't know what kind of reaction that's going to cause in him.
Also on Tuesday, President Biden spending more than an hour on the phone with President Zelensky, receiving an update on Ukraine's peace talks with Russia and announcing the U.S.'s plan to provide Ukraine with $500 million in direct aid.
As for that new intelligence, by sharing its findings, the U.S. hopes it may undermine Russia's strategy. It is the latest salvo in an information war between Washington and Moscow. And about the war on the ground, during their call yesterday, President Biden and President Zelensky also discussed the U.S. and its allies' continued efforts to identify additional capabilities to help the Ukrainian military defend its country. Joe and Savannah.
Peter, thanks so much. Let's get more on the situation in Ukraine with Michael O'Hanlon. He's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. Michael, good to have you with us. Let's start off with those reports from the White House about President Putin being misled by his advisors. I want to play some sound from the UK's cybersecurity chief, who appears to be echoing those claims.
It increasingly looks like Putin has massively misjudged the situation. We've seen Russian soldiers, short of weapons and morale, refusing to carry out orders, sabotaging their own equipment, and even accidentally shooting down their own aircraft. And even though we believe Putin's advisors are afraid to tell him the truth, what's going on and the extent of these misjudgments must be crystal clear to the regime.
So, Michael, what do you make of these allegations by the U.S. and the U.K., and what's the impact of this kind of misinformation to Putin?
Yeah.
Hi, Joe and Savannah. You know, I take this with a little bit of a grain of salt. It is striking
that the information flow seems to be compromised. You would think that they would at least want to share information that required a change in strategy to make their own prospects for mitigated or partial success better. I'm not sure Putin's really in the dark. You know, he realizes the war is still going on. He realizes he hasn't found Zelensky. He knows that he doesn't control Kiev or other major cities for the most part. I don't know that information flow could really be so compromised as to deny him that. I don't think he's living in a complete artificial make-believe land. But I do believe the possibility that the actual casualty figures, the attrition levels, the specifics on losing some territory that had previously been gained, some of that kind of information may in fact be reaching him imperfectly, perhaps because of the fear of his advisors, as your report so noted.
Absolutely. Now, Michael, we've heard Russia announce it was scaling back its military operations in and around the capital of Kyiv, saying then it was going to focus on the eastern Donbas region. Now, on its face, any type of de-escalation, could sound good, but I mean, this is not good news for the eastern part of the country that has already taken such hard hits. They're bracing now for these new attacks. According to President Zelensky, do you think we're entering a new phase in this war now? I mean, how do you see this Russian focus on the east playing out, and what's your greatest concerns?
Well, Savannah, I guess I share your skepticism. I think it's always possible that Putin's looking to fool people and then try again at Kyiv, or either regroup his forces or try some different tactics, some kind of a special forces raid to try to get Zelensky if they think they can pinpoint his location, maybe try to cripple the regime or topple it from the top. I'm not sure that would work, but they may be trying something or thinking something like that. But also my guess is that if they have fallen back on a more modest strategy, it's not going to be just to take Donbas. It's going to be to try to establish a land bridge all the way from Russia through Donbas, through that city of Mariupol that's, of course, been so tragically hit, and then all the way over to Crimea, which means they need more time to fight. And they probably can concentrate enough force in that region to at least think they have a chance of establishing that land corridor. So even though I do think there's a possibility of the peace talks succeeding, my guess is it may not be for a little while, and Russia may want to be in a position to just sort of sit on a land corridor that connects all the way over to Crimea before it's really willing to stand down.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, let's talk more about the diplomatic effort. I mean, there appears to be some positive signals, a little progress coming out of the peace talks on Tuesday. We understand they're going to continue online tomorrow. Do you think, I guess two questions here, would Russia accept Ukraine's proposal to stay neutral with its security guaranteed by NATO countries like the U.S. and Britain? And on the flip side, do you think Ukraine would compromise on its territory in any way in areas like Donbas and Crimea?
On the first question, I'm not sure we're going to give true guarantees. I mean, that's sort of been what the war is about, the idea that someday Ukraine might be in NATO. We never quite decided we wanted them in NATO. We said someday they maybe will be, or someday they will be, but we didn't really have a schedule or an interim security guarantee. So in a way, we'd be now promising something that we weren't previously willing to promise under President Bush, President Obama, or President Trump, or for that matter, Biden himself in his first year in office. So I think that's a stretch to think that we would come to Ukraine's military defense with our own American armed forces. So President Zelensky understandably would like that. I don't think he's going to get that. I think he's going to have to settle for more modest steps to promote his security. For example, we could have a large UN peacekeeping mission deployed. Maybe Putin could tolerate that, even if he doesn't like it. He could maybe tolerate that. What he's not going to tolerate is any kind of military alliance or quasi-alliance with the very Western world that he was so adamantly opposed to Ukraine joining before this war began. On the territorial issue, I think that's going to be maybe the hardest piece, because I really can't see Zelensky conceding cities that he's and his forces have been fighting so hard to try to retain at such horrible loss. So I think that might be the hardest nut to crack. You might need some kind of guaranteed access or some kind of international supervision, but not really giving all that land to Russia.
All right, Michael O'Hanlon, really, really fascinating analysis there. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Now, the United Nations is now saying more than 2 million children have fled Ukraine and are in urgent need of an education, of safety, of support. Well, now there's a new grassroots efforts aimed at doing just that by sending books from Ukraine to those children in need. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff is with us now from Lviv with more. Hey, Jacob, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. The owner of this bookstore wants people around the world to give Ukrainian refugees and their children what she calls a piece of home during this horrific war. And she wants to do that by sending books from these shelves to shelters. Russian missiles striking Lviv Saturday.
Down below our vantage point here, that's a fuel depot.
A city shaken. But this week, life continued, including for Mariana Savka, back at work as editor-in-chief of one of Ukraine's largest publishers.
So these are the books that you publish?
Yes.
Back at work, but not back to normal. What's it been like for you to have to close some of your stores around the country?
I'm not happy that they closed, but I know that it can be dangerous for our employees.
Now, Mariana and her colleagues have started collecting humanitarian aid. This van filled with essentials bound for Kharkiv. But it's literature she feels can help heal the most, which is why she and her publishing house, Old Lion, launched a fundraising effort.
And people are donating?
Yes.
What they receive pays to send books to refugees in surrounding countries, like these kids in Poland, nearly 500 so far.
If there's one book
yes.
that you'd like the children of Ukraine to have the most as they're abroad as refugees, which one is it?
Not here, not here, please. Yes, I know where is this book in my cabinet. Here's this book.
It's called How War Changed Rondo, originally published after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. As Russia attacks again, relevant as ever.
This is what the news looks like now.
Yes, absolutely.
It says here, the war touched everyone.
The book's story about kids living in a fictional place at war called Rondo.
They tried together to make a light.
Now real life for Ukrainian children. Together, we read the book's final passage, one she wishes can spread hope.
The whole town sang until every black flower had disappeared and the darkness had dissolved completely.
Victory.
Victory.
Yes.
And that's what you hope for Ukraine?
Yes.
Mariana and Old Lion aren't just sending the old school hardcover copies of books to refugees living abroad. They've also made 30 different ebooks available, and they have been downloaded, get this, 40,000 times since the beginning of the war. If anybody watching us, streaming us right now, wants to get involved, donate so that these books can get out to more refugees, head over to the Today Show's website, today.com. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. Great to hear how we can help. Jacob Sobroff, thank you so much.
We turn now to a destructive storm system that pounded the South overnight. Several tornadoes touched down. There was a lot of wind damage as a strong line of storms is now heading east. NBC's Blaine Alexander joins us from Tallulah, Louisiana with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. You know, typically this building right here behind me would have been full of students at the time that the storms blew through. Fortunately, they, ahead of the storms, canceled classes, and it's a good thing they did. This is where the roof used to be. Right over here is where the roof ended up, and we're seeing pictures like this kind of dotting cities throughout the South in the storm's path as millions more brace for impact.
This morning in the weather-worn South, another round of severe storms. Overnight, torrential rain soaked New Orleans' famous Bourbon Street, prompting flash flood warnings and sending tourists scrambling for cover. While powerful winds toppled trees around Louisiana, leaving crews rushing to clear the roadways. A similar scene in Mississippi after a supercell thunderstorm hit Hattiesburg overnight. And in neighboring Alabama, the National Weather Service there warned of a large and extremely dangerous tornado as heavy rains flooded streets from city to city. Across the South, more than 100,000 people left without power. Now the storm continues its charge to the east, with nearly 57 million Americans still under the risk of severe weather from Florida to New York. The impact has been felt throughout the week. Earlier Wednesday in Jackson, Mississippi, tornado sirens sounding off as funnel clouds formed in the sky.
That's it. That's a funnel.
Just miles away, uprooted trees crashing into homes.
The tree fell in my house, messed my washroom up. My house is flooding.
In some areas, wind speeds reached 80 miles per hour. In Tallulah, Louisiana, this local high school caught the brunt of the storm, leaving classrooms crushed.
We wrecked.
While in Arkansas, a confirmed EF3 tornado near Springdale left a path of destruction, tearing down cell towers, ripping rooftops.
I had no idea it'd be this bad. I couldn't even get out my front door.
Officials there say at least 7 people were injured, 2 critically. One local elementary school releasing these photos of a damaged building. Classes are expected to resume today.
And today, the National Weather Service is going to fan out across at least 5 states here in the South: Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, looking at the damage and trying to determine what exactly happened when those storms blew through. Joe.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. So what's next? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with the latest. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, so we're still watching these storms, guys, moving through areas of Florida and southern Georgia. We still have a tornado watch, or at least a potential of isolated tornadoes, until 2 o'clock. And this does include areas from Tallahassee to Vidalia, Georgia. And eventually this will sweep towards that 95 corridor from Jacksonville up to areas through South Carolina. Watch out, Savannah, Charleston, and even Wilmington. But there's the storms now. We did have a couple tornadoes reported just north of Panama City in the early morning hours, but we haven't had any new tornado reports in the last 2 to 3 hours. So today, the area of concern shifts to the East Coast and isolated tornadoes. We're not going to see 24 like we did yesterday. We may have a handful, maybe, 4 or 5 or 6 or so. And we don't think there's really the chance for any big, significant tornadoes, but even a little one can do significant damage. Wind damage, though, could be the most popular most popular severe weather report during the day today. And that could go anywhere in the yellow, so 57 million people. So let me kind of give you the timing on all of this mess. As we go throughout the morning, we're going to watch all of these storms over areas of Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. This is paused at 2 p.m. So the storm's right over the top of Columbia, approaching Savannah, approaching Jacksonville, and almost over the top of Raleigh. Then as we head to the north, it looks like the worst of these storms around 7 p.m. or so, approaching Washington, D.C. There could be 2 broken lines. If you're anywhere from D.C., Philly to New York, Hartford to Boston, just keep in mind anywhere between about 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. is when some of these strong storms could come on through. So the rest of today, areas that got hit hard yesterday with all the damage: Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. Today's a decent day. It's a little breezy, but at least it's dry for any cleanup efforts. In the weekend forecast, thankfully, we're not going to see a repeat of any severe weather. It's actually a pretty quiet start to April. Just some snow showers and rain showers off the Great Lakes. A little bit of rain in Florida on your Friday. Saturday, still kind of brisk and chilly in the Great Lakes, but the middle of the country warms up nicely. 90 in San Antonio on Saturday. And by the time we get to Sunday, still a little cooler than we'd like the Northeast and Great Lakes, but no real significant weather that'll cause you to change your plans or have you doing cleanup after severe thunderstorms. So pretty nice start to April.
A little reprieve. We'll take it.
There you go. Yeah.
Thanks,
Bill.
Yeah.
And coming up on Morning News Now, our continuing coverage of the war in Ukraine off the battlefields.
Bring you the plight of one of the nation's most vulnerable populations trying to escape the violence and make it out alive: the elderly. That's after the break.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Former President Donald Trump is under fire over comments made in a recent interview where he called on Russian President Vladimir Putin to release potentially harmful information about President Biden and his son. It's not the first time Trump has called on Putin for something like this. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has this story.
Former President Trump facing bipartisan backlash to these new comments, asking President Putin for dirt on the Bidens.
Why did the mayor of Moscow's wife give the Bidens, both of them, $3.5 million? So now I would think Putin would know the answer to that. I think he should release it.
Mr. Trump referencing findings from a 2020 report by Senate Republicans into Hunter Biden's business dealings in Ukraine. Lawyers for President Biden's son say there was no payment. Mr. Trump's new request echoes similar asks in 2016 about Hillary Clinton.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
And the 2019 phone call with Ukraine's President Zelensky, also asking for damaging information on the Bidens, that resulted in his first impeachment.
At least he's consistently immoral and unpatriotic to be appealing to Putin at a time when Russia is killing Ukrainians once again for dirt on his opponents.
Some Republicans condemning the request.
I don't think we should be asking Putin to do anything.
He's one of the worst people on the planet, and America shouldn't be asking for favors.
Hunter Biden knew exactly.
While others point to an ongoing federal criminal investigation into possible tax fraud and money laundering by Hunter Biden, who has denied any wrongdoing.
He could talk about what he wants to talk about. I am interested to hear what happens with Hunter Biden, though, and the federal investigation into him, and I imagine that we'll be learning more about that.
That was Garrett Hake reporting there for us. Thanks, Garrett.
More than 4 million Ukrainians have fled the country since the start of Russia's invasion. On top of that, many elderly Ukrainians would like to leave, but they've had to stay behind. Well, now there's an international rescue effort focused on Ukraine's most vulnerable population. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
For refugees of all ages, the journey is grueling. But for older Ukrainians, it can be nearly impossible.
I guess the government doesn't have time for this think about old people.
Daniel Koretnik grew up south of Kyiv, but had been living in Portugal before the war. Now he's back to coordinate rescue efforts for older refugees. His network of volunteers fanning out across hard-hit areas.
We try to take people from dangerous places.
There's a web of organizations racing to evacuate the elderly. According to Help Age International, Ukraine has the largest percentage of older people affected by conflict in the world. 1 in 4 people here is over 60 years old. Most of them don't want to be evacuated from their homes, yet 91% need help to get food because of mobility issues. Julia Enton, a paralegal in Los Angeles, is among those trying to get them out.
This is their home. And now at the later stages of their life, they have to be torn away from everything that they knew.
It can almost be too much to bear. We met Valentina after her agonizing escape from Mariupol. The grandmother sobbed as she described her 15-mile trek on foot to a humanitarian bus. We were bombarded ruthlessly, she says. One word can describe the situation: hell. But she calls her 8-year-old granddaughter a hero for helping her. An awful journey that she says would have been impossible to survive alone. And now news that would make it easier for immigrants, including those fleeing Ukraine, to come to the U.S. In late May, the Biden administration now says that it plans to lift Title 42, the public health policy that denied asylum seekers entry due to COVID. Officials at the border are now anticipating a surge when the policy lifts. Back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Claudio Labanga is back with us this hour. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, 2 UK judges will no longer sit in the Supreme Court in Hong Kong. They say that their role has become untenable since the introduction in 2020 of a new national security law that makes it easier to arrest protesters in Hong Kong and targets freedom of speech. The senior British judges have sat on the court since 1997 as part of an agreement when Hong Kong was handed over to China by the UK. And let's move to the UK, where an inquiry concluded that more than 200 babies died over 2 decades in a British hospital due to persistent failure in its maternity care. The review began in 2018 after 2 families who lost their babies campaigned for an inquiry. It concluded that their death would have and could have prevented with better care and criticized management for failing to investigate. And let's stick to Britain, where the ripple effect of soaring gas prices due to the war in Ukraine is being felt in the food chain. The rising cost of heating glass houses means there's a shortage of vegetables like cucumbers, peppers, aubergines, tomatoes, you name it. And their prices, as a consequence, has skyrocketed, guys.
Right, being felt in so many different ways. Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, pressing pause. Famed actor Bruce Willis is now taking a step back from his decades-long career on the silver screen after he's diagnosed with aphasia. We're going to dig a little deeper into that condition.
Plus, comedian Chris Rock's first public appearance since that incident at the Oscars over the weekend. Will bring you what he had to say about the slap seen around the world after this.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's a lot of reaction this morning to the news about actor Bruce Willis's health. His family announced yesterday that he has a medical condition known as aphasia that impacts his cognitive abilities, including speech, reading, and writing. He's now retiring from acting, a career that spans more than 4 decades. Willis has been a household name since the 1980s and has been one of the industry's most bankable stars at the box office. Known for his tough-talking on-screen persona and that iconic catchphrase, "Yippee-ki-yay," Bruce Willis is now stepping away from the spotlight. His family writes that he has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. As a result of this, and with much consideration, Bruce is stepping away from the career that has meant so much to him, adding, as Bruce always says, "Live it up." And together, we plan to do just that. Willis got his break in the 80s on the small screen.
Just remember, you're dressed like that for America. And I, for one, salute you.
Salute you, Addison.
Starring alongside Sybil Shepherd in the primetime hit Moonlighting, earning an Emmy and Golden Globe. At the time, he opened up about his newfound fame in an interview here on Today.
I never really got into this business seeking fame and fortune. If anything, it makes me want to keep my private life more private.
Willis later cemented his action star status as Detective John McClane in Die Hard, a role he'd reprise 4 more times.
Welcome to the party, pal.
The beloved actor has found success in a wide range of films, from Pulp Fiction to Sixth Sense and Armageddon.
If we don't get this job done, then everybody's gone.
Willis has 5 daughters, 2 with current wife Emma Hemming and 3 with ex Demi Moore. The former It couple has remained close even after their divorce, with Moore even surprising Willis at his Comedy Central roast a few years ago.
I just look at our marriage like the Sixth Sense. You were dead the whole time. And no matter what, you will always be family. You've been a great friend, a great father, and easily one of my top 3 husbands.
Earlier this month, Moore shared a photo with Willis as he celebrated his 67th birthday, writing, "Thankful for our blended family."
You know, while Hollywood is mourning the loss of this actor on screen, that he has this support system behind the scenes to really tackle this challenging time together as a family.
M. Night Shyamalan, who directed Willis in The Sixth Sense, tweeted, "All my love and respect to my big brother, Bruce Willis. I know his wonderful family is surrounding him with support and strength. He will always be that hero on that poster on my wall as a kid." According to the LA Times, some people who worked with Willis on recent films have noted that the actor has shown signs of cognitive decline on sets, and they've expressed concern with his well-being. The LA Times quoted several sources as saying that Willis struggled to remember his dialogue, was even fed lines through an earpiece at one point.
For more on this, let's bring in Dr. Aditi Narukar. She's a physician at Harvard Medical School. Doctor, always great to have you with us. So let's talk through this. I know a lot of people have questions when this came out. I mean, Bruce Willis was in a few movies last year. He's got more coming out this year. So it feels very sudden. And then on top of that, this aphasia is not a very well-known condition. So first, explain to us what can cause this.
There are many causes to aphasia, Savannah. Strokes, brain tumors, infection, injury, and dementia are all common causes. The underlying mechanism in all is a damage to the brain areas responsible for language processing, both in understanding speech and constructing speech.
And so what are some of the first symptoms of this? And is there anyone that someone should watch out for? Is this something that you kind of, given what you just said, think you could potentially get after some kind of injury?
So, Savannah, often what we see is that the first symptoms are noticed by close associates or family rather than the patient. And there are 3 broad categories. The first is a verbose patient. long, rambling sentences, nonsensical words, and a misuse of words. The second, on the other end of the spectrum, are terse patients, short phrases, the inability to construct a sentence, and missed words. And the third is a complete loss of speech. In all three, the understanding of speech may or may not be preserved.
And Dr. Narukar, what kind of treatments are out there for people with this?
The treatment, Savannah, really depend on the underlying cause of the aphasia and the extent of brain involvement. Often the mainstay of therapy for aphasia is speech therapy. But, you know, the challenging thing with aphasia is depending on the cause, it can be reversible and temporary in some, but permanent in others. It is a medical and neurological condition, but with a deep psychological impact for the patient and their families.
All right, Dr. Aditi Narukar, lots of questions answered there that I know people are wondering about this morning. Thank you so much.
Overnight, Chris Rock made his first public remarks about being slapped by Will Smith at the Oscars, attempting to deflect the incident with, as you might expect, a little humor.
Yeah, the comedian briefly talked about it last night at 2 shows in Boston. Today, news anchor Chanel Jones has more on what he had to say.
Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight, Chris?
Overnight, Chris Rock returning to the stage.
Oh, wow!
For the first time since Will Smith slapped him at the Oscars, Rock keeping his sense of humor.
How was your weekend?
In audio obtained by Variety, Rock briefly talked with the sold-out crowd last night.
I'm still kind of processing what happened.
Saying he wasn't really ready to talk about the incident.
So, at some point, I'll talk about it.
Rock's show was briefly interrupted by someone in the crowd, but overall, the crowd rallied around Rock, starting with a long standing ovation, which Rock said made him misty-eyed. And Rock's fellow comedians are rallying around him, too. Rock's stand-up set coming just hours after the Motion Picture Academy announced they've started disciplinary proceedings against Smith. On the Ellen DeGeneres show, Oscar co-host Wanda Sykes questioning why Smith wasn't removed from the ceremony.
And for them to let him stay in that room and enjoy the rest of the show and accept his award, I was like, how gross is this? This is just the wrong message.
The Academy says Smith was asked to leave the ceremony and refused. Comedians David Spade and Dana Carvey speaking out on a podcast, saying watching the incident was triggering for them, reminding them of childhood bullying, and condemned how Rock was seemingly left alone to handle the situation.
It must have been tough for Chris to sit in the back and realize literally nothing happened. No one walked up, no security, no stop the show, no, it was just like, on with the show, this is it.
Amy Schumer, who also co-hosted the show, weighing in too, writing in part in a since-deleted Instagram post, she is still triggered and traumatized. I love my friend Chris Rock and believe he handled it like a pro. The whole thing was so disturbing. Others now worried the incident could impact future performances.
So it's a terrible precedent for comedy clubs.
Yes.
Like, are people going to decide that they're going to go on stage and smack the comedian now?
In Boston, fans at Rock's show last night praising how he dealt with the incredibly difficult situation.
So ridiculously wrong. I was proud of the way he handled it.
Now, Will Smith did apologize to Chris Rock in a social media post, and the Academy of Motion Pictures and Sciences also apologized to Chris Rock, thanking him for, quote, his resilience in that moment. And now Rock has 4 more shows in Boston this week, so we will be listening if he says anything else about that incident. And coming up on Morning News Now, gearing up for a different kind of conflict, one that's not fought here on Earth, but up in space. Our Tom Costello takes us inside the classified Space Force Satellite Command Center for a first-ever look at the future of defense.
Plus, helping artists prepare for their moments in the spotlight. We're going to chat with the performance coach who's helped turn musicians like Lil Nas X into worldwide celebrities. Next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
With tension rising between the U.S., Russia, and China, NBC News was given exclusive access to America's Space Force Command Center, where military satellites are being carefully monitored. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, this is no joking matter when Vladimir Putin has threatened using nuclear weapons. And just as Russian and U.S. submarines shadow each other in the oceans, something similar is already playing out between our satellites in space. U.S. commanders say it's constant harassment and intimidation, and that is where America's 2-year-old Space Force comes in.
Pick up heading 270 detonator, Chinese Dragon. Those two are engaging the target.
In a dark simulator room at the Air Force Academy,
Following good hits, dead man.
America's next generation of fighter pilots is in the cockpit.
Ambush one.
But these future officers have a choice to make. They can stick with a career as airmen or apply to become a guardian with the brand new Space Force.
So we talk about how the warfighter is impacted by the space environment,
where the focus shifts from fighter jets to satellites. Like it or not, the reality is the battlefield is changing from planet Earth to space. This is the view of the Asian Pacific Theater. And the threat matrix in space is very different. It's congested, it's contested, and it's competitive.
Line down. Copy line.
Our cameras were the first ever allowed inside the classified Space Force Satellite Command Center, where Space Force Guardians monitor every military satellite in orbit, including the vital links to units in the field, to Air Force One, and the nuclear chain of command. While next door, the GPS Command Center watches over 37 satellites that provide free GPS coverage to the world. How accurate is the U.S. system?
Within a 1.5 feet guaranteed.
1.5 feet?
Yes, sir.
Outside, under heavy guard, one of several mobile satellite command units never before photographed, ready to roll across the country should headquarters face imminent threat. The U.S. military says Russia and China are already regularly harassing, jamming, and probing U.S. commercial satellites that are critical to the U.S. economy. Satellites come in all sizes, from a school bus to a dishwasher to a cooler to the size of a loaf of bread, providing everything from internet access to university experiments, GPS, and military communications. Both Russia and China have already targeted and blown up their own satellites, creating massive orbiting debris fields.
I think they're trying to send a message that they could target somebody else's as well, and now we have to deal with the aftermath of those tests.
Space Force was created to avoid an actual shooting war in space or on the moon. General Sean Bratton, how do you determine what is a hostile act in space?
We're working through that now. We don't have that history like we do in the other domains to build upon, and so as we're encountering these threatening activities for the first time, it's forcing us to really define these terms.
This is a major threat.
A new threat environment for new Guardians and Academy cadets who are already designing and launching their own satellites. After graduating, senior Courtney Kirkpatrick will head to MIT for her master's, then Space Force.
They're creating a new culture. Everything's going to be fast-moving, the digital force, as they call it. That was really attractive to me.
As for the future, as the United States builds out a lunar presence of our own, do we need boots on the moon to protect those assets?
Well, I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, Space Force is small, only 14,000 military personnel right now. And the culture is much more like Silicon Valley. Think Apple, not Army, where you've got officers with masters and PhDs working alongside people right out of high school who are very tech savvy. A more inclusive, collaborative environment at really every level. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Tom. Fascinating look.
You've heard of a singing coach, dancing coach. What about a performance coach? It's someone who helps artists bring their most authentic selves to the stage.
But it turns out most of us can learn a thing or two from the practice, like how to communicate effectively and feel comfortable in our own skin. So we tagged along with one performance coach in Los Angeles to see how she helps her clients prepare for their big moments.
Get in the room.
Get in the room.
Then change the room. My job is never to give anyone something they don't already possess.
Then change the room. KJ Rose is a performance coach who helps artists prepare for the stage.
My job is to agitate and irritate areas that may have just been lying dormant. But if I can get it out of you, that means you already had it.
Keep going. She's pretty good at it with an impressive list of clients, including Lil Nas X.
Tell me you love me.
Today, she's working with actress and singer Kayla Brianna, who just dropped a new single.
I'm really excited because I wrote this song and I've never performed it, like I said, but I really want to make sure I can make sure everyone feels what I'm saying.
Body roll.
Yeah.
You forget that these people have never heard the words before, and it is your responsibility to project that point of view so people feel included and a part of your story.
Too long ago.
We're closing off here, right? But I want you to perform like you're going to Rose-ZZ. In the back of the room. People want to feel like you are speaking to them, not singing at them.
I know you feel it too.
What?
The way you touch me.
What? Kayla Brianna is special in that she does it all, right? So she's an actress, she is a businesswoman, and she's also this performing artist. And when you tap into all three, they all require something different, but they each require belief.
With all the acting roles, you're playing as they'll tell you exactly what they want, like witty, smart, just graduated college but doesn't want to be under her parents' roof. It's very all so specific. Songwriting is like, okay, how can I let people know who I am without giving them the description exactly of who I am?
That's not just a struggle for artists. KJ says performance is much more than being on a stage. That in fact, all of us are performing in some aspect every day.
Your external expression is really a reflection of what you think internally. Vulnerability is the key. It allows us to take our power back. Nobody has access the way they do. Nobody can trigger us or activate us in a way that we don't have control of. What are you thinking before this song starts?
Thinking of what other people are thinking in that moment. KJ brought a lot out of me. She helped remind me of my power, of why I'm supposed to be there, and that I am enough. I cannot wait to get out there and to really perform with intention, really have people understanding why I'm singing, what I'm singing, and really have them feel it.
We're so excited to welcome KJ Rose back to the show, along with Kayla Brianna, the singer you just saw in that piece. Thank you both for joining us. Kayla, we're going to start with you. We saw you preparing for a show in Los Angeles, so tell us how it went. And no pressure, never mind that KJ's listening right now, but did KJ's tips help you at all?
No one made a sold-out show, and I'm just helping me feel comfortable up there. So, yeah, it went really, really well.
Oh, that's great to hear. And Kayla, I mean, I think all of us look at what you do and we're like, oh, I can imagine how nerve-wracking that would be, whether it's live or whether it's on a TV show where you're acting. Tell us about what's tough for you. What are some of the challenges that you run into? And then how has working with KJ helped that? How does performance coaching bring the best out?
Yeah, I feel like those pre-show jitters, that anxiety that you have before a show is so nerve-wracking. KJ helps me remind myself that I'm supposed to be own the room and that I'm enough. And that's half the battle.
So KJ, we saw a little bit of your coaching process there. What didn't we see from that session? What else do you do to help people feel more comfortable on stage? Lessons that can help people even beyond that?
Well, first, it's about being present. Most of the work is reminding people of the force that they are, the force that expands all of the space that you have on stage. When you walk into a room, it's how do you show up? And it's the reconciliation of that long before you walk into the room. It's the work that you do to say that I belong here. I'm not asking permission to be here. And it's that internal resolve that must take place before you can show up fully for anyone else.
Absolutely. So KJ, I mean, help us bring this into our everyday lives. People hear performance coaching and think it's for somebody stepping onto a stage, but really, I mean, we can all learn from it, whether you're going to your office every day, working from home even. What are your top tips for people on how to put your best foot forward, on how to make sure we're making sure that other people have that sort of the space we're taking up?
Yes. Well, number one, we're all artists. So wherever you occupy the most space, that is your stage. You guys, there's an art to what you do. If not, then everybody would be doing it. So it's first resolving that, like I belong in this room, I am an artist, and I have a gift. Once you understand that your gift is necessary, then you walk with a different posture, right? You don't ask to be in the room. There is a certain you feel emboldened. So I would say it's what we can see from the physical aspect of things. It is your eye contact. It is not feeling like you have to retreat in a room or that you're smaller. It is standing tall. It is making sure that you shake someone's hand, knowing that you belong there. It is taking up space. It is, but in your own way. It doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to be something that does not represent who you are, but it's fully just being yourself and telling the story in such an explicit way that it can't be hijacked. Right? So nobody really wants to do the heavy lifting. You know, they want to know that you figured out who you are and what your purpose is. And I think if nothing else, the work that I did with Kayla Brianna was helping her understand that her work and her songs were merely a conversation. Right? And I want to make sure that every conversation you have is purposeful. Every time you move on the stage, it's not out of futility, but it's to move the narrative forward. So it's making sure that you never land anywhere by default, that you have a plan and that you activate that plan and execute that plan effectively. to include and engage people. So you don't have to be an outgoing person to do that, whether you're doing that at home, or whether you're doing it in the boardroom. It is showing up for yourself.
I love what you said about so that nobody else can kind of take over your story if you're effectively communicating it.
Exactly. I'm inspired.
Yeah.
Always when we have you on, KJ.
Yeah, exactly. Jinx.
Exciting to be back. Thank you for having me back.
Yeah, KJ and Kelly, thank you both, and congrats on the great performance and the new single.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we're excited.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, mixed messaging. A glimmer of hope from peace talks now fading in Ukraine. This morning, more heavy shelling in several key cities just one day after Russia claimed it would scale back its attacks. Now, Russian forces are moving away from the capital, Kyiv, but U.S. officials warn that doesn't signal de-escalation.
If the Russians are serious about de-escalating, because that's their claim here, then they should send them home. But they're not doing that.
All this as President Biden pledges more support in an hour-long call with Ukraine's president. We have team coverage this morning. Key witness, new developments in the investigation into the Capitol insurrection. Today, Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of former President Donald Trump, is set to testify voluntarily before a House committee. The questions he's expected to face and how his testimony could impact the investigation. Show of support, a long-standing ovation for comedian Chris Rock back on stage and addressing an audience for the first time since being slapped by actor Will Smith at the Oscars. What he said about that now infamous incident, plus his response to a heckler who interrupted his sold-out show. And reunited, 2 Holocaust survivors who met at a concentration camp back together after nearly 80 years. Their stories of survival and what led to their emotional reunion. It's a pretty amazing story that you have to stick around to see.
Looking forward to that one.
Absolutely. We begin our show this morning in Ukraine, where there are renewed efforts to evacuate civilians trapped in the besieged southeastern city of Mariupol.
Ukraine's deputy prime minister says the government is sending 45 buses to get people out and deliver humanitarian aid. That evacuation attempt now appears more urgent than ever, with Russia said to be building up its troops in the east. Last night, President Zelensky warned that part of the country could face a wave of new attacks as Russian forces refocus on the Donbas region. It all comes after the head of Britain's cybersecurity agency claimed that President Putin's advisors were, quote, afraid to tell him the truth about what's happening on the ground. It's a sentiment that was shared by the White House yesterday.
We have information that Putin felt misled by the Russian military, which has resulted in persistent tension between Putin and his military leadership. We believe that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing and how the Russian economy is being crippled by sanctions because his senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth.
We've got a team standing by to cover all this and more. We'll get to former Special Assistant to the President, Colonel Chris Costa, and our White House correspondent, Mike Memoli, in a moment. Before that, though, let's head to NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. She's in Lviv for us this morning. So, Molly, it's a new day in Ukraine, a new attempt to get civilians out of disaster-hit Mariupol. Any indication that this latest round of evacuations will be more successful than what we've seen so far?
Joe, good morning. All we know is that there are 45 buses standing by, as you said, and getting out of Mariupol is not kind of as simple as some of the other cities. In order to get out and to even reach those buses, people need to get into private vehicles, go through more than a dozen checkpoints to get out to the outskirts of Mariupol, and that is where those buses will pick up. Now, we have asked the Ukrainians again for an update on this and the ICRC whether or not they think it might actually work today. We haven't yet heard back. We're also watching convoys to get humanitarian aid into Melitopol. We have not heard if that's successful. And then the other humanitarian corridor that we've been watching all morning, Joe and Savannah, is in Kharkiv, where our Richard Engel is. And we have heard news this morning that that humanitarian corridor has already failed.
All right, that's hard to hear, Molly. Now, President Zelensky is warning the eastern Donbas region could face a new wave of attacks, that Russia is building up troops there. Moscow said earlier this week it was focusing on, quote, liberating that region, which includes those two self-declared breakaway republics. We know Ukraine has been pretty successful at pushing back Russians in and around Kyiv, but how are they faring out in the east?
That's exactly right. So I think really part of the narrative that we have to take into account as we talk about Russian troops withdrawing is that, yes, Russian troops are pushing back, are withdrawing, are going to resupply. And that is partly because they are being pulled back. That is also partly because Ukrainian troops are actually actively pushing them back, specifically around the capital. Now, I was just in Odessa, Joe, and we've been talking to people there about whether or not they think that troops will show up on that southwest doorstep. And they fully believe that this kind of talk of a ceasefire, this withdrawal, this pause momentarily is just an option, is just an opportunity, I should say, for Russia to reorganize, resupply, and then really kick into that second wave of attack that we've heard Washington officials also warning about.
We appreciated all your great reporting from Odessa. Molly, while we have you, I want to ask, all this is coming after Russia said it was scaling back its military activities in and around Kyiv. Is that actually what's happening on the ground?
Absolutely not. And I think the headline here in the last two questions as well, as we talk about the situation on the ground, is that no one, not in Chernihiv, not in Kyiv, not in Odessa, is taking President Putin at his word. So we have seen a stepped-up attacks around Chernihiv and Kyiv, constant bombardments, according to reports from there. We have also seen President Putin not focus just on the Donbass, just on the east. We saw strikes at Mykolaiv in the last 2 days. That's in the center of the coast. And right now, this morning, there is an air raid siren in Odessa, which is just where we were. I think that city really bracing for impact, and whether or not President Putin actually shows up on their doorstep is really going to depend on what happens in Mariupol, Joe.
So much to keep an eye on. Molly, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, good morning. Good to have you with us. So in a phone call yesterday, Wednesday, President Biden told Ukrainian President Zelensky that the U.S. will send an additional $500 million in aid. What do we know about that money? And then tell us what else happened from that phone call.
Yeah, Savannah, this was a 55-minute phone call. We know from a tweet from President Zelensky that he offered President Biden directly an update on the status of the fight on the battlefield, but also the negotiations that are underway in Turkey, an important opportunity for the president to get a firsthand account of where those talks stand. And of course, we also know that President Zelensky is asking for more financial assistance and more military aid. Now, the White House, for its part, saying that the U.S. continues to give both sufficient and really significant military assistance in the form of anti-tank, anti-aircraft missile that they really think have been playing a big role in Ukraine's success on the battlefield. Also saying that this is the most significant effort on the part of any country in the world to provide this kind of assistance to Ukraine. Now, that $500 million is interesting. This is what they're calling direct budgetary aid. We know that Ukraine's economy has really cratered under this invasion from Russia, and they need help, frankly, just paying their bills. So this is another example of what the U.S. is doing. This is the 10th phone call between President Biden and President Zelensky just this calendar year, another sign of the close coordination these two sides have.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike, I want to ask you about something here at home. NBC News has learned that President Biden is said to be weighing a plan to release 1 million barrels of oil from this strategic petroleum reserve that we have for 6 months to help counter these astronomical gas prices that we're seeing because of the war in Ukraine. What can you tell us about this plan?
Yeah, this is where this global crisis intersects with our domestic politics here. Obviously, President Biden facing significant pressure to do more to lower the price of gas. The price of gas, according to AAA, up $1.35 from this point last year. And what the White House is considering here, releasing 1 million barrels a day over 180 days, would more than double what the president has already done in terms of the strategic petroleum reserve. He announced the U.S. was releasing 50 million barrels in November, another 30 million just in time for that State of the Union address at the beginning of the month. We're going to hear more from the president today at 1:30 when he speaks about what they've been calling Putin's gas price hike. Of course, the effort to shift the blame here, but also to speak frankly about what is driving the cost. We've already seen since the announcement or since the word potential of this announcement that global oil markets have suffered a little bit, down between 4% and 6%.
Mike, I now want to ask you before I let you go about something Joe was just talking about a second ago. That's according to a U.S. official. Intelligence shows that Putin's senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth about the war in Ukraine, how Russia's performing, and essentially lying about it. What's the White House saying about that?
Yeah, this is a significant tactic that we've seen the U.S. use over the course of this conflict. First, they were releasing intelligence, declassifying information about what they expected Russia to do on the battlefield. Most of that intel proved to be dead on accurate with what Russia did next. Now they're releasing this intel about what Putin isn't being told by his generals. The White House saying that there's evidence of significant tension between Putin and his generals because of the lack of information they're providing to him. It was interesting to hear Secretary of State Tony Blinken put this in familiar terms for how President Biden sees this. Let's take a listen.
One of the Achilles heels of autocracies is that you don't have people in those systems who speak truth to power or who have the ability to speak truth to power. And I think that is something that we're seeing in Russia.
Now, this is not just the U.S. that's declassifying this kind of intelligence. We heard from a British intelligence official who says that they're seeing low morale on the part of Russian troops, that they're refusing orders on the battlefield, and also that they've mistakenly shot down some of their own aircraft. So this is obviously an important tactic. But it was also notable what John Kirby, the Pentagon spokesperson, said yesterday, that this is concerning that this kind of breakdown is happening in communication, and it might lead to a different form of escalation from Putin as he learns more about what he's being not told from his generals.
Right. All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Colonel Chris Costa. He's the former Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism on the National Security Council. Good to have you with us, Colonel. Let's pick it up right there with what Savannah and Mike were just talking about, that recently declassified information which says that Putin is being misled by his inner circle. What do you make of that, and how does that impact the war?
Well, first, we shouldn't be surprised about that. First of all, it's the idea that Secretary of State Blinken just talked about, the idea of truth to power. Of course, in an autocracy, the principals, the advisors are very scared to give Putin the bad news of a poorly executed campaign, a poorly executed military campaign with significant casualties. So Putin isn't getting all of that feedback from the seniors that are going in to brief him on it. So I think it's well advised to continue, the West to continue to share some of that intelligence, to declassify it and get the word out. Moreover, I think people like Macron from France, when they're talking to Putin, they should convey to Putin that it's a campaign that is hopeless, and they should try to provide some of that information to him themselves. He needs to continue to hear it from different channels, because clearly he is not hearing it from his senior advisors.
Yeah, that might be one of the only ways he gets that kind of information. I want to ask you about a number from NATO. It says up to 40,000 Russian troops have either been killed, injured, captured, or gone missing. That's a big number, and that's just during the first month of the war. So do you think, is there a point for Putin when the losses are so great, he realizes the war is no longer sustainable?
I think possibly if there's internal stress, it's the moms, the mothers of those conscripts. I haven't heard a lot of people talking about the fact that it's the Lenten season. Orthodox Easter is coming, and this is powerful to the people of Russia, to the families of the conscripts, and this news needs to get out, because the Russian people, the mothers of those conscripts, are going to be terribly distressed. Those numbers sound inflated, but I have no way of corroborating or validating them. But clearly, there is a great deal of Russian casualties on the battlefield, as reported by the Ukrainians themselves in other sources.
Moms always have a powerful voice. Now, I want to ask you, during an address to the Australian Parliament, Ukrainian President Zelensky, he specifically warned about concern over the possible Russian use of nuclear weapons. How concerned should we be about that becoming a reality?
Well, we should always be concerned about the use of nuclear weapons, but at the same time, as horrific as it is, I'm not dramatically surprised. Throughout the Cold War, if there was a war in Europe, as an intelligence officer, we expected nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, to be used on the battlefield, as well as chemical weapons. So this is something I take in stride, and I take it in stride because we expected it. As I said, it is horrific, and it will be a game changer, since we haven't seen tactical nuclear weapons used for over 70 years. So it will be a game changer. globally. But at the same time, we have to prepare for that possible outcome.
Colonel Costa, good to have you with us this morning. Thank you so much. To the weather now. The cleanup is underway after a suspected tornado touchdown in Springdale on Wednesday. Several people were seriously injured as this strong storm ripped roofs off of homes and scattered debris across the town. That same system now making its way through Georgia and the Florida Panhandle.
Bill Cairns is with us with the latest on that storm and the rest of the weather across the country. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Well, good morning. There's some good news and some bad news. We've had a lot of damage. That's the bad news. The good news is we don't have any confirmed fatalities from this severe weather outbreak. And going into it, it looked like a very scary scenario starting yesterday. We have had reports of 24 tornadoes. So that does qualify as a tornado outbreak. Usually anything more than like 8 to 12 is considered an outbreak. And all the blue dots are high wind reports. So a lot of wind damage, even outside of those tornadoes from Texas all the way through Mississippi and now heading through the Florida Panhandle. We've got about roughly 250,000 people without power from this severe outbreak. And one of those storms, I believe we had a video for you from Big Branch, Louisiana. That was one of the ones overnight that we had some pictures come in from of suspected tornado damage. And as the sun comes up and the survey crews get out there, we'll have better information about these storms and if they were tornadoes or not. But this is the video, though, from Big Branch, Louisiana. The one that we showed you earlier from Arkansas, by the way, was an EF3 with 145 mile per hour winds. And we'll wait and see what other scenarios, what other surveys show you as the day goes on today. So what's left of it? We do still have some very strong storms near Panama City, Florida, with one tornado warning. This tornado watch goes until 2 p.m. And as far as today goes, it's not as dangerous. The atmosphere is not quite as much energy as yesterday, but we still have 57 million people included in the slight risk from New York City to southern portions of the Catskills, all the way down the East Coast to northern Florida. And the severe weather mode is going to be a little different. In the south, we're more concerned with isolated tornadoes and wind damage. This is what it's going to look like at 1 p.m. with the storms approaching Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, and Myrtle Beach. It looks like about mid-afternoon for the I-95 corridor there. And as far as the big cities go, up around Richmond, D.C., Philly, and New York, the biggest risk will be right around 4 to, it looks like, around 6 p.m., maybe 7 p.m. around New York City. So for the evening commute, a line of strong storms, gusty winds, possible small hail will go through, maybe an isolated tornado, but that tornado threat is fairly low. So by the time we get to about 8 to 9 p.m., it's just about over with everywhere, just a little bit of leftover rain from New York heading to Boston. So for today's forecast, as advertised, the severe weather is shifting to the East Coast. The cleanup begins in the Deep South. 75 and sunny today in New Orleans, a little breezy, but not bad weather for all the recovery efforts to get power back on for people. And we have had injuries. We don't want to be insensitive to those people that have to go through that. But the fact that we had a moderate risk of severe weather, 24 tornadoes and no fatalities, we did well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll take that. All right. Thank you, Bill.
A little bit of good news. Thank you.
Yep.
Now, the committee investigating last January's attack on Capitol Hill is set to question Jared Kushner today. Kushner agreed to speak to the committee voluntarily, and he now becomes the most senior member of Donald Trump's White House to testify in the investigation. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now for more on this. Ali, good morning. So, I mean, this feels pretty significant as we've seen so many people not cooperate, call on executive privilege, that his son-in-law will be testifying. Put that significance in context and then tell me what the committee is trying to find out specifically from Jared Kushner's testimony today.
Well, look, Savannah, from an optics perspective, this is a really big deal because Kushner was not only a longtime top aide in the White House, but he is, of course, also family to the former president. So optically, for the January 6th committee, it does look like the president's son-in-law coming forward voluntarily to talk to them and participate in this interview. That's significant. On the other hand, though, Jared Kushner wasn't in Washington when this was happening on January 6th. He had been overseas in Saudi Arabia, part of his foreign policy portfolio. So in terms of what tangible information he might have in terms of the behind the scenes of what was happening in the White House, it's a little unclear at this point what he could offer the committee. The interesting piece of this, though, is in getting a sense of those Ginny Thomas texts with Mark Meadows, we know from those text messages that she was sending Jared Kushner information about Sidney Powell and other of those fringe conservative lawyers, their legal theories about ways to overturn the election. That could be one of the ways that Jared Kushner could be helpful to the committee here. We know that they're investigating a wide range of things, both including what the former president was doing in those critical hours, but also the ways in which these opposition efforts and efforts to potentially overthrow the election results were coming together. So all of it's part and parcel. It's interesting to see what he might be able to tell them.
Absolutely. And to your point, interesting that a family member will be right there on the stand. Allie, now the Biden White House has weighed in again on the role executive privilege should play in the investigation. Let's first listen to what Communications Director Kate Bedingfield told reporters yesterday.
He's been quite clear that they posed a unique threat to our democracy and that the constitutional protections of executive privilege should not be used to shield from Congress or the public information about an attack on the Constitution itself. And so as a result, the White House has decided not to assert executive privilege over the testimony of Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump.
So what do you make of this stance by President Biden? And also that last little bit there, does this open the door at all for Ivanka Trump to be speaking with the committee next?
Yeah, well, first, what the White House is saying there tracks with everything that they've been saying all along. At each turn of this, when high-profile individuals in the Trump orbit have said they want to cite executive privilege for why they can't cooperate with the committee, the Biden White House and the White House counsel's office have been there with letters saying that they're not asserting executive privilege in this, and they are the White House that would assert executive privilege here. So that's one of the key pieces, and it does officially clear the way for these former White House officials to speak with the January 6th committee. It's kind of a formality, and it's not entirely unexpected. This is the way the Biden White House has been handling these sorts of inquiries. On the Ivanka Trump piece of this, it was months ago now that her voluntary request to appear went out. It was lengthy. You remember there were multiple prongs and things outlined that the committee wanted to talk to her about, including conversations that she might have had with then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, potentially even Mike Pence, certainly with her father, the president. All of that is important to the committee. At this point, though, it's sort of a tea leaf reading, and we'll have to see what comes out of today's meeting on whether or not Jared is some kind of a precursor or potentially something else to getting Ivanka Trump with the committee as well.
So, Allie, we have Kushner's testimony today. Then we also just had this new information this week about those missing phone logs, those 7 hours of when the insurrection was actually happening. You brought up just a moment ago Ginny Thomas's text to Mark Meadows. You know, I think it's important to keep in context here. This is something we've been talking about a lot. It feels like it's been going on for a long time. It's had these starts and stops as people cooperate or not cooperate. But this is an investigation looking for answers. Do all these developments put the committee any closer to finishing this? Or does this ultimately just raise more questions, more people that would need to be talked to? Where are we at with this?
Yeah, you know what? It's so funny that you say this because this is the question I've been asking myself and, frankly, members of the committee all week. At what point, and as journalists, I think we also get this, right? When you're attacking a story and you're asking questions and it leads you to more people, at what point do you put the pen down? And that's the question that this committee has been grappling with over the course of the last few months. You'll remember, when we were at the end of the calendar year last year, the big conversation was around this will be the phase of public hearings in 2022. They'll start in February. We'll start building a narrative. That's what the committee's goal was. That has been pushed back. We're at the end of March now. Chairman Thompson has said he wants to finish the deposition phase of this by the end of this month, and that would put hearings, public hearings, in May. He reiterated that to me yesterday as he was leaving votes, but at the same time, we've seen that sliding, and there has been just so much information that comes out. You sort of have to wonder if they're not going to be able to just push ahead with public hearings while also still fact gathering, but that's kind of still up in the air.
Allie Vitale, important context there. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Coming up, online and on alert, the new warning from the White House about the threat of cyber warfare as the war in Ukraine rages on.
And they're some of the war's youngest and most vulnerable victims. More on how the violence is impacting millions of children. That's up next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Worries about cyber warfare are growing after last year's ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline and now with the war in Ukraine. The Biden administration is warning U.S. companies to be on high alert. So how prepared are we for this potential threat? NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward looks at a program that teaches hackers to be on the lookout.
Okay. At first glance, you might think these students playing with miniature models are innocent hobbyists, but they're not.
We've been attacking and protecting cargo ships, hospitals, chemical tanks, pumps, all sorts of industrial control systems.
This is a hackathon arranged by the National Security Agency with help from a cybersecurity nonprofit that trains students to head off cyber attacks on industrial facilities.
Maritime cybersecurity, it impacts the supply chain. A great percentage of our ecosystem and our economic power comes from export and import.
Hackers under the watchful eye of intelligence officials show that a bit of code can disrupt all of that. In this case, attacking the same systems that steer and propel full-sized shipping vessels.
We are attacking a real system that could be used in a real ship. It's just a fake ship here. But if we were attacking a real system, we could have really done some damage to the ship and to the cargo on that ship and the economy of the country who owns the ship.
Around the world, the best and brightest are usually recruited into military and government roles. But the U.S. is a decentralized place.
80% of what is operated as critical infrastructure in the United States is privately owned. So the government can't do this job. We have to have partnerships.
President Biden is now calling for the public and private sector to shore up its cyber defenses. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency just gathered U.S. companies to ask that they be on high alert and share any signs of attack. Meanwhile, these students are learning to think like someone who wants to cripple a port or poison a city.
Everything has computers attached, and it's only a matter of which adversary is willing to go how far to try and damage either physically or economically the nation. And we have to have experts who can prevent that.
Jake Ward, NBC News, Fort Lauderdale.
Fascinating look there. Now we're getting a closer look at the emotional toll the war in Ukraine is having on some of its most vulnerable victims, children. Here's NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman with more.
It's a long and uncertain road ahead for more than 2 million Ukrainian refugees who have arrived in Poland. For many with special needs, that road led them here. Just weeks ago, this building was set to be demolished. Now it's Poland's only refugee center specializing in mental health, caring for those traumatized by war.
Guy from the city asked us, come here and see the building. And 2 hours later, we received the message that here will be a refuge center.
2 hours later?
Yeah, and 6 hours later, we received first guests.
At first, they barely had beds and just one shower for every 100 people. Then donations started pouring in from Polish citizens: cribs, diapers, food, clothes. Within weeks, the center filled up with 400 refugees, half of them children. On the top floor, we find the nursery. Some of the babies here were born in Poland after their pregnant mothers fled the war. So they're starting their lives as refugees in another country, and they don't know what will happen next.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. Parents are afraid. They are terrifying because they have new babies, they have newborns, and they had to do something to make them future.
Lyudmila Kuzina is from Kyiv. She came with her granddaughter, Maria, only 7 months old. What is it like to be raising your grandchild here in this center? She says, compared to what's happening in Ukraine, it's normal. Here, at least, we sleep peacefully. That means a lot now. Nothing will fall on your head in this center, any rockets or bombs. But home was better. They don't call them refugees here, they call them guests, and they're trying to provide some sense of stability for these kids and their families for however long they're here. When the center opened in early March, there were no plans to offer special care for trauma.
But after the 3 weeks, when we are receiving the next guest, they are running from the war. They are afraid, they have nightmares, they have problems with sleep.
Now a team of 400 volunteers has stepped up. Psychologists, social workers, doctors. Some of them refugees themselves from Ukraine and Russia. What percentage of the guests here would you say are dealing with trauma right now?
We don't know it, because if we were talking about PTSD, we never know when the symptoms will start.
And many refugees arrived dealing with longer-term issues, like schizophrenia and autism. It must be an overwhelming challenge.
This is a challenge, but I don't know how to say. It's life.
In the hallway, we find 2 girls playing by themselves, ages 10 and 11. What are your names?
Як вас звати? My name is Diana. My name is Sonia.
Diana and Sonia didn't know each other back in Ukraine. But now, Diana says, they're almost like sisters. She says, I'm sorry that such an event happened in our country. I like it here, but home is still better.
Very powerful report there. Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that.
It's been more than a month since Russia invaded Ukraine, and the impacts are being felt around the world.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more on that. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, Russia's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov arrives in New Delhi for a 2-day trip today. Now, India has so far not openly condemned the war in Ukraine, and neither it has backed international sanctions. On the contrary, it has become one of the biggest importers of Russian commodities, including crude oil and coal, since the start of the war. And after Volodymyr Zelensky publicly criticized Hungary's stance on the war in Ukraine, Hungary's foreign minister has now accused the Ukrainian government to interfere in the upcoming elections. Hungary has so far refused to send weapons to Ukraine and allow the transfer across its borders. Zelensky recently called Hungary's leader, Viktor Orban, to decide who he stands with, the Western allies or Russia. And a Ukrainian cat that fled the war has gone viral, or rather feral. Stepan the cat was forced to leave his home in Kharkiv with his 13-year-old owner, Anna, who described their treacherous journey to France on social media. Now, the cat's Instagram account has now 1.2 million followers, and it has even helped to raise $10,000 to help other animals who were affected by the war, guys.
All right, good for that cat. Looks thrilled, by the way, just positively overjoyed.
Good, though, that he raised that money.
Yeah,
thanks, Claudio. All right, a controversial COVID-era border restriction being lifted. When we come back, we're on the end of Title 42 and why some worry it could cause problems at the U.S.-Mexico border.
Plus, put to the test, one university is bringing back SAT and SAT requirements after dropping them earlier in the pandemic. What it could mean for other schools. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One day after federal health officials signed off on a second COVID booster shot for certain individuals, President Biden rolled up his sleeve for his dose. The president got the shot from a member of the White House medical unit yesterday, following his remarks on the status of the country's pandemic response. In his speech, he urged Congress to provide billions of dollars more in COVID funding as public health experts predict the U.S. could be on track to see another wave of COVID infections. The new CDC guidance allows people 50 and older and those with underlying health conditions to get another booster.
It may soon be easier for immigrants to cross the border from Mexico into the U.S. The Biden administration is planning to lift Title 42. It's a restriction that has been in place since the spring of 2020 to stop the spread of COVID by preventing immigrants from crossing the border to claim asylum. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley has been following these developments and joins us now. Julia, good to see you. First of all, just explain to us what is Title 42 and then what happens when it's lifted in May.
Well, it's good to see you both. And Title 42 is a public health order. It's been used by the CDC since March of 2020 to try to stop immigration across the southern border. And the purpose is stopping the spread of COVID. But in lawsuits, it's really become quite clear that CDC doesn't really have as much of a leg to stand on as these restrictions have started to lift across the country. Instead, what we heard internally is it really became a tool from DHS to try to keep the numbers at the border down. Now, they did say that it was up to CDC to lift, but just yesterday we heard that CDC has said, look, we think it's time to lift it. So DHS is now planning to lift Title 42 by May 23rd. What that means is that for 170,000 migrants who have been camped in Mexico waiting to come in, they could now come in. I've also heard there's a fear that this could spur other migrants to make the journey.
So federal officials and governors have been warning about the possible surge. I mean, how are federal officials addressing some of the concerns they have?
Well, I was down at the border last summer when the numbers were some of the highest they'd ever seen. They said if Title 42 lifted, they felt that they would be overwhelmed. But right now, DHS is laying out a strategy over these next 7 weeks to try to surge resources to the border. Another thing they're going to try to do is try to have people have their asylum cases adjudicated right when they cross by asylum officers, rather than having to go into detention and wait for sometimes years to have an immigration judge make a decision of their case. They want to speed up the process and allow those who do have legitimate asylum claims to be able to get that answer faster.
And Julia, immigration advocates have been saying the lifting of Title 42 is long overdue. What is their argument? What are they saying? And what do they want to see in May when more people are able to cross the border?
Well, their arguments were pretty airtight when you look at the fact that the Biden administration lifted Title 42 for unaccompanied children. They, by and large, have lifted it for Ukrainians now. So it's very hard for them to say, look, it's in the public health interest that those people can come in, but families from Central America, for example, cannot. There really wasn't much of a public health argument to be made. So they say this is long overdue, that it is an international right for asylum seekers to be able to come into this country and claim asylum, and that anything to stop that really was disingenuous, is basically what they had said, and they had argued that many times in court. They would say these people should be let in tomorrow, but instead they're waiting till May 23rd, and I did hear that many of them were very excited by this news and are going to start to prepare clients as they make their way across the border.
Julia Ainsley, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, a lot of colleges and universities dropped their SAT and ACT requirements during the pandemic. But now, as we start seeing some signs of normalcy, one of America's top schools is making them a requirement again. That's the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. They made the announcement this week. So will other universities now follow? That's the big question. NBC News reporter Daniela Silva joins me now. Daniela, good morning. So tell us first why MIT is bringing back this requirement. What reason did they give?
Good morning. So MIT has said it's reinstating the test score requirement in an effort to, quote, be transparent and equitable in their expectations. The university said its concern is that without, quote, the compelling clarity of a requirement, some well-prepared applicants won't take the test and that they won't have enough information to be confident in the students' academic readiness when they apply to MIT.
Now, I know you spoke with an educational expert who said he expects that some other colleges and universities will follow MIT's lead on this. Should people going there in a few years expect to take these tests, or just as high school juniors and seniors right now look to college in the next couple of years, is this kind of back to status quo? Is that what you see coming?
Right. So one expert told me that some universities could follow MIT's lead. MIT first suspended its requirement because of concerns about student access to the SAT and SAT tests earlier in the pandemic. And although colleges and universities have increasingly dropped their requirement for such test scores, other private universities like MIT that have highly technical curriculum could follow as well.
Now, Daniela, critics of standardized tests have said for a long time now that they give richer students an advantage, students who are able to have those tutors and do those classes before, all that type of stuff, and then they put minority and low-income students at a disadvantage. And that was part of what some universities pointed to. It wasn't just the pandemic. Some said, hey, also, we think we should reevaluate this in general. Obviously, we've seen a big shift here with the SAT going digital. What are some of the major schools doing instead to pick the best students if they're going to stick by that reasoning that, hey, this is kind of unfair?
Right. So more than 1,800 accredited colleges and universities that grant bachelor's degrees won't require students applying for fall 2022 to submit test scores. That's according to a nonprofit group that tracks this and often opposes standardized testing. Like I mentioned, schools have increasingly opted for test optional policies, which allow students to decide if they will submit their test scores. Other schools, including some colleges at Cornell University, are test blind, meaning they do not consider these scores at all. Schools instead look at grades, coursework, extracurricular activities, and other factors.
And Daniela, how do you think the fact that the ACT is going digital and sort of changing their whole format is going to impact all this and potentially impact that sort of disparity that we were just talking about?
Right. So you have two things going on here. You have the fact that some schools were reluctant to sort of drop these requirements until they had access with the SAT, ACT. But then you have this general movement towards acknowledging The belief that these types of test scores really disadvantage certain kinds of students, that dropping these requirements will lead to a more diverse applicant pool. So you have sort of those two factors that are going to be pulling at each other in the years to come.
Not to mention the stress that these tests bring on. I certainly remember that as a student. Daniela, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gun ownership surged during the pandemic, but with higher sales came more accidents. Now, one company is trying to bring what it calls a smart gun to the market. It's designed to only allow an authorized user to fire it. NBC national security correspondent Ken Delanian has that story.
A young life snuffed out in seconds. 15-year-old Ethan Song died after accidentally shooting himself with a neighbor's handgun, stored in a closet shoebox. His shattered parents never had a chance to say goodbye.
I wanted to go in and sit with him and first of all apologize, because I really felt like I let him down. I felt like my job was to protect my child, and I didn't do that.
And we didn't get that chance at all. The doctor said, it's too grotesque. You can't go in there.
This weapon is designed to prevent such tragedies.
So we did okay.
Ginger Chandler is the Chief Technology Officer at Lodestar Works, one of a few firms developing a so-called smart gun.
We have 3 methods. We use biometric. There's a pin pad on the front of the firearm, and then the Bluetooth technology.
It's Bluetooth, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it just connects, and it's a bonded connection with your phone, and it gives you a way to unlock and lock.
Gareth Glazer is Lodestar's CEO.
You don't have to think about whether you put your gun in the safe. The safe is in the gun, and that's our technology.
Companies have been promising smart guns for years, but it turns out the technology that works on our phones doesn't work as well on guns. But Lodestar says it will be ready.
So when I hear people say, I don't trust technology, I say, well, would you take a horse and buggy to work today? No, you drove a car, which is full of technology. That's one answer, is that technology, although it's not perfect, is pretty darn reliable.
Lodestar is one of at least 2 companies trying to bring a smart gun to market after years of unsuccessful attempts. When Smith & Wesson floated the idea in the 1990s as part of a legal settlement, a boycott by gun rights groups nearly took down the company. A German firm tried again a few years ago, but a hacker showed how the gun could easily be unlocked with magnets.
First, the technology isn't there yet.
Larry Keene is the top lobbyist for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. He says his group is not opposed to smart guns, but is dubious that they are workable.
If the battery fails and you cannot use the firearm in a time of need, someone's breaking into your house to commit rape, murder, whatever, that's a bad outcome if you have that firearm for self-protection.
Lodestar's gun can be set to fire if the battery fails. The company acknowledges its tech is not quite ready for market, but says it's close. Lodestar says its smart gun would cost around $900 compared to a typical $600 handgun. But polls show many gun owners might be willing to pay a premium for more safety.
We're proving that it works. You have a right and a responsibility to control your firearms, and you have a right to your firearm, but nobody else has a right to your firearm. And misuse of firearms is the major cause of what's going on right now in terms of gun deaths, whether they're stolen, illegally obtained, or misused even by accident.
When Ethan Song's parents heard about the smart gun, they had a haunting thought.
I was like, oh my God, that would have saved Ethan's life.
My understanding of a smart gun is it knows the owner's fingerprint, and Ethan would not have had that fingerprint. That gun would have simply frozen his hand, and that would have been an amazing moment.
It didn't happen for their son, but they hope it can happen for some other child.
Our thanks to Ken Delanian for that report.
Yeah, wow. And coming up on Morning News Now, sold-out show. Comedian Chris Rock back on stage just days after that now infamous slap at the Oscars. What he said about the incident, plus new details from the Academy about what happened that night.
And bonded by tragedy, 2 men who met at a concentration camp during World War II back together after nearly 80 years. How they say fate led to that reunion, next on Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Academy, the group that puts on the Oscars, has started disciplinary procedures against Will Smith after he slapped Chris Rock Sunday. The Academy's board says Smith's behavior violated its standards of conduct, revealing that Smith was asked to leave the ceremony but refused. This as Chris Rock took the stage last night in Boston. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer was there. He joins us now from Boston with more. Miguel, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We were able to see that sold-out show inside the theater behind me. Security was tight. No one was allowed to use their cell phone, and reporters were told that we couldn't even take notes. But the show was still memorable. Chris Rock did briefly address that slap between him and Will Smith, and the crowd loved every minute of what he had to say.
Coming out to a double standing ovation, Chris Rock broke his silence, addressing the elephant in the room right off the bat.
Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight?
In an audio recording released by Variety, Rock said he wasn't yet ready to wade into the controversy.
So you came to hear that? I had like a whole show I wrote before this weekend, and I'm still kind of processing what happened.
Cheered on loudly by adoring fans, the warm welcome signaled a triumphant return. Rock emotional, saying his eyes were misty, though he was briefly interrupted by someone in the crowd, most of the audience thrilled to see Rock bouncing back.
I just want to see how a comedian would handle his first set after an incident like that.
Now in the aftermath of the ugly incident, a new bombshell. The Academy says Will Smith was asked to leave Sunday's award show, but refused. Oscar co-host Wanda Sykes telling Ellen she still feels traumatized by what happened, and the Academy allowing Smith to stay.
You assault somebody, you get escorted out the building, and that's it, you know. But for them to let him continue, I thought it was gross.
Ellen, also a former host, agreeing.
You don't let someone do something like that and get away with it and be rewarded.
As Rock was taking the stage in Boston, more Hollywood drama was unfolding in Los Angeles, where the Academy's Board of Governors initiated disciplinary procedures against Will Smith for inappropriate physical conduct, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
The board also apologizing to Chris Rock and adding, "Thank you for your resilience in that moment." But this morning, Rock is still not sharing details, but promising he will.
Back to Will Smith. He has about 2 weeks to submit a disciplinary proceeding response. He'll have to write about that incident to the Academy to see what the Academy decides to do in terms of disciplinary action. Meantime, Chris Rock has more sold-out shows here in Boston tonight, Joe.
So, Miguel, I mean, you were in the theater. I know you couldn't take notes, but what did it feel like in there?
Well, Joe, I got to tell you, the muffled audio that was leaked by Variety really didn't capture kind of the ambience and the love that Chris Rock got inside that theater. There was overwhelming support for him. He had 2 standing ovations. He almost seemed embarrassed by how long those standing ovations lasted. Again, he didn't talk in depth about that slap, but he did certainly kind of address the elephant in the room, and the crowd really loved everything he had to say about it, Joe.
Right, Miguel Almaguer with more on the hottest ticket in town. Miguel, thanks so much.
Now it's time for this week's Climate Control, and today we're looking at the relationship between rising temperatures and deadly tornadoes, which we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, plus a new project is keeping disposable diapers out of landfills by turning them into highways. Very interesting. We'll get to that in a moment. NBC News meteorologist Bill Karen is back with us. That's a tease for you. I do want to start, though, with the tornadoes. I mean, we've been talking with you all week about them sweeping across the South, wreaking havoc just overnight. What effect is climate change having here?
Yeah, and this is what we get, guys, when we have any big weather events now, from hurricanes to mega droughts to fires. People want to know almost instantly, what is the climate connection? And because we're warming our planet, did we make this event worse than it should be? So we made this graph. We want to just show you the confidence level we have in different weather events versus our understanding of them. And if you look at the little circles on this map, the top right would be the most confidence. That's the most influence that is understood from our warming planet. And that's usually the bigger events like the extreme cold and the extreme heat. And then if you go all the way to the bottom, the ones that we don't have the most understanding of how much the influence is severe convective storms. That would be the tornadoes. That would be your damaging wind and damaging hail events. And the reason scientists don't have a great understanding of the influence and connection is because they're so small. Tornadoes are very tiny, often less than a mile wide, usually even about a quarter of a mile wide. And tornadoes are mostly a U.S. thing. We have many more tornadoes than almost anywhere else in the world, and only about 10% of thunderstorms even produce tornadoes. So a warmer planet, more thunderstorms, yes, but we also need more wind shear, and with a warmer, humid planet, we're not so sure we're going to get that. But one thing we do know, guys, in this one is that Tornado Alley has been shifting. We do think this is related to climate change. We all grew up thinking and hearing Tornado Alley was Texas to Oklahoma to Kansas, but in the last 50 years, we've seen an upward trend in tornadoes in the South, just like we did in the last 2 weeks, yesterday, and also the outbreak last week, and a downward trend in areas of Texas and Oklahoma. So, maybe Tornado Alley is now Southeast Alley, a disturbing trend for those people that live in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Bill, let's now turn to a new study. It's about the Gulf of Maine, and that's where we get a lot of our lobsters and a lot of our other seafood. New data shows that temperature is rising in the Gulf. It's reaching record levels. I actually went lobster fishing in Maine last year with Luke of Luke's Lobster for a story, and they told me how hard the last few years have been. Tell us about the impact this is having.
Yeah, I lived in Maine for 3 years and knew a lot of the lobster fishermen and the fishermen on the coast, and this is a huge concern for them. So they're actually calling this an ocean heat wave. I've never heard of that before. You heard of heat waves, obviously, in the summertime and everywhere else around here, but they're actually saying the Gulf of Maine had an ocean heat wave last year, and it was 3 to 4 degrees warmer than average, and that's very unusual. The rate of warming is 3 times the world's other oceans, and the Gulf of Maine, right off our coast here, is warming faster than 99% of the world's ocean. So it's like incredibly warmer than almost everywhere else. You can see it, that little box there with the hashtags. And fishermen are already noticing the changes. They've said southern New England especially, the lobster populations have dropped, the shrimp populations have depleted, and now the fishermen are catching stuff in the Gulf of Maine that they haven't caught before. They're starting to see southern fish like the black bass and also the Chesapeake blue crabs and squid even. So yeah, changes have been significant. It's not just, we always say the Arctic is changing the fastest, but now we're seeing it in the Gulf of Maine.
All right, Bill, we have very, very little time here, but I have to ask you about the diapers. What's going on here with those?
Okay, so they're calling this the diaper highway. Plain and simple, you're putting your diapers at the side of the road in Wales. They're collecting your used, dirty diapers. Wow. They're cleaning them, turning them to pellets. They're mixing them with asphalt. They're mushing them down, and they're making highways. Open up your window and enjoy the smells of the open road.
All right, that was a fantastic summary there. All right.
You had to make it turn something good gross. Bill, that's awesome. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bill. All right, finally this hour, it's a story of survival and a reunion nearly 8 decades in the making.
Yeah, 2 Holocaust survivors who were at the same concentration camp during World War II reconnected 79 years later. Both of them had no idea whether or not the other had survived. Ari Odzer of our Miami affiliate WTVJ has their story.
That's how I look.
Jack Waxall then and now. He's 97, lives in Bal Harbor, and he has seen more than you can imagine. But Sam Ron can more than imagine it. He lived it too, alongside Jack in the Pionki forced labor camp.
It is a miracle how we survived. It's no question about it.
That's correct. That's the biggest miracle, because it does not happen every day,
Jack escaped the camp and survived 6 months in the forest in winter. American liberators saved Sam from a Nazi death march. The 2 men lost touch for 79 years until last Sunday night, when Jack recognized Sam at a benefit dinner for the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum.
Hey, I find my brother over some 70 years.
He jumped off the seat and came running over to my seat and said, "You're my brother." He said, I was very, very, very emotional. I'm normally not a very emotional guy.
They spent countless back-breaking hours unloading coal from train cars side by side for over a year.
I'm so glad that I got somebody, but he was in my camp, in working with me together every day. It was so hard.
The 2 men got revenge on Hitler by living long, successful lives filled with children and grandchildren.
This is a great country. I made a lot of money here,
They both ended up in Ohio and now South Florida, like they were destined to meet again. They're eager to keep the survivors' flame alive by telling their stories. Sam has a message tailored to young people.
I try to teach them not to hate, and to have a lot of hope and believe in yourself. This is how I did. This is how I survived, because I believed in myself.
Oh, my goodness. What an amazing story. Thank you to Ari Odzer of our Miami affiliate for that report.
I want to hang out with those 2 guys. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, not backing down. Moscow's promises of de-escalation in Ukraine have, it seems, already been broken. As shellings continue across the country, officials say a school and oil depot in the besieged nation's eastern region have been set on fire by Russian munitions. And forces surrounding the capital of Kyiv are reportedly holding their positions despite a limited withdrawal. Meanwhile, President Biden, in a call with Ukraine's President Zelensky, pledged an additional $500 million in aid. Comes as Zelensky warns his nation of a renewed threat from Russia targeting the eastern Donbass region. We've got team coverage this morning from Washington to Kharkiv. Plus, bringing a little piece of home to the children of war. Also this morning, yes, man, Vladimir Putin being misled by his own top advisors on Ukraine, Russia's economy, and beyond. U.S. officials seem to think so. We're going to dig into new intelligence that puts Putin at odds with his senior military brass. Bracing for impact, millions of Americans are waking up this morning to the looming threat of severe weather. Monstrous storm system is barreling across the South and Midwest, heading toward the Atlantic coast. Blistering winds, pelting rain, leaving hundreds of thousands without power as the sun rises. Our Bill Cairns has the front's latest path. And pressing pause. He's one of America's most recognizable actors of the modern era, someone who's captivated audiences in big screen blockbusters and direct-to-DVD projects alike. Now Bruce Willis is taking a step back from his decades-long acting career to focus on his health. We're going to have more on his condition later in this hour. Heartfelt message from his family posted yesterday that's getting a lot of response from people.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of questions about that health condition. So we'll dive into that, too.
Yeah, we're going to have a doctor with us to answer some of those questions. We begin this hour in Ukraine, where there are fresh attempts to get people out of the devastated city of Mariupol.
Yeah, those humanitarian efforts are taking on even greater urgency this morning after President Zelensky warned that Russia could launch a new wave of attacks on the eastern part of the country as it refocuses on the Donbas region. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in the east and reports from the city of Kharkiv.
Savannah, Joe, U.S. and now British intelligence officials say that Russian generals may not be giving Vladimir Putin an accurate picture of what's happening here in Ukraine. As overnight, Ukraine's President Zelensky says that Russia is planning a new offensive out here in the east, far from scaling back its attacks as Russia promised, but that Ukrainian forces are ready for it.
On the outskirts of Kharkiv, we followed Ukrainian troops to see what U.S. and British intelligence say Russian generals are too afraid to show their president. That the Russian military is losing ground and taking heavy losses.
This was a Russian camp, and you can see they had all of their weapons here, dugout positions, and they were bombed. There's still some bodies in this area, and they left a lot of their equipment behind after what appears to have been a devastating attack on their position. There's nothing left.
It seems these Russian troops never knew what hit them. Their uniforms were scattered everywhere, along with weapons and ammunition. Ukrainian soldiers helped themselves. Knocking out this position allowed Ukrainian forces to advance and take back the nearby village of Malorohan, where the Babkov family was enjoying their new freedom on the first day after Russian soldiers were kicked out. The bombings were horrible. The airstrikes were the worst, says Nadia. They took us to see where they'd been hiding. No electricity or lights.
All right, I have a flashlight on my phone. Let's see if we can.
They lived down in this tiny cellar for 27 days next to potatoes and pickles.
Do you think the worst is over?
I hope our soldiers tame this beast. The Russian president is deranged, says Leonid. Leonid's granddaughter, Alisa, spent her time drawing on the walls. Images of happier times. It was my therapy to keep calm, she says. Wise words from a girl who just turned 8. Now she's drawing with her chalk outside. Down the road, 88-year-old Praskovia was sitting by herself, disoriented and frightened. I'm so afraid. My whole body is shaking, she says. At night, I cover myself in a blanket and I shake. Mostly, she wanted comfort. Praskovia lived through World War II and says she doesn't have the strength to go through it all again.
Praskovia was overwhelmed by all that she's been through. She's also extremely lonely. She was all alone in that house. She hasn't been in touch with her son or grandson for a long time. She said she misses them deeply, so I became something of a stand-in for them. She, like many Ukrainians, is in a state of shock. But she does seem to be doing a little bit better now, and she has received some humanitarian aid, including food. Savannah, Joe?
Oh, so heartbreaking. Richard Engel, thank you so much.
As Richard mentioned, the White House says new intelligence suggests that Putin is being misinformed by his own advisors about the war in Ukraine, as well as the economic impact of those crippling sanctions on the Russian economy. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now. And Peter, the White House could also be taking aim at those high gas prices.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. On average, Americans right now are paying $4.22 per gallon for gas. You don't need me to remind you of that. $1.35 more than it was just a year ago, which is why President Biden is expected to roll out a new effort today to combat those rising prices. And as Russia's military losses mount on the ground there in Ukraine, U.S. officials are sharing declassified intelligence, first reported by NBC News, about how Vladimir Putin's own advisors are shielding him from how badly the invasion is actually going. This morning, President Biden looking to limit the impact of the war in Ukraine on Americans. A source familiar with the matter telling NBC News the White House is considering releasing 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for up to 6 months, hoping to ease the spike in gas prices now hitting Americans. An announcement could come as early as today. And on the intelligence front, the question this morning, is Vladimir Putin being kept in the dark by his own advisors? U.S. officials say so, one telling NBC News Putin's senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth.
We believe that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing.
With the White House saying the intelligence underscores what it calls Russia's strategic blunder. The U.S. also believes Putin is being misled about how the Russian economy is being crippled by sanctions. The Secretary of State offering this assessment.
One of the Achilles heels of autocracies is that you don't have people in those systems who speak truth to power or who have the ability to speak truth to power.
With estimates that as many as 15,000 Russian troops have been killed and reports of low morale among those still in Ukraine, U.S. officials say they have information that Putin felt misled by the Russian military. Adding there is now persistent tension between Putin and senior Russian military officials stemming from Putin's mistrust in their leadership. The Pentagon warning it could lead to a potential escalation by Russia.
When he actually begins to realize how badly his military is doing in Ukraine, you don't know what kind of reaction that's going to cause in him.
Also on Tuesday, President Biden spending more than an hour on the phone with President Zelensky, receiving an update on Ukraine's peace talks with Russia and announcing the U.S.'s plan to provide Ukraine with $500 million in direct aid. As for that new intelligence, by sharing its findings, the U.S. hopes it may undermine Russia's strategy. It is the latest salvo in an information war between Washington and Moscow. And about the war on the ground, during their call yesterday, President Biden and President Zelensky also discussed the U.S. and its allies' continued efforts to identify additional capabilities to help the Ukrainian military defend its country. Joe and Savannah.
Peter, thanks so much. Let's get more on the situation in Ukraine with Michael O'Hanlon. He's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. Michael, good to have you with us. Let's start off with those reports from the White House about President Putin being misled by his advisors. I want to play some sound from the UK's cybersecurity chief, who appears to be echoing those claims.
It increasingly looks like Putin has massively misjudged the situation. We've seen Russian soldiers, short of weapons and morale, refusing to carry out orders, sabotaging their own equipment, and even accidentally shooting down their own aircraft. And even though we believe Putin's advisors are afraid to tell him the truth, what's going on and the extent of these misjudgments must be crystal clear to the regime.
So, Michael, what do you make of these allegations by the U.S. and the U.K., and what's the impact of this kind of misinformation to Putin?
Yeah.
Hi, Joe and Savannah. You know, I take this with a little bit of a grain of salt. It is striking that the information flow seems to be compromised. You would think that they would at least want to share information that required a change in strategy to make their own prospects for mitigated or partial success better. I'm not sure Putin's really in the dark. You know, he realizes the war is still going on. He realizes he hasn't found Zelensky. He knows that he doesn't control Kiev or other major cities for the most part. I don't know that information flow could really be so compromised as to deny him that. I don't think he's living in a complete artificial make-believe land. But I do believe the possibility that the actual casualty figures, the attrition levels, the specifics on losing some territory that had previously been gained, some of that kind of information may in fact be reaching him imperfectly, perhaps because of the fear of his advisors, as your report so noted.
Absolutely. Now, Michael, we've heard Russia announce it was scaling back its military operations in and around the capital of Kyiv, saying then it was going to focus on the eastern Donbas region. Now, on its face, any type of de-escalation, could sound good, but I mean, this is not good news for the eastern part of the country that has already taken such hard hits. They're bracing now for these new attacks. According to President Zelensky, do you think we're entering a new phase in this war now? I mean, how do you see this Russian focus on the east playing out, and what's your greatest concerns?
Well, Savannah, I guess I share your skepticism. I think it's always possible that Putin's looking to fool people and then try again at Kyiv, or either regroup his forces or try some different tactics, some kind of a special forces raid to try to get Zelensky if they think they can pinpoint his location, maybe try to cripple the regime or topple it from the top. I'm not sure that would work, but they may be trying something or thinking something like that. But also my guess is that if they have fallen back on a more modest strategy, it's not going to be just to take Donbass. It's going to be to try to establish a land bridge all the way from Russia through Donbass, through that city of Mariupol that's, of course, been so tragically hit, and then all the way over to Crimea, which means they need more time to fight. And they probably can concentrate enough force in that region to at least think they have a chance of establishing that land corridor. So even though I do think there's a possibility of the peace talks succeeding, my guess is it may not be for a little while, and Russia may want to be in a position to just sort of sit on a land corridor that connects all the way over to Crimea before it's really willing to stand down.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, let's talk more about the diplomatic effort. I mean, there appears to be some positive signals, a little progress coming out of the peace talks on Tuesday. We understand they're going to continue online tomorrow. Do you think, I guess two questions here, would Russia accept Ukraine's proposal to stay neutral with its security guaranteed by NATO countries like the U.S. and Britain? And on the flip side, do you think Ukraine would compromise on its territory in any way in areas like Donbass and Crimea?
On the first question, I'm not sure we're going to give true guarantees. I mean, that's sort of been what the war is about, the idea that someday Ukraine might be in NATO. We never quite decided we wanted them in NATO. We said someday they maybe will be, or someday they will be, but we didn't really have a schedule or an interim security guarantee. So in a way, we'd be now promising something that we weren't previously willing to promise under President Bush, President Obama, or President Trump, or for that matter, Biden himself in his first year in office. So I think that's a stretch to think that we would come to Ukraine's military defense with our own American armed forces. So President Zelensky understandably would like that. I don't think he's going to get that. I think he's going to have to settle for more modest steps to promote his security. For example, we could have a large UN peacekeeping mission deployed. Maybe Putin could tolerate that, even if he doesn't like it. He could maybe tolerate that. What he's not going to tolerate is any kind of military alliance or quasi-alliance with the very Western world that he was so adamantly opposed to Ukraine joining before this war began. On the territorial issue, I think that's going to be maybe the hardest piece, because I really can't see Zelensky conceding cities that he's and his forces have been fighting so hard to try to retain at such horrible loss. So I think that might be the hardest nut to crack. You might need some kind of guaranteed access or some kind of international supervision, but not really giving all that land to Russia.
All right, Mike O'Hanlon, really, really fascinating analysis there. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Now, the United Nations is now saying more than 2 million children have fled Ukraine and are in urgent need of an education, of safety, of support. Well, now there's a new grassroots efforts aimed at doing just that by sending books from Ukraine to those children in need. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff is with us now from Lviv with more. Hey, Jacob, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. The owner of this bookstore wants people around the world to give Ukrainian refugees and their children what she calls a piece of home during this horrific war. And she wants to do that by sending books from these shelves to shelters.
Russian missiles striking Lviv Saturday.
Down below our vantage point here, that's a fuel depot.
A city shaken. But this week, life continued, including for Mariana Savka, back at work as editor-in-chief of one of Ukraine's largest publishers.
So these are the books that you publish?
Yes. Back at work, but not back to normal. What's it been like for you to have to close some of your stores around the country?
I'm not happy that they closed, but I know that it can be dangerous for our employees.
Now, Mariana and her colleagues have started collecting humanitarian aid. This van filled with essentials bound for Kharkiv. But it's literature she feels can help heal the most, which is why she and her publishing house, Old Lion, launched a fundraising effort.
And people are donating?
Yes.
What they receive pays to send books to refugees in surrounding countries like these kids in Poland, nearly 500 so far.
If there's one book
yes.
that you'd like the children of Ukraine to have the most as they're abroad as refugees, which one is it?
Not here, not here. Yes, I know where is this book in my cabinet. Here's this book.
It's called How War Changed Rondo, originally published after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. As Russia attacks again, relevant as ever.
This is what the news looks like now.
Yes, absolutely.
It says here, the war touched
Everyone.
everyone.
The book's story about kids living in a fictional place at war called Rondo.
They tried together to make a light.
Now real life for Ukrainian children. Together, we read the book's final passage, one she wishes can spread hope.
The whole town sang until every black flower had disappeared and the darkness had dissolved completely.
Victory.
Victory.
Yes.
And that's what you hope for Ukraine.
Yes.
Mariana and Old Lion aren't just sending the old school hardcover copies of books to refugees living abroad. They've also made 30 different ebooks available, and they have been downloaded, get this, 40,000 times since the beginning of the war. If anybody watching us, streaming us right now, wants to get involved, donate so that these books can get out to more refugees, head over to the Today Show's website, today.com. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. Great to hear how we can help. Jacob Sobroff, thank you so much.
We turn now to a destructive storm system that pounded the South overnight. Several tornadoes touched down. There was a lot of wind damage as a strong line of storms is now heading east. NBC's Blaine Alexander joins us from Tallulah, Louisiana with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. You know, typically this building right here behind me would have been full of students at the time that the storms blew through. Fortunately, they, ahead of the storms, canceled classes, and it's a good thing they did. This is where the roof used to be. Right over here is where the roof ended up, and we're seeing pictures like this kind of dotting cities throughout the South in the storm's path as millions more brace for impact.
This morning in the weather-worn South, another round of severe storms. Overnight, torrential rain soaked New Orleans' famous Bourbon Street, prompting flash flood warnings and sending tourists scrambling for cover. While powerful winds toppled trees around Louisiana, leaving crews rushing to clear the roadways. A similar scene in Mississippi after a supercell thunderstorm hit Hattiesburg overnight. And in neighboring Alabama, the National Weather Service there warned of a large and extremely dangerous tornado as heavy rains flooded streets from city to city. Across the South, more than 100,000 people left without power. Now the storm continues its charge to the east, with nearly 57 million Americans still under the risk of severe weather from Florida to New York. The impact has been felt throughout the week. Earlier Wednesday in Jackson, Mississippi, tornado sirens sounding off as funnel clouds formed in the sky.
That's it. That's a funnel.
Just miles away, uprooted trees crashing into homes.
The tree fell in my house, messed my washroom up. My house is flooding.
In some areas, wind speeds reached 80 miles per hour. In Tallulah, Louisiana, this local high school caught the brunt of the storm, leaving classrooms crushed.
We wrecked.
While in Arkansas, a confirmed EF3 tornado near Springdale left a path of destruction, tearing down cell towers, ripping rooftops.
I had no idea it'd be this bad. I couldn't even get out my front door.
Officials there say at least 7 people were injured, 2 critically. One local elementary school releasing these photos of a damaged building. Classes are expected to resume today.
And today, the National Weather Service is going to fan out across at least 5 states here in the South, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, looking at the damage and trying to determine what exactly happened when those storms blew through. Joe.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. So what's next? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with the latest. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, so we're still watching these storms, guys, moving through areas of Florida and southern Georgia. We still have a tornado watch, or at least a potential of isolated tornadoes, until 2 o'clock. And this does include areas from Tallahassee to Vidalia, Georgia. And eventually this will sweep towards that 95 corridor from Jacksonville up to areas through South Carolina. Watch out Savannah, Charleston, and even Wilmington. But there's the storms now. We did have a couple tornadoes reported just north of Panama City in the early morning hours, but we haven't had any new tornado reports in the last 2 to 3 hours. So today, the area of concern shifts to the East Coast and isolated tornadoes. We're not going to see 24 like we did yesterday. We may have a handful, maybe, 4 or 5 or 6 or so. And we don't think there's really the chance for any big, significant tornadoes, but even a little one can do significant damage. Wind damage, though, could be the most popular most popular severe weather report during the day today. And that could go anywhere in the yellow, so 57 million people. So let me kind of give you the timing on all of this mess. As we go throughout the morning, we're going to watch watch all of these storms over areas of Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. This is paused at 2 p.m. So the storm's right over the top of Columbia, approaching Savannah, approaching Jacksonville, and almost over the top of Raleigh. Then as we head to the north, it looks like the worst of these storms around 7 p.m. or so, approaching Washington, D.C. There could be 2 broken lines. If you're anywhere from D.C., Philly to New York, Hartford to Boston, just keep in mind anywhere between about 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. is when some of these strong storms could come on through. So the rest of today, areas that got hit hard yesterday with all the damage, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. Today's a decent day. It's a little breezy, but at least it's dry for any cleanup efforts. In the weekend forecast, thankfully, we're not going to see a repeat of any severe weather. It's actually a pretty quiet start to April. Just some snow showers and rain showers off the Great Lakes. A little bit of rain in Florida on your Friday. Saturday, still kind of brisk and chilly in the Great Lakes, but the middle of the country warms up nicely. 90 in San Antonio on Saturday. And by the time we get to Sunday, still a little cooler than we'd like the Northeast and Great Lakes, but no real significant weather that'll cause you to change your plans or have you doing cleanup after severe thunderstorms. So pretty nice start to April.
A little reprieve. We'll take it.
There you go. Yeah.
Thanks, Bill.
Bill. And coming up on Morning News Now, our continuing coverage of the war in Ukraine off the battlefields.
We'll bring you the plight of one of the nation's most vulnerable populations trying to escape the violence and make it out alive, the elderly. That's after the break.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Former President Donald Trump is under fire over comments made in a recent interview where he called on Russian President Vladimir Putin to release potentially harmful information about President Biden and his son. It's not the first time Trump has called on Putin for something like this. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has this story.
Former President Trump facing bipartisan backlash to these new comments asking President Putin for dirt on the Bidens.
Why did the mayor of Moscow's wife give the Bidens, both of them, $3.5 million? So now I would think Putin would know the answer to that. I think he should release it.
Mr. Trump referencing findings from a 2020 report by Senate Republicans into Hunter Biden's business dealings in Ukraine. Lawyers for President Biden's son say there was no payment. Mr. Trump's new request echoes similar asks in 2016 about Hillary Clinton.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
And the 2019 phone call with Ukraine's President Zelensky also asking for damaging information on the Bidens that resulted in his first impeachment.
At least he's consistently immoral and unpatriotic to be appealing to Putin at a time when Russia is killing Ukrainians once again for dirt on his opponents.
Some Republicans condemning the request.
I don't think we should be asking Putin to do anything.
He's one of the worst people on the planet, and America shouldn't be asking for favors.
Hunter Biden knew exactly.
While others point to an ongoing federal criminal investigation into possible tax fraud and money laundering by Hunter Biden, who has denied any wrongdoing.
He could talk about what he wants to talk about. I am interested to hear what happens with Hunter Biden, though, and the federal investigation into him, and I imagine that we'll be learning more about that.
That was Garrett Hake reporting there for us. Thanks, Garrett.
More than 4 million Ukrainians have fled the country since the start of Russia's invasion. On top of that, many elderly Ukrainians would like to leave, but they've had to stay behind. Now there's an international rescue effort focused on Ukraine's most vulnerable population. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
For refugees of all ages, the journey is grueling. But for older Ukrainians, it can be nearly impossible.
I guess the government doesn't have time for this think about old people.
Daniel Koretnik grew up south of Kyiv, but had been living in Portugal before the war. Now he's back to coordinate rescue efforts for older refugees. His network of volunteers fanning out across hard-hit areas.
We try to take people from dangerous places.
There's a web of organizations racing to evacuate the elderly. According to Help Age International, Ukraine has the largest percentage of older people affected by conflict in the world. 1 in 4 people here is over 60 years old. Most of them don't want to be evacuated from their homes, yet 91% need help to get food because of mobility issues. Julia Enton, a paralegal in Los Angeles, is among those trying to get them out.
This is their home. And now at the later stages of their life, they have to be torn away from everything that they knew.
It can almost be too much to bear. We met Valentina after her agonizing escape from Mariupol. The grandmother sobbed as she described her 15-mile trek on foot to a humanitarian bus. We were bombarded ruthlessly, she says. One word can describe the situation: hell. But she calls her 8-year-old granddaughter a hero for helping her. An awful journey that she says would have been impossible to survive alone. And now news that would make it easier for immigrants, including those fleeing Ukraine, to come to the U.S. In late May, the Biden administration now says that it plans to lift Title 42, the public health policy that denied asylum seekers entry due to COVID. Officials at the border are now anticipating a surge when the policy lifts. Back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Claudio Labanga is back with us this hour. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, 2 UK judges will no longer sit in the Supreme Court in Hong Kong. They say that their role has become untenable since the introduction in 2020 of a new national security law that makes it easier to arrest protesters in Hong Kong and target freedom of speech. The senior British judges have sat on the court since 1997 as part of an agreement when Hong Kong was handed over to China by the UK. And let's move to the UK, where an inquiry concluded that more than 200 babies died over 2 decades in a British hospital due to persistent failure in its maternity care. The review began in 2018 after 2 families who lost their babies campaigned for an inquiry. It concluded that their death would have and could have prevented with better care and criticized management for failing to investigate. And let's stick to Britain, where the ripple effect of soaring gas prices due to the war in Ukraine is being felt in the food chain. The rising cost of heating glass houses means there's a shortage of vegetables like cucumbers, peppers, aubergines, tomatoes, you name it. And their prices, as a consequence, has skyrocketed, guys.
Right, being felt in so many different ways. Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, pressing pause. Famed actor Bruce Willis is now taking a step back from his decades-long career on the silver screen after he's diagnosed with aphasia. We're going to dig a little deeper into that condition.
Plus, comedian Chris Rock's first public appearance since that incident at the Oscars over the weekend. Will bring you what he had to say about the slap seen around the world after this.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
There's a lot of reaction this morning to the news about actor Bruce Willis's health. His family announced yesterday that he has a medical condition known as aphasia that impacts his cognitive abilities, including speech, reading, and writing. He's now retiring from acting, a career that spans more than 4 decades. Willis has been a household name since the 1980s and has been one of the industry's most bankable stars at the box office. Known for his tough-talking on-screen persona and that iconic catchphrase, "Yippee-ki-yay," Bruce Willis is now stepping away from the spotlight. His family writes that he has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. As a result of this, and with much consideration, Bruce is stepping away from the career that has meant so much to him, adding, as Bruce always says, "Live it up," and together we plan to do just that. Willis got his break in the 80s on the small screen.
Just remember, you're dressed like that for America. And I, for one, salute you.
Salute you, Addison.
Starring alongside Sybil Shepherd in the primetime hit Moonlighting, earning an Emmy and Golden Globe. At the time, he opened up about his newfound fame in an interview here on Today.
I never really got into this business seeking fame and fortune. If anything, it makes me want to keep my private life more private.
Willis later cemented his action star status as Detective John McClane in Die Hard, a role he'd reprise 4 more times.
Welcome to the party, pal!
The beloved actor has found success in a wide range of films, from Pulp Fiction to Sixth Sense and Armageddon.
If we don't get this job done, everybody's gone.
Willis has 5 daughters, 2 with current wife Emma Hemming and 3 with ex Demi Moore. The former It couple has remained close even after their divorce, with Moore even surprising Willis at his Comedy Central roast a few years ago.
I just look at our marriage like the Sixth Sense. You were dead the whole time. And no matter what, you will always be family. You've been a great friend, a great father, and easily one of my top 3 husbands.
Earlier this month, Moore shared a photo with Willis as he celebrated his 67th birthday, writing, "Thankful for our blended family."
You know, while Hollywood is mourning the loss of this actor on screen, that he has this support system behind the scenes to really tackle this challenging time together as a family.
M. Night Shyamalan, who directed Willis in The Sixth Sense, tweeted, "All my love and respect to my big brother Bruce Willis. I know his wonderful family is surrounding him with support and strength. He will always be that hero on that poster on my wall as a kid." According to the LA Times, some people who worked with Willis on recent films have noted that the actor has shown signs of cognitive decline on sets, and they've expressed concern with his well-being. The LA Times quoted several sources as saying that Willis struggled to remember his dialogue, was even fed lines through an earpiece at one point.
For more on this, let's bring in Dr. Aditi Narukar. She's a physician at Harvard Medical School. Doctor, always great to have you with us. So let's talk through this. I know a lot of people have questions when this came out. I mean, Bruce Willis was in a few movies last year. He's got more coming out this year. So it feels very sudden. And then on top of that, this aphasia is not a very well-known condition. So first explain to us what can cause this.
There are many causes to aphasia, Savannah. Strokes, brain tumors, infection, injury, and dementia are all common causes. The underlying mechanism in all is a damage to the brain areas responsible for language processing, both in understanding speech and constructing speech.
And so what are some of the first symptoms of this? And is there anyone that someone should watch out for? Is this something that you kind of, given what you just said, think you could potentially get after some kind of injury?
So, Savannah, often what we see is that the first symptoms are noticed by close associates or family rather than the patient. And there are 3 broad categories. The first is a verbose patient, long, rambling sentences, nonsensical words, and a misuse of words. The second, on the other end of the spectrum, are terse patients, short phrases, the inability to construct a sentence, and missed words. And the third is a complete loss of speech. In all 3, the understanding of speech may or may not be preserved.
And Dr. Narukar, what kind of treatments are out there for people with this?
The treatment, Savannah, really depend on the underlying cause of the aphasia and the extent of brain involvement. Often the mainstay of therapy for aphasia is speech therapy. But you know, the challenging thing with aphasia is depending on the cause, it can be reversible and temporary in some, but permanent in others. It is a medical and neurological condition, but with a deep psychological impact for the patient and their families.
All right, Dr. Aditi Narukar, lots of questions answered there that I know people are wondering about this morning. Thank you so much.
Overnight, Chris Rock made his first public remarks about being slapped by Will Smith at the Oscars, attempting to deflect the incident with, as you might expect, a little humor.
Yeah, the comedian briefly talked about it last night at 2 shows in Boston. Today, news anchor Chanel Jones has more on what he had to say.
Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight, Chris?
Overnight, Chris Rock returning to the stage. Oh, wow! For the first time since Will Smith slapped him at the Oscars, Rock keeping his sense of humor.
How was your weekend?
In audio obtained by Variety, Rock briefly talked with the sold-out crowd last night.
I'm still kind of processing what happened.
Saying he wasn't really ready to talk about the incident.
So, at some point, I'll talk about that.
Rock's show was briefly interrupted by someone in the crowd, but overall, the crowd rallied around Rock, starting with a long standing ovation, which Rock said made him misty-eyed. And Rock's fellow comedians are rallying around him, too. Rock's stand-up set coming just hours after the Motion Picture Academy announced they've started disciplinary proceedings against Smith. On the Ellen DeGeneres show, Oscar co-host Wanda Sykes questioning why Smith wasn't removed from the ceremony.
And for them to let him stay in that room and enjoy the rest of the show and accept his award, I was like, how gross is this? This is just the wrong message.
The Academy says Smith was asked to leave the ceremony and refused. Comedians David Spade and Dana Carvey speaking out on a podcast, saying watching the incident was triggering for them, reminding them of childhood bullying, and condemned how Rock was seemingly left alone to handle the situation.
It must have been tough for Chris to sit in the back and realize literally nothing happened. No one walked up, no security, no stop the show, no, it was just like, on with the show, this is it.
Amy Schumer, who also co-hosted the show, weighing in too, writing in part in a since-deleted Instagram post, she is still triggered and traumatized. I love my friend Chris Rock and believe he handled it like a pro. The whole thing was so disturbing. Others now worried the incident could impact future performances.
It sets a terrible precedent for comedy clubs.
Yes.
Like, are people going to decide that they're going to go on stage and smack the comedian now?
In Boston, fans at Rock's show last night praising how he dealt with the incredibly difficult situation.
So ridiculously wrong. I was proud of the way he handled it.
Now, Will Smith did apologize to Chris Rock in a social media post, and the Academy of Motion Pictures and Sciences also apologized to Chris Rock, thanking him for, quote, his resilience in that moment. And now Rock has 4 more shows in Boston this week, so we will be listening if he says anything else about that incident. And coming up on Morning News Now, gearing up for a different kind of conflict, one that's not fought here on Earth, but up in space. Our Tom Costello takes us inside the classified Space Force Satellite Command Center for a first-ever look at the future of defense.
Plus, helping artists prepare for their moments in the spotlight. We're going to chat with the performance coach who's helped turn musicians like Lil Nas X into worldwide celebrities. Next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
With tension rising between the U.S., Russia, and China, NBC News was given exclusive access to America's Space Force Command Center, where military satellites are being carefully monitored. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, this is no joking matter when Vladimir Putin has threatened using nuclear weapons. And just as Russian and U.S. submarines shadow each other in the oceans, something similar is already playing out between our satellites in space. U.S. commanders say it's constant harassment and intimidation, and that is where America's 2-year-old Space Force comes in.
Pick up heading 270 detonator, Chinese Dragon.
Those two are engaging the target.
In a dark simulator room at the Air Force Academy,
Following good hits, dead man.
America's next generation of fighter pilots is in the cockpit.
Ambush one.
But these future officers have a choice to make. They can stick with a career as airmen or apply to become a guardian with the brand new Space Force.
So we talk about how the warfighter is impacted by the space environment,
where the focus shifts from fighter jets to satellites. Like it or not, the reality is the battlefield is changing from planet Earth to space. This is the view of the Asian Pacific Theater. And the threat matrix in space is very different. It's congested, it's contested, and it's competitive.
Line down. Copy line.
Our cameras were the first ever allowed inside the classified Space Force Satellite Command Center, where Space Force Guardians monitor every military satellite in orbit, including the vital links to units in the field, to Air Force One, and the nuclear chain of command. While next door, the GPS Command Center watches over 37 satellites that provide free GPS coverage to the world. How accurate is the U.S. system?
Within a 1.5 feet guaranteed.
A 1.5 feet?
Yes, sir.
Outside, under heavy guard, one of several mobile satellite command units never before photographed, ready to roll across the country should headquarters face imminent threat. The U.S. military says Russia and China are already regularly harassing, jamming, and probing U.S. commercial satellites that are critical to the U.S. economy. Satellites come in all sizes, from a school bus to a dishwasher to a cooler to the size of a loaf of bread, providing everything from internet access to university experiments, GPS, and military communications. Both Russia and China have already targeted and blown up their own satellites, creating massive orbiting debris fields.
I think they're trying to send a message that they could target somebody else's as well, and now we have to deal with the aftermath of those tests.
Space Force was created to avoid an actual shooting war in space or on the moon. General Sean Bratton, how do you determine what is a hostile act in space?
We're working through that now. We don't have that history like we do in the other domains to build upon, and so as we're encountering these threatening activities for the first time, it's forcing us to really define these terms.
This is a major threat.
A new threat environment for new Guardians and Academy cadets who are already designing and launching their own satellites. After graduating, senior Courtney Kirkpatrick will head to MIT for her master's, then Space Force.
They're creating a new culture. Everything's going to be fast-moving, the digital force, as they call it. That was really attractive to me.
As for the future, As the United States builds out a lunar presence of our own, do we need boots on the moon to protect those assets?
Well, I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, Space Force is small, only 14,000 military personnel right now. And the culture is much more like Silicon Valley. Think Apple, not Army, where you've got officers with masters and PhDs working alongside people right out of high school who are very tech savvy. A more inclusive, collaborative environment at really every level. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Tom. Fascinating look.
You've heard of a singing coach, dancing coach. What about a performance coach? It's someone who helps artists bring their most authentic selves to the stage.
But it turns out most of us can learn a thing or two from the practice, like how to communicate effectively and feel comfortable in our own skin. So we tagged along with one performance coach in Los Angeles to see how she helps her clients prepare for their big moments.
Get in the room.
Get in the room.
Then change the room. My job is never to give anyone something they don't already possess.
Change the room.
KJ Rose is a performance coach who helps artists prepare for the stage.
My job is to agitate and irritate areas that may have just been lying dormant. But if I can get it out of you, that means you already had it.
Keep going.
She's pretty good at it with an impressive list of clients, including Lil Nas X.
Tell me you love me.
Today, she's working with actress and singer Kayla Brianna, who just dropped a new single.
I'm really excited because I wrote this song and I've never performed it, like I said, but I really want to make sure I can make sure everyone feels what I'm saying.
Body roll.
Yeah.
You forget that these people have never heard the words before, and it is your responsibility to project that point of view so people feel included and a part of your story.
Too long ago.
We're closing off here, right? But I want you to perform like you're going to Rosie's. In the back of the room. People want to feel like you are speaking to them, not singing at them.
I know you feel it too.
What?
The way you touch me.
What? Kayla Brianna is special in that she does it all, right? So she's an actress, she is a businesswoman, and she's also this performing artist. And when you tap into all three, they all require something different, but they each require belief.
With all the acting roles, you're playing as they'll tell you exactly what they want, like witty, smart, just graduated college, but doesn't want to be under her parents' roof. It's very all so specific. Songwriting is like, okay, how can I let people know who I am without giving them the description exactly of who I am?
That's not just a struggle for artists. KJ says performance is much more than being on a stage. That in fact, all of us are performing in some aspect every day.
Your external expression is really a reflection of what you think internally. Vulnerability is the key. It allows us to take our power back. Nobody has access the way they do. Nobody can trigger us or activate us in a way that we don't have control of. What are you thinking before this song starts?
Thinking of what other people are thinking in that moment. KJ brought a lot out of me. She helped remind me of my power, of why I'm supposed to be there, and that I am enough. I cannot wait to get out there and to really perform with intention, really have people understanding why I'm singing, what I'm singing, and really have them feel it.
We're so excited to welcome KJ Rose back to the show, along with Kayla Brianna, the singer you just saw in that piece. Thank you both for joining us. Kayla, we're going to start with you. We saw you preparing for a show in Los Angeles, so tell us how it went. And no pressure, never mind that KJ's listening right now, but did KJ's tips help you at all?
No one made a sold out show, and I'm just helping me feel comfortable up there. So yeah, it went really, really well.
Oh, that's great to hear. And Kayla, I mean, I think all of us look at what you do and we're like, oh, I can imagine how nerve-wracking that would be, whether it's live or whether it's on a TV show where you're acting. Tell us about what's tough for you. What are some of the challenges that you run into? And then how has working with KJ helped that? How does performance coaching bring the best out?
Yeah, I feel like those pre-show jitters, that anxiety that you have before a show is so nerve-wracking. KJ helps me remind myself that I'm supposed to be own the room and that I'm enough. And that's half the battle.
So KJ, we saw a little bit of your coaching process there. What didn't we see from that session? What else do you do to help people feel more comfortable on stage? Lessons that can help people even beyond that.
Well, first, it's about being present. Most of the work is reminding people of the force that they are, the force that expands all of the space that you have on stage. When you walk into a room, it's how do you show up? And it's the reconciliation of that long before you walk into the room. It's the work that you do to say that I belong here. I'm not asking permission to be here. And it's that internal resolve that must take place before you can show up fully for anyone else.
Absolutely. So KJ, I mean, help us bring this into our everyday lives. People hear performance coaching and think it's for somebody stepping onto a stage, but really, I mean, we can all learn from it, whether you're going to your office every day, working from home even. What are your top tips for people on how to put your best foot forward, on how to make sure we're making sure that other people have that sort of the space we're taking up?
Yes. Well, number one, we're all artists. So wherever you occupy the most space, that is your stage. You guys, there's an art to what you do. If not, then everybody would be doing it. So it's first resolving that, like, I belong in this room, I am an artist, and I have a gift. Once you understand that your gift is necessary, then you walk with a different posture, right? You don't ask to be in the room. There is a certain, you feel emboldened. So I would say it's what we can see from the physical aspect of things. It is your eye contact. It is not feeling like you have to retreat in a room or that you're smaller. It is standing tall. It is making sure that you shake someone's hand, knowing that you belong there. It is taking up space. It is, but in your own way. It doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to be something that does not represent who you are, but it's fully just being yourself and telling the story in such an explicit way that it can't be hijacked. Right? So nobody really wants to do the heavy lifting. You know, they want to know that you figured out who you are and what your purpose is. And I think, if nothing else, the work that I did with Kayla Brianna was helping her understand that her work and her songs were merely a conversation. Right? And I want to make sure that every conversation you have is purposeful. Every time you move on the stage, it's not out of futility, but it's to move the narrative forward. So it's making sure that you never land anywhere by default, that you have a plan and that you activate that plan and execute that plan effectively to include and engage people. So you don't have to be an outgoing person to do that, you know, whether you're doing that at home, you know, or whether you're doing it in the boardroom. It is showing up for yourself.
I love what you said about so that nobody else can kind of take over your story if you're effectively communicating it.
Exactly. I'm inspired.
Yeah.
Always when we have you on, KJ.
Yeah, exactly. Jinx.
Exciting to be back. Thank you for having me back.
Yeah, KJ and Kelly, thank you both, and congrats on the great performance and the new single.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we're excited.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first, losing ground. Russian forces suffering intense losses as Ukraine's military puts up strong resistance. What it could mean for negotiations on a potential ceasefire.
Also breaking right now, path of destruction, devastation across 2 states in the deep south after tornadoes touch down. A closer look at the mess left behind and where that storm is headed next.
Breaking his silence, Chris Rock on stage for the first time since the slap seen round the world. What he told an audience about that shocking moment at the Oscars.
And an actor's struggle. Bruce Willis reveals he's stepping away from acting due to a brain disorder. What you should know about aphasia and the millions of Americans who suffer from it. Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news today. Renewed efforts to get civilians out of the city of Mariupol, Ukraine. The city council there says more than a dozen buses left this morning after an agreement between Russian and Ukrainian forces. That city's mayor now calling for more help to get everyone out of that city.
Meanwhile, more bodies have been pulled from the rubble of Mykolayev's destroyed government building. The death toll in Thursday's airstrike has now risen to 20. Meanwhile, leaders in Turkey say they're also working to initiate yet another round of in-person peace talks. They're hoping foreign ministers from both Russia and Ukraine will participate. You'll remember in-person peace talks were also held just earlier this week in Istanbul.
Our team is monitoring all of the impacts as we enter week 6 of this war. Let's begin inside Ukraine with NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff. He's in Lviv today. Jacob, we're hearing these reports today about another ramp up in attacks to the east on Kharkiv. What's the latest on that?
Nope, all good. It is immense brutality, Aaron. And when you look at the reporting of our colleague Richard Engel, what you see is complete devastation. In particular, not only civilians and not only infrastructure, but also fighting back from Ukrainian troops against Russians, literally. And pardon the candor, bodies of Russian soldiers piling up in some of these areas in Kharkiv to the east of the capital city. And this is despite the fact that the Russians, over the course of the past several days, have said that they were going to draw down troops and focus on the Donbass, the region in the east. On the contrary, fighting has continued. We've heard reports confirmed of attacks potentially today inside of the capital city of Kyiv. And that is why President Zelensky has renewed calls, including in a phone call with the President of the United States yesterday, for more arms, more military assistance, and continued calls to what they say here would be close the sky or a no-fly zone.
Jacob, I'll tell you, I appreciate your candor. I think this is real life, and we have to paint the picture that people can most clearly understand what's going on there. I do want to ask you about the humanitarian effort, particularly in the city of Mariupol. What more can you tell us about what's happening in that city today?
President Zelensky says, Aaron, that there are thousands of people in a speech to the Belgian parliament who have been killed there. Most recently, we saw a Red Cross facility attacked by the Russians in unconfirmed reports. The Red Cross says people were outside of that facility, but devastation there again. And remember, Mariupol is the site of that drama theater and the art school, which were bombed by the Russians, attacked by the Russians. Local reports had said 300 people had been killed. So hearing that there were over 1,000 people killed from President Zelensky, certainly a higher number than we had heard before. And it's why those humanitarian efforts are racing to get inside that besieged port city.
I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now. He's in Washington for us again today. Dan, the head of NATO is weighing in on what Russian troops are doing at this point. How does his assessment line up with others that we've heard this week?
Aaron, it's a similar type of skepticism. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says Russian forces are not withdrawing, but merely regrouping around Kyiv. And this is very much in keeping with how U.S. and British defense officials have described the situation. And Stoltenberg also says Russia is trying to reinforce an offensive in eastern Donbass region, and that NATO has yet to be convinced that Russia is negotiating in good faith in the peace talks in Istanbul, and that Moscow's military objectives clearly haven't really changed. Also, Stoltenberg vowed that NATO would continue to send weapons to Ukraine as long as necessary. So very much a similar message coming from across the Atlantic.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington today. Jacob Soboroff in Ukraine. Thank you both.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli now. Mike, first off, President Biden has said that sanctions on Russia were going to impact fuel prices right here in the U.S. And now NBC News is reporting that the White House is actually expected to announce a plan today to help Americans who are really feeling the pinch from those high gas prices. What's happening?
Yeah, Morgan, we're just learning some new information about what exactly the president will be discussing today. He's going to be unveiling what White House officials are calling a two-pronged plan to deal with these higher prices, which, of course, they're calling Putin's price hike, blaming him for the disruptions. The first has to do with the traditional fossil fuel supply. The president, the headline going to be, he's going to announce the release of 1 million barrels a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's over the next 6 months. That would be more than double what the president has already done in announcing the release of fuels from the reserve in both November and at the beginning of this month. Now, also the White House saying they're going to be trying to ask Congress to pass a law that would require oil companies to use the leases that they have on federal lands to produce more energy at this point. We've heard a lot of criticism for the White House for not doing enough to support domestic energy supply. They're saying that these oil companies have the ability to produce more right now. They're just not taking advantage of it to try to raise more income, more profits for themselves. Now, the second part has to do with the green energy economy that the U.S. wants to transition into. The president's going to be invoking the Defense Production Act to acquire more of the critical minerals required for things like high-capacity batteries. These are an important part of transitioning to what the president has long called a green economy away from fossil fuel reliance.
Mike, I want to switch gears for just a minute because there has also been a lot of information released about the shortcomings of the Russian military. In fact, just yesterday we reported on Putin's advisors really not telling him the truth because they were afraid to tell him just how the Russian military was performing in Ukraine. What is the White House now saying about that?
This is a really fascinating use by the White House yet again of declassifying intelligence, in this case to really show that we know what Putin doesn't know about what's happening on the battlefield. What the White House is describing is a situation in which, for instance, Putin doesn't know that his military is using and losing conscripts on the battlefield. And this is also a tactic we're seeing shared by our allies. One of the top British intelligence officials saying, for instance, that the morale of Russian military is low, that they are refusing battlefield commands, and in fact that they may have even shot down some of their own aircraft. This is part of an attempt by the White House to really put the screws on Vladimir Putin to show that this has been a folly, a fool's errand, this invasion of Ukraine. And also significant, though, they're also expressing concern that as Putin learns more of the truth of what's happening on the ground, he could escalate. So they're walking a fine line here.
All right. NBC's Mike Memoli for us live from the White House. Mike, thank you.
Happening today, several states now assessing the damage after a line of severe storms ripped across the Deep South. Drone video capturing the widespread damage after an EF3 tornado touched down in Arkansas yesterday. Entire homes reduced to rubble there. That storm even took out cell phone towers. No one died, but at least 7 people were hurt. The severe weather also spawned a tornado in Mississippi. Trees were uprooted, homes badly damaged. This is in McLean, roughly 2 hours south of Jackson. Hundreds of thousands of people are without power now across that region. And the threat is not over yet. 57 million people are at risk as the storm makes its way east. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by, timing this all out for us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander on the Mississippi-Louisiana border.
Well, you can certainly see what happened when the storm blew through Tallulah, Louisiana. This is Tallulah Academy, and this right over here is what's left of the roof. It blew off, completely shattered here down on the ground. The good thing is that there were no students inside. Officials canceled classes ahead of the storm, but we're seeing pictures like these, trees toppled, roofs ripped off of homes, dotting cities across the South as millions more remain in the storm's path.
In the weather-worn South, another round of severe storms. Overnight, torrential rain soaked New Orleans' famous Bourbon Street, prompting flash flood warnings and sending tourists scrambling for cover. While powerful winds toppled trees around Louisiana, leaving crews rushing to clear the roadways. A similar scene in Mississippi after a supercell thunderstorm hit Hattiesburg overnight. And in neighboring Alabama, the National Weather Service there warned of a large and extremely dangerous tornado as heavy rains flooded streets from city to city. Across the South, more than 100,000 people left without power. Now the storm continues its charge to the east, with nearly 57 million Americans still under the risk of severe weather from Florida to New York. The impact has been felt throughout the week. Earlier Wednesday in Jackson, Mississippi, tornado sirens sounding off as funnel clouds formed in the sky.
That's it. That's a funnel.
Just miles away, uprooted trees crashing into homes.
The tree fell in my house.
Messed my washroom up. My house is flooding.
In some areas, wind speeds reached 80 miles per hour. In Tallulah, Louisiana, this local high school caught the brunt of the storm, leaving classrooms crushed.
We wrecked.
While in Arkansas, a confirmed EF3 tornado near Springdale left a path of destruction, tearing down cell towers, ripping rooftops.
I had no idea it'd be this bad. I couldn't even get out my front door.
Officials there say at least 7 people were injured, 2 critically. One local elementary school releasing these photos of a damaged building. Classes are expected to resume today.
Now today, the National Weather Service has the task of going out and trying to take stock of all of this, surveying the damage, fanning out across at least 5 states here in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and others to comb through the wreckage and find out what exactly happened when the storms blew through. In Tallulah, Louisiana, I'm Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
To give us a look ahead, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, what should we expect in just even the next 24 hours?
It's not going to be as bad as what we saw the last 2 days, but we will still see some additional severe storms. It's still very warm on the East Coast, and as the storm heads that way, we will spark additional thunderstorms. We're getting a little bit of a break right now. Here's the map that shows, by the way, where all the severe weather reports were yesterday. The blue dots are where we had the damaging wind reports or high wind reports, and then the little red icons show you where the tornadoes were reported. So 24 tornadoes yesterday, but we didn't have any big, huge tornadoes that like decimated a town, and that's why we haven't had like a significant number of people fatalities. We do have injuries. We still have one tornado watch in effect from areas of central and southern Georgia into the northern portions of Florida. They haven't had any reported tornadoes in the last couple hours, but this line of storms will intensify as we go throughout the afternoon, especially from Charleston to Wilmington, eastern North Carolina, up to Richmond, the Norfolk, the Virginia Beach areas of greatest concern. So we have 2 locations that we're watching. 57 million people total are in the slight risk of severe storms for today. Not everyone's going to see severe storms, but at least you have the possibility. And the 2 areas, the one in the south, a better chance of an isolated tornado as we go from Gainesville to Jacksonville to Savannah to Charleston, even Columbia, South Carolina. The line to the north of this will be more wind damage threat, possibility of some isolated tornadoes, but I don't think we're going to see many. Here's what it looks like at 4 p.m. with those storms right over the top of Richmond. And then by the time we get to 6 or 7, that's when that line of storms will go through Philly to New York City. So keep that in mind for your evening commute in that area. So again, the storms on the East Coast, behind it, where we had all the severe weather, things have calmed down significantly. It's sunny. It's a little windy, but it's a good day for all the cleanup and the power crews to get power back on. At last check, we were about around 100,000 people without power. At max, we were around 250,000 and still kind of unsettled in the Chicago area. Just giving you a look ahead as we head into April. April is one of our big severe weather months, only after May. But this weekend, we start April rather quiet, Morgan. We are looking brisk and chilly in the Great Lakes, but most of the country will be severe weather free. We'll take it.
All right. Meteorologist Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, as always, thank you.
Former President Donald Trump's son-in-law is in the hot seat today. Jared Kushner, who also served as one of Trump's top advisors, is taking part in a virtual interview today with the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. Ali, we knew Jared Kushner was going to be one of those closest advisors to the former president to go before the panel here. What's the committee trying to learn from him?
Yeah. Well, Aaron, just a few floors up from where I'm standing, that deposition appears to be ongoing. About an hour ago is when it started, and through our eagle-eyed producers who are standing outside while I'm at the camera, they were able to see that there's a figure on the screen who looks very similar to Jared Kushner. So it's about an hour into that voluntary deposition at this point. And there's the optics piece to this, but then the substance piece to this. On the optics piece, you really hit it on the head. He is a top advisor to the former president. Not only that, but he's also family, the first family member from the Trump orbit to come before this committee. He's doing so voluntarily, but what it does show is that even as people have balked at cooperating with this committee, people like, for example, Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino, who were just referred out of the committee for criminal contempt for not obeying their subpoena, it does show that there are people who are working with the committee and doing so without the threat of a subpoena. In terms of the substance, though, with Jared Kushner, perhaps it's more about what happened in the weeks prior to January 6th than January 6th itself. And we know that that's the wide range of the January 6th committee's view here. But for Jared Kushner on the 6th, he was just coming back into the country. So for him, it's a question of what were the conversations between the campaign and the White House before January 6th in regards to overturning the election results.
So you touched on one thing, that Kushner is the first Trump family member to participate in this investigation.
Yeah.
Do we think that'll be it? Are there any indications on who else might talk to the committee from the Trump family?
Well, one name immediately comes to mind, and it's his wife, Ivanka Trump. She was invited, not subpoenaed, by the committee several weeks ago. It's not clear if she's going to now come before the committee herself, but it certainly begs the question when you see Jared complying with the committee, whether or not Ivanka would be next. We're saying also that Jared is the first family member, and officially that's true, though Kimberly Guilfoyle, who's engaged to Donald Trump Jr., has also spoken to the committee. She said that she left that abruptly, that deposition, because there were committee members who were in the room as opposed to just staff. But at the same time, it does show that there are other members of the close family Trump orbit who have been talking with the committee as well.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you.
And speaking of the Hill, a clash among Democratic lawmakers is unfolding on Capitol Hill over President Biden's 2023 budget proposal, and specifically its relation to military spending. That proposal calls for $813 billion for overall defense spending, which is up roughly 4% from the current fiscal year. NBC's Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, first off, just walk us through what this division between Democrats is all about.
Yeah, Morgan, President Biden is getting hit from all sides within his own party. It's a rare sight to see on the basis of his military budget. He proposes an increase in current Pentagon spending levels by tens of billions of dollars. And this is upsetting moderate Democrats, also known as a number of frontliners who are fighting for their seats in what's likely to be a difficult election year this fall. They say that military budget should be increased from where his levels are. They don't like the fact, several of them at least don't like the fact that it reduces some, spending on existing military provisions. One of them is Elaine Luria, a Democratic Congresswoman from Virginia. Let's show the tweet of hers that kind of started this. She said the words of the president's military budget, "It sucks," in a scathing tweet storm discussing the budget. And then on the other hand of the Democratic Party, you have the Congressional Progressive Caucus, which has spent years saying that the military budget is bloated, the Pentagon spending is too wasteful, and it needs to be cut. They viewed the end of the Afghanistan war several months ago as a golden opportunity to finally get America's military budget down to levels where they believe it should be. They put out a statement saying it is simply unacceptable that after the conclusion of our longest war and during a period of Democratic control of both chambers, the president is proposing record high military spending. That is a joint statement from three top leaders of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. How do you resolve this, this dispute? It's very difficult to do. But the fact is this budget is unlikely to become law as is. And this fight is going to bubble over most likely in the summer and the fall when they have to fund the government again.
Okay, but when you speak of the summer and the fall, give us the big picture here, Sahil. I mean, how might a spat like this really impact both Democrats and Republicans, especially going into the midterms? I mean, does this sort of change or shift or alter their messaging in any way?
Well, for Democrats, it highlights a division right at a time when they want to be united. They're trying to all get on the same page and make the case for why they should stay in power. They have wafer-thin majorities in the House, wafer-thin majorities in the Senate, and they don't want to be fighting over something like defense spending. For Republicans, it's a little bit easier because they are largely united, overwhelmingly united in favor of higher military spending, including those who style themselves as fiscal hawks. They propose cutting spending from the discretionary side, from the mandatory side, including things like Social Security and Medicare, if you ask fiscal conservatives like Pat Toomey, but not defense spending. So I think Republicans are going to try to use this as an opportunity to drive that wedge within the Democratic Party ahead of the midterms. Morgan.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thank you.
Well, for the first time since he was slapped on international television, comedian Chris Rock is breaking his silence. Rock returned to the stage last night for a pair of sold-out shows in Boston. Meanwhile, the Academy has started disciplinary proceedings against Will Smith. Apparently, Smith was asked to leave Sunday night's Oscars ceremony, but he refused. NBC's Miguel Almaguer is in Boston.
We were able to attend the first in a series of sold-out shows. Inside, security was tight. Nobody was able to use their cell phone, and reporters were even told they couldn't take notes. But what happened inside was memorable. Chris Rock did briefly address that slap that was given to him by Will Smith, but what he said certainly kept the audience entertained.
Coming out to a double standing ovation, Chris Rock broke his silence, addressing the elephant in the room right off the bat.
How was your weekend? Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight?
In an audio recording released by Variety, Rock said he wasn't yet ready to wade into the controversy.
So you came to hear that? I had like a whole show I wrote before this weekend. And I'm still kind of processing what happened.
Cheered on loudly by adoring fans, the warm welcome signaled a triumphant return. Rock emotional, saying his eyes were misty, though he was briefly interrupted by someone in the crowd, most of the audience thrilled to see Rock bouncing back.
I just want to see how a comedian would handle his first set after an incident like that.
Now in the aftermath of the ugly incident, a new bombshell. The Academy says Will Smith was asked to leave Sunday's award show, but refused. Oscar co-host Wanda Sykes telling Ellen she still feels traumatized by what happened, and the Academy allowing Smith to stay.
You assault somebody, you get escorted out the building, and that's it, you know. But for them to let him continue, I thought it was gross.
Ellen, also a former host, agreeing.
You don't let someone do something like that and get away with it and be rewarded.
As Rock was taking the stage in Boston, more Hollywood drama was unfolding in Los Angeles, where the Academy's Board of Governors initiated disciplinary procedures against Will Smith for inappropriate physical conduct, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
The board also apologizing to Chris Rock and adding, "Thank you for your resilience in that moment." But this morning, Rock is still not sharing details, but promising he will.
Several of Chris Rock's shows remain sold out, and he starts a larger tour in just a few weeks. We expect that tour also to be sold out. Back to you.
After more than 125 movies and TV shows, a health crisis forces actor Bruce Willis to end his 40-year career. The actor's daughter made the stunning announcement yesterday, and Willis is diagnosed with a brain disorder that will likely impact his ability to speak and understand written and spoken words. NBC's Joe Fryer has more.
Aaron and Morgan, Bruce Willis has been a household name since the 1980s and one of the industry's most bankable stars at the box office. Now his family confirms that Willis was diagnosed recently with aphasia, which can affect all aspects of language, from speech to reading and writing. Known for his tough-talking on-screen persona and that iconic catchphrase, Bruce Willis is now stepping away from the spotlight. His family writes that he has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. As a result of this, and with much consideration, Bruce is stepping away from the career that has meant so much to him, adding, as Bruce always says, "Live it up." And together, we plan to do just that. Willis got his break in the 80s on the small screen.
Just remember, you're dressed like that for America. And I, for one, salute you.
Salute you, Addison.
Starring alongside Sybil Shepherd in the primetime hit Moonlighting, earning an Emmy and Golden Globe. At the time, he opened up about his newfound fame in an interview here on Today.
I never really got into this business seeking fame and fortune. If anything, it makes me want to keep my private life more private.
Willis later cemented his action star status as Detective John McClane in Die Hard, a role he'd reprise 4 more times.
Welcome to the party, pal.
The beloved actor has found success in a wide range of films, from Pulp Fiction to Sixth Sense and Armageddon.
If we don't get this job done, then everybody's gone.
Willis has 5 daughters, 2 with current wife Emma Hemming and 3 with ex Demi Moore. The former It couple has remained close even after their divorce, with Moore even surprising Willis at his Comedy Central roast a few years ago.
I just look at our marriage like the Sixth Sense. You were dead the whole time. And no matter what, you will always be family. You've been a great friend, a great father, and easily one of my top 3 husbands.
Earlier this month, Moore shared a photo with Willis as he celebrated his 67th birthday, writing, "Thankful for our blended family."
You know, while Hollywood is mourning the loss of this actor on screen, that he has this support system behind the scenes to really tackle this challenging time together as a family.
According to the LA Times, some people who worked with Willis on recent films have noted that the actor has shown signs of cognitive decline on sets and have expressed concern with his well-being. The LA Times quoted several sources as saying that Willis struggled to remember his dialogue and was even fed lines through an earpiece at one point. Aaron and Morgan.
Russia wages war on Ukraine, both on the ground and in cyberspace.
Coming up, we'll go inside the so-called government-sponsored hackathon to help the U.S. shore up its cyber defenses.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a new twist in the case surrounding the plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. FBI agents raided a house near Detroit on Wednesday. Investigators say that raid was due to threats made against the judge in this case, as well as 2 defense lawyers. 4 men are standing trial on charges they plotted to kidnap the governor. Planned Parenthood trying to block a new Idaho law banning abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The nonprofit healthcare provider petitioned the Idaho Supreme Court to block the new law before it goes into effect on April 22nd. Idaho Governor Brad Little signed the bill last week. While he supports it, he also admitted the way the bill is enforced might be unconstitutional. And a puppy made famous on TikTok has been separated from his owner for months because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Anastasia Koshevaya has not seen her 3-year-old corgi named Chopa since February. She's been in Poland while her parents have taken care of the dog in their home in Kyiv. Chopa's account on TikTok has more than 153,000 followers.
It's the bottom of the hour now, so let's get you caught up on the latest coming out of Ukraine. Authorities in the city of Kharkiv are accusing Russia of not allowing humanitarian corridors. The city was hit with dozens of different attacks Wednesday evening, including missile strikes, making it really dangerous for people to leave. Meanwhile, the White House is now pledging an extra $500 million aid package for Ukraine. President Biden delivered that news to Ukrainian President Zelensky in a phone call on Wednesday.
NATO's Secretary General says Russian troops are repositioning inside Ukraine, not withdrawing. Russian leaders had promised they would scale down military operations near Kyiv and Chernihiv. And as the fighting continues, the humanitarian crisis gets worse. The United Nations says more than 4 million refugees have left Ukraine. The food situation is also getting more dire. Hunger is not just rising inside the country, though. Some fear the crisis could expand because Ukraine exports vital food supplies to many other nations.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who's in eastern Poland, as well as NBC News reporter Phil McCausland, who's in Estonia. Josh, let's start with you. The humanitarian crisis in eastern Poland is really getting more global attention, which is really important. I mean, we already have 2 U.S. ambassadors there touring refugee centers. So, I mean, what is the latest? Are people actually getting the help they need?
Well, certainly here in Poland, many of the refugees are getting a tremendous amount of help from the Polish citizens, including at refugee centers that are here in the eastern part of the country, where Ambassador McCain was able to tour not only a refugee center, but also a World Food Program warehouse in conjunction with workers from the Jose Andres Project, the World Central Kitchen, to see how they are trying to make sure that these refugees don't go hungry. But there's also a major focus, as Aaron was just alluding to this looming food shortage, not only in Ukraine and the neighboring countries, but also in the countries that rely on foodstuffs from Ukraine and Russia. Those 2 countries make up about 30% of the world's wheat exports and huge percentages of other products that are also needed for basic nutrition, particularly countries in North Africa. And I asked Ambassador McCain what her concerns are about whether individuals in those countries are going to have enough to eat. And this is what she had to say.
This food crisis, because of Ukraine's unique position in producing, it's a breadbasket of Europe and the world. We are now, because of this crisis, not going to be able to feed others who are struggling: Ethiopia, Yemen, Kenya, Madagascar, and so on. We're not going to be able to feed them. We're already at half rations in many of these countries, and now with this particular war, I mean, how do we take food from a hungry child and give it to a starving child? How do you make that kind of a decision? And so that's what we're up against.
Ambassador McCain says that solving that crisis is going to require an all-of-the-above approach that includes new technology, innovative planting methods to try to boost the production of crops in other countries to pick up the slack. I also had a chance to ask her about what her late husband, Senator John McCain, would be thinking about this whole crisis. He was obviously a staunch supporter of Ukraine. He was revered in Ukraine and one of the most outspoken opponents of President Putin and Russian autocracy for decades. And she told me that if McCain were still alive, he would be shouting at the top of his lungs. She says he warned the whole world for years about President Putin, and it was turned out that he was right. McCain telling us that this is a time when the world needed her late husband's voice more than ever, Morgan.
Wow, a lot to unpack there. Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you.
Meanwhile, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are watching Russia's invasion very closely. While they are NATO members, representatives from those Baltic states tell NBC News that they do feel vulnerable sharing borders with Russia. NBC News reporter Phil McCausland joins us now from Estonia. Phil, I know you went to the Estonian-Russian border. What did you see there? What was it like?
Yeah, we went to Narva, which is a small town on the border with Russia. It's also a Russian-speaking town. Over 90% of people there speak Russian. And many people there also have a very friendly relationship with the people across the border. They have family, they have friends over there. And it's a pretty active border. Nevertheless, while the border is active, people are crossing to see neighbors. They're crossing to get cheap fuel, supplies. About 3,000 people cross there every day. Russians are also using that border to flee from Russia, as are Ukrainians who had to evacuate into Russia and have made their way back around. We talked to an Estonian border guard agent about how security checks have changed since the start of the war. He said checks are taking much longer, and here's some of that interview now.
We have reinforced our external borders. We do more thorough checks on the first and second line checks in our PCPs. We also have more manpower out on the green border, the areas between the PCPs or border crossing points. We make sure that all the people crossing the border are thoroughly checked.
So that was the border agent there, and I mean the security concerns are very real. It is an active border, and so there's a lot of attention on the Russians who are crossing over. There's real concerns about potential espionage and other issues.
I want to ask you too, Phil. I know you spoke to Estonia's Minister of Foreign Affairs about her concerns for her country because of this invasion. What does she have to say to you?
Yeah, Foreign Minister Lemets spoke about the importance of NATO and the importance of its alliance with the U.S. Still, she said more needs to be done here to secure the eastern flank of NATO. Many people don't realize we're right up on Russia here. And so she said she'd really welcome more U.S. troops, more NATO troops, which they haven't seen a greater amount recently, especially after that, which became a stark point after that recent meeting of heads of state that we saw the other week. In the meantime, they've decided to do it themselves. They're increasing their own defense spending up to 2.5%, which is, again, above that NATO requirement of 2%. And that means they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars. And we have to think about, this is a small country of 1.3 million people. Mm-hmm. This is a huge burden they're taking on, but this is a real existential threat to them.
All right, Phil McCausland for us in Estonia today. Phil, thank you.
The U.S. is preparing for possible Russian cyber attacks on critical infrastructure and transportation hubs all across the country. Now the nation's best and brightest cybersecurity students are training to fight these attacks at a government-sponsored hackathon. Here's NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward.
At first glance, you might think these students playing with miniature models are innocent hobbyists, but they're not.
We've been attacking and protecting cargo ships, hospitals, chemical tanks, pumps, all sorts of industrial control systems.
This is a hackathon arranged by the National Security Agency with help from a cybersecurity nonprofit that trains students to head off cyber attacks on industrial facilities.
Maritime cybersecurity, it impacts the supply chain. A great percentage of our ecosystem and our economic power comes from export and import.
Hackers under the watchful eye of intelligence officials show that a bit of code can disrupt all of that. In this case, attacking the same systems that steer and propel full-sized shipping vessels.
We are attacking a real system that could be used in a real ship, just a fake ship here. But if we were attacking a real system, we could have really done some damage to the ship and to the cargo on that ship and the economy of the country who owns the ship.
Around the world, the best and brightest are usually recruited into military and government roles. But the U.S. is a decentralized place.
80% of what is operated as critical infrastructure in the United States is privately owned. So the government can't do this job. We have to have partnerships.
President Biden is now calling for the public and private sector to shore up its cyber defenses. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency just gathered U.S. companies to ask that they be on high alert and share any signs of attack. Meanwhile, these students are learning to think like someone who wants to cripple a port or poison a city.
Everything has computers attached, and it's only a matter of which adversary is willing to go how far to try and damage either physically or economically the nation. And we have to have experts who can prevent that.
Jake Ward, NBC News, Fort Lauderdale.
Let's bring in retired Army Lieutenant General Stephen Twitty now. He's the former Deputy Commander for the United States European Command. General, we appreciate your time today. I want to start by just asking for your sense of where the war stands right now.
Yeah, good to be with you, Aaron. What I'm seeing is Russian ground forces have been largely ineffective. You've had the Ukrainian military, which have really stepped up. They have the will to fight. They're well trained. They're well led. And so what you're seeing is the Russians, they're filling the void with a bombing campaign, particularly when you look at Irpin and you look at the Chernihiv in the north. Tremendous bombing campaign that has gone on throughout the night there. You go to the east, particularly in the Russian claim, a communist reason to include Chernihiv. There's been large bombing occurring in those areas. Particularly bombing, no ground forces to speak of that have really been able to take those cities. It's all been bombing. Then you head down to the south, you know about Mariupol. That city has been obliterated. The same thing is occurring with Mykolaiv as we speak, with a tremendous bombing campaign there. I do believe they're going to try and do the same to Kherson, and Odessa will probably be next. That will complete that east to south encirclement that President Putin has spoke of. And I think that will be the focus. Again, filling the void from ground forces will be continued bombing. And it's a shame that that is occurring to the Ukrainian people.
You know, I think you've laid out very nicely exactly what's happening here and how dire the situation is for the Ukrainian military. We know the U.S. has been sending defensive weapons to Ukraine, the Stinger missiles, the anti-tank javelins. The president of Ukraine is still asking for more help. He's asking for offensive equipment, if you will. Can the U.S. send in fighter jets or helicopters at this stage of the conflict for the Ukrainians to use?
Well, what I will tell you, Aaron, is as you see right now, in terms of ground forces, the Ukrainians have the upper hand. What is missing in this to have decisive victory is you got to stop the bombing, the artillery, and the missiles from the air. And so I would be all for sending additional drones. I would be all for sending the additional MiGs that the Ukrainian government has called for. I would not be for the no-fly zone. When you talk about a no-fly zone, that is contested airspace that could bring NATO into this conflict. And next thing, you have World War III on your hands.
Yeah, this war has increased the stakes for Eastern Europe, and now there are tens of thousands of troops from other places, U.S. troops who've been sent into that region. How sustainable is that force posture for the U.S. in the long term?
It is highly sustainable. I just left the United States European Command, spent 2 years over there. We've always had rotations of U.S. troops over into Europe. We have the facilities over in Poland and other places on the eastern flank. We can sustain that posture. I will tell you, over the long term, we need to figure out what the posture in Europe will look like, because this problem will not go away as long as President Putin is in power.
All right, Lieutenant General Stephen Twitty, we appreciate your time and perspective today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
President Biden expected to tap into oil reserves to help drive down gas prices.
That's right. Coming up next, how soon drivers can see prices plunge at the pump. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
On the money now, Wall Street wrapping up its first losing quarter in 2 years, and President Biden has a plan to lower gas prices. CNBC's Frank Holland joining us now to break down everything with us today. So, Frank, it's a quarter that everybody on Wall Street wants to sort of put behind them at this point. How are the markets reacting today?
Hey there, Aaron. You know, the markets are a bit mixed today, with the Dow down double digits and on pace for its first losing quarter in 2 years. The S&P and the Nasdaq basically flat. Remember, this rocky quarter started with Omicron concerns and then continues to be pressured by concerns over the Russia-Ukraine war and rising inflation. Both the war and higher prices, those are going to continue into the second quarter. We're just going to have to wait and see how the markets respond.
Frank, at the same time, President Biden is expected to release up to 1 million barrels of oil each day from the U.S. Strategic Reserve. How soon could drivers actually see some significant relief in gas prices?
Well, I can share some good news this time. Prices are down marginally already at the pump, according to data from AAA. But remember, that's still from historic highs, so prices remain relatively elevated. This historic release from the U.S. reserves is having an immediate impact on the markets. Oil prices are also down about 4% today, but still above the key level of $100 a barrel. Investment bank Goldman Sachs is saying the move from the Biden administration should provide some near-term relief, but a long-term solution is still needed.
I want to ask you about cryptocurrency, too, Frank, because I still need a lot of teaching on this topic. But there's a new poll out from NBC News that finds that 1 in 5 adults has invested in, traded, or used cryptocurrency. There are lawmakers who are trying to regulate the crypto markets right now. What sort of impact could that have on the popularity that we're seeing in crypto that's going up so much?
Well, Aaron, I'm not going to ask if you own any, but one thing about cryptocurrency is the privacy aspect of it, and the ability to do some transactions outside of the mainstream financial industry has really been one of the reasons for crypto's popularity, but certainly not the only one. It's really unclear how more adoption and regulation would impact usage by current holders. We do know that crypto investors, they react negatively to risk. Bitcoin, Ripple, and Ethereum, 3 of the biggest cryptocurrencies, all down more than 20% since the news of the Omicron variant broke on Black Friday. I know that seems like forever ago. They've continued to decline during the Russia-Ukraine war as investors have really steered away from risky assets due to that geopolitical uncertainty. Now, regulation, that creates a different kind of uncertainty. And the question that many investors are going to ask themselves, are lawmakers planning to do something that will make crypto more accessible or less? And we have to wait and see on that, too.
We will. Frank Holland for us at CNBC. Frank, thank you.
So gender equity is gaining traction in California with more women joining company boards, thanks in part to a trailblazing new law. CNBC reporter Yasmin Quorum has been following this story for us and joins us now live. Yasmin, first off, just tell us about this law, what it is, what it actually means, but really how many opportunities are we talking about? Like, can you quantify it for us? How many boardroom seats are actually being filled by women there in California?
Right. Well, Morgan, California's competitive advantage just might be diversity. As Women's History Month comes to a close, I sat down with the state's first partner for a progress report on Senate Bill 826, the landmark law that requires all public companies to have a woman on their board. First, let's get to some numbers. Since its passing 4 years ago, the number of women on boards has more than doubled, from a total of around 750 to over 1,800 today. And that trend continues to go in the right direction. In fact, more women than men were named to California boards in 2021. Now, more than 30% of all board of directors are represented by women out here. Despite that advancement, there's still bias to unwind. Here's Jennifer Siebel Newsom, who co-founded California's Partners Project, on what's behind it.
Entrepreneurs and CEOs and chairs of boards tend to live in sort of these insular networks in their own little bubble. And ensuring that there's diversity in leadership really requires going outside of your bubble, outside of those networks, and really addressing your own unconscious bias. We found that, interestingly, when boards think to recruit more women, they sort of raise the requirements bar for women and lower it for men. And again, that's just unconscious bias and something that we need to address.
A third of California's companies had no women at all on their boards. Now, only 8 companies in the state have fully male boards, or less than 1%. Now, it's worth noting that companies that don't meet the requirement are fined hundreds of thousands of dollars. All that said, Morgan, there's still a lot of work to be done. Women of color hold 6% of California's public board seats, despite making up more than a third of the state's population.
Wow, that is really surprising. I mean, those numbers are incredibly meaningful, especially when it comes to progress. Yasmin, thank you so much. We really appreciate your reporting. Aaron, back to you.
Still to come, we have smart homes, we have smart cars, and soon smart guns.
Just after the break, the fatal flaws that could come with new technology that's designed to save lives. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, so interestingly, gun sales exploded during the pandemic, and so did the number of accidental shootings. Accidental gunshot deaths by children handling a gun jumped 31% in 2020 alone.
And the all-out effort to keep guns out of the wrong hands is intersecting with the tech world now. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian showing us how one company's smart gun works.
A young life snuffed out in seconds. 15-year-old Ethan Song died after accidentally shooting himself with a neighbor's handgun, stored in a closet shoebox. His shattered parents never had a chance to say goodbye.
I wanted to go in and sit with him and first of all apologize, because I really felt like I let him down. I felt like my job was to protect my child, and I didn't do that.
And we didn't get that chance at all. The doctor said, it's too grotesque. You can't go in there.
This weapon is designed to prevent such tragedies.
So we did okay.
Ginger Chandler is the chief technology officer at Lodestar Works, one of a few firms developing a so-called smart gun.
We have 3 methods. We use biometric. There's a pin pad on the front of the firearm, and then the Bluetooth technology.
It's Bluetooth. I see. Okay.
Yeah, it just connects, and it's a bonded connection with your phone, and it gives you a way to unlock and lock.
Gareth Glazer is Lodestar's CEO.
You don't have to think about whether you put your gun in the safe. The safe is in the gun, and that's our technology.
Companies have been promising smart guns for years, but it turns out the technology that works on our phones doesn't work as well on guns. But Lodestar says it will be ready.
So when I hear people say, I don't trust technology, I say, well, would you take a horse and buggy to work today? No, you drove a car, which is full of technology. That's one answer, is that technology, although it's not perfect, is pretty darn reliable.
Lodestar is one of at least 2 companies trying to bring a smart gun to market after years of unsuccessful attempts. When Smith & Wesson floated the idea in the 1990s as part of a legal settlement, a boycott by gun rights groups nearly took down the company. A German firm tried again a few years ago, but a hacker showed how the gun could easily be unlocked with magnets.
First, the technology isn't there yet.
Larry Keene is the top lobbyist for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. He says his group is not opposed to smart guns, but is dubious that they are workable.
If the battery fails and you cannot use the firearm in a time of need, someone's breaking into your house to commit rape, murder, whatever, that's a bad outcome if you have that firearm for self-protection.
Lodestar's gun can be set to fire if the battery fails. The company acknowledges its tech is not quite ready for market, but says it's close. Lodestar says its smart gun would cost around $900 compared to a typical $600 handgun. But polls show many gun owners might be willing to pay a premium for more safety.
We're proving that it works. You have a right and a responsibility to control your firearms, and you have a right to your firearm, but nobody else has a right to your firearm. And misuse of firearms is the major cause of what's going on right now in terms of gun deaths, whether they're stolen, illegally obtained, or misused even by accident.
When Ethan Song's parents heard about the smart gun, they had a haunting thought.
I was like, oh my God, that would have saved Ethan's life.
My understanding of a smart gun is it knows the owner's fingerprint, and Ethan would not have had that fingerprint. That gun would have simply frozen his hand, and that would have been an amazing moment.
It didn't happen for their son, but they hope it can happen for some other child.
That was Ken Delanian reporting. The makers of this technology and their advocates tell us they believe if this could save just a few lives every year, it would be worth it.
Breaking on NBC News Now, President Biden announcing he'll dig into America's reserve oil supply to fight surging gas prices. New details about the plan that could ease your pain at the pump.
They went to Jared, the January 6th committee, questioning the former president's son-in-law about the Capitol riot. What lawmakers are hoping to learn.
And change at the border. The White House set to drop certain restrictions on immigration due to the pandemic. Why now, and what it means for refugees trying to come to America.
And above and beyond, meet the crew behind America's newest military branch. We'll introduce you to the men and women of Space Force. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York.
And I'm Morgan Radford on assignment here in Miami. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with the death toll rising in a deadly Russian attack in Mykolaiv, Ukraine. Crews pulled more bodies from what's left of a destroyed government building. A total of 20 people are now confirmed dead in Tuesday's airstrike.
Also today, new images of an oil depot going up in flames in the Luhansk region. That's in southeastern Ukraine. A military official says a school and several homes also caught fire from the Russian shelling there. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky virtually addressed lawmakers in Belgium and Australia today. He asked for more weapons and armored vehicles. Zelensky also called for Russia to be punished for its actions.
Needless to say, there is a lot of news to unpack this hour. So let's go ahead and begin in Washington with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, look, NBC News is reporting that President Biden is expected to really announce a comprehensive plan to rein in those gas prices that are due to those Russian sanctions. What more can you tell us about what everyday Americans should expect?
Yeah, these higher gas prices, more than $1.35 a gallon higher than this point last year, are the biggest domestic impact of this crisis happening overseas. And the president is going to be addressing the country today to lay out some additional steps he's taking to try to ease that burden at the gas pump. The headline is going to be the announcement that he's going to be releasing 1 million barrels on average every day for the next 180 days. They're calling this a wartime release of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a significant dent in trying to bring stability to those global energy prices. The White House describing this as a bridge to eventually getting to a green energy economy. That's what the president's also going to be announcing today, that he's invoking the Defense Production Act to obtain and to produce more critical materials for things like high-capacity batteries that are so critical as far as transitioning into this green economy. Now, you look at what the president's approval ratings are in our new NBC poll, 40%, the lowest since he took office, and what the #1 issue voters are saying is their top concern, inflation and the cost of living. This is obviously the president trying to do everything he can to deal with that issue and also to show the American people that he is really focused on the issues that matter to them.
NBC's Jacob Soboroff is also joining us today from Lviv, Ukraine. Jacob, you are on the ground, and we've really all been talking about that devastation specifically in Mariupol. Can you tell us kind of what's happening in terms of help headed their way for the thousands of people who are still there suffering?
The question, Morgan, is whether or not a humanitarian convoy is going to be able to enter the city. And the movements inside and out of Mariupol have been an issue of great concern since Russia attacked both that drama theater and an art school, with hundreds of people ultimately having been killed there. President Zelensky says it may be as many as 1,000. The Red Cross has said it's tried to get in, but we know that humanitarian aid efforts have been based outside of Mariupol for that very reason. The fact that Russian attacks continue in the strategic port city. And so ultimately, we're going to be watching very closely for reports, particularly from the International Committee of the Red Cross, the International Federation of the Red Cross, to see if they are able to pass through what are multiple dangerous checkpoints in order to make it into the city to deliver much needed, and that is an understatement, aid.
I want to go ahead and bring in global security reporter Dan DeLuce in on this conversation. Dan, where exactly are Russian troops headed now? Because this has been such a fast-moving situation. I mean, how has their strategy shifted?
Yeah, it's clear that they have been stymied around Kyiv on the ground, no question, and they seem to almost be giving up, at least for the moment, trying to seize the city. But U.S., British, and NATO officials all say Russian forces are not withdrawing, but regrouping around Kyiv. And they say it looks like Russia is trying to bolster an offensive in the eastern Donbass region. And the expectation is Russia will send reinforcements to that front. So that's a priority for them. But Ukraine's military also put out a statement today along similar lines saying that they expect Russian units to be moving to that Donbass region. And the question now is if Russia can gain any traction on the battlefield in Donbass, given that they are signaling this is such a priority. And Ukrainian officials have warned that Russia may be trying to seize more territory there in the east and effectively split the country in two. And they call that a Korea scenario.
Jacob, I want to bring you back in here on this conversation because you've been reporting on an effort to really help millions of Ukrainian children who have been forced to leave their homes. I mean, they're sort of the most vulnerable who've been impacted by this crisis, this war. Can you tell us more?
2.5 million, Morgan, according to the UNHCR, the United Nations Refugee Agency, are in desperate need of support and of education and of basically the basics. And so there's one grassroots effort actually here, a little bit of uplifting news, if there can be uplifting news in a situation like this, that's trying to get a little piece of hope and home to all of these children, refugees living abroad. Books. This is a look inside that effort. Watch this.
Russian missiles striking Lviv Saturday.
Down below our vantage point here, that's a fuel depot.
A city shaken. But this week, life continued, including for Mariana Savka, back at work as editor-in-chief of one of Ukraine's largest publishers.
So these are the books that you publish?
Yes. Back at work, but not back to normal.
What's it been like for you to have to close some of your stores around the country?
I'm not happy that they closed, but I know that it can be dangerous for our employees.
Now, Mariana and her colleagues have started collecting humanitarian aid. This van filled with essentials bound for Kharkiv. But it's literature she feels can help heal the most, which is why she and her publishing house, Old Lion, launched a fundraising effort.
And people are donating.
Yes.
What they receive pays to send books to refugees in surrounding countries like these kids in Poland, nearly 500 so far.
If there's one book
yes.
that you'd like the children of Ukraine to have the most as they're abroad as refugees, which one is it?
Not here, not here. Yes, I know where is this book in my cabinet. Here's this book.
It's called How War Changed Rondo. Originally published after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. As Russia attacks again, relevant as ever.
This is what the news looks like now.
Yes, absolutely.
It says here, the war touched everyone.
The book's story about kids living in a fictional place at war called Rondo.
They tried together to make a light.
Now real life for Ukrainian children. Together, we read the book's final passage, one she wishes can spread hope.
The whole town sang until every black flower had disappeared and the darkness had dissolved completely.
Victory.
Victory.
Yes.
And that's what you hope for Ukraine.
Yes.
Morgan, Aaron, everybody here is trying to do what they can whenever they can. And if folks who are watching us stream right now want to be a part of this effort, all they got to do is go over to the Today Show's website, today.com. You'll find a link to donate to get some books out to refugees from Ukraine.
Jacob, incredible reporting, especially where it's needed and matters most. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Former President Donald Trump's son-in-law is facing intense scrutiny from lawmakers today. Jared Kushner appearing before the House committee that's investigating the Capitol riot. He is one of the highest-ranking Trump aides to do so. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. Ali, what exactly is the committee's goal today in interviewing Jared Kushner?
Yeah, Aaron, he is one of the people who has been at the center of Trump's orbit for more than 5 years at this point. Back when I was covering the campaign in 2015 was when Jared Kushner became central to that political operation. And obviously since then, he rose to the highest echelons of the White House. And of course, he has something that most other people in Trump world do not, which is that he is family. The former president is also the grandfather to Kushner's kids. So there's an extra tie there. And that's something that the January 6th committee is likely to be interested in as they try to establish, yes, what was going on in the White House on January 6th, but that's not where Kushner can be the most helpful. He was actually out of the country, coming back into the country on January 6th. So he wasn't in the White House in those critical days. And frankly, even in the waning weeks of the administration, he had really turned to his foreign policy portfolio, working overseas on things like Middle East peace that were part of his portfolio from the beginning of the administration. That said, new texts from Jenny Thomas to Mark Meadows do spur some questions about what he was being sent and if he was involved in these potential efforts to overthrow and overturn the election results. That's probably something that they're going to want to hear from him about. Now, we saw that around 10 a.m., this deposition, which is virtual and voluntary, began. So that puts us at around 2 hours at this point. Staffers who are in the room seem to only take a brief pause for a break, but they do seem to have gone back in, and things are still ongoing upstairs from me right now.
Yeah, I want to ask you, too, while we have you, Allie. The Washington Post is reporting that the Justice Department is expanding its probe into January 6th. What can you tell us about that?
Look, expanding its probe into the financial piece of this, which is something that is critical. Who was paying for these rallies on the Ellipse and at the Capitol, trying to effectively follow the money? That's something that the January 6th committee itself is also interested in doing. There are multiple prongs here that I think are really important. It is about what Donald Trump was doing. It is about what his aides and advisors were doing, both inside the White House and the unofficial advisors who made up that legal team that were part of all of those lawsuits around the 2020 election. People like Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, Boris Epstein, people who were close to the president, even if they weren't officially in the White House. And then, of course, who was paying for and financing these things. And that's nothing to say of the efforts for false slates of electors in the states. All of these things fit together, but there are so many disparate threads. And when we're tracking what the January 6th committee is doing, we have always had one eye on the Justice Department to see the places in which these investigations overlap, even as the January 6th committee, in a different capacity this week, as they were referring Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino for criminal contempt referral, urging the Justice Department to do more.
All right, Allie Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today. Allie, thank you. We are inching closer to a final vote on the Supreme Court nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham just announced that he will vote no on her confirmation. That's not a surprise by any measure. You might recall Graham shouted at the judge as he questioned her sentencing record during last week's confirmation hearing. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. Sahil, you know, this was expected, we know, but what reason did the senator give for his opposition to the judge's confirmation?
You were right, Aaron. This is not a surprise. Lindsey Graham is someone who has been quite antagonistic to Judge Jackson from the beginning, from the time she was nominated by President Biden, and he had a very contentious series of back and forths during the questioning at the hearing. Now, in announcing his opposition, in making it official, he cited Judge Jackson's record, including during her time as a district court judge on one of the issues that came up repeatedly over the hearings, her sentencing record when it comes to issues involving child exploitation. Let's have a listen to what Graham said.
My decision is based upon her record of judicial activism, flawed sentencing methodology regarding child pornography cases, and a belief Judge Jackson will not be deterred by the plain meaning of the law when it comes to liberal causes. After a thorough review of Judge Jackson's record and information gained at the hearing from an evasive witness, I now know why Judge Jackson was the favorite of the radical left, and I will vote no.
Now, some extra context here, Aaron. This record that Lindsey Graham refers to of Judge Jackson was well in the public record last year when he voted to confirm her to a powerful position that she currently has at the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. One of the other unstated reasons that Graham has not really hid in recent weeks but didn't mention on the floor is that he is angry at President Biden for not picking another contender, Judge J. Michelle Childs from his home state of South Carolina. He had encouraged the White House to select her. President Biden went with Judge Jackson, who was always the favorite. She always had the inside track. She was the first nominee that President Biden picked for a circuit court, elevated her from a district court to the D.C. Appeals Court, to, you know, and it was widely seen as grooming her for the Supreme Court, because that court is a frequent feeder to the high court. Still, Judge Jackson in good shape to become Justice Jackson next week. Graham's vote will not change that.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us. Thank you, Sahil.
A major change is coming to U.S. border policy. NBC News has learned the Biden administration is working to lift Title 42, which is a public health law that had been used to stop asylum seekers from entering the U.S. during the pandemic. Now, this law was activated by the Trump administration back in 2020, and that rule has since blocked more than 1.7 million people from claiming asylum here in America, while thousands have been waiting at migrant camps on the Mexico side of the border. Our NBC News team is covering this story at both sides of the border for us. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, first off, I guess the big question is, why is the Biden administration deciding to lift Title 42 now? What's changed?
Well, essentially, they've run out of options. They've tried to fight this in court for over a year now. This is something that they told advocates they would be doing pretty early on in the administration. And now you're looking at over 2 years into the pandemic, and they've continued to keep Title 42 in place, saying that it was necessary in order to stop the spread of COVID. But then they've made exceptions. They made exceptions for unaccompanied children. They've made exceptions, by and large, for most Ukrainians to cross the border. So they started to not be able to defend themselves in court about why they were keeping this in place to stop families and single adults from crossing the border. So now we understand that the CDC has recommended that they lift that authority and that there are plans underway to stop using Title 42 and to stop turning back asylum seekers by May 23rd.
And Julia, what's next then? How much of a migrant surge are border officials really expecting once this Title 42 is lifted?
Well, they can look at people camping out across the Mexican border, seeing people in Mexico waiting to get in. The estimates are about 170,000 migrants that might be attempting to cross. From what I understand from my sources, they want to do a phased approach, which means there might be some people who have to get in line, show up at a certain day, some way to be able to get enough resources down there to be able to take people in, process them, get documents, figure out where they need to go, and also to be able to hear legitimate asylum claims and to get people the help they'll need. We saw the border get overwhelmed last year. You can remember when all of those Haitians arrived at once. Now imagine that, but with people who will be needing to stay here perhaps even years while their asylum claims play out. So there's a lot of planning underway to try to anticipate that surge, not just for the immigration system, but for those communities at the border as well.
Yeah, a lot at stake there. Julia Ainsley reporting live from Washington. Julia, thank you. I want to go ahead and also bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who's been covering the reaction to all of this. Antonia, as Julia just mentioned, this is set to go into effect in about a month. So how is it being received? What does the process look like now? Specifically, how is that process going to change for people who are trying to claim asylum as we speak here in the United States?
Well, Morgan, in terms of reception for migrants who are on the Mexican side of the border right now, some of them are relieved to just finally have a date by which they know they can present themselves and begin the process of hopefully making their asylum claim. Others are frustrated. Initially, they were hearing that this would happen in early April, so many of them were eagerly waiting throughout March, very ready to try to make this approach on April 1st, on Friday. And so the emotions kind of go both ways. But what we're hearing now is that in many of these shelters on the Mexican side of the border, where in some cases people have been living for months or over a year, some of them are getting ready for that phased approach that Julia just mentioned. And they're actually organizing themselves. They are choosing who they think is most vulnerable, which families need to go forth first. And they're doing some of that organization themselves as they wait to really hear more from the administration about how all of this processing is going to work. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Blaine Bookey. She's one of the attorneys working with many migrants on the border and in touch with the administration about what a humane and orderly process is going to look like.
Our asylum system is, complex. It rivals the tax code in its complexity, and it will be incredibly difficult for individuals, especially who don't have attorneys, to be able to present their case.
Blaine says that for some folks, there's also frustration because they're watching Ukrainians currently get exemptions to Title 42, and they have in many cases, again, been there for months longer than Ukrainians and are now being told that they have about 2 more months of waiting before they know what the future holds for them, Morgan.
I do want to underscore that point about frustration, Antonia, because, you know, my producer, Aaron Franco, and we crossed the border into Mexico to Reynosa. We were in these migrant camps, and to see people who are saying, look, I have to pay, 10 cents or lo que sea just to have water, just so I can brush my teeth or use the bathroom. I mean, so waiting for months like that indefinitely. And now they're seeing people coming from Ukraine, and they're wondering, why not them? So for those who have escaped Ukraine and are now making their way to that very same border, hoping to get here to the United States, what are they facing now once they arrive?
Well, Morgan, they're going to be, if they're on the Mexican side of the border, seeing and experiencing some of the same conditions you just described. If you're a Ukrainian family that doesn't have a lot of family resources, that means you might be staying in a shelter for a period of time. You know, if you don't have contacts in the United States who can connect you with legal representation, you might not have lawyers ready to guide you through the process of making an asylum claim. And that is extremely challenging here in the United States. I mean, as Blaine Bookie described it to me, it is, something that rivals our tax code in terms of confusion and complication. And so Ukrainians, like everyone else from around the world who approaches our borders, are going to be entering into that same complex conditions and environment on our border. But again, they are seen by other migrants as the lucky ones right now, the ones who people are paying attention to, the ones who border agents are primed to give an exemption for, where, Haitians are still at times being sent back right now. And they, in many cases, are asking reporters and asking people, what's so different about our situation? We've fled violence. We've fled political turmoil. Take a listen to some more of what Blaine Bookie shared with me.
I think it's a great point that refugees flee because their lives are in danger and not in response to any sort of U.S. policies. I think most people have no illusions that the Biden administration is going to roll out the welcome mat for them, but they're coming because their lives are at risk.
A coalition of organizations like the one that Blaine Bookie works for, but many others along the border, are now calling on the administration to work with them and start proactively thinking about what is this phased approach going to look like? Who should we be bringing up first when it gets to May? And how can we make sure that this doesn't become a story of a chaotic crush at the border, but one of the administration working hand in hand with advocates to make sure that asylum is restored in the right way? Morgan?
Absolutely. I think the right way. This is certainly a moment of reflection for this country in terms of who and how we approach our immigration process. Antonia Hilton in Washington. Antonia, thank you. Meanwhile, Arizona Republicans are enacting a controversial new law in their pursuit of voting rights reform. Governor Doug Ducey signed new legislation on Wednesday to reestablish proof of citizenship voting requirements. Now, it sets up a showdown with courts, which have said that a previous version of the election rule violated federal law. NBC News Digital senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now with more. Jane, what exactly does this new law entail? What is the fallout about?
Morgan, so this law would ask election workers or voters to verify a registrant's citizenship before they can vote in presidential elections or vote by mail. Now, since 2004, Arizona has already asked people who are registering on state forms or for state elections to have that documentary proof of citizenship. But voters have always been able to register as a federal-only voter, register for federal races, without that proof of citizenship. The federal form that you can use anywhere in the country asks you to swear under penalty of perjury that you're a citizen. And you can essentially sort of check a box there and still register to vote. This is trying to extend those requirements that Arizona has for its state elections to those federal-only voters.
Jane, when you talk about that, if you look back at 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Arizona cannot force voters to provide proof of citizenship. So, how is this new rule then legal?
Yeah, Morgan, that's the real question. Now, when the state lawmakers considered this bill, their own attorneys told them it violates federal law. It is certainly going to be challenged in court. Advocates say it violates federal law. County officials say it violates federal law, and that it's also a whole lot of work for those county officials. So this is the real question. But it's clear that these lawmakers want to test this law again in a more conservative Supreme Court. The Supreme Court we have now versus the one we had in 2013. They want to have this fight again about the control they have. When asked in a committee hearing, they asked the rules attorney in the House of Representatives in Arizona what amendment could make this law legal with federal law and compliant. And they said there really isn't anything we can do. And a Republican chairman of that committee said, this is a fight worth having. I want to go here. So they're going to go there.
All right, NBC's Jane Tim for us. We know you'll bring us the latest. Thank you.
Republican lawmakers are taking on one of their own over her criticism of former President Donald Trump. Congresswoman Liz Cheney has drawn the ire of many members of the GOP. Now, a source tells NBC News more than 50 Republican House members attended a fundraiser last night for Cheney's primary challenger. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now. So, Vaughn, talk to us about this fundraiser last night. What do we know?
This is significant because more than 50 GOP House members, these are colleagues of Liz Cheney. She's running for a fourth term. She's been around the block there up on Capitol Hill. She has personal relationships with these members, but it speaks to just the extent to which the Republican Party apparatus is trying to undermine her reelection bid, going out there in Washington, D.C., showing up for a fundraiser, contributing in an effort to try to help out her challenger, Harriet Hageman.
So real talk here. How much of this is about this effort to unseat Liz Cheney is about Liz Cheney, and how much of it is about the former President Trump and sort of appealing to or appeasing him?
Right. He is still the de facto leader of this Republican Party. There is nobody that has stepped in. There is not a groundswell of support for a potential different nominee in 2024. And Donald Trump's number one target is Liz Cheney. And I think Cheney would acknowledge that she is the leading anti-Trump Republican right now. She is the vice chair of the January 6th committee. And just on Monday, at the meeting in which they announced the new contempt filings, that she called out Republican members within her own party, saying that they failed to uphold the Constitution. That committee is investigating and could potentially implicate not only Donald Trump, but some of those other GOP members.
So what about inside Wyoming? I mean, what are the political experts saying about the impact this might have on politics in her state?
This is a real competition for her. We're just over 4 months away from that August primary here. And Harriet Hageman, she has not only the backing of so many of these GOP members, but also has the former president on her side. She is raising money here. They raised more than $200,000 last night. And you're looking at potentially Harriet Hageman being able to pull off an upset win against Liz Cheney here. The big question is ultimately come primary day in August, how many Democrats, how many independents show up, change their party registration to help out Liz Cheney? Because that's what it's looking like that she may very well need here. Back in 2018, we were looking at a similar situation in which the more moderate figure actually got 10,000 Democrats or independents to register as Republicans the day of that election.
It will be interesting to watch for sure, and I know you will be. We appreciate it, Vaughn. Thanks.
Aaron. Appreciate it.
Morgan?
And stay with us because we have been reporting on many ordinary Ukrainians who have really stepped up in big ways to defend their country. Well, now groups of Polish citizens are signing up for military training. Coming up, why they're worried that history is now repeating itself. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening. Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right? Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now to
Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, a Nevada community is grieving after search crews found the body of a missing woman. The remains of Naomi Irion was discovered in a remote gravesite on Tuesday, where investigators were sent to the area based on a tip, and DNA evidence collected from the scene confirmed the body is hers. Her alleged kidnapper is set to appear in court next week. Meanwhile, dozens of young students are okay today, thankfully, after drinking milk that was contaminated with sanitizer. New Jersey officials say that all of the kids were only taken to the hospital out of an abundance of caution. An investigation now is underway to really determine just how that happened. And we qualified. The U.S. men's soccer team will officially take part in the upcoming FIFA World Cup in Qatar. The U.S. failed to qualify for the World Cup last time around, but this tournament is set to kick off in November.
Bottom of the hour now. Let's get you up to date on the latest from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The U.S. is sending 100 killer drones known as Switchblades to Ukraine. Those drones are part of the larger weapons package President Biden approved earlier this month. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been asking for countries to give them more weapons support. Britain's defense ministry says the city of Chernihiv has been hit with significant strikes by the Russian military. The attack comes after Russia said it would reduce military activity there. NATO says current Russian troop movement is not a sign of withdrawal, rather repositioning.
The European Bank says Ukraine's economy could shrink by a fifth this year alone. Areas that make up 60% of the country's GDP are facing the worst impacts of the invasion. Russia's GDP is expected to drop by 10%. Then if you just take a look at nearby Hungary, the conflict in Ukraine is dominating the elections. This weekend, Hungary will be the first NATO country to hold an election since the start of that invasion. Among the top issues, how to avoid being dragged into the war and the influx of more than 360,000 refugees.
Let's dig into that a little bit more now, starting with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Hungary for us today. Raf, how is the war impacting the election in that country?
Aaron, it's turning into a dominant issue here in Hungary in the election, and you can understand why. The border with Ukraine is just a couple hundred miles that way. There is fighting on the other side of the border. There are 300,000 plus refugees who have crossed over into Hungary, and people here are very nervous about what's happening next door. Now, Hungary is led by Prime Minister Viktor Orban, an authoritarian leader. You might remember him because Donald Trump is a big fan of his. He's actually endorsed him in this election. But Orban historically has also had a very close relationship with Vladimir Putin. And the opposition here in Hungary is hammering him for that relationship. We spoke just a couple minutes ago to the leader of the opposition here in Hungary, who said this election will decide whether this country, which is part of the EU, which is part of NATO, remains a loyal member of the West or is subservient to Russian interests. Now, Orban, for his part, is saying he's the man who will keep Hungary out of the fighting next door. He has been refusing to allow NATO to directly transfer weapons over the border from Hungary and Ukraine into Ukraine. Compare that to the situation in Poland, where anti-tank missiles, all sorts of weapons have been sent over. So the war here is going to be a major issue as voters are going to the polls on Sunday. Aaron?
Yeah, Raf, I want to ask you about the humanitarian situation, too. I know it's building there in Hungary like it is in so many other countries in that region. You spoke to some refugees about that. What did you learn?
Yeah, we met a group of refugees this morning who had come from the southern Ukrainian city of Nikolaev. Now, that is a place that has been relatively peaceful until this week, when a Russian missile hit a government administrative building, killing a number of people there. And that led to this outflow of refugees. We met a young woman named Sasha. Her husband is behind in Ukraine, fighting against the Russian invasion. And she was with her little son, Leo. One of the questions I asked was how Leo's doing. Take a listen to that exchange. How old is Leo?
Leo, how old are you? I got it, two. I'm 2 years old.
2 years old. How is he doing?
Fine.
Given everything, he's doing okay?
Yes.
It's difficult for someone so small, huh?
Not easy.
Now, Aaron, you might remember back in 2015, Viktor Orban sealed the borders of Hungary to Syrian refugees who were trying to come over. This time, he is allowing Ukrainians to come into Hungary, but he's really not encouraging them to stay here. The Hungarian government is providing very, very cheap train tickets to Ukrainians to travel through Hungarian territory and further on into Europe. So he's letting them in, but he doesn't want them to stay. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us in Hungary today. Raf, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Josh Lederman, who is live for us in Poland right now. Josh, the U.S. ambassador to the UN for Food and Agriculture is there now, touring these food and refugee centers. But what is she seeing, and really how is she committed to helping?
Well, she had a chance to see a World Food Program warehouse along with workers from the World Central Kitchen, that Jose Andres project that has fed well over 4 million Ukrainians, not only those who have fled the country and are now in countries like Poland, but also some who are still in Ukraine. She was able also to see a refugee center that is along the Ukrainian-Polish border. But a big focus of her visit, Morgan, was to address what experts say is a looming food crisis globally, not just in this region, that is going to be caused by the fact that Ukraine and Russia are considered the breadbasket of Europe. They provide about a third of the world's wheat exports. And there are serious concerns that countries, particularly in North Africa, that rely on those imports are going to be without food in regions where they already have issues with malnutrition and hunger. And so she is very focused on seeing what the world can do to increase crop production in other places to make sure they're able to pick up the slack.
Josh, I also know that you spoke to the ambassador about what she thinks her late husband, Senator John McCain, would say right now about everything that is happening, not only in that region, but frankly, the West's reaction to what's happening. What did she say specifically?
Yeah, and this was so interesting, Morgan, because the late Senator John McCain was obviously such a big force for decades in U.S. politics in opposing President Putin and Russian authoritarianism. He was also beloved in Ukraine for his defense of their country. And so it was so interesting to hear his widow, Cindy McCain, the ambassador, say what she thought he would be saying about this crisis right now. Take a look.
Oh, he'd be screaming at the top of his lungs. Are you kidding? He was such a good friend to Ukraine and had so much empathy and also so much understanding for a fledgling democracy the way it was. And he called Putin for what he was early on. I mean, we all remember him saying, you know, what he thought of Vladimir Putin, and he was right. So, you know, I'm for many reasons I wish he were here, and this is one of them.
And you know, Morgan, her husband was obviously a prominent Republican senator who had a lot of criticism of Joe Biden when he was vice president and the way the Obama administration handled Russia. But it's very interesting now she is part of this Biden administration. And just in the last month, we have seen how President Putin's war in Ukraine has really brought Democrats and Republicans largely together. They now stand mostly on the same page when it comes to confronting Russia's aggression towards its neighbors and its actions around the world. So, you know, there's a sign of bipartisanship when it comes to trying to take on that threat right now in the United States.
All right, NBC's Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you for your reporting.
And with the war on Poland's doorstep, many people are concerned the conflict in Ukraine could move into their country. Now, citizens are signing up for military training to thwart possible Russian attacks. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns.
For Poland, serving as the largest hub for Ukrainian refugees can also serve as a reminder that it could happen here. That's what inspired this civilian training camp in the mountain town of Nowy Targ.
How did all of this get started?
The Russian invasion on Ukraine caused many civilians in our region to be afraid of their life, of their security, their families, their homeland. They ask, they call, they email every day. They just want to learn how to shoot, how to react in face of war situation if the conflict would come to us.
With the conflict on their doorstep, Colonel Marcin Marcinek of the Polish Army Reserves is helping everyday people prepare for the possibility of war spilling over their border.
How many of the people here have never even held or shot a gun?
Most of them didn't shot before.
Every Sunday, a group of 25 or so civilians learn how to assemble and disassemble weapons, how to shoot rifles and pistols, how to throw a grenade. They practice emergency first aid and basic survival skills. The colonel says they already have a waiting list of hundreds.
We just saw strikes in Lviv, so close to the border. What's it like for you to see action on your doorstep?
I think that people are more interested in defense issues.
People like Tadeusz Morawa, who came here with his 18-year-old son.
We're very worried. I'm interested in history. I'm watching closely the situation. And I know that Poland has been through such situations, through such horrors in the Second World War. It reminds me very closely what's happening in Kiev or in Mariupol to our capital, Warsaw, that has been destroyed.
That's your father?
No.
Father right there?
This history hits home for Ted. His father fought in World War II and became a political prisoner in the Soviet Union.
You brought your son here with you today. Why?
I brought in my son because you have to fight for your homeland. Poland is in a situation that we might have to protect it, just like our fathers, just like my father and my son's grandfather did.
What did you think when your father asked you to come?
I thought it's a good idea, and it's worth to do this.
And it's not just civilians. Local leaders tell us they're working to ensure they're prepared to keep residents safe. And as for the military,
is the Polish military preparing for the possibility of war?
In accordance with an old Latin saying, "Sevis pacem para bellum," translated into English, if you want peace, be prepared for war.
The Polish population has watched the fighting in Ukraine for weeks now. Those we've spoken with say they can't help but imagine the shoe on the other foot.
If the war does cross the border here into Poland, will you fight?
For sure.
And you?
Of course.
NATO and the Pentagon are warning that Russian forces are actually not withdrawing, but rather repositioning in Kyiv. That's despite Moscow claiming that it would reduce its military campaign in the Ukrainian capital. Let's go ahead and bring in Ukrainian journalist Olga Toryokik in Kyiv. She is also a non-resident fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Olga, first, I want to thank you for making time, especially given everything that's happened, being with us. You have been reporting from Kyiv since the beginning of Russia's invasion. Can you first just describe Describe the situation there today. I mean, what's going on outside of the walls where you are, behind you? I mean, what is keeping you there in the city?
Well, in fact, Morgan, I'm not in Kyiv now. I'm in Western Ukraine. I've been there, but I've left because of the occupation. But I'm, of course, in touch with the people who are there, and I'm getting constant updates. And actually, a couple of hours ago, I received information from my contacts who are in Kyiv that there were some powerful explosions in the city, and it looks like Kyiv has been struck by Russian missiles again. In fact, Ukrainian armed forces staff, they are saying that Russians are indeed withdrawing some part of their troops from the areas around Kyiv, but they are saying that other part of the military of Russian military, Russian soldiers are still remaining in the towns surrounding Kyiv, and they also think that it might be an attempt to, rather regroup and reposition for a new attack than withdraw definitely.
And Olga, can you just, I know that you said that you left. There was a turning point for you there. But, the U.S. and the EU have imposed strict sanctions against Russia. And I know that you've been quite vocal that this is simply not enough. What do you want to see happen?
Well, I can just say what Ukrainian officials and President Zelensky have been saying, that in fact, a trade embargo on Russia, the embargo on Russian oil and gas is what would really hurt, Putin's regime hard, because Russia relies on this income, on the money it gets for selling oil and gas. And without that, Russian economy would be on the brink of collapse. And I think it is actually unfair that Ukrainian economy is forecasted to shrink by 20%, while Russian economy, the aggressor country economy, will only shrink by 10%. We should impose more costs on Russia. We should punish Russia more while providing Ukraine with much needed military assistance.
All right, Olga, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it, and we do hope that you continue to stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A state of emergency declared in El Salvador due to a wave of violence.
Coming up next, why some advocates are worried that human rights are being violated. Stay with us.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, linked military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In El Salvador, a crackdown on the nation's most ruthless gangs is now drawing pushback from human rights activists. That's because some claim that people across that country are now experiencing inhumane conditions. Here's NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez.
The crackdown on gangs intensifies in El Salvador.
Ese sufrimiento que le hagan a la población, lo van a sufrir ellos aquí.
As these images of mass arrests and police searching through homes and families' belongings at neighborhood checkpoints fuel concerns that human rights are being violated. President Nayib Bukele and the National Police touting the efforts on social media all week using the hashtag #WarAgainstGangs. On Wednesday, citing over 2,000 arrests made in just 4 days in response to one of the bloodiest weekends in the country in 30 years. The National Civil Police reporting 62 homicides on Saturday alone. The president sharing these videos appearing to show prison guards roughly forcing inmates to move with clubs, tweeting also that those arrested would not be freed and announcing meals for incarcerated gang members would be cut to 1 a day. This as police round up others on the street after a state of emergency was imposed on Sunday that suspends constitutional rights like freedom of assembly and the right to an attorney when detained.
So the strategy in El Salvador seems to be first they arrest, then they tweet about it, and then eventually in the future they might investigate these people. This is exactly the opposite of what has to be done under the rule of law and under basic principles in a democracy.
Many Salvadorans supporting the government's move.
Lo que el presidente está haciendo está correcto.
Todas las pandillas hay que darle duro también, así como ellos hacen con la población.
But Juan Papier, the America's senior researcher at Human Rights Watch, is concerned the arrests could extend beyond those involved in the recent violence.
We know of people who are not allowed to leave their neighborhoods because of checkpoints that the army has established. And we're also seeing in social media that the police in El Salvador is simply saying that they will arrest people based on their appearance.
In December, the U.S. Treasury Department said Bukele's administration provided financial incentives to Salvadoran gangs to, quote, ensure that incidents of gang violence and the number of confirmed homicides remained low. In a message to the international community this week, President Bukele tweeting that no countries have helped El Salvador in the war against gangs, adding, quote, do not come later and try to tell us what we should have done or not do.
I think Bukele is using this moment to gather more popularity. He knows that a key factor for his very high popularity rates in El Salvador is the decrease in violence, and it's also his talent for communications.
Is it working?
We don't know if it's working. We know that the violence in the country has decreased in the last 2 days, but it's impossible to tell whether this is the result of the policies by the Bukele administration.
Earlier this week, Bukele said more than 70,000 gang members were still on the streets. He now says he's asking the president of Congress to convene lawmakers to give him more legal tools to take on gangs. President Bukele is likely to get the votes that he needs to keep making these arrests. Now, what Papier from Human Rights Watch told me is that what's surprising to him and even of concern is the speed at which the president has been able to take control of the National Assembly that grants him these rights. Remember, he has only been in office since 2019. Now, another thing that I want to mention that experts talk about when they speak of the continuation of this crackdown is the backing, the support that President Bukele has from the Salvadoran people at the moment. This whole week and really throughout his presidency, his supporters have praised him and his efforts and what they say he has done to curb violence in their country, something that they've been concerned about for many years. Now, on Tuesday, the government announced that there were no reported homicides in El Salvador. That is exactly what President Bukele's supporters want to hear.
Here in New York, a Long Island family finally has some answers. New DNA technology helped police solve Eve Wilkowitz's murder from 42 years ago. Here's NBC News correspondent Zincle Esimwa.
An unsolved cold case, a 20-year-old woman kidnapped, raped, and killed in 1980 in New York, now closed. Police identifying Eve Wilkowitz's killer about 42 years to the date of her murder.
I still can't believe that I heard those words. We've identified the person responsible for the death of Eve.
Wilkowitz never made it back from work on March 22, 1980. Police say she was strangled by a long unidentified man. Her body found 3 days later near her apartment on Long Island. Eve's only sister, Irene Wilkowitz, urging investigators to continue searching decades later.
She was a real person. She never got a chance to fulfill her dreams.
Initially, police ran a rape kit analysis, but found nothing.
Due to the technology at the time, no donor profile, no DNA profile was able to be obtained.
But times have changed. New genetic genealogy allowing police to put DNA samples into consumer databases instead of just criminal sites for a much wider pool.
Are criminal databases effective and comprehensive?
Law enforcement databases work very well if someone has committed a violent crime and their DNA is in the system. When they don't work well is when someone has stayed under the radar.
CeCe Moore is a prominent genetic genealogist.
My team alone has helped solve over 200 law enforcement cases.
In 2018, the serial rapist and murderer, the Golden State Killer, was found using genetic genealogy testing.
We are able to perform investigative genetic genealogy in all 50 states. There are some that are concerned that there could be overreach by law enforcement using this very powerful tool.
Moore says not all genomics company data from places like 23andMe and Ancestry is available to law enforcement, and states have different restrictions. In New York, where Eve was murdered, a special permit is required to do this type of testing. So the lieutenant overseeing the investigation, Kevin Bayrer, asked the FBI to use the technique. Officials say it led them to a family member of the perpetrator who agreed to DNA testing and ultimately led to the man they believe to be the murderer, Herbert Rice. Police say Rice had a number of arrests for nonviolent offenses. He died of cancer in 1991. Authorities exhuming his body mid-March to run the DNA testing. As for the family of Eve, her parents died before the discovery. And Irene now knows who killed her sister, but is left wrestling with why.
I've lived these past 42 years afraid all the time that I was going to be killed next. But somehow I'm still here. And maybe it's just to help other people in similar situations.
And of course, this also has come as a shock to the family of the man police believe to be the murderer, Herbert Rice. They largely have declined to comment, but at a press conference on Wednesday, Eve's sister, Irene, did thank them for coming forward and sharing their DNA.
The military says Russia and China have jammed U.S. satellites.
NBC News cameras, the first ever, allowed inside the Space Force Command Center where they track it all. We'll take you there next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Tension between the U.S., Russia, and China is not only felt on Earth, but there are actually impacts in space, too.
NBC News was given exclusive access to America's Space Force Command Center. Commanders say a constant game of intimidation is underway in space. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, this is no joking matter when Vladimir Putin has threatened using nuclear weapons. And just as Russian and U.S. submarines shadow each other in the oceans, something similar is already playing out between our satellites in space. U.S. commanders say it's constant harassment and intimidation, and that is where America's two-year-old Space Force comes in.
Pickup heading 270 detonator, Chinese Dragon. Those two are engaging with the target.
In a dark simulator room at the Air Force Academy.
Following good hits, dead man.
America's next generation of fighter pilots is in the cockpit.
Ambush one.
But these future officers have a choice to make. They can stick with a career as airmen or apply to become a guardian with the brand new Space Force.
So we talk about how the warfighter is impacted by the space environment.
Where the focus shifts from fighter jets to satellites. Like it or not, the reality is the battlefield is changing from planet Earth to space. This is the view of the Asian Pacific Theater. And the threat matrix in space is very different. It's congested, it's contested, and it's competitive.
Line down. Copy line.
Our cameras were the first ever allowed inside the classified Space Force Satellite Command Center, where Space Force Guardians monitor every military satellite in orbit, including the vital links to units in the field, to Air Force One, and the nuclear chain of command. While next door, the GPS Command Center watches over 37 satellites that provide free GPS coverage to the world. How accurate is the U.S. system?
Within a 1.5 feet guaranteed.
1.5 feet?
Yes, sir.
Outside, under heavy guard, one of several mobile satellite command units never before photographed, ready to roll across the country should headquarters face imminent threat. The U.S. military says Russia and China are already regularly harassing, jamming, and probing U.S. commercial satellites that are critical to the U.S. economy. Satellites come in all sizes, from a school bus to a dishwasher to a cooler to the size of a loaf of bread, providing everything from internet access to university experiments, GPS, and military communications. Both Russia and China have already targeted and blown up their own satellites, creating massive orbiting debris fields.
I think they're trying to send a message that they could target somebody else's as well, and now we have to deal with the aftermath of those tests.
Space Force was created to avoid an actual shooting war in space or on the moon. General Sean Bratton, how do you determine what is a hostile act in space?
We're working through that now. We don't have that history like we do in the other domains to build upon, and so as we're encountering these threatening activities for the first time, it's forcing us to really define these terms.
This is a major threat.
A new threat environment for new Guardians and Academy cadets who are already designing and launching their own satellites. After graduating, senior Courtney Kirkpatrick will head to MIT for her master's, then Space Force.
They're creating a new culture. Everything's going to be fast-moving, the digital force, as they call it. That was really attractive to me.
As for the future, as the United States builds out a lunar presence of our own, do we need boots on the moon to protect those assets?
Well, I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, Space Force is small, only 14,000 military personnel right now. And the culture is much more like Silicon Valley. Think Apple, not Army, where you've got officers with masters and PhDs working alongside people right out of high school who are very tech savvy. A more inclusive, collaborative environment at really every level. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first, losing ground. Russian forces suffering intense losses as Ukraine's military puts up strong resistance. What it could mean for negotiations on a potential ceasefire.
Also breaking right now, path of destruction, devastation across 2 states in the deep south after tornadoes touch down. A closer look at the mess left behind and where that storm is headed next.
Breaking his silence, Chris Rock on stage for the first time since the slap seen round the world. What he told an audience about that shocking moment at the Oscars.
And an actor's struggle. Bruce Willis reveals he's stepping away from acting due to a brain disorder. What you should know about aphasia and the millions of Americans who suffer from it. Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news today. Renewed efforts to get civilians out of the city of Mariupol, Ukraine. The city council there says more than a dozen buses left this morning after an agreement between Russian and Ukrainian forces. That city's mayor now calling for more help to get everyone out of that city.
Meanwhile, more bodies have been pulled from the rubble of Mykolayiv's destroyed government building. The death toll in Thursday's airstrike has now risen to 20. Meanwhile, leaders in Turkey say they're also working to initiate yet another round of in-person peace talks. They're hoping foreign ministers from both Russia and Ukraine will participate. You'll remember in-person peace talks were also held just earlier this week in Istanbul.
Our team is monitoring all of the impacts as we enter week 6 of this war. Let's begin inside Ukraine with NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff. He's in Lviv today. Jacob, we're hearing these reports today about another ramp up in attacks to the east on Kharkiv. What's the latest on that?
Nope, all good.
It is immense brutality, Aaron. And when you look at the reporting of our colleague Richard Engel, what you see is complete devastation. In particular, not only civilians and not only infrastructure, but also fighting back from Ukrainian troops against Russians, literally. And pardon the candor, bodies of Russian soldiers piling up in some of these areas in Kharkiv to the east of the capital city. And this is despite the fact that the Russians, over the course of the past several days, have said that they were going to draw down troops and focus on the Donbass, the region in the east. On the contrary, fighting has continued. We've heard reports confirmed of attacks potentially today inside of the capital city of Kyiv. And that is why President Zelensky has renewed calls, including in a phone call with the President of the United States yesterday, for more arms, more military assistance, and continued calls to what they say here would be close the sky or a no-fly zone.
Jacob, I'll tell you, I appreciate your candor. I think this is real life, and we have to paint the picture that people can most clearly understand what's going on there. I do want to ask you about the humanitarian effort, particularly in the city of Mariupol. What more can you tell us about what's happening in that city today?
President Zelensky says, Aaron, that there are thousands of people in a speech to the Belgian parliament who have been killed there. Most recently, we saw a Red Cross facility attacked by the Russians in unconfirmed reports. The Red Cross says people were outside of that facility, but devastation there again. And remember, Mariupol is the site of that drama theater and the art school, which were bombed by the Russians, attacked by the Russians. Local reports had said 300 people had been killed. So hearing that there were over 1,000 people killed from President Zelensky, certainly a higher number than we had heard before. And it's why those humanitarian efforts are racing to get inside that besieged port city.
I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now. He's in Washington for us again today. Dan, the head of NATO is weighing in on what Russian troops are doing at this point. How does his assessment line up with others that we've heard this week?
Aaron, it's a similar type of skepticism. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says Russian forces are not withdrawing, but merely regrouping around Kyiv. And this is very much in keeping with how U.S. and British defense officials have described the situation. And Stoltenberg also says Russia is trying to reinforce an offensive in eastern Donbass region, and that NATO has yet to be convinced that Russia is negotiating in good faith in the peace talks in Istanbul, and that Moscow's military objectives clearly haven't really changed. Also, Stoltenberg vowed that NATO would continue to send weapons to Ukraine as long as necessary. So very much a similar message coming from across the Atlantic.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington today, Jacob Soboroff in Ukraine. Thank you both.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli now. Mike, first off, President Biden has said that sanctions on Russia were going to impact fuel prices right here in the U.S. And now NBC News is reporting that the White House is actually expected to announce a plan today to help Americans who are really feeling the pinch from those high gas prices. What's happening?
Yeah, Morgan, we're just learning some new information about what exactly the president will be discussing today. He's going to be unveiling what White House officials are calling a two-pronged plan to deal with these higher prices, which, of course, they're calling Putin's price hike, blaming him for the disruptions. The first has to do with the traditional fossil fuel supply. The president, the headline going to be, he's going to announce the release of 1 million barrels a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's over the next 6 months. That would be more than double what the president has already done in announcing the release of fuels from the reserve in both November and at the beginning of this month. Now, also, the White House saying they're going to be trying to ask Congress to pass a law that would require oil companies to use the leases that they have on federal lands to produce more energy at this point. We've heard a lot of criticism for the White House for not doing enough to support domestic energy supply. They're saying that these oil companies have the ability to produce more right now. They're just not taking advantage of it to try to raise more income, more profits for themselves. Now, the second part has to do with the green energy economy that the U.S. wants to transition into. The president's going to be invoking the Defense Production Act to acquire more of the critical minerals required for things like high-capacity batteries. These are an important part of transitioning to what the president has long called a green economy away from fossil fuel reliance.
Mike, I want to switch gears for just a minute because there has also been a lot of information released about the shortcomings of the Russian military. In fact, just yesterday we reported on Putin's advisors really not telling him the truth because they were afraid to tell him just how the Russian military was performing in Ukraine. What is the White House now saying about that?
This is a really fascinating use by the White House yet again of declassifying intelligence, in this case to really show that we know what Putin doesn't know about what's happening on the battlefield. What the White House is describing is a situation in which, for instance, Putin doesn't know that his military is using and losing conscripts on the battlefield. And this is also a tactic we're seeing shared by our allies. One of the top British intelligence officials saying, for instance, that the morale of Russian military is low, that they are refusing battlefield commands, and in fact that they may have even shot down some of their own aircraft. This is part of an attempt by the White House to really put the screws on Vladimir Putin to show that this has been a folly, a fool's errand, this invasion of Ukraine. And also significant, though, they're also expressing concern that as Putin learns more of the truth of what's happening on the ground, he could escalate. So they're walking a fine line here.
All right. NBC's Mike Memoli for us live from the White House. Mike, thank you.
Happening today, several states now assessing the damage after a line of severe storms ripped across the Deep South. Drone video capturing the widespread damage after an EF3 tornado touched down in Arkansas yesterday. Entire homes reduced to rubble there. That storm even took out cell phone towers. No one died, but at least 7 people were hurt. The severe weather also spawned a tornado in Mississippi. Trees were uprooted, homes badly damaged. This is in McLean, roughly 2 hours south of Jackson. Hundreds of thousands of people are without power now across that region. And the threat is not over yet. 57 million people are at risk as the storm makes its way east. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by, timing this all out for us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander on the Mississippi-Louisiana border.
Well, you can certainly see what happened when the storm blew through Tallulah, Louisiana. This is Tallulah Academy, and this right over here is what's left of the roof. It blew off, completely shattered here down on the ground. The good thing is that there were no students inside. Officials canceled classes ahead of the storm, but we're seeing pictures like these, trees toppled, roofs ripped off of homes, dotting cities across the South as millions more remain in the storm's path.
In the weather-worn South, another round of severe storms. Overnight, torrential rain soaked New Orleans' famous Bourbon Street, prompting flash flood warnings and sending tourists scrambling for cover. While powerful winds toppled trees around Louisiana, leaving crews rushing to clear the roadways. A similar scene in Mississippi after a supercell thunderstorm hit Hattiesburg overnight. And in neighboring Alabama, the National Weather Service there warned of a large and extremely dangerous tornado as heavy rains flooded streets from city to city. Across the South, more than 100,000 people left without power. Now the storm continues its charge to the east, with nearly 57 million Americans still under the risk of severe weather from Florida to New York. The impact has been felt throughout the week. Earlier Wednesday in Jackson, Mississippi, tornado sirens sounding off as funnel clouds formed in the sky.
That's it. That's a funnel.
Just miles away, uprooted trees crashing into homes.
The tree fell in my house, messed my washroom up. My house is flooding.
In some areas, wind speeds reached 80 miles per hour. In Tallulah, Louisiana, this local high school caught the brunt of the storm, leaving classrooms crushed.
We wrecked.
While in Arkansas, a confirmed EF3 tornado near Springdale left a path of destruction, tearing down cell towers, ripping rooftops.
I had no idea it'd be this bad. I couldn't even get out my front door.
Officials there say at least 7 people were injured, 2 critically. One local elementary school releasing these photos of a damaged building. Classes are expected to resume today.
Now today, the National Weather Service has the task of going out and trying to take stock of all of this, surveying the damage, fanning out across at least 5 states here in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and others to comb through the wreckage and find out what exactly happened when the storms blew through. In Tallulah, Louisiana, I'm Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
To give us a look ahead, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, what should we expect in just even the next 24 hours?
It's not going to be as bad as what we saw the last 2 days, but we will still see some additional severe storms. It's still very warm on the East Coast, and as the storm heads that way, we will spark additional thunderstorms. We're getting a little bit of a break right now. Here's the map that shows, by the way, where all the severe weather reports were yesterday. The blue dots are where we had the damaging wind reports or high wind reports, and then the little red icons show you where the tornadoes were reported. So 24 tornadoes yesterday, but we didn't have any big, huge tornadoes that like decimated a town, and that's why we haven't had like a significant number of people fatalities. We do have injuries. We still have one tornado watch in effect from areas of central and southern Georgia into northern portions of Florida. They haven't had any reported tornadoes in the last couple hours, but this line of storms will intensify as we go throughout the afternoon, especially from Charleston to Wilmington, eastern North Carolina, up to Richmond, the Norfolk, the Virginia Beach areas of a greatest concern. So we have two locations that we're watching. 57 million people total are in the slight risk of severe storms for today. Not everyone's going to see severe storms, but at least you have the possibility. And the two areas, the one in the south, a better chance of an isolated tornado as we go from Gainesville to Jacksonville to Savannah to Charleston, even Columbia, South Carolina. The line to the north of this will be more wind damage threat, possibility of some isolated tornadoes, but I don't think we're going to see many. Here's what it looks like at 4 p.m. with those storms right over the top of Richmond. And then by the time we get to 6 or 7, that's when that line of storms will go through Philly to New York City. So keep that in mind for your evening commute in that area. So again, the storms on the East Coast, behind it, where we had all the severe weather, things have calmed down significantly. It's sunny. It's a little windy, but it's a good day for all the cleanup and the power crews to get power back on. At last check, we were about around 100,000 people without power. At max, we were around 250,000 and still kind of unsettled in the Chicago area. Just giving you a look ahead as we head into April. April is one of our big severe weather months, only after May. But this weekend, we start April rather quiet, Morgan. We are looking brisk and chilly in the Great Lakes, but most of the country will be severe weather free. We'll take it.
All right. Meteorologist Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, as always, thank you.
Former President Donald Trump's son-in-law is in the hot seat today. Jared Kushner, who also served as one of Trump's top advisors, is taking part in a virtual interview today with the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. Ali, we knew Jared Kushner was going to be one of those closest advisors to the former president to go before the panel here. What's the committee trying to learn from him?
Yeah. Well, Aaron, just a few floors up from where I'm standing, that deposition appears to be ongoing. About an hour ago is when it started, and through our eagle-eyed producers who are standing outside while I'm at the camera, they were able to see that there's a figure on the screen who looks very similar to Jared Kushner. So it's about an hour into that voluntary deposition at this point. And there's the optics piece to this, but then the substance piece to this. On the optics piece, you really hit it on the head. He is a top advisor to the former president. Not only that, but he's also family, the first family member from the Trump orbit to come before this committee. He's doing so voluntarily, but what it does show is that even as people have balked at cooperating with this committee, people like, for example, Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino, who were just referred out of the committee for criminal contempt for not obeying their subpoena, it does show that there are people who are working with the committee and doing so without the threat of a subpoena. In terms of the substance, though, with Jared Kushner, perhaps it's more about what happened in the weeks prior to January 6th than January 6th itself. And we know that that's the wide range of the January 6th committee's view here. But for Jared Kushner on the 6th, he was just coming back into the country. So for him, it's a question of what were the conversations between the campaign and the White House before January 6th in regards to overturning the election results.
So you touched on one thing, that Kushner is the first Trump family member to participate in this investigation. Yeah. Do we think that'll be it? Are there any indications about on who else might talk to the committee from the Trump family?
Well, one name immediately comes to mind, and it's his wife, Ivanka Trump. She was invited, not subpoenaed, by the committee several weeks ago. It's not clear if she's going to now come before the committee herself, but it certainly begs the question when you see Jared complying with the committee, whether or not Ivanka would be next. We're saying also that Jared is the first family member, and officially that's true, though Kimberly Guilfoyle, who's engaged to Donald Trump Jr., has also spoken to the committee. She said said that she left that abruptly, that deposition, because there were committee members who were in the room as opposed to just staff. But at the same time, it does show that there are other members of the close family Trump orbit who have been talking with the committee as well.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you.
And speaking of the Hill, a clash among Democratic lawmakers is unfolding on Capitol Hill over President Biden's 2023 budget proposal and specifically its relation to military spending. That proposal calls for $813 billion for overall defense spending, which is up roughly 4% from the current fiscal year. NBC's Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, first off, just walk us through what this division between Democrats is all about.
Yeah, Morgan, President Biden is getting hit from all sides within his own party. It's a rare sight to see on the basis of his military budget. He proposes an increase in current Pentagon spending levels by tens of billions of dollars, and this is upsetting moderate Democrats, also known as a number of frontliners who are fighting for their seats in what's likely to be a difficult election year this fall. They say that military budget should be increased from where his levels are. They don't like the fact, several of them at least don't like the fact that it reduces some, spending on existing military provisions. One of them is Elaine Luria, a Democratic congresswoman from Virginia. Let's show the tweet of hers that kind of started this. She said the words of the president's military budget, "It sucks," in a scathing tweet storm discussing the budget. And then on the other hand of the Democratic Party, you have the Congressional Progressive Caucus, which has spent years saying that the military budget is bloated, the Pentagon spending is too wasteful, and it needs to be cut. They viewed the end of the Afghanistan war several months ago as a golden opportunity to finally get America's military budget down to levels where they believe it should be. They put out a statement saying it is simply unacceptable that after the conclusion of our longest war and during a period of Democratic control of both chambers, the president is proposing record high military spending. That is a joint statement from three top leaders of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. How do you resolve this, dispute? It's very difficult to do, but the fact is this budget is unlikely to become law as is, and this fight is going to bubble over most likely in the summer and the fall when they have to fund the government again.
Okay, but when you speak of the summer and the fall, give us the big picture here, Sahil. I mean, how might a spat like this really impact both Democrats and Republicans, especially going into the midterms? I mean, does this sort of change or shift or alter their messaging in any way?
Well, for Democrats, it highlights a division right at a time when they want to be united. They're trying to all get on the same page and make the case for why they should stay in power. They have wafer-thin majorities in the House, wafer-thin majorities in the Senate, and they don't want to be fighting over something like defense spending. For Republicans, it's a little bit easier because they are largely united, overwhelmingly united in favor of higher military spending, including those who style themselves as fiscal hawks. They propose cutting spending from the discretionary side, from the mandatory side, including things like Social Security and Medicare, if you ask fiscal conservatives like Pat Toomey, but not defense spending. So I think Republicans are going to try to use this as an opportunity to drive that wedge within the Democratic Party ahead of the midterms. Morgan.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thank you.
Well, for the first time since he was slapped on international television, comedian Chris Rock is breaking his silence. Rock returned to the stage last night for a pair of sold-out shows in Boston. Meanwhile, the Academy has started disciplinary proceedings against Will Smith. Apparently, Smith was asked to leave Sunday night's Oscars ceremony, but he refused. NBC's Miguel Almaguer is in Boston.
We were able to attend the first in a series of sold-out shows. Inside, security was tight. Nobody was able to use their cell phone, and reporters were even told they couldn't take notes. But what happened inside was memorable. Chris Rock did briefly address that slap that was given to him by Will Smith, but what he said certainly kept the audience entertained.
Coming out to a double standing ovation, Chris Rock broke his silence, addressing the elephant in the room right off the bat.
How was your weekend? Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight?
In an audio recording released by Variety, Rock said he wasn't yet ready to wade into the controversy.
So you came to hear that? I had like a whole show I wrote before this weekend. And I'm still kind of processing what happened.
Cheered on loudly by adoring fans, the warm welcome signaled a triumphant return. Rock emotional, saying his eyes were misty, though he was briefly interrupted by someone in the crowd. Most of the audience thrilled to see Rock bouncing back.
I just want to see how a comedian would handle his first set after an incident like that.
Now in the aftermath of the ugly incident, a new bombshell. The Academy says Will Smith was asked to leave Sunday's award show, but refused. Oscar co-host Wanda Sykes telling Ellen she still feels traumatized by what happened, and the Academy allowing Smith to stay.
You assault somebody, you get escorted out the building, and that's it, you know. But for them to let him continue, I thought it was gross.
Ellen, also a former host, agreeing.
You don't let someone do something like that and get away with it and be rewarded.
As Rock was taking the stage in Boston, more Hollywood drama was unfolding in Los Angeles, where the Academy's Board of Governors initiated disciplinary procedures against Will Smith for inappropriate physical conduct, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
The board also apologizing to Chris Rock and adding, "Thank you for your resilience in that moment." But this morning, Rock is still not sharing details, but promising he will.
Several of Chris Rock's shows remain sold out, and he starts a larger tour in just a few weeks. We expect that tour also to be sold out. Back to you.
After more than 125 movies and TV shows, a health crisis forces actor Bruce Willis to end his 40-year career. The actor's daughter made the stunning announcement yesterday, and Willis is diagnosed with a brain disorder that will likely impact his ability to speak and understand written and spoken words. NBC's Joe Fryer has more.
Aaron and Morgan, Bruce Willis has been a household name since the 1980s and one of the industry's most bankable stars at the box office. Now his family confirms that Willis was diagnosed recently with aphasia, which can affect all aspects of language from speech to reading and writing. Known for his tough-talking on-screen persona and that iconic catchphrase, "Yippee-ki-yay," Bruce Willis is now stepping away from the spotlight. His family writes that he has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. As a result of this, and with much consideration, Bruce is stepping away from the career that has meant so much to him, adding, as Bruce always says, "Live it up." And together, we plan to do just that. Willis got his break in the 80s on the small screen.
Just remember, you're dressed like that for America. And I, for one, salute you.
Salute you, Addison.
Starring alongside Sybil Shepherd in the primetime hit Moonlighting, earning an Emmy and Golden Globe. At the time, he opened up about his newfound fame in an interview here on Today.
I never really got into this business seeking fame and fortune. If anything, it makes me want to keep my private life more private.
Willis later cemented his action star status as Detective John McClane in Die Hard, a role he'd reprise 4 more times.
Welcome to the party, pal.
The beloved actor has found success in a wide range of films, from Pulp Fiction to Sixth Sense and Armageddon.
If we don't get this job done, then everybody's gone.
Willis has 5 daughters, 2 with current wife Emma Hemming and 3 with ex Demi Moore. The former It couple has remained close even after their divorce, with Moore even surprising Willis at his Comedy Central roast a few years ago.
I just look at our marriage like the Sixth Sense. You were dead the whole time. And no matter what, you will always be family. You've been a great friend, a great father, and easily one of my top 3 husbands.
Earlier this month, Moore shared a photo with Willis as he celebrated his 67th birthday, writing, "Thankful for our blended family."
while Hollywood is mourning the loss of this actor on screen, that he has this support system behind the scenes to really tackle this challenging time together as a family.
According to the LA Times, some people who worked with Willis on recent films have noted that the actor has shown signs of cognitive decline on sets and have expressed concern with his well-being. The LA Times quoted several sources as saying that Willis struggled to remember his dialogue and was even fed lines through an earpiece at one point. Aaron and Morgan.
Russia wages war on Ukraine, both on the ground and in cyberspace.
Coming up, we'll go inside the so-called government-sponsored hackathon to help the U.S. shore up its cyber defenses.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a new twist in the case surrounding the plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. FBI agents raided a house near Detroit on Wednesday. Investigators say that raid was due to threats made against the judge in this case, as well as 2 defense lawyers. 4 men are standing trial on charges they plotted to kidnap the governor. Planned Parenthood trying to block a new Idaho law banning abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The nonprofit healthcare provider petitioned the Idaho Supreme Court to block the new law before it goes into effect on April 22nd. Idaho Governor Brad Little signed the bill last week. While he supports it, he also admitted the way the bill is enforced might be unconstitutional. And a puppy made famous on TikTok has been separated from his owner for months because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Anastasia Koshevaya has not seen her 3-year-old corgi named Chopa since February. She's been in Poland while her parents have taken care of the dog in their home in Kyiv. Chopa's account on TikTok has more than 153,000 followers.
It's the bottom of the hour now, so let's get you caught up on the latest coming out of Ukraine. Authorities in the city of Kharkiv are accusing Russia of not allowing humanitarian corridors. The city was hit with dozens of different attacks Wednesday evening, including missile strikes, making it really dangerous for people to leave. Meanwhile, the White House is now pledging an extra $500 million aid package for Ukraine. President Biden delivered that news to Ukrainian President Zelensky in a phone call on Wednesday.
NATO's Secretary General says Russian troops are repositioning inside Ukraine, not withdrawing. Russian leaders had promised they would scale down military operations near Kyiv and Chernihiv. And as the fighting continues, the humanitarian crisis gets worse. The United Nations says more than 4 million refugees have left Ukraine. The food situation is also getting more dire. Hunger is not just rising inside the country, though. Some fear the crisis could expand because Ukraine exports vital food supplies to many other nations.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who's in eastern Poland, as well as NBC News reporter Phil McCausland, who's in Estonia. Josh, let's start with you. The humanitarian crisis in eastern Poland is really getting more global attention, which is really important. I mean, we already have 2 U.S. ambassadors there touring refugee centers. So, I mean, what is the latest? Are people actually getting the help they need?
Well, certainly here in Poland, many of the refugees are getting a tremendous amount of help from the Polish citizens, including at refugee centers that are here in the eastern part of the country, where Ambassador McCain was able to tour not only a refugee center, but also a World Food Program warehouse in conjunction with workers from the Jose Andres Project, the World Central Kitchen, to see how they are trying to make sure that these refugees don't go hungry. But there's also a major focus, as Aaron was just alluding to this looming food shortage, not only in Ukraine and the neighboring countries, but also in the countries that rely on foodstuffs from Ukraine and Russia. Those 2 countries make up about 30% of the world's wheat exports and huge percentages of other products that are also needed for basic nutrition, particularly countries in North Africa. And I asked Ambassador McCain what her concerns are about whether individuals in those countries are going to have enough to eat. And this is what she had to say.
This food crisis, because of Ukraine's unique position in producing, it's a breadbasket of Europe and the world. We are now, because of this crisis, not going to be able to feed others who are struggling: Ethiopia, Yemen, Kenya, Madagascar, and so on. We're not going to be able to feed them. We're already at half rations in many of these countries, and now with this particular war, I mean, how do we take food from a hungry child and give it to a starving child? How do you make that kind of a decision? And so that's what we're up against.
Ambassador McCain says that solving that crisis is going to require an all-of-the-above approach that includes new technology, innovative planting methods to try to boost the production of crops in other countries to pick up the slack. I also had a chance to ask her about what her late husband, Senator John McCain, would be thinking about this whole crisis. He was obviously a staunch supporter of Ukraine. He was revered in Ukraine and one of the most outspoken opponents of President Putin and Russian autocracy for decades. And she told me that if McCain were still alive, he would be shouting at the top of his lungs. She says he warned the whole world for years about President Putin, and it was turned out that he was right. McCain telling us that this is a time when the world needed her late husband's voice more than ever, Morgan.
Wow, a lot to unpack there. Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you.
Meanwhile, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are watching Russia's invasion very closely. While they are NATO members, representatives from those Baltic states tell NBC News that they do feel vulnerable sharing borders with Russia. NBC News reporter Phil McCausland joins us now from Estonia. Phil, I know you went to the Estonian-Russian border. What did you see there? What was it like?
Yeah, we went to Narva, which is a small town on the border with Russia. It's also a Russian-speaking town. Over 90% of people there speak Russian, and many people there also have a very friendly relationship with the people across the border. They have family, they have friends over there, and it's a pretty active border. Nevertheless, while the border is active, people are crossing to see neighbors, they're crossing to get cheap fuel, supplies. About 3,000 people cross there every day. Russians are also using that border to flee from Russia, as are Ukrainians who had to evacuate into Russia and have made their way back around. We talked to an Estonian border guard agent about how security checks have changed since the start of the war. He said checks are taking much longer, and here's some of that interview now.
We have reinforced our external borders. We do more thorough checks on the first and second line checks in our PCPs. We also have more manpower out on the green border, the areas between the BCPs or border crossing points. We make sure that all the people crossing the border are thoroughly checked.
So that was the border agent there, and I mean the security concerns are very real. It is an active border, and so there's a lot of attention on the Russians who are crossing over. There's real concerns about potential espionage and other issues.
I want to ask you too, Phil. I know you spoke to Estonia's Minister of Foreign Affairs about her concerns for her country because of this invasion. What did she have to say to you?
Yeah, Foreign Minister Lemets spoke about the importance of NATO and the importance of its alliance with the U.S. Still, she said more needs to be done here to secure the eastern flank of NATO. Many people don't realize we're right up on Russia here. And so she said she'd really welcome more U.S. troops, more NATO troops, which they haven't seen a greater amount recently, especially after that, which became a stark point after that recent meeting of heads of state that we saw the other week. In the meantime, they've decided to do it themselves. They're increasing their own defense spending up to 2.5%, which is, again, above that NATO requirement of 2%. And that means they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars. And we have to think about, this is a small country of 1.3 million people. Mm-hmm. This is a huge burden they're taking on, but this is a real existential threat to them.
All right, Phil McCausland for us in Estonia today. Phil, thank you.
The U.S. is preparing for possible Russian cyber attacks on critical infrastructure and transportation hubs all across the country. Now the nation's best and brightest cybersecurity students are training to fight these attacks at a government-sponsored hackathon. Here's NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward.
At first glance, you might think these students playing with miniature models are innocent hobbyists, but they're not.
We've been attacking and protecting cargo ships, hospitals, chemical tanks, pumps, all sorts of industrial control systems.
This is a hackathon arranged by the National Security Agency with help from a cybersecurity nonprofit that trains students to head off cyber attacks on industrial facilities.
Maritime cybersecurity, it impacts the supply chain. A great percentage of our ecosystem and our economic power comes from export and import.
Hackers under the watchful eye of intelligence officials show that a bit of code can disrupt all of that. In this case, attacking the same systems that steer and propel full-sized shipping vessels.
We are attacking a real system that could be used in a real ship. It's just a fake ship here. But if we were attacking a real system, we could have really done some damage to the ship and to the cargo on that ship and the economy of the country who owns the ship.
Around the world, the best and brightest are usually recruited into military and government roles. But the U.S. is a decentralized place.
80% of what is operated as critical infrastructure in the United States is privately owned. So the government can't do this job. We have to have partnerships.
President Biden is now calling for the public and private sector to shore up its cyber defenses. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency just gathered U.S. companies to ask that they be on high alert and share any signs of attack. Meanwhile, these students are learning to think like someone who wants to cripple a port or poison a city.
Everything has computers attached, and it's only a matter of which adversary is willing to go how far to try and damage either physically or economically the nation. And we have to have experts who can prevent that.
Jake Ward, NBC News, Fort Lauderdale.
Let's bring in retired Army Lieutenant General Stephen Twitty now. He's the former Deputy Commander for the United States European Command. General, we appreciate your time today. I want to start by just asking for your sense of where the war stands right now.
Yeah, good to be with you, Aaron. What I'm seeing is
Russian ground forces have been largely ineffective. You've had the Ukrainian military, which have really stepped up. They have the will to fight. They're well trained. They're well led. And so what you're seeing is the Russians, they're filling the void with a bombing campaign, particularly when you look at Irpin and you look at Chernihiv in the north. Tremendous bombing campaign that has gone on throughout the night there. You go to the east, particularly in the Russian claim autonomous region to include Chernihiv. There's been large bombing occurring in those areas, particularly bombing. No ground forces to speak of that have really been able to take those cities. It's all been bombing. Then you head down to the south, you know about Mariupol. That city has been obliterated. The same thing is occurring with Mykolaiv as we speak, with a tremendous bombing campaign there. I do believe they're going to try and do the same to Kherson, and Odessa will probably be next. That will complete that east to south encirclement that President Putin has spoke of, and I think that will be the focus. Again, filling the void from ground forces will be continued bombing, and it's a shame that that is occurring to the Ukrainian people.
You know, I think you've laid out very nicely exactly what's happening here and how dire the situation is for the Ukrainian military. We know the U.S. has been sending defensive weapons to Ukraine, the Stinger missiles, the anti-tank javelins. The president of Ukraine is still asking for more help. He's asking for offensive equipment, if you will. Can the U.S. send in fighter jets or helicopters at this stage of the conflict for the Ukrainians to use?
Well, what I will tell you, Aaron, is as you see right now, in terms of ground forces, the Ukrainians have the upper hand. What is missing in this to have decisive victory is you got to stop the bombing, the artillery, and the missiles from the air. And so I would be all for sending additional drones. I would be all for sending the additional MiGs that the Ukrainian government has called for. I would not be for the no-fly zone. When you talk about a no-fly zone, that is contested airspace that could bring NATO into this conflict. And next thing, you have World War III on your hands.
Yeah, this war has increased the stakes for Eastern Europe, and now there are tens of thousands of troops from other places, U.S. troops who've been sent into that region. How sustainable is that force posture for the U.S. in the long term?
It is highly sustainable. I just left the United States European Command, spent 2 years over there. We've always had rotations of U.S. troops over into Europe. We have the facilities over in Poland and other places on the eastern flank. We can sustain that posture. I will tell you, over the long term, we need to figure out what the posture in Europe will look like, because this problem will not go away as long as President Putin is in power.
All right, Lieutenant General Stephen Twitty, we appreciate your time and perspective today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
President Biden expected to tap into oil reserves to help drive down gas prices.
That's right. Coming up next, how soon drivers can see prices plunge at the pump. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
On the money now, Wall Street wrapping up its first losing quarter in 2 years, and President Biden has a plan to lower gas prices. CNBC's Frank Holland joining us now to break down everything with us today. So, Frank, it's a quarter that everybody on Wall Street wants to sort of put behind them at this point. How are the markets reacting today?
Hey there, Aaron. You know, the markets are a bit mixed today, with the Dow down double digits and on pace for its first losing quarter in 2 years. The S&P and the Nasdaq basically flat. Remember, this rocky quarter started with Omicron concerns and then continues to be pressured by concerns over the Russia-Ukraine war and rising inflation. Both the war and higher prices, those are going to continue into the second quarter.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Kate Snow.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with some breaking news that could impact the price you pay for gas. For moments from now, President Biden expected to announce plans to tap into the nation's oil reserves to help curb soaring fuel prices. Costs, of course, are up in part because of sanctions imposed on Russian oil over its invasion of Ukraine in February, and inflation playing a part. Right now, the national average is $4.23 a gallon. Let's listen to the president.
American people, today, I want to talk with you about the cost here at home of Putin's decision to brutally and savagely invade a sovereign nation. The fact is, he's causing thousands of deaths and untold destruction. Working with our NATO allies and our European partners and beyond that, we're responding. We're aiding the Ukrainian people, both economically and militarily, while leaving the most punishing economic sanctions against Russia ever used against another nation in place and increasing them. Thus far, these actions are crippling Russia's economy, isolating Putin from the world, and helping Ukrainians fight for their country and ease their suffering. But as I've said from the start, Putin's war is imposing a cost on America and our allies and democracies around the world. Today, I want to talk about one aspect of Putin's war that affects and has real effects on the American people. Putin's price hike that Americans and our allies are feeling at the pump. I know how much it hurts. As you've heard me say before, I grew up in a family like many of you, where the price of a gallon of gasoline went up. It was discussion at the kitchen table. Our family budgets, your family budgets, to fill a tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war. So today I'm laying out a two-part plan, not only to ease the pain that families are feeling right now, but to end this era of dependence and uncertainty, and to lay a new foundation for true and lasting American energy independence. Parenthetically, just imagine if, in fact, Europe didn't have to count on Russian oil. If they were energy independent, it would change the nature of so much. The problem we're facing with gas prices has two roots. First, the pandemic. When COVID struck, demand for oil plummeted, so production slowed down worldwide. Because of the strength and the speed of our recovery, demand for oil shot back up much faster than the supply. That's why the cost of gas began to rise last year. The second root is Vladimir Putin. The start of this year, gas was about $3.30 a gallon. Today, it's about averaging $4.20, $4.22. It's higher in many states. Nearly $1 more in less than 3 months. And the reason for that is because of Putin's war. And now many people are no longer buying Russian oil around the world. I banned the Russian import of oil here in America. Republicans and Democrats in Congress called for it and supported it. It was the right thing to do. But I said at the time, it's going to come with a cost. As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising. Now Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump, which brings me to the first part of my plan. to immediately increase the supply of oil. Our prices are rising because of Putin's action. There isn't enough supply. And the bottom line is, if we want lower gas prices, we need to have a more oil supply right now. For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they have a choice. One, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing, giving the American people a break by passing some of the savings on to their customers and lowering the price at the pump. Or they can, as some of them are doing, exploit the situation, sit back, ship those profits to the investors, and while American families struggle to make ends meet. Look, this is a moment of consequence and peril for the world and pain at the pump for American families. It's also a moment of patriotism. I want to acknowledge those companies that have already announced they're increasing immediate production. They're investing money to produce more oil and also clean technology we need to reduce our dependence on oil in the future. They have everything they need, nothing standing in their way. And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall. That's progress. But some companies have been pretty blunt. They don't want to increase supply because Putin's price hike means higher profits. One CEO even acknowledged that they don't care if the price of a barrel of oil goes to $200 a barrel. They're not going to step up the production. I say enough. Enough of lavishing excessive profits on investors and payouts and buybacks when the American people are watching. The world is watching. U.S. oil companies made nearly $80 billion in profit last year. And this year, those profits are expected to continue to soar. This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits. It's time to step up for the good of your country, the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin, to provide some relief for your customers, not investors and executives. Look, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with corporations turning a good profit. But companies have an obligation that goes beyond just their shareholders, to their customers, their communities, and their country. No American company should take advantage of a pandemic or of Vladimir Putin's actions to enrich themselves at the expense of American families. Investing those profits in production and innovation. That's what they should do. Invest in your customers. And it isn't just like, it's not the patriotic thing. It is good for your business as well. Right now, oil and gas industry is sitting on nearly 9,000 unused but approved permits for production on federal lands, or more than 1 million unused acres they have a right to pump on. Families can't afford that companies sit on their hands. So, to help execute this first part of my plan, I'm calling for a use it or lose it policy. Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production. Companies that are already producing from these wells won't be affected, but those sitting on unused leases and idle wells will either have to start producing or pay the price for their inaction. Look, the action I'm calling for will make a real difference over time. But the truth is, it takes months, not days, for companies to increase production. That's why the next part of my plan is so important. Today, I'm authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months, over 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. And it is by far the largest release of our national reserve in our history. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall. And we'll use the revenue from selling the oil now to restock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when prices are lower. So, we'll be ready. We'll be ready for future emergencies. Folks, I've coordinated this release with allies and partners around the world. Already, we have commitments from other countries to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. Together, our combined efforts will supply well over 1 million barrels a day. Nations coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families and families and democracies around the world. Now, for the first part of my plan is about meeting an immediate crisis. The second part is about declaring real American energy independence in the long term so that we never have to deal with this problem again. Ultimately, we and the whole world need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels altogether. We need to choose long-term security over energy and climate vulnerability. We need to double down on our commitment to clean energy and tackling the climate crisis with our partners and allies around the world. And we can do that by passing my plan that's literally before the Senate right now. The United States Congress right now has been there for well over a month to speed the transition to a clean energy future that's made in America with American products and American values. We need to embrace all the tools and technologies that can help us free us from our dependence on fossil fuels, move us toward a more homegrown clean energy. Technologies made by American companies and American workers, so we can bolster domestic supply chains here at home and export those technologies around the world to reduce greenhouse gases. That's why today I'm issuing a directive to strengthen our clean energy economy. I'm going to use the Defense Production Act to secure American supply chains for the critical materials that go into batteries for electric vehicles and the storage of renewable energy, lithium, graphite, nickel, and so much more. We need to end our long-term reliance on China and other countries for inputs that will power the future. And I'll use every tool I have to make that happen. Yes, building a made-in-America clean energy future will help safeguard our national security. Yes, it will help us tackle climate change. Yes, it's going to help us ensure that Americans create millions of good-paying jobs for generations to come. But the most important thing my plan will do right away is save your family money. And here's what I mean. Under my plan, which is before the Congress now, we can take advantage of the next generation of electric vehicles that a typical driver will save about $80 a month from not having to pay gas at the pump. If your home is powered by safer, cheaper, cleaner electricity like solar or heat pumps, you can save about $500 a month on average. Don't take my word for it. The CEOs of 11 of America's largest utility companies came to see me at the White House several weeks ago. They told me if we pass my plans before the Congress now, typical families will see savings show up in their utility bills immediately. And costs will come down even more as we innovate and develop cutting-edge energy storage technologies, clean hydrogen technologies, advanced nuclear technology, carbon capture and sequestration technologies. And by the way, this week's the benefit I included in the bipartisan infrastructure law to help families weatherize their homes are being delivered. My administration is making $3.2 billion available from this legislation to provide up to $6,500 direct payment for working class families to be able to weatherize their homes, to save them money, to keep them warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's a direct grant. This program has been around for a while, and in the past, it's delivered to families, average families, another $327 in savings when they weatherize. But now we have the ability to reach 10 times as many families because of the legislation that we already passed in the legislation. In addition to that, we're also setting new standards to boost fuel economies for new vehicles sold in America. Within 5 years, we're going to travel 10 miles more on every single gallon we have because the average fuel economy of 49 miles of the gallon is going to be required. That means hundreds of dollars in savings for families at the pump. We're also setting similar standards for appliances, from your air conditioner to your microwave, your refrigerator, washers, dryers. It's just one of 100 actions we're taking to save the average family $100 per year in utility bills. Look, the bottom line is this. Between ramping up production in the short term and driving down demand in the long term, we can free ourselves from our dependence on imported oil from across the world. Look, I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today and safeguard against tomorrow. I'm open to ideas to strengthen the plan, but I will not be put off and put it on hold. It's time to deliver true long-term energy independence in America once and for all. And I'm going to continue to use every tool at my disposal to protect you from Putin's price hike. It's not time for politics. Americans can't afford that right now. So let's meet this moment together. Remember, we're the only nation that has turned every crisis we ever faced into an opportunity. We have a crisis, the price at the pump. So let's show some true strength in this nation, show our unity, our resolve, our innovative spirit in America, and come out of this long-term much better off. If we stand up to the bullies of the world, the autocrats and dictators, we stand up for those who are ready to unite with us, United States of America. So may God bless you and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President, how badly is Vladimir Putin being misinformed by his advisors?
That's an open question. There's a lot of speculation. But he seems to be, I'm not saying this with a certainty, he seems to be self-isolating. And there's some indication that he has fired or put under house arrest some of his advisors. But I don't want to put too much stock in that at this time because we don't have that much hard evidence.
Mr. President, how much in monetary terms do you estimate today's announcement will reduce gas prices, and when can Americans expect to see these changes?
That's a really important question, and there's no firm answer to it. But prices already came down when it was announced ahead of time that Biden was going to release so much energy from so many barrels of oil from the SPRO. They're already come down. My guess is we'll see it come down, continue to come down. But how far down, I don't think anyone can tell. And there's going to be a slight delay because if you go out there and you're a gas station and you purchased X amount of gas at a certain price, you're not going to lower the price of the pump until you're able to get back what you invested. And that I'm talking matter of, I think, days and weeks. But it's hard to tell. And the other thing is, but it will come down. And it could come down fairly significantly. It could come down the better part of, anything from 10 cents to 35 cents a gallon. It's unknown at this point. I'm also waiting to see whether or not our allies exactly how many barrels they release from their supplies now. My guess is it could be as high, somewhere between 30 million to 50 million barrels. And the higher the number, the more likely the prices to come down. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening to the president speaking mainly about this news out of the White House that they will be releasing from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. They'll be releasing oil, 1 million barrels a day. Let's get your chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's with me. Peter, the billing of this was that it's historic, that this is unprecedented to release this much oil every day. Why now?
Well, it certainly doesn't happen in a vacuum, Kate. Obviously, the midterms
Question
are now
whether he's
just
pulling back the forces depends on how you read exactly what's going on. Thus far, there is no clear evidence that he's pulling all of his forces out of Kyiv. There is also evidence that he is beefing up his troops down in the Donbass area. Depending on your view of Putin, I'm a little skeptical. It's an open question whether he's actually pulling back and going to say, I'm just going to focus on the Donbass and I'm not worried about the rest of the country. I'm a skeptic, but I don't have proof that, in fact, he is not going, he's taking a pause, doing all he can to use all the troops he has in the Donbass and continue to keep an eye on and try to move beyond the rest of the country. Don't know the answer, but it appears so far that he has not pulled all of the idea. He's pulling all the troops out from around Kyiv and moving south. There's no evidence that he's done that.
Okay, well, obviously we went back to the president because he turned around and came back out to answer another question. Peter Alexander, apologies for interrupting you. I was asking, we can talk both about what he just said about Ukraine, but let me start again with the oil reserve news and why now?
Well, as I was saying, this is not happening in a vacuum, of course, with the White House facing some real political headwinds right now. Americans broadly dissatisfied with President Biden's handling of his job, those midterms to take place this November. They realize the number one issue for Americans right now is that cost of living expense and the inflation, the price that Americans are paying for all things, most notably gas. The president acknowledging that gas across the country is more than $4.20 right now. And the hope, as the president indicated here, and I thought his words were striking, is that this would be in a form, a wartime bridge until the end of the year when domestic production ramps up again. A total of 180 million barrels of oil to be released, 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months. But remember, this isn't the first time that the president has done something similar to this. Back in November, the White House announced the release of 50 million barrels. Earlier this month, it was 30 million barrels as well, and it's only had temporary relief, only had a limited impact on the price of oil and gas in this country, all of it a function of the White House acknowledging or announcing that it would be banning Russian oil and gas imports to the U.S. Okay.
And let me ask you about the news that he just made on Ukraine. He said a couple of things. He said that he's skeptical whether Russia is actually pulling back troops. He also talked about Putin and said he seems to be self-isolating, and that there have been reports that they're looking into about his top advisors and whether some might even be under house arrest.
Yeah, Kate, that was striking to me because as NBC News first reported, the White House or officials here were releasing declassified intelligence that indicated that Vladimir Putin was not getting a real assessment of the situation, the failing, in the words of the White House, of Russian military on the ground in Ukraine, or the impact of those crippling sanctions in Russia. And officials said that was a function of Vladimir Putin's own advisors being too afraid to tell him the truth. I believe the president said that there was no hard evidence to this effect. He said that there is speculation or a belief that some of those top advisors may be under house arrest or may even have been fired. That may have been a reference to the defense minister in Russia, who was missing or not seen publicly for almost 2 weeks earlier this month, before he was again seen just a few days ago. The intelligence that we were provided, without any hard evidence underlying it, said that there has really been a persistent tension, in the words of U.S. officials, between Putin and his senior military leadership. So that's one item that we've been working on as it relates to this sort of information warfare between Washington and Moscow. Separately, there was the president acknowledging or expressing his skepticism about Russia, saying that it would be pulling back from Kyiv, no longer focusing on the capital city, instead directing its attention elsewhere to the south and east of that country. Clearly, we have witnessed the bombardment continue, heavily focused in the south and east, but it's a very different situation, at least that claim would be, than what Vladimir Putin said from the start, which was a desire effectively to take over the whole country.
All right, Peter Alexander with us at the White House. Peter, thank you. I want to bring in NBC's senior business correspondent, Stephanie Ruhle, who's with me in New York. Let's go back to gas prices. So you heard the president say maybe it'll be 10 cents, maybe 35 cents less than we're at right now, which is $4.23 as of today. Does this work, releasing oil from the reserve?
Well, prices will likely go down, but we have to remember the president doesn't set the price of gas. U.S. oil and gas companies don't. It's set globally. But when you release more, and it is an unprecedented amount, 1 million barrels a day, that's a good thing. However, you got to put it in context. Right now, we, the American people, use 20 million barrels a day. So 1 million, while it's a very big number, is still, no pun intended, a drop in the bucket. And look where we are in the year. We are heading into summer. That's when we road trip. We spend more time in the car. So prices will likely go down. But, you know, the president was very careful. He said maybe 10 cents, maybe 35. Let's say it's 35, right? That would be good. But remember, at $4.23 a gallon, that's well over $1 higher than where we were last year. So it's still difficult for people, even if we do get something like 35 cents.
Makes a dent, maybe, but not all the way. I want to ask you also about the oil producers, because he really said some things to kind of take them on. He said it's time to stop enough of lavishing excessive profits on investors, start producing more. Is that going to work?
Well, here's the problem. He's pressuring them, but he doesn't have a mechanism to force them to produce more. What he's doing is pressuring Congress to potentially tax those oil and gas producers who have leases on wells that they're not using on publicly owned land. And so maybe that will do something. But really, he's trying to use the bully pulpit to call them out, saying everybody has to do their part. Now, will they? That's unclear. He didn't mention any of those companies' names. That certainly would have turned the screws a bit more.
Stephanie Ruhle, you're so right. Thank you so much. That concludes our special report for now. We'll have much more, of course, tonight on Nightly News with Lester Holt. I'm Kate Snow. Thanks for watching.
of Judge Jackson. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham just announced that he will vote no on her confirmation. That's not a surprise by any measure. You might recall Graham shouted at the judge as he questioned her sentencing record during last week's confirmation hearing. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. Sahil, this was expected, we know, but what reason did the senator give for his opposition to the judge's confirmation?
You were right, Aaron. This is not a surprise. Lindsey Graham is someone who has been quite antagonistic to Judge Jackson from the beginning, from the time she was nominated by President Biden, and he had a very contentious series of back and forths during the questioning at the hearing. Now, in announcing his opposition, in making it official, he cited Judge Jackson's record, including during her time as a district court judge on one of the issues that came up repeatedly over the hearings, her sentencing record when it comes to issues involving child exploitation. Let's have a listen to what Graham said.
My decision is based upon her record of judicial activism, flawed sentencing methodology regarding child pornography cases, and a belief Judge Jackson will not be deterred by the plain meaning of the law when it comes to liberal causes. After a thorough review of Judge Jackson's record and information gained at the hearing from an evasive witness, I now know why Judge Jackson was the favorite of the radical left, and I will vote no.
Now, some extra context here, Aaron. This record that Lindsey Graham refers to of Judge Jackson was well in the public record last year when he voted to confirm her to a powerful position that she currently has at the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. One of the other unstated reasons that Graham has not really hid in recent weeks but didn't mention on the floor is that he is angry at President Biden for not picking another contender, Judge J. Michelle Childs from his home state of South Carolina. He had encouraged the White House to select her. President Biden went with Judge Jackson, who was always the favorite. She always had the inside track. She was the first nominee that President Biden picked for a circuit court, elevated her from a district court to the D.C. Appeals Court and it was widely seen as grooming her for the Supreme Court because that court is a frequent feeder to the high court. Still, Judge Jackson in good shape to become Justice Jackson next week. Graham's vote will not change that.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us. Thank you, Sahil.
A major change is coming to U.S. border policy. NBC News has learned the Biden administration is working to lift Title 42, which is a public health law that had been used to stop asylum seekers from entering the U.S. during the pandemic. Now, this law was activated by the Trump administration back in 2020, and that rule has since blocked more than 1.7 million people from claiming asylum here in America, while thousands have been waiting at migrant camps on the Mexico side of the border. Our NBC News team is covering this story at both sides of the border for us. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, first off, I guess the big question is, why is the Biden administration deciding to lift Title 42 now? What's changed?
Well, essentially, they've run out of options. They've tried to fight this in court for over a year now. This is something that they told advocates they would be doing pretty early on in the administration. And now you're looking at over 2 years into the pandemic, and they've continued to keep Title 42 in place, saying that it was necessary in order to stop the spread of COVID. But then they've made exceptions. They made exceptions for unaccompanied children. They've made exceptions, by and large, for most Ukrainians to cross the border. So they started to not be able to defend themselves in court about why they were keeping this in place to stop families and single adults from crossing the border. So now we understand that the CDC has recommended that they lift that authority and that there are plans underway to stop using Title 42 and to stop turning back asylum seekers by May 23rd.
And Julia, what's next then? How much of a migrant surge are border officials really expecting once this Title 42 is lifted?
Well, they can look at people camping out across the Mexican border, seeing people in Mexico waiting to get in. The estimates are about 170,000 migrants that might be attempting to cross. From what I understand from my sources, they want to do a phased approach, which means there might be some people who have to get in line, show up at a certain day, some way to be able to get enough resources down there to be able to take people in, process them, get documents, figure out where they need to go, and also to be able to hear legitimate asylum claims and to get people the help they'll need. We saw the border get overwhelmed last year. You can remember when all all of those Haitians arrived at once. Now imagine that, but with people who will be needing to stay here perhaps even years while their asylum claims play out. So there's a lot of planning underway to try to anticipate that surge, not just for the immigration system, but for those communities at the border as well.
Yeah, a lot at stake there. Julia Ainsley reporting live from Washington. Julia, thank you. I want to go ahead and also bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who's been covering the reaction to all of this. You know, Antonia, as Julie just mentioned, this is set to go into effect in about a month. So how is it being received? I mean, what does the process look like now? Specifically, how is that process going to change for people who are trying to claim asylum as we speak here in the United States?
Well, Morgan, in terms of reception, for migrants who are on the Mexican side of the border right now, some of them are relieved to just finally have a date by which they know they can present themselves and begin the process of hopefully making their asylum claim. Others are frustrated. Initially, they were hearing that this would happen in early April, so many of them were eagerly waiting throughout March, very ready to try to make this approach on April 1st, on Friday. And so the emotions kind of go both ways. But what we're hearing now is that in many of these shelters on the Mexican side of the border, where in some cases people have been living for months or over a year, some of them are getting ready for that phased approach that Julia just mentioned. And they're actually organizing themselves. They are choosing who they think is most vulnerable, which families need to go forth first. And they're doing some of that organization themselves as they wait to really hear more from the administration about how all of this processing is going to work. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Blaine Bookey. She's one of the attorneys working with many migrants on the border and in touch with the administration about what a humane and orderly process is going to look like.
Our asylum system is, complex. It rivals the tax code in its complexity, and it will be incredibly difficult for individuals, especially who don't have attorneys, to be able to present their case.
Blaine says that for some folks, there's also frustration because they're watching Ukrainians currently get exemptions to Title 42, and they have in many cases, again, been there for months longer than Ukrainians and are now being told that they have about 2 more months of waiting before they know what the future holds for them, Morgan.
I do want to underscore that point about frustration, Antonia, because, my producer, Aaron Franco, and I we crossed the border into Mexico to Reynosa. We were in these migrant camps, and to see people who are saying, look, I have to pay, 10 cents or lo que sea just to have water, just so I can brush my teeth or use the bathroom. I mean, so waiting for months like that indefinitely. And now they're seeing people coming from Ukraine, and they're wondering, why not them? So for those who have escaped Ukraine and are now making their way to that very same border, hoping to get here to the United States, what are they facing now once they arrive?
Well, Morgan, they're going to be, if they're on the Mexican side of the border, seeing and experiencing some of the same conditions you just described. If you're a Ukrainian family that doesn't have a lot of family resources, that means you might be staying in a shelter for a period of time. If you don't have contacts in the United States who can connect you with legal representation, you might not have lawyers ready to guide you through the process of making an asylum claim. And that is extremely challenging here in the United States. I mean, as Blaine Bookey described it to me, it is, something that rivals our tax code in terms of confusion and complication. And so Ukrainians, like everyone else from around the world who approaches our borders, are going to be entering into that same complex conditions and environment on our border. But again, they are seen by other migrants as the lucky ones right now, the ones who people are paying attention to, the ones who border agents are primed to give an exemption for, where, Haitians are still at times being sent back right now. And they, in many cases, are asking reporters and asking people, what's so different about our situation? We've fled violence. We've fled political turmoil. Take a listen to some more of what Blaine Bookey shared with me.
I think it's a great point that refugees flee because their lives are in danger and not in response to any sort of U.S. policies. I think most people have no illusions that the Biden administration is going to roll out the welcome mat for them, but they're coming because their lives are at risk.
A coalition of organizations like the one that Blaine Bookey works for, but many others along the border, are now calling on the administration to work with them and start proactively thinking about what is this phased approach going to look like? Who should we be bringing up first when it gets to May? And how can we make sure that this doesn't become a story of a chaotic crush at the border, but one of the administration working hand in hand with advocates to make sure that asylum is restored in the right way? Morgan.
Absolutely. I think the right way. This is certainly a moment of reflection for this country in terms of who and how we approach our immigration process. Antonia Hilton in Washington. Antonia, thank you. Meanwhile, Arizona Republicans are enacting a controversial new law in their pursuit of voting rights reform. Governor Doug Ducey signed new legislation on Wednesday to reestablish proof of citizenship voting requirements. Now, it sets up a showdown with courts, which have said that a previous version of the election rule violated federal law. NBC News Digital senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now with more. Jane, what exactly does this new law entail? What is the fallout about?
Morgan, so this law would ask election workers or voters to verify a registrant's citizenship before they can vote in presidential elections or vote by mail. Now, since 2004, Arizona has already asked people who are registering on state forms or for state elections to have that documentary proof of citizenship. But voters have always been able to register as a federal-only voter, register for federal races, without that proof of citizenship. The federal form that you can use anywhere in the country asks you to swear under penalty of perjury that you're a citizen. And you can essentially sort of check a box there and still register to vote. This is trying to extend those requirements that Arizona has for its state elections to those federal-only voters.
Jane, you know, when you talk about that, if you look back at 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Arizona cannot force voters to provide proof of citizenship. So, you know, how is this new rule then legal?
Yeah, Morgan, that's the real question. Now, when the state lawmakers considered this bill, their own attorneys told them it violates federal law. It is certainly going to be challenged in court. Advocates say it violates federal law. County officials say it violates federal law, and that it's also a whole lot of work for those county officials. So this is the real question. But it's clear that these lawmakers want to test this law again in a more conservative Supreme Court. The Supreme Court we have now versus the one we had in 2013. They want to have this fight again about the control they have. When asked in a committee hearing, they asked the rules attorney in the House of Representatives in Arizona what amendment could make this law legal with federal law and compliant. And they said there really isn't anything we can do. And a Republican chairman of that committee said, this is a fight worth having. I want to go here. So they're going to go there.
All right. NBC's Jane Tim for us. We know you'll bring us the latest. Thank you.
Republican lawmakers are taking on one of their own over her criticism of former President Donald Trump. Congresswoman Liz Cheney has drawn the ire of many members of the GOP. Now, a source tells NBC News more than 50 Republican House members attended a fundraiser last night for Cheney's primary challenger. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now. So, Vaughn, talk to us about this fundraiser last night. What do we know?
This is significant because more than 50 GOP House members, these are colleagues of Liz Cheney. She's running for a fourth term. She's been around the block there up on Capitol Hill. She has personal relationships with these members, but it speaks to just the extent to which the Republican Party apparatus is trying to undermine her reelection bid, going out there in Washington, D.C., showing up for a fundraiser, contributing in an effort to try to help out her challenger, Harriet Hageman.
So real talk here. How much of this is about this effort to unseat Liz Cheney is about Liz Cheney, and how much of it is about the former President Trump and sort of appealing to or appeasing him?
Right. He is still the de facto leader of this Republican Party. There is nobody that has stepped in. There is not a groundswell of support for a potential different nominee in 2024. And Donald Trump's number one target is Liz Cheney. And I think Cheney would acknowledge that she is the leading anti-Trump Republican right now. She is the vice chair of the January 6th committee. And just on Monday, at the meeting in which they announced the new contempt filings, that she called out Republican members within her own party, saying that they failed to uphold the Constitution. That committee is investigating and could potentially implicate not only Donald Trump, but some of those other GOP members.
So what about inside Wyoming? I mean, what are the political experts saying about the impact this might have on politics in her state?
This is a real competition for her. We're just over 4 months away from that August primary here. And Harriet Hageman, she has not only the backing of so many of these GOP members, but also has the former president on her side. She is raising money here. They raised more than $200,000 last night. And you're looking at potentially Harriet Hageman being able to pull off an upset win against Liz Cheney here. The big question is ultimately come primary day in August, how many Democrats, how many independents show up, change their party registration, to help out Liz Cheney, because that's what it's looking like that she may very well need here. Back in 2018, we were looking at a similar situation in which the more moderate figure actually got 10,000 Democrats or independents to register as Republicans the day of that election.
It will be interesting to watch for sure, and I know you will be. We appreciate it, Vaughn. Thanks.
Aaron. Appreciate it.
Morgan?
And stay with us because we have been reporting on many ordinary Ukrainians who have really stepped up in big ways to defend their country. Well, now groups of Polish citizens are signing up for military training. Coming up, why they're worried that history is now repeating itself. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, a Nevada community is grieving after search crews found the body of a missing woman. The remains of Naomi Irion was discovered in a remote gravesite on Tuesday, where investigators were sent to the area based on a tip, and DNA evidence collected from the scene confirmed the body is hers. Her alleged kidnapper is set to appear in court next week. Meanwhile, dozens of young students are okay today, thankfully, after drinking milk that was contaminated with sanitizer. New Jersey officials say that all of the kids were only taken to the hospital out of an abundance of caution. An investigation now is underway to really determine just how that happened. And we qualified. The U.S. men's soccer team will officially take part in the upcoming FIFA World Cup in Qatar. The U.S. failed to qualify for the World Cup last time around, but this tournament is set to kick off in November.
Bottom of the hour now. Let's get you up to date on the latest from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The U.S. is sending 100 killer drones known as switchblades to Ukraine. Those drones are part of the larger weapons package President Biden approved earlier this month. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been asking for countries to give them more weapons support. Britain's defense ministry says the city of Chernihiv has been hit with significant strikes by the Russian military. The attack comes after Russia said it would reduce military activity there. NATO says current Russian troop movement is not a sign of withdrawal, rather repositioning.
The European Bank says Ukraine's economy could shrink by a fifth this year alone. Areas that make up 60% of the country's GDP are facing the worst impacts of the invasion. Russia's GDP is expected to drop by 10%. Then if you just take a look at nearby Hungary, the conflict in Ukraine is dominating the elections. This weekend, Hungary will be the first NATO country to hold an election since the start of that invasion. Among the top issues, how to avoid being dragged into the war and the influx of more than 360,000 refugees.
Let's dig into that a little bit more now, starting with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Hungary for us today. Raf, how is the war impacting the election in that country?
Aaron, it's turning into a dominant issue here in Hungary in the election, and you can understand why. The border with Ukraine is just a couple hundred miles that way. There is fighting on the other side of the border. There are 300,000 plus refugees who have crossed over into Hungary, and people here are very nervous about what's happening next door. Now, Hungary is led by Prime Minister Viktor Orban, an authoritarian leader. You might remember him because Donald Trump is a big fan of his. He's actually endorsed him in this election. But Orban historically has also had a very close relationship with Vladimir Putin. And the opposition here in Hungary is hammering him for that relationship. We spoke just a couple minutes ago to the leader of the opposition here in Hungary, who said this election will decide whether this country, which is part of the EU, which is part of NATO, remains a loyal member of the West or is subservient to Russian interests. Now, Orban, for his part, is saying he's the man who will keep Hungary out of the fighting next door. He has been refusing to allow NATO to directly transfer weapons over the border from Hungary and Ukraine into Ukraine. Compare that to the situation in Poland, where anti-tank missiles, all sorts of weapons have been sent over. So the war here is going to be a major issue as voters are going to the polls on Sunday. Aaron?
Yeah, Raf, I want to ask you about the humanitarian situation, too. I know it's building there in Hungary like it is in so many other countries in that region. You spoke to some refugees about that. What did you learn?
Yeah, we met a group of refugees this morning who had come from the southern Ukrainian city of Nikolaev. Now, that is a place that has been relatively peaceful until this week when a Russian missile hit a government administrative building, killing a number of people there. And that led to this outflow of refugees. We met a young woman named Sasha. Her husband is behind in Ukraine, fighting against the Russian invasion. And she was with her little son, Leo. One of the questions I asked was how Leo's doing. Take a listen to that exchange. How old is Leo?
Leo, how old are you? I got it, two. I'm 2 years old.
2 years old. How is he doing?
Fine.
Given everything, he's doing okay?
Yes.
It's difficult for someone so small, huh?
Not easy.
Now, Aaron, you might remember back in 2015, Viktor Orban sealed the borders of Hungary to Syrian refugees who were trying to come over. This time, he is allowing Ukrainians to come into Hungary, but he's really not encouraging them to stay here. The Hungarian government is providing very, very cheap train tickets to Ukrainians to travel through Hungarian territory and further on into Europe. So he's letting them in, but he doesn't want them to stay. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us in Hungary today. Raf, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who is live for us in Poland right now. Josh, the U.S. ambassador to the UN for Food and Agriculture is there now, touring these food and refugee centers. But what is she seeing, and really how is she committed to helping?
Well, she had a chance to see a World Food Program warehouse along with workers from the World Central Kitchen, that Jose Andres project that has fed well over 4 million Ukrainians, not only those who have fled the country and are now in countries like Poland, but also some who are still in Ukraine. She was able also to see a refugee center that is along the Ukrainian-Polish border. But a big focus of her visit, Morgan, was to address what experts say is a looming food crisis globally, not just in this region, that is going to be caused by the fact that Ukraine and Russia are considered the breadbasket of Europe. They provide about a third of the world's wheat exports, and there are serious concerns that countries, particularly in North Africa, that rely on those imports are going to be without food in regions where they already have issues with malnutrition and hunger. And so she is very focused on seeing what the world can do to increase crop production in other places to make sure they're able to pick up the slack.
Josh, I also know that you spoke to the ambassador about what she thinks her late husband, Senator John McCain, would say right now about everything that is happening, not only in that region, but frankly, the West's reaction to what's happening. What did she say specifically?
Yeah, and this was so interesting, Morgan, because the late Senator John McCain was obviously such a big force for decades in U.S. politics in opposing President Putin and Russian authoritarianism. He was also beloved in Ukraine for his defense of their country. And so it was so interesting to hear his widow, Cindy McCain, the ambassador, say what she thought he would be saying about this crisis right now. Take a look.
Oh, he'd be screaming at the top of his lungs. Are you kidding? He was such a good friend to Ukraine and had so much empathy and also so much understanding for a fledgling democracy the way it was. And he called Putin for what he was early on. I mean, we all remember him saying, you know, what he thought of Vladimir Putin, and he was right. So, you know, I'm for many reasons I wish he were here, and this is one of them.
And, you know, Morgan, her husband was obviously a prominent Republican senator who had a lot of criticism of Joe Biden when he was vice president and the way the Obama administration handled Russia. But it's very interesting now she is part of this Biden administration. And just in the last month, we have seen how President Putin's war in Ukraine has really brought Democrats and Republicans largely together. They now stand mostly on the same page when it comes to confronting Russia's aggression towards its neighbors and its actions around the world. So, you know, there's a sign of bipartisanship when it comes to trying to take on that threat right now in the United States.
All right, NBC's Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you for your reporting.
And with the war on Poland's doorstep, many people are concerned the conflict in Ukraine could move into their country. Now, citizens are signing up for military training to thwart possible Russian attacks. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns.
For Poland, serving as the largest hub for Ukrainian refugees can also serve as a reminder that it could happen here. That's what inspired this civilian training camp in the mountain town of Nowy Targ.
How did all of this get started?
The Russian invasion on Ukraine caused many civilians in our region to be afraid of their life, of their security, their families, their homeland. They ask, they call, they email every day. They just want to learn how to shoot, how to react in face of war situation if the conflict would come to us.
With the conflict on their doorstep, Colonel Marcin Marcinek of the Polish Army Reserves is helping everyday people prepare for the possibility of war spilling over their border.
How many of the people here have never even held or shot a gun?
Most of them didn't shot before.
Every Sunday, a group of 25 or so civilians learn how to assemble and disassemble weapons, how to shoot rifles and pistols, how to throw a grenade. They practice emergency first aid and basic survival skills. The colonel says they already have a waiting list of hundreds.
We just saw strikes in Lviv, so close to the border. What's it like for you to see action on your doorstep?
I think that people are more interested in defense issues.
People like Tadeusz Morava, who came here with his 18-year-old son.
We're very worried. I'm interested in history. I'm watching closely the situation. And I know Poland has been through such situations, through such horrors in the Second World War. It reminds me very closely what's happening in Kiev or in Mariupol to our capital, Warsaw, that has been destroyed.
That's your father?
No.
Father right there?
This history hits home for Ted. His father fought in World War II and became a political prisoner in the Soviet Union. You brought your son here with you today. Why?
I brought in my son because you have to fight for your homeland. Poland is in a situation that we might have to protect it, just like our fathers, just like my father and my son's grandfather did.
What did you think when your father asked you to come?
I thought it's a good idea, and it's worth to do this.
And it's not just civilians. Local leaders tell us they're working to ensure they're prepared to keep residents safe. And as for the military,
is the Polish military preparing for the possibility of war?
In accordance with an old Latin saying, "Sevis pacem para bellum," translated into English, if you want peace, be prepared for war.
the Polish population has watched the fighting in Ukraine for weeks now. Those we've spoken with say they can't help but imagine the shoe on the other foot.
If the war does cross the border here into Poland, will you fight?
For sure.
And you?
Of course.
NATO and the Pentagon are warning that Russian forces are actually not withdrawing, but rather repositioning in Kyiv. That's despite Moscow claiming that it would reduce its military campaign in the Ukrainian capital. Let's go ahead and bring in Ukrainian journalist Olga Toryokik in Kyiv. She is also a non-resident fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Olga, first, I want to thank you for making time, especially given everything that's happened, being with us. You have been reporting from Kyiv since the beginning of Russia's invasion. Can you first just describe the situation there today? I mean, what's going on outside of the walls where you are, behind you? I mean, what is keeping you there in the city?
Well, in fact, Morgan, I'm not in Kyiv now. I'm in Western Ukraine. I've been there, but I've left because of the occupation. But I'm, of course, in touch with the people who are there, and I'm getting constant updates. And actually, a couple of hours ago, I received information from my contacts who are in Kyiv that there were some powerful explosions in the city, and it looks like Kyiv has been struck by Russian missiles again. In fact, Ukrainian armed forces staff, they are saying that Russians are indeed withdrawing some part of their troops from the areas around Kyiv, but they are saying that other part of the military of Russian military, Russian soldiers are still remaining in the towns surrounding Kyiv, and they also think that it might be an attempt to, rather regroup and reposition for a new attack than withdraw definitely.
And Olga, can you just, I know that you said that you left. There was a turning point for you there. But, the U.S. and the EU have imposed strict sanctions against Russia. And I know that you've been quite vocal that this is simply not enough. What do you want to see happen?
Well, I can just say what Ukrainian officials and President Zelensky have been saying, that in fact, a trade embargo on Russia, the embargo on Russian oil and gas is what would really hurt, Putin's regime hard, because Russia relies on this income, on the money it gets for selling oil and gas. And without that, Russian economy would be on the brink of collapse. And I think it is actually unfair that Ukrainian economy is forecasted to shrink by 20%, while Russian economy, the aggressor country economy, will only shrink by 10%. We should impose more costs on Russia. We should punish Russia more while providing Ukraine with much needed military assistance.
All right, Olga, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it, and we do hope that you continue to stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A state of emergency declared in El Salvador due to a wave of violence.
Coming up next, why some advocates are worried that human rights are being violated. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
In El Salvador, a crackdown on the nation's most ruthless gangs is now drawing pushback from human rights activists. That's because some claim that people across that country are now experiencing inhumane conditions. Here's NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez.
The crackdown on gangs intensifies in El Salvador.
Ese sufrimiento que le hagan a la población, lo van a sufrir ellos aquí.
As these images of mass arrests and police searching through homes and families' belongings at neighborhood checkpoints fuel concerns that human rights are being violated. President Nayib Bukele and the National Police touting the efforts on social media all week using the hashtag War Against Gangs. On Wednesday, citing over 2,000 arrests made in just 4 days in response to one of the bloodiest weekends in the country in 30 years. The National Civil Police reporting 62 homicides on Saturday alone. The president sharing these videos appearing to show prison guards roughly forcing inmates to move with clubs, tweeting also that those arrested would not be freed and announcing meals for incarcerated gang members would be cut to 1 a day. This as police round up others on the street after a state of emergency was imposed on Sunday that suspends constitutional rights like freedom of assembly and the right to an attorney when detained.
So the strategy in El Salvador seems to be first they arrest, then they tweet about it, and then eventually in the future they might investigate these people. This is exactly the opposite of what has to be done under the rule of law and under basic principles in a democracy.
Many Salvadorans supporting the government's move.
Lo que el presidente está haciendo está correcto.
Todas las pandillas hay que darle duro también, así como ellos hacen con la población.
But Juan Papier, the America's senior researcher at Human Rights Watch, is concerned the arrests could extend beyond those involved in the recent violence.
We know of people who are not allowed to leave their neighborhoods because of checkpoints that the army has established. And we're also seeing in social media that the police in El Salvador is simply saying that they will arrest people based on their appearance.
In December, the U.S. Treasury Department said Bukele's administration provided financial incentives to Salvadoran gangs to, quote, ensure that incidents of gang violence and the number of confirmed homicides remained low. In a message to the international community this week, President Bukele tweeting that no countries have helped El Salvador in the war against gangs, adding, quote, do not come later and try to tell us what we should have done or not do.
I think Bukele is using this moment to gather more popularity. He knows that a key factor for his very high popularity rates in El Salvador is the decrease in violence, and it's also his talent for communications.
Is it working?
We don't know if it's working. We know that the violence in the country has decreased in the last 2 days, but it's impossible to tell whether this is the result of the policies by the Bukele administration.
Earlier this week, Bukele said more than 70,000 gang members were still on the streets. He now says he's asking the president of Congress to convene lawmakers to give him more legal tools to take on gangs.
President Bukele is likely to get the votes that he needs to keep making these arrests. Now, what Papier from Human Rights Watch told me is that what's surprising to him and even of concern is the speed at which the president has been able to take control of the National Assembly that grants him these rights. Remember, he has only been in office since 2019. Now, another thing that I want to mention that experts talk about when they speak of the continuation of this crackdown is the backing, the support that President Bukele has from the Salvadoran people at the moment. This whole week and really throughout his presidency,
presidency, his supporters have praised him and his efforts and what they say he has done to curb violence in their country, something that they've been concerned about for many years. Now, on Tuesday, the government announced that there were no reported homicides in El Salvador. That is exactly what President Bukele's supporters want to hear.
Here in New York, a Long Island family finally has some answers. New DNA technology helped police solve Eve Wilkowitz's murder from 42 years ago. Here's NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa.
An unsolved cold case, a 20-year-old woman kidnapped, raped, and killed in 1980 in New York, now closed. Police identifying Eve Wilkowitz's killer about 42 years to the date of her murder.
I still can't believe that I heard those words. We've identified the person responsible for the death of Eve.
Wilkowitz never made it back from work on March 22, 1980. Police say she was strangled by a long unidentified man. Her body found 3 days later near her apartment on Long Island. Eve's only sister, Irene Wilkowitz, urging investigators to continue searching decades later.
She was a real person. She never got a chance to fulfill her dreams.
Initially, police ran a rape kit analysis, but found nothing.
Due to the technology at the time, no donor profile, no DNA profile was able to be obtained.
But times have changed. New genetic genealogy allowing police to put DNA samples into consumer databases instead of just criminal sites for a much wider pool.
Are criminal databases effective and comprehensive?
Law enforcement databases work very well if someone has committed a violent crime and their DNA is in the system. When they don't work well is when someone has stayed under the radar.
CeCe Moore is a prominent genetic genealogist.
My team alone has helped solve over 200 law enforcement cases.
In 2018, the serial rapist and murderer, the Golden State Killer, was found using genetic genealogy testing.
We are able to perform investigative genetic genealogy in all 50 states. There are some that are concerned that there could be overreach by law enforcement using this very powerful tool.
Moore says not all genomics company data from places like 23andMe and Ancestry is available to law enforcement, and states have different restrictions. In New York, where Eve was murdered, a special permit is required to do this type of testing. So the lieutenant overseeing the investigation, Kevin Bayrer, asked the FBI to use the technique. Officials say it led them to a family member of the perpetrator who agreed to DNA testing and ultimately led to the man they believe to be the murderer, Herbert Rice. Police say Rice had a number of arrests for nonviolent offenses. He died of cancer in 1991. Authorities exhuming his body mid-March to run the DNA testing. As for the family of Eve, her parents died before the discovery. And Irene now knows who killed her sister, but is left wrestling with why.
I've lived these past 42 years afraid all the time that I was going to be killed next. But somehow I'm still here. And maybe it's just to help other people in similar situations.
And of course, this also has come as a shock to the family of the man police believe to be the murderer, Herbert Rice. They largely have declined to comment, but at a press conference on Wednesday, Eve's sister, Irene, did thank them for coming forward and sharing their DNA.
The military says Russia and China have jammed U.S. satellites.
NBC News cameras, the first ever allowed inside the Space Force Command Center where they track it all. We'll take you there next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tension between the U.S., Russia, and China is not only felt on Earth, but there are actually impacts in space, too.
NBC News was given exclusive access to America's Space Force Command Center. Commanders say a constant game of intimidation is underway in space. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, this is no joking matter when Vladimir Putin has threatened using nuclear weapons. And just as Russian and U.S. submarines shadow each other in the oceans, something similar is already playing out between our satellites in space. U.S. commanders say it's constant harassment and intimidation, and that is where America's two-year-old Space Force comes in.
Pick up heading 270 detonator, Chinese Dragon.
Those two are engaging with the target.
In a dark simulator room at the Air Force Academy.
Following good hits, dead man.
America's next generation of fighter pilots is in the cockpit.
Ambush one.
But these future officers have a choice to make. They can stick with a career as airmen or apply to become a guardian with the brand new Space Force.
So we talk about how the warfighter is impacted by the space environment,
where the focus shifts from fighter jets to satellites. Like it or not, the reality is the battlefield is changing from planet Earth to space. This is the view of the Asian Pacific Theater. And the threat matrix in space is very different. It's congested, it's contested, and it's competitive.
Line down. Copy line.
Our cameras were the first ever allowed inside the classified Space Force Satellite Command Center, where Space Force Guardians monitor every military satellite in orbit, including the vital links to units in the field, to Air Force One, and the nuclear chain of command. While next door, the GPS Command Center watches over 37 satellites that provide free GPS coverage to the world. How accurate is the U.S. system?
Within 1.5 feet guaranteed.
1.5 feet?
Yes, sir.
Outside, under heavy guard, one of several mobile satellite command units never before photographed, ready to roll across the country should headquarters face imminent threat. The U.S. military says Russia and China are already regularly harassing, jamming, and probing U.S. commercial satellites that are critical to the U.S. economy. Satellites come in all sizes, from a school bus to a dishwasher to a cooler to the size of a loaf of bread, providing everything from internet access to university experiments, GPS, and military communications. Both Russia and China have already targeted and blown up their own satellites, creating massive orbiting debris fields.
I think they're trying to send a message that they could target somebody else's as well, and now we have to deal with the aftermath of those tests.
Space Force was created to avoid an actual shooting war in space or on the moon. General Sean Bratton, how do you determine what is a hostile act in space?
We're working through that now. We don't have that history like we do in the other domains to build upon, and so as we're encountering these threatening activities for the first time, it's forcing us to really define these terms.
This is a major threat.
A new threat environment for new Guardians and Academy cadets who are already designing and launching their own satellites. After graduating, senior Courtney Kirkpatrick will head to MIT for her master's, then Space Force.
They're creating a new culture. Everything's going to be fast-moving, the digital force, as they call it. That was really attractive to me.
As for the future, as the United States builds out a lunar presence of our own, do we need boots on the moon to protect those assets?
Well, I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, Space Force is small, only 14,000 military personnel right now. And the culture is much more like Silicon Valley. Think Apple, not Army, where you've got officers with masters and PhDs working alongside people right out of high school who are very tech savvy. A more inclusive, collaborative environment at really every level. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Tapping into our reserves, President Biden fighting Putin's price hike, who he's asking Congress to crack down on now. Teens under pressure and crying for help. The shocking new CDC data about domestic abuse during the pandemic. Plus, Bruce Arians is out, Todd Bowles is in. The surprising shakeup on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We start with the president's plan to lower oil prices. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is here, along with CNBC energy reporter Pippa Stevens. Carol, President Biden announcing this afternoon he's going to tap into the nation's strategic energy reserves, releasing 1 million barrels of oil a day for the next 6 months. It's the White House strategy to fight Putin's price hike. What's the president saying about it?
Well, he's saying just that, Allison. He's saying that this is something that he hopes, and the White House hopes, will ease these rising gas prices that everybody's been seeing. This is something that the president's been trying to address for some time. And part of what he said is that his goal here is to use this 1 million barrels a day, which over 6 months, which would be a total of 180 million barrels, that would then get the country through the fall when production can increase again. Take a listen.
This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. And it is by far the largest release of our national reserve in our history. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall. And we'll use the revenue from selling the oil now to restock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when prices are lower.
Now, one of the questions that people have is, how much is this actually going to help? And the president was asked that, and he didn't have an answer. In fact, he said there's really no way to know how much this is going to bring gas prices down. But he is under a lot of pressure, Allison, to do something about this. NBC News has a new poll out this past week that shows that the cost of living, which gas prices is part of, is the #1 concern among Americans. And also that they blame President Biden for the inflation, not, as you heard the president say, Russia's invasion on Ukraine.
So, Carol, President Biden's also talking to Congress. He wants them to crack down on oil and gas companies. What exactly does he want lawmakers to do?
Well, essentially, what you've heard from oil companies and some Republican lawmakers is that the U.S. should, the administration should open up more production and give more leases. And what the president is saying is, hold on, you guys have a number of leases that you're not using. And so what he wants Congress to do is to basically penalize companies, oil companies, that are sitting on wells and leases that they haven't used for a number of years. So he's saying that he's calling this a use it or lose it policy. Take a listen.
This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits. It's time to step up for the good of your country and the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin, to provide some relief for your customers, not investors and executives. Companies that are already producing from these wells won't be affected. But those sitting on unused leases and idle wells will either have to start producing or pay the price for their inaction.
Now, what the president is trying to address here is a concern that shows up in a number of polling, including Democratic polling, and that is that Americans are really worried about price gouging. And so what you've heard from the president is these two parts. So trying to address the prices and then also trying to address people's concerns that oil companies are taking advantage of this moment.
So, Pippa, Carol raised this, right? Crude oil prices dropped after the president's announcement, but everyone watching really wants to know, when will we see lower prices at the pump? When can we expect this to provide a little relief there?
Hey, Allison, this might not be the best news, but I just spoke to someone who said about 10 cents lower over the next 2 weeks. Of course, right now, I know, we're looking at the national average is about $4.22 today, according to AAA. So 10 cents is really not all that much of a relief. But when we talk about how oil prices declined today, and they did about 7%, that's really relative. We've seen such crazy moves in the energy market recently. And while we're now sitting around $100 on WTI, that's the U.S. oil benchmark, we started the year at $75. And so this is the strongest start to the year since 1999. So again, a 7% move is a big move, and it is definitely a reaction to this SPR release. But we need to put it in the broader context where oil prices remain very elevated.
Yeah, I'm just doing the math in my head. Like, if you've got a car that takes like 17 gallons, wow, that's $1.70. That's really not going to help anybody all that much. Let's talk about a long-term solve, though, right, to the oil prices. I mean, this release is only 6 months long. As you've said, we've come into the year with oil prices so hot. What about long-term solutions to bring oil and gas prices to maybe a more palatable range?
Well, that's really the question of the moment. And a lot of folks on Wall Street right now are talking about how this is a short-term fix. It doesn't address the structural issue that's developed. Ahead of Russia's invasion, the market was already really tight. Prices were already elevated. And that's because of years of underinvestment. And we saw production, came down during the pandemic when demand fell off a cliff. And now producers don't want to just open the taps and pump a lot more. They were really burned during the pandemic. Now they're returning money to shareholders, buying back stock, paying out dividends. So they don't want to increase production. And one cure for high prices is high prices. And so some people are saying that demand destruction from higher prices is the only thing at this point that will bring prices down meaningfully. And so this temporary SPR release, that's not going to do anything over the longer term.
Carol, I have another car question for you. The president's also using the Defense Authorization Act to get some of the elements for electric car batteries. What can you tell us about that part of the plan?
This, Allison, is meant to address some of the president's critics, the progressives in his party, who say that all this focus on oil and using consumption of oil is at odds with his climate change agenda. And so what the president announced today is that he's using the Defense Production Act to ramp up domestic production of things that go into batteries that charge electric cars. So lithium, nickel, graphite, things like that. And so what he's trying to do here is address some of that concern within his own party. And he also is casting this as something that is better for the country because it would keep us less dependent on China.
All right, Carol, Pippa, thank you both so much for joining us at the top of the show today. He'd be screaming. Ambassador Cindy McCain telling NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman that her late husband, Senator John McCain, would be screaming at the top of his lungs about Russia's war. Here's more from their exclusive conversation near the Poland-Ukraine border.
Here in eastern Poland, U.S. Ambassador Cindy McCain had a chance to tour a World Food Program warehouse, along with folks from the World Central Kitchen, that Jose Andres project that has delivered millions of meals to Ukrainians since this crisis started. She also had a chance to visit a refugee center here near the border with Ukraine. But a big focus for the ambassador's visit was on addressing what experts say is a impending food crisis caused by the fact that Ukraine and Russia together provide about 30% of the world's exports of foodstuffs like wheat. And so there are major concerns that crisis is now going to lead to shortage, especially in North African countries that really rely on imports of wheat from Ukraine. She says it's important right now to be working on new technology, on innovative planting methods to try to increase production so that people in impoverished countries don't go without food as a result of this crisis in Ukraine. We also got a chance to speak with Cindy McCain, the ambassador, about her late husband, Senator John McCain, who was such a staunch defender of Ukraine and staunch opponent of President Putin's style of autocracy in Russia. I asked her what McCain would be saying about this crisis right now. Here's what she said. Your husband was revered in Ukraine and an outspoken voice against President Putin and Russian autocracy. Now we have a Russian war spiraling out of control. What do you think he would be saying about the situation?
Oh, he'd be screaming at the top of his lungs. Are you kidding? He was such a good friend to Ukraine and had so much empathy and also so much understanding for a fledgling democracy the way it was. And he called Putin for what he was early on. I mean, we all remember him saying, what he thought of Vladimir Putin, and he was right. So, you know, I'm for many reasons I wish he were here, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
We could sure use his voice right now.
And while Ambassador McCain called on world nations to continue contributing generously to these humanitarian efforts to make sure that Ukrainians are fed to address this looming food crisis, she also said there is one way to make sure people don't go hungry as a result of the Ukraine war. That is, according to Ambassador McCain, for President Putin to stop the bombs and to end the war.
According to our intelligence, Russian units are not withdrawing, but repositioning. Russia is trying to regroup, resupply, and reinforce its offensive in the Donbas region.
NATO Secretary General says Russian troops are regrouping, not retreating from Ukraine. So where are they going? Clint Watts, NBC News national security analyst and distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, takes a look.
After a month of combat inside Ukraine, what's clear is the Russians are dangling sometimes peace negotiations or engaging in them without necessarily really having real objectives other than to stall or reposition troops, it looks like. Over the last 24 to 36 hours, the NATO generals have confirmed that Russia has moved troops around, but they haven't necessarily withdrawn. There's still pretty intense combat both in the suburbs of Kyiv and in the east along what I would call the Kharkiv corridor. I think what we're looking to see is, one, you see sort of Russia setting up defensive positions. They're obviously not trying to advance in and around Kyiv. But back home, you're hearing them talk about repositioning troops or essentially refocusing on the area in the east, which is known as Donbas. Donbas is the area that's been under contention for many years. Russia has had troops there in the east. And that was the justification that Vladimir Putin gave for the initial invasion when this started, despite having invaded on many fronts. Separately, when you look at the Russian invasion across all of the country of Ukraine, you see they are logistically just stretched way too thin. Outside of Mariupol, which they've laid siege warfare, they're essentially destroying and now almost controlling the city. They've struggled on nearly every front to try and get troops resupplied, keep them motivated, and keep them moving forward. I think the suspicion that everyone has is the troops that are moving out of Kyiv, possibly moving to Belarus, are either resupplying in Belarus and will return to that axis towards Kyiv, or will be repositioned to the east, closer to the area from Kharkiv down to Izium, and be resupplying or resupporting troops that are moving from Luhansk, essentially back up towards Izium. That's where the main combat line seems to be at this point. The Ukrainian military really taking back ground on several different fronts, and I think really the battle will become more focused and more concentrated in the east over time. Important news that came out of Russia today is that they did go ahead with their conscripts, or their conscription started up again on April 1st, so they start calling people to duty. This is a controversy inside Russia, where some conscripts, which are supposed to be only trained and used for the defense of Russia, were actually used inside the battle in Ukraine. And this has caused a major domestic issue. The thought was if they went really high on conscripts, they might be trying to reinforce the front lines, but they kept it very steady. This also supports the idea that they'll probably just from here on out focus on fighting in the east. So the eastern corridor is the place to watch. And also the Ukrainian military, if they continue to be resilient, what they can do in terms of taking back land in and around Kyiv, down in the south by Kherson, but also will they be able to engage in heavier resistance in that eastern front as well.
Hungary, now home to more than 368,000 Ukrainians, according to the UN. Local elections there this Sunday could decide how the country handles those refugees. Here's NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Hungary.
Allison, every day more and more Ukrainian refugees are crossing the border here into Hungary. We met some of them this morning. They were from the southern Ukrainian city of Nikolaev, which has been largely peaceful up until this point. But this week, the Russian military hit a government building there with a missile, killing a number of people. And that was the final straw for a lot of folks who decided it was time to leave. Now, Hungary is led by Viktor Orban, the authoritarian prime minister, who back in 2015 Putin sealed his borders to Syrian refugees. This time he is allowing Ukrainians in, but he doesn't want them to stay. He's offering very cheap train tickets to Ukrainians if they travel through Hungary and further on into Europe. Now, Orban is facing an election challenge this weekend. We met the man running against him. His name is Peter Marchese, and I asked him how the war in Ukraine is featuring in the election here in Hungary.
You've said in this election it's a choice for Hungary between the West or Putin. What do you mean by that?
Well, Orban has been serving Putin for 12 years. Now, all of a sudden, everybody realized that Putin is a war criminal who is killing innocent children and pregnant mothers, shelling hospitals and shooting at nuclear power plants. So, of course, now it's an alarming threat to Hungary's safety and security that Putin might actually might actually become a direct neighbor of Hungary. Orban is still trying to stop Brussels and not Putin, so we ask him to stop Putin instead of Brussels.
Now, Orban, for his part, says he's the man who will keep Hungary out of the war in neighboring Ukraine. Unlike Poland, Orban has been refusing to allow direct transfers of NATO weapons over the border from Hungary into Ukraine. He says he doesn't want to see a single Hungarian caught between what he calls the Ukrainian anvil and the Russian hammer. And that is a message that we are seeing resonate to some degree here in Hungary, where a lot of folks are very nervous about what's going on next door.
Coming up, GOP Congressman Madison Cawthorn taking heat from his own party while he's walking back some outrageous claims about sex and drug use in Congress.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go to NBC News Digital. Reporter Maya Eaglen has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start in Florida with a judge ruling people who owned condos in the Surfside building that collapsed last year will split $83 million in property losses. Compensation for the families who lost loved ones hasn't been determined yet. Sopranos actor Paul Herman has died at the age of 76. His death was confirmed on Instagram by his co-star Michael Imperioli. A cause of death has not been released yet. An anti-death penalty advocate has married Oklahoma death row inmate Richard Glossop this week. He's narrowly escaped execution 3 times already. Marriage is considered one of the fundamental rights prisoners retain. For the first time in 2 years, people in Japan are out and about celebrating peak cherry blossom season. The country lifted all formal COVID-19 restrictions last week. And starting April 11th, U.S. citizens will be allowed to select a gender-neutral X as a marker on their passport. The State Department's announcement this week comes as many celebrate Transgender Day of Visibility today. Allison.
All right, Maya, thank you. Members of Congress going to private drug-fueled sex parties. It would be pretty scandalous if it were true. Republican Congressman Madison Cawthorn made those claims in an interview but couldn't back them up when House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy confronted him. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins me from the Hill with an especially juicy report for us today. Garrett, here's the original claim that Cawthorn made on the Warrior Poet Society podcast last week. Take a listen.
Look at all these people, a lot of them that I've looked up to through my life. I've always paid attention to politics, guys that, then all of a sudden you get invited to, like, well, hey, we're going to have kind of a sexual get-together at one of our homes. You should come. And I'm like, what did you just ask me to come to? Yeah. And then you realize they're asking you to come to an orgy. Yeah. Or the fact that, there's some of the people that are leading on the movement to try and remove, addiction in our country. And then you watch them do, a key bump of cocaine right in front of you.
Okay, so he's now admitting those claims were exaggerated. What's going on here, and what are lawmakers saying about it?
Yeah, maybe borderline made up, as has come out after the fact here. Look, his fellow Republicans are pretty irritated by this whole thing. Now, there's been no shortage of scandal in the Republican conference over this past session. But in this case here, you have a member making anonymous aspersions about his colleagues. It's gotten to the point where some of his fellow North Carolinians, Patrick McHenry, who's a senior member of the House Republican leadership, I tried to talk to him about this today, wouldn't even discuss Cawthorn's future. And on the Senate side, you've got Tom Tillis, one of the Republican senators, came out just today to endorse one of Cawthorn's primary opponents, saying in his endorsement that this person he's endorsing now, Chuck Edwards, a state senator in North Carolina, wouldn't embarrass the state like Cawthorn has done here. So a scandal, a walk back, an admonishment, and some distancing from fellow Republicans. We'll see how this plays out over the longer term, though.
What do you know about his meeting with Leader McCarthy, Garrett? I can't imagine that was a fun conversation.
No, I can't imagine it was either. And this is how McCarthy likes to conduct kind of in-house discipline. He'll say that he's going to have these private conversations with members. You usually don't find out too much about them after the fact. Afterwards, Cawthorn wasn't talking, but McCarthy told reporters that he had told Cawthorn that he had lost his trust and that he needed to work to earn it back, and that was going to be a process, I suspect, for Cawthorn, not just with McCarthy, but with many of his fellow Republicans. There's been some reporting today. We're working on trying to confirm that even the House Freedom Caucus is considering whether or not Cawthorn should remain a member of that body. So he's in a pretty good little bit of trouble here with his fellow Republicans for the moment, Allison.
Yeah, Garrett, I imagine we might hear a little bit more on this one, but thank you so much. It is not often that you are talking to me about a SOT involving the word orgy when we're talking about Congress.
I think it's a first, yeah.
You saw it here first on News Now. Garrett, thanks.
You bet.
Arizona's Republican Governor Doug Ducey setting up a legal showdown with the federal court, signing legislation yesterday that reestablishes proof of citizenship as a voting requirement. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim here now. So, Jane, tell us about this new law and what's the governor saying on it?
Yeah, so this new law would ask election workers and voters to prove their citizenship before they can cast a ballot in certain elections or by mail. Now, Arizona has been asking for proof of citizenship, documentary proof of citizenship, since 2004 if you want to vote in state elections. But because of federal law, voters have been able to cast ballots or to register to vote for those federal elections without that proof. The federal form that you can use anywhere in the country says, you need to swear under penalty of perjury that you are a citizen. And if you do that, you can register to vote. But this is trying to extend that to those federal-only voters. Governor Doug Ducey, a Republican, says that number of voters has been growing, and that he wants to extend this. He said in a statement explaining his vote that election integrity means counting every lawful vote and prohibiting any attempt to illegally cast a vote. He argues this is a balanced approach, but there's definitely some questions of legality here because of past attempts to try and do this.
Yeah, let's talk about that. In 2013, the Supreme Court ruled Arizona could not force voters who register on federal forms to also provide proof of citizenship. So why would Arizona Republicans take on this fight right now? It seems like it could be a dead end.
Yeah, nearly a decade later, we're going to talk about this again. Now, even the state lawmakers' lawyers told them this law would violate federal law, violate that federal voting prohibition on asking for citizenship there, and violate immediate Arizona-specific Supreme Court precedent. But nonetheless, Republicans say this is a fight they want to have, and they want to relitigate this issue. And one thing that's worth noting is that the Supreme Court, at least now, is much more conservative than it was 10 years ago. So this is what advocates say. They think that Republicans are hoping to get a more favorable reading from the Supreme Court on the same issue.
Jane, Democrats say they're already looking into their legal options here. What can they do besides wait to see how this goes in the courts?
Yeah, well, they're going to be suing and suing quickly, and I think looking for an injunction. Yeah. I just got a text before I went live that at least one lawsuit has been filed. I haven't read it yet, but I think there'll be more than one. I think we can safely say that. Yeah, we'll let you go and check those text messages now. I imagine they'll be coming in fast and furious. Jane, always good to see you. Thanks, Allison. A smart gun embedded with technology so only an authorized user can fire it. Developers say it will save lives. Now, the concept isn't new, but the technology is closer to reality than ever before. Here's NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian.
A young life snuffed out in seconds. 15-year-old Ethan Song died after accidentally shooting himself with a neighbor's handgun, stored in a closet shoebox. His shattered parents never had a chance to say goodbye.
I wanted to go in and sit with him and first of all apologize, because I really felt like I let him down. I felt like my job was to protect my child, and I didn't do that.
And we didn't get that chance at all. The doctor said it's too grotesque. You can't go in there.
This weapon is designed to prevent such tragedies.
So we did okay.
Ginger Chandler is the Chief Technology Officer at Lodestar Works, one of a few firms developing a so-called smart gun.
We have 3 methods. We use biometric. There's a pin pad on the front of the firearm, and then the Bluetooth technology.
It's Bluetooth, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it just connects, and it's a bonded connection with your phone, and it gives you a way to unlock and lock.
Gareth Glazer is Lodestar's CEO.
You don't have to think about whether you put your gun in the safe. The safe is in the gun, and that's our technology.
Companies have been promising smart guns for years, but it turns out the technology that works on our phones doesn't work as well on guns. But Lodestar says it will be ready.
So when I hear people say, I don't trust technology, I say, well, would you take a horse and buggy to work today? No, you drove a car, which is full of technology. That's one answer, is that technology, although it's not perfect, is pretty darn reliable.
Lodestar is one of at least 2 companies trying to bring a smart gun to market after years of unsuccessful attempts. When Smith & Wesson floated the idea in the 1990s as part of a legal settlement, a boycott by gun rights groups nearly took down the company. A German firm tried again a few years ago, but a hacker showed how the gun could easily be unlocked with magnets.
First, the technology isn't there yet.
Larry Keene is the top lobbyist for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. He says his group is not opposed to smart guns, but is dubious that they are workable.
If the battery fails and you cannot use the firearm in a time of need, someone's breaking into your house to commit rape, murder, whatever, that's a bad outcome if you have that firearm for self-protection.
Lodestar's gun can be set to fire if the battery fails. The company acknowledges its tech is not quite ready for market, but says it's close. Lodestar says its smart gun would cost around $900 compared to a typical $600 handgun. But polls show many gun owners might be willing to pay a premium for more safety.
We're proving that it works. You have a right and a responsibility to control your firearms, and you have a right to your firearm, but nobody else has a right to your firearm. And misuse of firearms is the major cause what's going on right now in terms of gun deaths, whether they're stolen, illegally obtained, or misused even by accident.
When Ethan Song's parents heard about the smart gun, they had a haunting thought.
I was like, oh my God, that would have saved Ethan's life.
My understanding of a smart gun is it knows the owner's fingerprint, and Ethan would not have had that fingerprint. That gun would have simply frozen his hand, and that would have been an amazing moment.
It didn't happen for their son, but they hope it can happen for some other child.
In Florida, young hackers are learning how to protect our nation's critical infrastructure from cyber attacks. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward takes us inside the NSA-sponsored hackathon.
At first glance, you might think these students playing with miniature models are innocent hobbyists, but they're not.
We've been attacking and protecting cargo ships, hospitals, chemical tanks, pumps, all sorts of industrial control systems.
This is a hackathon arranged by the National Security Agency with help from a cybersecurity nonprofit that trains students to head off cyber attacks on industrial facilities.
Maritime cybersecurity, it impacts the supply chain. A great percentage of our ecosystem and our economic power comes from export and import.
Hackers under the watchful eye of intelligence officials show that a bit of code can disrupt all of that. In this case, attacking the same systems that steer and propel full-sized shipping vessels.
We are attacking a real system that could be used in a real ship. It's just a fake ship here. But if we were attacking a real system, we could have really done some damage to the ship and to the cargo on that ship and the economy of the country who owns the ship.
Around the world, the best and brightest are usually recruited into military and government roles. But the U.S. is a decentralized place.
80% of what is operated as critical infrastructure in the United States is privately owned. So the government can't do this job. We have to have partnerships.
President Biden is now calling for the public and private sector to shore up its cyber defenses. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency just gathered U.S. companies to ask that they be on high alert and share any signs of attack. Meanwhile, these students are learning to think like someone who wants to cripple a port or poison a city.
Everything has computers attached, and it's only a matter of which adversary is willing to go how far to try and damage, either physically or economically, the nation. And we have to have experts who can prevent that.
Teens' mental health, the focus of new CDC data out this afternoon, and it echoes a cry for help. Particularly troubling, the number of teens who say they have experienced some form of domestic abuse during the pandemic. CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell joins me now. Meg, what did the study find on domestic abuse in particular?
Yeah, these were really concerning findings from this study, which the CDC ran over the first half of last year of about 7,000 sort of nationally representative kids in public and private high schools. And what they found is that more than half of these kids reported experiencing some kind of emotional abuse by a parent or other adult in their home over the previous year. So that could be being sworn at or insulted at home or being put down in some way. Also really concerning is that 11% reported experiencing physical abuse from a parent or adult in their home. 29% of the students in the survey said that an adult in their home had lost their job. There was also a lot of concerning findings about experiences of racism in the study that these students experienced, particularly high among students identifying as Asian. 64% of Asian students saying that they experienced racism. 55% of students who are Black or multi-race saying they'd experienced this. And the experts saying this can really translate into depressed, mental health status and academic performance.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful to hear those numbers. The CDC says, sadly, what we all know, right? High school students' mental health was getting worse before the pandemic even started. What are they seeing now, 2 years later?
Yeah, so we have seen the numbers growing ever higher in terms of kids reporting their, poor mental health status, but the numbers are even higher now in this study. What they found is that 37% experienced poor mental health during the pandemic. 44% said they felt persistently sad or hopeless. So these numbers, while they had already been getting bad, they are a lot higher in the pandemic survey than we'd been seeing before.
So many kids were taking remote classes. They were missing out on school activities during the peak of COVID. What does the CDC say about the importance of school connectedness, if you will?
Yeah, that was one of the things they saw actually makes a real difference. This feeling like you belong, like there are people who are supportive of you in a school environment. They saw that kids reporting feeling sad or hopeless. Those who didn't feel connected at school reported 53% of them said they felt sad or hopeless, compared with 35% who said they did feel connected. We saw this impact on those who considered suicide as well. 26% who did not feel connected said that they had considered committing suicide. 14% who did feel connected. And so the point that the CDC makes here is that schools are incredibly important, but of course, schools had a really tough time staying open during the pandemic.
What does the CDC say about how we can help kids recover? Because I think people are becoming increasingly aware of just how much kids are suffering, and they really want to help.
Yeah, I think some of the biggest takeaways are this feeling of connectedness. So the importance of the school, making sure that schools are safe and inclusive, but also acknowledging that schools can't do this alone. So being able to make communities more inclusive and having mentorship opportunities from adults in the community, those are the kinds of things that we're seeing the experts here really emphasize that can try to start to help.
Really sad and startling findings, but thanks so much for sharing them with us. So hopefully we could try to work on that, try to help those teens get to a better place. Thank you so much. Bruce Willis is stepping away from acting because of a medical condition called aphasia. So what is aphasia all about? NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here to explain. So Dr. John, I'd never heard of aphasia until Willis's family shared his diagnosis yesterday. Tell us about it.
So aphasia is a more common diagnosis that most people think about, and it actually becomes more common as people age. But essentially, aphasia is a communication issue. So people are either not able to understand what other people are trying to communicate to them, or they're not able to communicate to other people. And often it's a combination of the two. And you can see right there what the symptoms are. So somebody with aphasia, they might end up speaking in shorter, incomplete sentences. They might say sentences that don't make sense. In other words, they might see keys and call them burgers because they just can't get that word out. They substitute one word for another one that is somewhat familiar. They might even say unrecognizable words that you just don't understand, and they certainly oftentimes don't understand other people's conversation. And like I mentioned, this is more common than most people think, especially as people get older, Allison.
So aphasia can occur really suddenly. What can cause it?
So there are two different types of aphasia, essentially.
Okay.
And one of them is the acute aphasia that happens very suddenly. And that's if somebody has a stroke, if somebody has a head injury, that can occur very quickly. A snap of a finger, all of a sudden, they go from understanding to not understanding, or talking, not being able to talk. But then there's the slow type of aphasia, too, which is more of a progressive aphasia, which it sounds like Bruce Willis had. And that can be because of a brain tumor that grows to a certain area, or dementia often. That can be a problem, too, especially as people get above the age of 65. Bruce Willis is 67. And they did mention that he did have some cognitive issues, which goes along with that dementia type as well. So again, it could be either very rapidly or it could progressive over time. And the progressive one is a little harder to catch because it just happens slowly over time, and people kind of get used to that, whatever the person's saying or not understanding, Allison.
So I thought maybe I didn't know that much about it because it wasn't that common, but it sounds like from what you're saying that more people suffer from this than you might think.
So there's around 2 million people in the U.S. that have this right now, and it's about 180,000 to 200,000 every year that end up getting this disorder. And like I said, as you get older, especially above the age of 65, it starts going a little more hand in hand with dementia, Alzheimer's type situations, and they can lose that ability to communicate, which you can imagine can be devastating. But for somebody who's in the acting business, that can be obviously career ending.
Yeah. How about treatments? Is this something that someone can fully recover from?
So there is no cure for this, but depending on what caused the aphasia and what they can do with it and how early they catch it, there are therapies that can help. And it's not uncommon for somebody who has a stroke, has aphasia, to be able to get speech therapy to get them back to where they can talk again and they can communicate. Somebody like this who probably has dementia, that's going to be a little tougher, but usually with speech therapy, they can get some of that communication back, but not all of it. And if you're in a field like Bruce Willis, where that is the linchpin of the field, that can be very difficult. So as I've been telling people, we're not going to see the Bruce Willis of 5 or 10 years ago, but we might see them in little bits here and there if they can work through this aphasia, and that speech therapy can be successful.
All right, well, let's hope it is. Dr. John, thanks for teaching us about this. I think a lot of us didn't know so much about aphasia. Appreciate it. A Ukrainian publishing house spreading hope one book at a time, the grassroots movement to give kids escaping the war a little piece of home.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Open almost any book by a Ukrainian author and you'll get a glimpse of the country's storied history, a people fighting for their own land and identity, now more than ever. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin takes a look. You have a lot of books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so these are books that focus on various aspects of Ukraine. Studies, history, literature, visual art, sociology, political science. They've come accumulated over the years.
Mark Andreychuk teaches Ukrainian literature at Columbia University. Do you think there are any aspects of Ukrainian literature that make it distinctly unique?
Every culture, every literature is tells the story, the emotions, the tone, the flavor of its people.
A literature and a country whose culture has been fighting for its voice long before the current war happening inside Ukraine.
You know, for writers writing in a language that has been said it doesn't exist, it cannot exist, it will never exist, they've managed to work outside the system, outside power structures. They've managed to create communities that provide ways of surviving.
Ukrainians' history with the Soviet Union, now Russia, has influenced the stories its authors told and how those stories were told.
Ukrainian literature was banned from being published for so many years, and it was so dangerous to do that. The oral literature and storytelling became really a way to keep it alive. It was much safer to do that, although that could also get you in trouble.
Since he began teaching at Columbia over 15 years ago, Mark says interest in Ukrainian literature has exploded in recent years.
Now we have like teams and teams of translators that are rendering this literature into various languages, not into English, but kind of so it reaches other corners of the world.
Many Ukrainians say they have memories linked to storytelling. We spoke to one of those people, Andrei Kurkov, who's also one of Ukraine's most renowned authors.
So my first book was published several months before the collapse of the Soviet Union.
At 60 years old, Andrei lived half his life in the Soviet Union and half in independent Ukraine. He started writing when he was just 7 years old.
I am proud to belong to this literature, although I write mostly in Russian, but Ukraine is a multicultural country.
At times, he said writers risked arrest or worse by publicizing their work. But courage and love for their country kept them going.
We have a lot of Russian-speaking, Russian-writing writers like me. So I mean, we all belong to this country. We write about this country, and we are trying to make this country more familiar.
Yulia Ilchuk, a professor of Slavic languages and literature at Stanford University, echoes the repressive past of the Russian Empire on Ukraine in the early 1900s. She says the only stories Ukrainian writers were allowed to publish under their rule were ethnographic performances, which were written for Russian audiences. She draws connections to the practice of blackface performance in the U.S.
All kinds of ethnic masks of this simple, uneducated, illiterate Ukrainians were allowed.
Russia's attack on Ukraine's independence, which it achieved only 30 years ago, is once again influencing the literary world, Yulia says, but in a different way.
There is a very strong trend to kind of cancel Russian culture.
One thing consistent with what all these literary experts say is that people of Ukraine cherish their culture and want to share it with the world.
It's the first time in a long time where Ukrainian authors have had the opportunity to create freely in their language.
Books for Ukraine, a publishing company sending stories and hope to the now 2.5 million kids who have left their home country. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff is in Lviv with an inside look at the grassroots movement.
Russian missiles striking Lviv Saturday.
Down below our vantage point here, that's a fuel depot.
A city shaken. But this week, life continued, including for Mariana Savka, back at work as editor-in-chief of one of Ukraine's largest publishers.
So these are the books that you publish?
Yes.
Back at work, but not back to normal.
What's it been like for you to have to close some of your stores around the country?
I'm not happy that they closed, but I know that it can be dangerous for our employees.
Now, Mariana and her colleagues have started collecting humanitarian aid. This van filled with essentials bound for Kharkiv. But it's literature she feels can help heal the most, which is why she and her publishing house, Old Lion, launched a fundraising effort.
And people are donating?
Yes.
What they receive pays to send books to refugees in surrounding countries like these kids in Poland, nearly 500 so far.
If there's one book
yes.
that you'd like the children of Ukraine to have the most as they're abroad as refugees, which one is it?
Not here, not here. Yes, I know where is this book in my cabinet. Here's this book.
It's called How War Changed Rondo, originally published after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. As Russia attacks again, relevant as ever.
This is what the news looks like now.
Yes, absolutely.
It says here, the war touched everyone.
The book's story about kids living in a fictional place at war called Rondo.
They tried together to make a light.
Now real life for Ukrainian children. Together, we read the book's final passage, one she wishes can spread hope.
The whole town sang until every black flower had disappeared and the darkness had dissolved completely.
Victory.
Victory.
Yes.
And that's what you hope for Ukraine.
Yes.
Coming up, Tampa Bay bowled over. The Buccaneers have a new head coach, but is Bruce Arians really done? That's next.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm extremely excited about the future, what the future holds for this franchise and for me. I get to stay and have the relationships that I love, and I couldn't turn it over to a better person.
It is the biggest coaching shakeup of the NFL offseason so far. Bruce Arians stepping down as head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, moving into the front office. Defensive coordinator Todd Bowles taking over as the new head coach. CNBC sports business reporter Jabari Young joins me now. Jabari, just when you thought you couldn't get any more news out of Tampa Bay in the offseason, Bruce Arians coming out of retirement. Well, let me back this up. Just when we thought we couldn't get enough news this season, let's take it back for a second. Arians came out of retirement to take the Bucs job in 2019. We all know what happened with Tom Brady just a few weeks ago, unretiring in 40 days. So I just have to ask first, you think Arians is really done coaching this time?
Well, you know, you can't say never.
Especially when we're talking about Tampa.
Allison, and you just mentioned. Yeah, exactly, right? Tom Brady just comes back, and Bruce Arians, he's done this before. So, you know, listen, he's not really retired. He may be from coaching, but he's only going up to the front office, and so he's going to still be around football. So should that passion, that competitiveness from a coaching standpoint remain, I could see him maybe sneaking back in. But listen, he's 69 years old, right? So if he's going to do it, maybe he has a 3-year span to do so, because you don't want to be on the sidelines yelling at guys at age 75 years old. You want to be somewhere playing golf and relaxing. But listen, Bruce Arians is a very competitive guy, you know, and I could see him maybe doing it, but I think he's done on the sidelines, maybe in the front office, maybe for a few years and stick around. Who knows? Maybe he takes a GM position somewhere else. But it's been a heck of a ride if he is, you know, truly retired from the coaching standpoint.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because it seems like he's really passionate about being involved in some of the strategic player development. Yeah. Do you see this potentially as maybe he's got his eye on a GM job? He's, as you said, in his late 60s. It's warm in Tampa, but when you travel, some of those sidelines are really cold.
Yeah. Well, listen, he has some experience at Temple, right? Todd Bowles is a Temple guy. I'm a Temple guy. So, Temple people, we can do it all. It doesn't matter. Absolutely. Ooh. Temple, class of 2008. It's in the books. But, Bruce Arians, he's smart. He's a smart guy. He's a football guy. Again, he's going to learn from a GM standpoint. And who knows? Maybe he likes it. We've seen people step in front office roles again. Listen, I came from San Antonio covering the Spurs. Greg Popovich is double dipping. He's doing coaching and the front office side. So, you never say never again, but I think he truly is done with coaching because it is a young man's game, and Bruce Arians kind of said that in his own press conference. I think he kind of steps away, allows Todd Bowles to grow in his position. Second head coaching job for Todd Bowles. I think he's going to do a pretty good job this time again because he's from Temple, but he'll have Bruce Arians there for support and for advice should he still need to kind of learn some things, and I think that's going to be important for Todd Bowles' growth this time around.
Yeah, that's a nice transition to make to have the head coach or former head coach around to help you. All right, let's talk about your Temple guy a little bit more. You mentioned it. It's Bowles' second head coaching job. He coached the New York Jets from 2015 to 2018, which some of us New Yorkers might argue isn't a real coaching job. Here's what he said about the opportunity to coach the Bucs this afternoon. Take a listen.
We have plenty of guys on this staff, coaching-wise, that are great leaders, great men, great individuals, and fun to be around. We're not changing the program, we're trying to add on, because when you don't win the Super Bowl, despite the record, we're good enough but not great. And we got to tweak some things and do better as ourselves, as coaches, which we'll go on to do, as well as try to teach that to the players so we can go on to do that.
All right, he says they've got to tweak some things and do better, but at least he's going to have Tom Brady as his quarterback. That's not a bad starting point. What do you think of the Bucs next year with Bowles as head coach? And I know he's a Temple guy, so you like it.
Listen, I had time. The first time I've ever met Todd Bowles was in 2016. I came up here for a story, and I was doing it on the Jets. He's smart. He's a good guy. He's a good man. You listen to him in that press conference again. He mentioned the word cool and chill, right? Tom Brady is cool, or Tom Brady is chill, and Bruce Arians is cool. But the one word he didn't say is smart, and that's what Todd Bowles is. I think he's going to do a phenomenal job. We look at coaches and only judge them from the first time that they become a head coach. But what about that second time? What about the time that they had a chance to grow? We talk about Bill Belichick and how great of a coach he is. Where did Bill Belichick start as a head coach? If I'm not mistaken, where was that at? Was that not New York? And so now he goes to New England and he's a better coach because he's had an opportunity to learn. Yeah. And I think that this will do Todd Bowles as well. And he has the secret weapon that Bill Belichick's had for so many years, and Tom Brady. And listen, Tom is probably more motivated than ever, knowing that he was almost this close to making it to another Super Bowl back-to-back. And so I think he'll be more motivated. Byron Leftwich is still there. That foundation, that chemistry, that continuity remains in Tampa, and I think Todd Bowles is just going to take that to another level, and like he said, do it his own way with the growth that he's had an opportunity to have over the last few years, being in Arizona, being now in Tampa Bay in coordinator spot. So I love the move. He's a smart man. He's a good man. I'm rooting for Tampa Bay. I love what they've done. This is a very good opportunity for other teams in the NFL to see what diversity looks like. If you want a clear example of it, if the NFL as a whole want a clear example of it, just look down in Tampa.
Can we talk about this for another second, too? Because, Jabari, not all that long ago, we were talking about Mike Tomlin for a short period of time was the only coach of color in the NFL. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Bowles now is the 6th. But you could do the quick math there. We're making small progress in the NFL. But we got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, listen, I was down in Palm Beach, and you had an opportunity to hear from different executives and hear from the NFL about what they think about diversity. I'm not giving the league any pass. I'm not saluting them for any, resolution that they wrote out, any ideas. I want to see it happen. You want to see the action. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are about action. What Bruce Arians did and passing that baton to Todd Bowles has to be saluted. It has to be commended. That's the way you do it. And listen, if Todd Bowles does a bad job and he's not winning games and they're losing and he's losing the locker room, he deserves to be fired. All black coaches want is an opportunity. This is another opportunity for Todd Bowles to show that he is good. would to show that, hey, listen, if you're a defensive coach, you can still make it in this league, because I trust his defensive scheme. I trust his defensive mind. He's a smart man, and I think this is going to be a great opportunity, again, for teams to learn. All you got to do is look at Tampa and see what they've done.
Temple guy taking over in Tampa. Jabari, I know you're excited about it. I'm excited to see what he can do. Thanks for coming on today. Chris Rock telling a sold-out crowd in Boston last night he is still processing Will Smith's slap. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer was there.
Coming out to a double standing ovation, Chris Rock broke his silence, addressing the elephant in the room right off the bat.
How was your weekend? Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight?
In an audio recording released by Variety, Rock said he wasn't yet ready to wade into the controversy.
So you came to hear that? I had like a whole show I wrote before this weekend, and I'm still kind of processing what happened.
Cheered on loudly by adoring fans, the warm welcome signaled a triumphant return. Rock emotional, saying his eyes were misty, though he was briefly interrupted by someone in the crowd, most of the audience thrilled to see Rock bouncing back.
I just want to see how a comedian would handle his first set after an incident like that.
Now in the aftermath of the ugly incident, a new bombshell. The Academy says Will Smith was asked to leave Sunday's award show, but refused. Oscar co-host Wanda Sykes telling Ellen she still feels traumatized by what happened, and the Academy allowing Smith to stay.
You assault somebody, you get escorted out the building, and that's it, you know. But for them to let him continue, I thought it was gross.
Ellen, also a former host, agreeing.
You don't let someone do something like that and get away with it and be rewarded.
As Rock was taking the stage in Boston, more Hollywood drama was unfolding in Los Angeles, where the Academy's Board of Governors initiated disciplinary procedures against Will Smith for inappropriate physical conduct, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
The board also apologizing to Chris Rock and adding, "Thank you for your resilience in that moment." But Rock is still not sharing details, but promising he will.
You are looking at the close on the Dow. Look at that, down 550 points. It was an ugly day, the last day of the first quarter. We will talk about that and the other big business news coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Marsh. You're watching NBC News Now. Jared Kushner in the hot seat. Trump's son-in-law and trusted advisor sitting before the January 6th committee. The toll of war, a sobering report on the youngest and most innocent victims of the crisis in Ukraine, plus the final frontier and the fight to protect it. An exclusive first look inside the U.S. Space Force Operations Center. We start with severe thunderstorms now heading east, leaving a path of destruction from Louisiana to Indiana. 2 people killed when a tornado touched down in the Florida Panhandle. Tens of thousands of people in 5 states without power. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Tallulah, Louisiana, where the principal of a school made a critical decision before her building took a direct hit.
Well, this twisted pile of metal right here is direct evidence of what happened when the storm blew through Tallulah, Louisiana overnight. This is what's left of the roof here at Tallulah Academy. It's a K-12 school, and typically students would have been inside the building at the time that the storms blew through. The good news is that officials here canceled classes ahead of the storms. We saw officials in at least 2 other states do something similar, and it's a good thing they did because the roof completely ripped off. Classrooms inside are torn. We're seeing scenes that are similar to these, homes with roofs torn off, trees toppled in cities across the South, and at least 3 other states. We're talking about damage in Texas, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, here in Louisiana. All of this is part of the same storm system that is consistently making its way toward the east. So as millions of people are cleaning up today, there are millions more who are still in the storm's path. There's a risk zone from Florida all the way up to New York as people are bracing for direct impact.
NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman tracking the system as it heads east. Michelle, what is heading this way? What are we in for?
All right. Hi there, Allison. Well, we continue to watch these storms. It feels like we've had a tornado watch in any spot since 24 hours ago. Even before that, we continue to see these tornado watches, and we're going to continue to see them through this evening. So let's take a look at radar because we can see exactly where that cold front is. Where you see those lightning strikes in the state of Pennsylvania, that is where the cold front is. That needs to swing through in order to clear us out. So we still do have hours of some stormy weather ahead of us, and the tail end of that cold front is going to linger over parts of northern Florida over the next couple of days. So looking at radar right now, you can see some pink lines, some yellow lines. Where you see the pink, that is your tornado watch boxes, and the yellow is your severe thunderstorm watch boxes. Within that watch box, you can see smaller squares. Those are your severe thunderstorm warnings. That means that a thunderstorm is happening right now. You can see that with the lightning strikes, certainly hearing some thunder there as well, and some heavy rainfall as well. So that's what we're going to see as we go throughout the next few hours. This is our severe weather threat from the Severe Prediction Center. 56 million people at risk. The main risk are damaging winds. Winds over 70 miles per hour. They can cause a lot of damage, cause some power outages. We could see a few tornadoes as well, frequent lightning, and even some hail. So we're going to continue to watch that. When we look at this map, you can see it's extending all the way down to the southeast. Where you see that yellow, that is your slight risk. Where you see the storms right now and where you see orange on this map, including Harrisburg, also Washington, D.C., that is your enhanced risk for storms. That is 3 out of 5 on our scale. So that's the bullseye where we think we're going to see the strongest storms. So let's map it out for you in terms of timing. We're going to see that cold front advancing to the east. Ahead of that cold front, we're seeing the showers and storms because we have a lot of warm air in place, along with a lot of moisture too. So we're going to see those storms sort of popping in front of it. Damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes are possible. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, that cold front clears the coast with the exception of northern Florida. But back behind it, we're going to get really cold winds. So cold winds for the Northeast, also New England. We could see some snow showers developing east of the Great Lakes. And once again, we are looking at the potential for some snow squalls. Remember, just a few days ago, was it Monday, where we had that snow squall come through parts of Pennsylvania, that deadly accident on I-81. So that's something that we're going to really watch closely tomorrow, because a snow squall is literally a wall of snow where you kind of hit the wall of snow, zero visibility, and that could happen once again tomorrow. We are also watching rainfall. So rainfall all up and down the East Coast, from the Hudson Valley, from New England all the way down to southeast. But where you see northern Florida, you see the darker colors here, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where we're expecting the bullseye for heavy rain. And that's because that front is going to get hung up right there. And it's going to continue to bring some storms, not only today, but tomorrow. And we could see another round of severe weather in northern Florida on Saturday. So we are in the battle of the seasons. Once again, we have that warm air in place ahead of this cold front. Temperatures in the 70s, 75 in Charleston, 64 degrees in Cleveland. Back behind it, we're talking about temperatures near freezing in Chicago, only in the 30s, 40s in Omaha, also St. Louis. This cold front completely clears the coast overnight, and that cold air is going to move into the Northeast. So we're looking at tomorrow, Buffalo, just 41 degrees, Detroit, 43, Cincinnati, 50. That is 11 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. We're going to be chilly once again to start out the weekend, but then we start to moderate closer to average. Look at Cincinnati by Sunday, 60 degrees, Monday, 64. Same thing in D.C. 62 is normal for this time of year. So we're going to be pretty close to that on Saturday, although cooler with some wind in place. By Sunday, we're looking at 62 and 64 on Monday. But then also before that, we do have freeze alerts tonight into tomorrow morning for St. Louis, Joplin, Tulsa, Little Rock, also Memphis. Where you see the pink, that is your freeze warning. The frost advisory is your pink, and we're going to see temperatures dipping to 32 or below 32. So if you brought out your plants early, you wanted to decorate, you want to bring them in tonight, or at least cover them. We typically say plastic, but we're thinking blankets are a little bit better for this time of year because it's going to be so cold. We're also looking at snow falling once again along the Great Lakes into the interior Northeast, also parts of New England. And then as we near towards Friday, we're going to see more stormy weather, Allison, in parts of northern and central Florida. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Now to Capitol Hill, where the January 6th committee is meeting virtually with President Trump's former senior advisor and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining us from the Hill. So, Leanne, Kushner cooperating with this committee voluntarily. What do you know about his interview?
Yeah, he did appear before the committee voluntarily. We know that he was in the room, or excuse me, he was there virtually, not in person, but he was speaking with committee investigators for at least 3 hours this morning. There was a short break, and we think that he is still speaking with them. We have our team outside the room, and the investigators have not yet left. And so this is a long day of questioning of Jared Kushner. We don't know if he's actually answering questions or if he's pleading the fifth. We don't know what sort of information they're interested in yet either. Jared Kushner was not in town on January 6th. His name is rarely mentioned when it comes to the controversy of trying to overturn the election and in the lead up to January 6th. But his wife, Ivanka Trump, was in the Oval Office on January 6th, and any sort of information that they can glean from any person is valuable to the committee. So we'll have to see what sort of information, if any, he provides to them, Allison.
All right, so you mentioned his wife, Ivanka Trump, also an advisor to her father during his administration, on the list of people the committee still wants to talk to. Any updates there? We think she might show up at some point?
Yeah, it's unclear. No updates for the moment. They have not subpoenaed her, and that is something that the committee seems to be sticking with, only asking family members to appear voluntarily for the most part. So we don't know if Ivanka Trump is going to show up, if Jared Kushner was a precursor to her. We'll see how that develops, but Jared Kushner could provide some good information to the committee. We don't usually get a readout after it, but we'll see.
Stay tuned. I have another question for you, Leanne, about something totally separate, COVID funding. When Congress passed its budget bill earlier this month, it didn't include the money Democrats wanted, but I understand more aid could be on the way soon. What can you tell us?
Yeah, kind of. So there is more aid on the way. Senator Mitt Romney, who's the Republican who's leading negotiations for the Republicans, told our colleagues Frank Thorpe and Julie Sirkin today that there is a deal in principle. Now, they're talking about $10 billion worth of COVID aid. This is much less than the $22 billion the administration originally asked for. The $15 billion Congress tried to pass earlier this month and was unable to. And now they're talking about $10 billion. The reason is because the Republicans are demanding it be paid for money that had previously been allocated in other COVID relief bills. They could come up with $10 billion that they could agree on with the Democrats, and so that is the number. The thing that is being stripped from this bill, though, or from this proposal for the time being, is international COVID relief, so vaccines and therapeutics for the rest of the world. And so let's say the senators actually do reach an agreement. It still could have lots of problems in the House. Speaker Pelosi was asked about this today, and she said without that international funding, it's a real problem. So still many steps to go, Allison.
All right, we understand the kind of now. Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill, thank you.
Yep.
All right, now to an NBC News exclusive. Tech rivals Google and Microsoft going at it. A top Google exec and former U.S. cybersecurity official telling reporter Kevin Collier that the government's reliance on Microsoft, one of Google's top business rivals, is an ongoing security threat. Microsoft pushing back strongly on that claim. Kevin is here now to dig into this latest tech drama, and this is a good one, Kevin. Google commissioned a survey. It found, and I'm going to read the numbers here, 60% of U.S. government employees say federal reliance on Microsoft makes it more vulnerable to cyber attacks. Now, you're reporting that Google's positioning itself to try and challenge Microsoft's dominance in federal government offices. Give us more of the background here, because I don't feel like I've ever heard these two going head-to-head quite like this.
Well, Microsoft has been the dominant software provider for the U.S. government, I mean, forever, basically.
Yeah.
And so, well, in recent years, Google has steadily been trying to challenge it. This is kind of step one. You can find plenty of people who have worked in government who are cybersecurity experts who will share this opinion that there is an over-reliance on Microsoft products. At the same time, this is very clearly Google making a big stink about this.
Yeah.
That this is a competitor. They commissioned the survey.
Seems like a strategy move on their part for sure. Microsoft's firing back. They called this study disappointing, but not surprising. What else are they saying here?
Yeah, they're sort of taking the moral high ground here. And they made reference to the fact that CISA, the main civilian cybersecurity defense agency, is warning everyone that Russia might be launching some sort of counterattack right now. We need unity right now, so they're they're trying to elevate above the.
So obviously this is a rift between rivals, but I mean, there are some real security concerns here. You talked with a cybersecurity expert who helped boost the Pentagon security in the past. What's her take on what's going on here? What does she say?
So the general way is there's two ways you can look at this. Google is seen as a more nimble company. It's younger. A lot of times their products are more intuitive, easier to use. At the same time, it does not have the kind of deep, we have been interconnecting systems. Government is clunky. Connecting a lot of different agencies and systems and people speaking with each other. That Microsoft does have that kind of long history, and Google doesn't.
I feel like Google threw down the gauntlet. We're going to be hearing a lot more on this one. All right, so thank you for sharing with us the rift that just opened up. We'll see what happens down the line.
Thanks for having me.
Kevin, always good to see you.
To everyone celebrating Transgender Day of Visibility, I want you to know that your president sees you. Jill, Kamala, Doug, our entire administration sees you for who you are, made in the image of God and deserving of dignity, respect, and support.
President Biden addressing the nation on this Transgender Day of Visibility, celebrating trans accomplishments and also acknowledging the violence and discrimination this community faces. NBC News Out reporter Joe Yerkeba here now. Joe, the Biden administration announcing next month U.S. citizens will be able to choose X as the gender marker on their passport. Tell us more about that and what else the White House is doing to support transgender Americans.
Yeah, sure. So the White House announced a number of really sweeping changes. Americans will be able to choose, as you mentioned, the gender neutral X marker on their passport starting as soon as April 11th. So that's just about 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
And that's a historic change after years of advocacy. And then the TSA is also updating their security procedures to reduce invasive searches of trans people, which a lot of trans people are subjected to because the body scanners will identify anomalies on their bodies. And then the Department of Education is expanding training to support trans and non-binary students. And those are just a few of the things the Biden administration is doing.
Joe, this year alone, state lawmakers proposed a record 238 bills to limit the rights of LGBTQ+ Americans. About half of those bills target transgender people specifically. That's the negative here. Some grassroots trans nonprofits, though, are creating safe spaces for their communities. Tell us about the great work they're doing.
Yeah, sure. So we highlighted one group in Brooklyn called the Okra Project, and their mission is to provide home-cooked meals to Black transgender people in New York, Philadelphia, and parts of New Jersey. And then we have the Knights and Orchid Society in Selma, Alabama, which provides free healthcare and other services to trans people in the South. And then a group like the Trans Latina Coalition in Los Angeles, which provides legal services to trans and intersex immigrants in the Los Angeles area. And so there are really these groups across the U.S. that are trans-led and that are supporting trans people every day.
Joe, Jeopardy champ Amy Schneider at the White House today. Very cool. Let's talk about how important it is for trans people not only to be recognized and celebrated, especially by the president, but to be visible to other young people in the trans community.
Yeah, the visibility really means a lot. It's really meaningful and important, especially for the president to recognize, pretty normal people like Amy Schneider, who's just really, really good at Jeopardy and also happens to be trans.
Really, really good at Jeopardy.
And I think that's what I've heard from a lot of people today is that trans visibility is about celebrating trans people and really who they are in addition to their being trans. So that recognition really means a lot, especially at a time when you mentioned when a number of states are trying to pass bills that target trans people.
Well, Joe, thanks for coming on today on this day of celebration. Really great to have you here.
Thank you.
Up next, preparing for battle, Dasha Burns checks out a military training camp for civilians in Poland.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's time to check in again with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what's going on?
Hey, Allison, we start in South Carolina, where officials confirmed a student was shot at Tanglewood Middle School this afternoon. The shooter is believed to be another student. One of the 4 men charged with conspiring to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer testified today, telling jurors he did not agree to the abduction attempt. Several other defense witnesses said they'd invoke the Fifth Amendment if called to testify. The seafood industry bracing for price hikes and possible job losses as a new round of economic sanctions is set to hit Russia. According to a 2020 UN report, Russia's the world's 5th largest producer of wild fish. A constitutional court in Seoul ruling to keep a ban on who can give tattoos. The decision makes South Korea the only developed country that requires medical professionals to give them. And Amazon's Alexa voice assistant will soon notify users when items they've been eyeing are about to go on sale. Alexa will even be able to buy them. The new feature will be available on 4th gen or newer Echo smart speakers. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. At least 148 children dead, 232 injured since the war in Ukraine started. That's according to the Ukrainian Prosecutor General. NBC News hasn't confirmed those numbers yet. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi is in Lviv, Ukraine. Ali, that Prosecutor General is saying Russian attacks have damaged nearly 800 educational facilities. What else can you tell us there?
Hey, Alison, that's right. They say they've damaged 800 educational facilities, many of them completely destroyed. And of course, Alison, that includes universities, schools, but kindergartens and orphanages as well. So it's a really tragic target to hit those kind of places. About a week or 10 days ago, we met a bunch of kids that had come from the East. They had left an orphanage. These were the most vulnerable people in society here. They were totally displaced. They've been taken away from their safe zone. They've been brought here to Lviv for some shelter to figure out what their next move is. So this puts deep emotional scars on children. Not only have their facilities been damaged beyond recognition, but, you know, they have a lack of clean water, food, nutrition. Many of them have been separated from their parents. You know, half of the kids in this country have been displaced by this war, which is a staggering figure. And that's going to continue as this war rages on. Of course, the Russians deny targeting educational facilities. They say that they only target military facilities. But as we've seen here, the Russians have made very little distinction between civilian targets and military targets.
Ali, President Zelensky telling Dutch Parliament today that Ukraine needs more weapons. What else does he want from the West?
Well, Zelensky, I've got to tell you, is a very, very clever and very skilled orator, and he knows exactly how to tailor his speeches to his audience. He evoked the 80-year war between Spain and the Netherlands, talking about Spanish tyranny over the Netherlands. And he said that the Netherlands is now celebrating 450 years of independence, and that paved the way to a united Europe. Let's take a look at a statement Zelensky made earlier about what he needs from the Netherlands. I think you have that up on the screen. And he was talking about, you know, all sorts of weapons that they need to defend their skies from the Russian invasion, to secure their country, Stinger missiles, S-300 defensive systems. The sky bit is the most important thing for Zelensky. He always drills that home, that they need equipment to defend their skies. But he also urged the Netherlands not to buy gas from the Russians, to hurt their economy, to isolate them diplomatically. So these are all the things that he's been asking other countries to do, and he reiterated that to the Dutch Parliament again today.
Ali, the International Committee of the Red Cross saying it's ready to evacuate civilians trapped in Mariupol tomorrow. What is the latest from that city? What do you know tonight?
Well, Mariupol is still a disaster. A lot of the humanitarian corridors coming out of Mariupol have been blocked by the Russians. They've bombed some of those corridors. I think we have a tweet from the Red Cross that we can put up on the screen. They're saying that they're ready to facilitate these movements as long as all parties agree to the terms. They say that this is critical that these corridors are opened up because tens of thousands of lives are at stake there, and they really are. Mariupol is a complete disaster. A lot of the people that want to get out of there are trapped. They can't get out because the Russians haven't honored those corridors. They've bombed them. They've taunted people on the passageway out of there, laughing at them at what they've done to their city. So that is a real humanitarian disaster that needs to be sorted out. But time and time again, we've seen those corridors haven't been opened up to let these civilians, mostly women and children, out of the besieged city of Mariupol. But sadly, Alison, from all the reports we're hearing, in the next few days, Mariupol will probably fall into Russian hands.
All right. Ali Arouzi in Lviv, thanks for your reporting tonight. The Baltic states are asking NATO allies for more military support, worried they're Russia's next target. NBC News reporter Phil McCausland is in Estonia, where the foreign minister says U.S. troops would be welcome.
The bombs that have fallen on Ukraine and leveled cities there have cast a long shadow across Estonia and the other Baltic states. Here, they view the future of their liberal democracies are very much intertwined with Ukraine's and the war that Russia has started there. While they are member states of NATO and have those protections and safety guarantees, they still worry that they may not be enough to keep Russia at bay. Since the start of the war, they've increased their defense spending to 2.5%, which is a huge addition to their budget, especially coming out after the coronavirus pandemic. That's hundreds of millions of dollars added to Estonia's budget, and this is a country of just 1.3 million people. They've also welcomed in 24,000 refugees. You have to think about how large a number that is for a country like Estonia, That's about 2% of their population. So while they're taking care of these refugees and securing their borders, they still feel that NATO and allies like the United States could do more. They're asking for U.S. troops to be stationed here and for a better air defense systems as well. They have been watching this war in Ukraine, and they say they're learning lessons from it. While they're not so concerned with Russia's land war possibilities, as they're not particularly impressed by their capabilities so far, they are concerned about the missiles and bombs that Russia has leaned on heavily during this war. As of now, that air defense system may not come online for them until 2025 unless they get greater support from the United States. They're now in talks with the U.S. and other allies on speeding up that process. But they said that they were a little bit disappointed coming out of this recent head of states meeting that came just last week. So now they're looking towards this next NATO summit, which does not come until June, in hopes that they can secure additional defenses for the eastern flank of NATO, which they again said that NATO has not been focused on as it has pivoted towards China in recent years. While they say it may not be next week, next month, or next year, they said Russia's aggression could come to Estonia, could come to the Baltic states, and threaten the liberal democracies that they've created here since the end of the Soviet Union.
Polish civilians now getting military training in case the war in Ukraine crosses over their border. They're learning everything from weapons to first aid. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns visited a training camp in southern Poland.
For Poland, serving as the largest hub for Ukrainian refugees can also serve as a reminder that it could happen here. That's what inspired this civilian training camp in the mountain town of Nowy Targ.
How did all of this get started?
The Russian invasion on Ukraine caused many civilians in our region to be afraid of their life, of their security, their families, their homeland. They ask, they call, they email every day. They just want to learn how to shoot, how to react in face of war situation if the conflict would come to us.
With the conflict on their doorstep, Colonel Marcin Marcinek of the Polish Army Reserves is helping everyday people prepare for the possibility of war spilling over their border.
How many of the people here have never even held or shot a gun?
Most of them didn't shot before.
Every Sunday, a group of 25 or so civilians learn how to assemble and disassemble weapons, how to shoot rifles and pistols, how to throw a grenade. They practice emergency first aid and basic survival skills. The colonel says they already have a waiting list of hundreds.
We just saw strikes in Lviv, so close to the border. What's it like for you to see action on your doorstep?
I think that people are more interested in defense issues.
People like Tadeusz Morawa, who came here with his 18-year-old son.
We're very worried. I'm interested in history. I'm watching closely the situation. And I know that Poland has been through such situations, through such horrors in the Second World War. It reminds me very closely what's happening in Kiev or in Mariupol to our capital, Warsaw, that has been destroyed.
That's your father?
No.
Father right there?
This history hits home for Ted. His father fought in World War II and became a political prisoner in the Soviet Union.
You brought your son here with you today. Why?
I brought in my son because you have to fight for your homeland. Poland is in a situation that we might have to protect it, just like our fathers, just like my father and my son's grandfather did.
What did you think when your father asked you to come?
I thought it's a good idea, and it's worth to do this.
And it's not just civilians. Local leaders tell us they're working to ensure they're prepared to keep residents safe. And as for the military,
is the Polish military preparing for the possibility of war?
In accordance with an old Latin saying, "Sevis pacem para bellum," translated into English, if you want peace, be prepared for war.
The Polish population has watched the fighting in Ukraine for weeks now. Those we've spoken with say they can't help but imagine the shoe on the other foot.
If the war does cross the border here into Poland, will you fight?
For sure. And you?
Of course.
And Dasha joins me live now from Poland. Dasha, one colonel told you they're planning more training sessions. What did he say about the overall public interest here?
Hey, Allison, great to see you. Yeah, he told us that interest is skyrocketing. We heard the same from Polish Territorial Defense as well, that more and more people are looking to learn how to defend themselves, their family, their homeland. And look, so many people we talk to here, so many of the Polish people helping refugees, I've asked them, is this massive, this enormous generosity that we're seeing here, is that in part due to the idea that it's possible that the tables could turn? And they said yes. Look, they have heard these stories from their parents, from their grandparents who fought in World War II, who saw the atrocities here in Poland. And that memory, it's not far from them. They've heard those firsthand accounts. So to them right now, you know, they feel like anything is possible, Allison.
Dasha, we've heard President Zelensky calling for more help from just about any ally that will listen, that will send assistance. Have any of these people thought about going to Ukraine to actually fight, or are they planning to stay in Poland and protect their home country?
Yeah, I asked the participants this, and like you heard in the piece there, most of these people, they had never held, let alone fired a rifle before in their lives. So they're really just looking to get some of those basic skills to start right now, focusing on what could or could not happen here in Poland. However, as we've learned in the last several weeks, no one knows where this thing is going. And so they are open to any possibility. If the war inches closer and closer, they might consider it. But right now, the focus is really on getting prepared just in case we could see things take a turn here in Poland, Allison.
And Dash, before you go, I just have to ask, is that snow falling behind you?
It is. It's my first snow in Poland. It's beautiful here in Krakow. It's nice to get a little bit of beauty and light in a time when we're hearing so many heartbreaking stories, Allison.
It looks absolutely beautiful. I was hoping you would say it was snow. I was like, I hope it's not some miserable, wintry, unpleasant mix behind you, but hopefully...
It was earlier, but
okay,
it's turned to snow now, so we're thanking our lucky stars.
All right, I'm glad it's looking and beautiful there tonight. I know the little things sometimes make a difference. Dasha, thanks so much. It's the first of its kind, a refugee center in Poland focusing on mental health, helping Ukrainian refugees with special needs. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman reports from Warsaw.
It's a long and uncertain road ahead for more than 2 million Ukrainian refugees who have arrived in Poland. For many with special needs, that road led them here. Just weeks ago, this building was set to be demolished. Now it's Poland's only refugee center specializing in mental health, caring for those traumatized by war.
Guy from the city asked us, come here and see the building. And 2 hours later, we received the message that here will be a refuge center.
2 hours later?
Yeah, and 6 hours later, we received first guests.
At first, they barely had beds and just one shower for every 100 people. Then donations started pouring in from Polish citizens: cribs, diapers, food, clothes. Within weeks, the center filled up with 400 refugees, half of them children. On the top floor, we find the nursery. Some of the babies here were born in Poland after their pregnant mothers fled the war. So they're starting their lives as refugees in another country, and they don't know what will happen next.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. Parents are afraid. They are terrifying because they have new babies, they have newborns, and they had to do something to make them future.
Lyudmila Kuzina is from Kyiv. She came with her granddaughter, Maria, only 7 months old. What is it like to be raising your grandchild here in this center? She says, compared to what's happening in Ukraine, it's normal. Here, at least, we sleep peacefully. That means a lot now. Nothing will fall on your head in this center, any rockets or bombs. But home was better.
They don't call them refugees here, they call them guests, and they're trying to provide some sense of stability for these kids and their families for however long they're here.
When the center opened in early March, there were no plans to offer special care for trauma.
But after the 3 weeks, when we are receiving the next guest, they are running from the war. They are afraid, they have nightmares, they have problems with sleep.
Now a team of 400 volunteers has stepped up. Psychologists, social workers, doctors. Some of them refugees themselves from Ukraine and Russia.
What percentage of the guests here would you say are dealing with trauma right now?
We don't know it, because if we were talking about PTSD, we never know when the symptoms will start.
And many refugees arrived dealing with longer-term issues, like schizophrenia and autism.
That must be an overwhelming challenge.
This is a challenge, but I don't know how to say. It's life.
In the hallway, we find two girls playing by themselves, ages 10 and 11.
What are your names?
Як вас звати? My name is Diana. My name is Sonia.
Diana and Sonia didn't know each other back in Ukraine. But now, Diana says, they're almost like sisters. She says, I'm sorry that such an event happened in our country. I like it here, but home is still better.
Coming up, no more marijuana screenings at work. Why companies are considering cutting out drug tests next.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today is the end of the first quarter, and good riddance. The Dow saying goodbye to the first 3 months of the year, closing down 550 points. Look at that. This is the first losing quarter for the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ in 2 years. And think about that. Isn't that crazy? We have been in a pandemic for 2 years now. But aside from that first quarter of 2020 when COVID showed up, stocks have gone up. Your portfolios and retirement funds have made money. Also today, we got some more bad news on inflation. The core personal consumption expenditures price index for March. Excuse me? All right, all you need to know about that is that it's the Fed's favorite inflation measure, and it's up 5.4% since last year. That is a 1983 level jump. More proof that prices are going up. And if you need any more bad money news today, I have one more for you. Mortgage rates are the highest they have been in 4 years. Freddie Mac saying today that the average for a 30-year fixed, now 4.67%. The number of workers testing positive for drugs hitting a 2-decade high. Wall Street Journal reporter Will Fuhrer writing, of the more than 6 million general workforce urine tests that Quest Diagnostics, one of the country's largest drug testing laboratories, screened for marijuana last year, 3.9% came back positive, an increase of more than 8% from 2020. Will joins me now. All right, Will, let's break this down. You spoke with Dr. Barry Sample. He works at Quest, and you talked to him about the changing marijuana rules in the U.S. How are those playing in here?
Yeah, so look, the rate of positive marijuana tests is actually up 50% since 2017. In that time, 10 more states have legalized recreational marijuana. So now across the country, there are 18 states and the District of Columbia where recreational pot use is legal, and even more states, medical use is legal. So companies now are grappling with a really interesting regulatory landscape when they try to decide, are we going to allow for our employees to use marijuana in their own time? And in that respect, how are we going to test for the drug? And are we open to people who maybe can't pass a marijuana drug test? And that question became a lot more important last year, as the data shows, when there was a massive labor shortage all across the country.
Yeah. Will, you talked to a staffing expert about eliminating drug testing for pot. So let's talk about the benefits and the drawbacks here for companies.
Sure. Yeah, so I spoke with one really interesting staffing agency in Michigan, in the Detroit area, that mostly works with manufacturers that supply the big three car makers. And what they said is that in the last year, they saw, almost all of the companies they work with eliminated the marijuana test. And they said that before the pandemic, even though Michigan legalized recreational use in 2018, that those companies were adamant they would not allow anyone to work for them who could not pass a marijuana test. So, we definitely saw an acceleration of some trends during the pandemic. And that was just a result of, otherwise they were going to really struggle to find workers. We have seen, they can't do everything. When it comes to positions that are going to be operating heavy equipment, for example, some of those positions, first of all, are regulated not by their own employers, but actually by the federal government. So we're talking about forklift operators, for example, truck drivers, interstate truck drivers. So those are not up to the employer. Those people are going to have to be able to pass a marijuana test and various other drugs. Now, when it comes to maybe people on the manufacturing floor, companies have a little more flexibility there.
So, Will, we're talking mostly about marijuana use here, but Quest screened for a bunch of other substances. What did those results look like?
Yeah, so overall, like you said, overall positive results came back at a 20-year high, but that was almost exclusively driven by marijuana. When it came to cocaine and amphetamines, for example, they both decreased, and even opiates as well, which over the past 10 years or so have been increasing. They started to fall over and decrease last year.
Will, fascinating reporting. I'm really curious to see what companies end up doing here. As you mentioned it, they're having trouble attracting people to work. Maybe loosening up some of those tests will make a difference. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
TV, coffee, groceries, games, you name it, there's a subscription service for it. Now the travel industry is looking to cash in on the trend. Here's NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen.
Many of us are oversubscribed these days, the pandemic pushing Americans to adapt to life at home And we wanted everything from our movies to our meals delivered on a regular basis. One survey finding 78% of adults worldwide now pay for some kind of subscription services. And the industry is expected to grow to $1.5 trillion by 2025. Now, the travel industry wants to get in on the action, too.
You're going to see all kinds of very creative offers from airlines, hotels, and car rental companies, anything to make a quick buck.
In February, Alaska Airlines launched Flight Pass, an annual subscription service for round-trip travel. For a fixed monthly rate ranging from $49 to $550, subscribers can take up to 24 flights per year among 16 airports in California, Nevada, and Arizona.
For me, it made sense. Kind of took the unpredictability of the flight price out of the equation. That I have a guaranteed price, and it's pretty good.
Eli Cohen, who splits his time between San Francisco and Palm Springs, signed up for Flight Pass when he saw the cost of a round-trip flight soar to $400.
I could spend $50 a month, which means that it's $600 for the whole year, and you get 6 flights.
Travel experts say these subscriptions provide a way for airlines to offset lost revenue during the pandemic when many of them eliminated change fees.
They were making billions of dollars off those change fees. So they're going to be looking for something to replace those fees.
Hotels also checking into the subscription business, some catering to digital nomads, the nearly 11 million Americans who've adopted the work from anywhere lifestyle. One Dutch chain called Citizen M will soon roll out a new version of a subscription plan it launched during the pandemic, charging members $1,500 a month to stay in any Citizen M hotel for up to 29 consecutive nights. And car rental companies like Enterprise and Hertz are a driving force behind car subscription services, too. This after being hit hard by a major drop-off in business travel. Enterprise's plan costs $14.99 a month, with a 2-month minimum and a $250 enrollment fee. The plan is only available in Minnesota, Missouri, and Nevada, but insurance is included and drivers can swap out vehicles 4 times a month. Hertz also has a similar plan with more options starting at $5.99 a month. But you'll have to wait to join because of supply chain issues and car shortages. Like everything else that may sound good at first, experts warn, read the fine print before signing up for any subscription service.
The real question you have to ask, though, is it something that's worth getting for me? See past the promotional language.
Coming up, U.S. commanders preparing for war in a new kind of battlefield. An NBC exclusive look inside the U.S. Space Force.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A 42-year-old murder case on Long Island finally solved. Police found the killer using new DNA technology. NBC News reporter Zincle Asamoah shows us how they did it.
An unsolved cold case. A 20-year-old woman kidnapped, raped, and killed in 1980 in New York. Now closed. Police identifying Eve Wilkowitz's killer about 42 years to the date of her murder.
I still can't believe that I heard those words. We've identified the person responsible for the death of Eve.
Wilkowitz never made it back from work on March 22, 1980. Police say she was strangled by a long unidentified man. Her body found 3 days later near her apartment on Long Island. Eve's only sister, Irene Wilkowitz, urging investigators to continue searching decades later.
She was a real person. She never got a chance to fulfill her dreams.
Initially, police ran a rape kit analysis, but found nothing.
Due to the technology at the time, no donor profile, no DNA profile was able to be obtained.
But times have changed. New genetic genealogy allowing police to put DNA samples into consumer databases instead of just criminal sites for a much wider pool.
Are criminal databases effective and comprehensive?
Law enforcement databases work very well if someone has committed a violent crime and their DNA is in the system. When they don't work well is when someone has stayed under the radar.
CeCe Moore is a prominent genetic genealogist.
My team alone has helped solve over 200 law enforcement cases.
In 2018, the serial rapist and murderer, the Golden State Killer, was found using genetic genealogy testing.
We are able to perform investigative genetic genealogy in all 50 states. There are some that are concerned that there could be overreach by law enforcement using this very powerful tool.
Moore says not all genomics company data from places like 23andMe and Ancestry is available to law enforcement, and states have different restrictions. In New York, where Eve was murdered, a special permit is required to do this type of testing. So the lieutenant overseeing the investigation, Kevin Behrer, asked the FBI to use the technique. Officials say it led them to a family member of the perpetrator who agreed to DNA testing and ultimately led to the man they believed to be the murderer, Herbert Rice. Police say Rice had a number of arrests for nonviolent offenses. He died of cancer in 1991. Authorities exhuming his body mid-March to run the DNA testing. As for the family of Eve, her parents died before the discovery, and Irene now knows who killed her sister, but is left wrestling with why.
I've lived these past 42 years afraid all the time that I was going to be killed next, but somehow I'm still here. And maybe it's just to help other people in similar situations.
U.S. commanders worried the conflict with Russia could soon extend into space. NBC's Tom Costello got a first look inside a Space Force Satellite Ops Center, there it is, to see how the U.S. is preparing to defend our final frontier.
Behind this razor-wired fence in Colorado, a highly classified Space Force asset. Under heavy armed guard, this 18-wheeler packed with high-value satellite comms is one of several mobile command centers poised to roll out in the event of a doomsday attack that would target U.S. military satellite control. If you need to, how fast can you move these trucks out?
The specific timelines are classified, but what I can say is a matter of hours.
Thank you.
Line up.
At the main Space Force Satellite Ops Center, our cameras were the first ever let inside.
Line down.
It's here that they keep watch over America's military satellites and the world's GPS network, operating in an increasingly hostile environment.
It is truly a warfighting domain. Our adversaries are fielding specific weapon systems in the domain, so we need to view it as such.
The Pentagon says Russia and China are the chief adversaries. In November, a Russian satellite targeted and blew up another Russian satellite, creating a massive orbiting debris field. China conducted a similar test in 2007. U.S. commanders believe China has deployed a satellite with a robotic arm to reach out and grab other satellites. And Russia has nesting satellites loaded with offensive weapons.
And liftoff.
The head of Space Force says U.S. commercial and military satellites are routinely harassed.
Whether it's jamming or harmful interference in the RF spectrum, laser dazzling, cyber attacks, cyber probing and cyber attacks.
Those attacks monitored 24/7 in this classified command center. More than 70% of military satellite communications come through here. Everything from nuclear command and control orders to presidential communications, down to a Coast Guard cutter, a submarine, even tactical units on the ground.
And if they don't have the communications when they need it, things can go seriously wrong.
As the Navy has sailors, the new Space Force has guardians, many with engineering degrees and now training for the new battlefield. The concern, the Pentagon says China is now outpacing the U.S. in launches and modernizing its own space capabilities, building a remote robotic post on the far side of the moon, invisible to U.S. satellites.
If we don't start accelerating our development and delivery capabilities, they will exceed it.
Commanders here worry Beijing and Moscow could one day deploy offensive military weapons in the space between the moon and Earth, an area called cislunar.
We don't want there to be a war in space. We want all of humanity to continue to use all the benefits of space for all of our good. But if others choose to start a war there, we'll be ready.
And you believe the threat is growing exponentially and by the day?
Absolutely, and that goes without question. We've seen the public testing of China and Russia.
All right, that does it for us this hour. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with the new move to try to get your gas prices a little bit lower, and it's a move that's making history, with President Biden unleashing 180 million barrels of oil from our strategic reserves over the next 6 months. So when will me and you and everybody else in America actually see lower gas prices? We've got the gut check coming up as a new report shows inflation heading up again. Plus, lawmakers on the January 6th committee getting the lowdown from Jared Kushner today, why they think he's got some good info on what his father-in-law knew, even though Kushner wasn't even in the country when the Capitol attack happened. And 2 people are dead after more than 24 tornadoes ripped through the South. We're live on the ground, and we've got to look at where this storm's heading next. Plus, here's maybe a new one for you. Why accusations of cocaine-fueled Beltway sex parties have one GOP freshman on the ropes. His own party, kind of over the drama, is shown by one powerful Republican today, announcing he's going to back one of Madison Cawthorn's primary challengers. That's a lot. We'll break it down. We'll also break down a new battle in the war over how schools teach kids, so-called social-emotional learning, what that is, and why some think it might turn into the next critical race theory in tonight's original. Hey, I'm Hallie, and today you've got President Biden taking another shot at trying to make the gas station a little less stressful for a lot of us by releasing 1 million barrels of oil every day for the next 6 months from the U.S. strategic reserves. This is an underground stockpile of oil that the U.S. builds up for emergencies. And apparently the president thinks that is what we are in, with prices going up and a war in Ukraine. And he's pushing for oil companies to do more, too.
It's time to step up for the good of your country, the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin.
We said it was historic. It is. For context, the U.S. has only done this a few other times, during the Gulf War, during Hurricane Katrina, and during the Libyan civil war. None of those times came close to the amount of oil the president's putting out now. And look, he hopes it's going to get record high gas prices under control. The national average, $4.22 a gallon. That's 50 cents higher than last month. In California, yes, it is almost $6. And on top of all that, today, the monthly inflation report showed another jump. So look at how much prices have risen in the last year for a whole bunch of stuff. 8% more for food, 25% more for gas. It is the highest jump in these kinds of prices since Return of the Jedi was the #1 movie in theaters. That's a long time ago, gang. I want to bring in Shannon Pettypiece. And Shannon, talk about this move from the White House. It's going to bring the reserves that we have down by about a third. So why is the president doing this now at this moment?
Well, I mean, Hallie, you look at those price increases you just put up there. These high gas prices, they haven't even started to trickle down into the economy, into areas like food production, because oil is involved in fertilizer. You have transportation costs of the trucks that transport the food. So this persistent high price of oil is only going to sort of spread through the economy. And so that's why we're seeing the president take this action today. Over the course of the next 6 months, the U.S., as you mentioned, is going to release about $180 million barrels. And to put that into context, though, the U.S. uses about 7 billion barrels of oil a year. So 180 million out of 7 billion that is used. So it is a small number relative to the amount of oil we consume, but it is a very large amount to be released from this reserve, one of the biggest amounts that's ever been put out there. And the president is hoping that this will be what he calls a bridge, a wartime bridge, to help ease the prices a little bit until the U.S. can up domestic production. And that there is a big sticking point for the White House, because they are trying to put pressure on U.S. domestic oil producers to up their production, and really calling them out and trying to shame them publicly for not using some of the leases and drilling permits they have on federal land. The oil industry says it's a lot more complicated than that. They said it takes years to put some of these leases into place. Sometimes they get a lease on land and it's not viable to drill it. And there's a lot of other pressures that have been going on in the oil industry right now. Pressures from investors, pressures from environmental groups, even supply chain and worker shortages that have been holding them back. But the administration is looking to the domestic producers longer term to sort of bridge this gap in what could be months of disruption from oil coming from the Russian market.
Real quick, Shannon, there's another piece of this, too, to try to help out companies who make electric vehicles, with the president saying he's going to invoke the Defense Production Act for stuff like lithium, right, which makes the batteries for those cars.
Right. Long term, the administration sees the solution to this as reducing our need for fossil fuels. Of course, this is an administration that came in wanting to do less drilling on federal lands, wanting to reduce the use of fossil fuels, and now they're calling for an increase of it. But as you can see through this action with the Defense Production Act, trying to encourage more domestic production of these materials that are used in these batteries that are essential for electric vehicles, because ultimately that's what the administration sees as the ticket out of dependence on foreign oil and fossil fuels.
This really hits at the heart of what people care about right now. Our brand new NBC News polling shows right now the top 2 issues for folks in this country are costs, the cost of living, and jobs and the economy. Most Americans are blaming the high cost of all this on either COVID, on companies, or on the president himself. But you've got the White House, Shannon, really hoping to pin the blame on Vladimir Putin. They are really trying to say, and we heard this from the president, it's Russia's fault for all this.
Yeah, Putin's price hikes. That's what they're trying to say here. Now, most Americans know the price of gas was already rather high before all this happened, but it has certainly shot up to levels not seen in decades. So the administration trying to take off some of that heat, but Republicans are seizing on this and trying to, if not specifically blame the president for the price of gas, which some of them are doing, to just try and paint an overall broader picture of a country where people just feel a little unstable, and use that going into these midterm elections.
Shannon Pettypiece outside the White House. Thank you. Let me bring in Pippa Stevens, a CNBC energy reporter. Pippa, we're so glad to have you because you know this beat so well. I think the big question on a lot of people's minds is, okay, The oil reserves, we're going to see a million barrels a day. When am I going to feel that impact when I go and pay for gas myself?
Hey, Hallie. Well, as the saying goes, prices go up like a rocket and down like a feather. So any relief that we see probably won't come for another few weeks. And a lot really here depends on the direction of oil, which is a global market and tied to what goes on between Russia and Ukraine, as well as what happens in China. They are the world's largest oil importer. So any soft demand out of China will then bring oil prices down. So when we talk about what does that mean at the pump, I had one expert tell me that he thinks prices will come down by about 10 cents in the next 2 weeks. Right now, as you said, the national average is $4.22. I had another person tell me that he thinks we will break below $4 in the next 2 weeks. So really, the next few weeks here are key as we see what happens out of Russia and out of China.
There's this talk about a gas tax holiday, right, that some states are looking at. Maryland, Georgia, for example. Democrats in Washington, not so much pushing for it. We heard some cold water on that from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Would it actually help? Keeping in mind that the federal gas tax, I think, is 18 cents, right, per gallon that we pump. Is that something that could make a difference here to give us some relief?
Well, it might make a difference in the short term, but we have to also not lose sight of the longer term. And any short-term fixes are not addressing the structural issues in the market, which is one of underinvestment, undersupply. Producers scale back production in the wake of COVID-19. And out of that, they've kept their output under wraps while demand around the world has bounced back. So any short-term relief here is not going to lead to demand destruction. And demand destruction is, in fact, one of the things that experts say could meaningfully bring down prices. But when we have short-term, artificial measures, but like a potential gas tax, relief of the gas tax that prop up prices in the short term, we have to think about what does that do over the longer-term trajectory.
Pippa Stevens from CNBC. Pippa, great to have you on the show. Thank you. You heard the president blame Vladimir Putin for this and his war in Ukraine. So let's talk about that war in Ukraine, because today the Red Cross is scrambling to get folks out of Mariupol. That's the city where Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, says thousands of, in his words, peaceful residents have died. We here at NBC News can't confirm that, but we do know that 17 buses full of people did manage to get out of Mariupol today. The city council says about 80,000 people have managed to escape so far, but thousands are still stuck there. They don't have food, many of them. They don't have water. They don't have power. And it's even worse in Kharkiv, where Ukrainian officials say Russia is not letting anybody get out through these humanitarian corridors that are supposed to be open. And officials locally say Russia's still bombing big time. Nearly 4 dozen strikes in just the last 24 hours. Ali Arouzi is in Lviv, Ukraine. And Ali, we heard from President Biden. He was at that gas event, took a couple questions on Vladimir Putin and the war, and was really clear that he is so skeptical, right? Has seen no evidence that Putin is actually pulling back troops from the Ukrainian capital. This seems to be, in the words of, for example, NATO, even the Pentagon, a repositioning as the Russian troops steps up air attacks.
That's right, Hallie. And not only the NATO, Zelensky himself, Zelensky's commanders are all saying that there's been very little military movement away from those areas since they made that announcement. They said that they were going to scale back the number of troops they had to build confidence, a mutual trust between the Ukrainians. Instead, they kept shelling these cities. There was heavy fighting outside the suburbs of Kyiv, where they really are very strategic areas that the Russians want to take. And as you mentioned, Kharkiv is another disaster zone that the Russians are opening up there. They're bombing civilians there. They're reducing buildings to smoldering wrecks. And what's interesting, Hallie, is that Kharkiv is a majority ethnic Russian population there. It's very close to the Russian border, but that doesn't seem to make any difference to the Russians destroying that city. And they're following the same pattern that they've done in besieged places like Mariupol. They're encircling it. They're not letting food and supplies get in there. There's no running water in there, and the civilians are at their wits' end. I think we've seen some amazing reporting from our colleague Richard Engel in there showing just how bad the situation is, especially for some of the elderly people there. So it's just this pattern of brutality from the Russians in city after city in this country that's just getting pounded by them, but they still keep fighting back. We just heard a message from Zelensky just before we came on air here that they are pushing the Russians back from the areas around Kyiv and Chernihiv. Kiev. So they are putting up a fierce fight everywhere they go. And that really does underscore how the Russian military might is not exactly what they envisaged or what anybody else envisaged before this war.
Vladimir Putin is watching that resistance. As President Biden suggests today, he's getting increasingly self-isolated, basically. And now there's this new pushback from the Kremlin today on this idea that Putin is being misinformed by his advisors, this intelligence that was declassified by U.S. officials yesterday.
That's right. But, anything the Kremlin spokesperson says comes straight from Vladimir Putin. So that's no surprise that there's a pushback from Peskov. But he is probably a little bit isolated. I mean, we heard Putin say last week that no conscripts are being sent to fight here in Ukraine. Not only have they been sent to fight here, they're dying here. So all of these things clash with what Putin has said last week, and that makes him kind of look bad. They're apparently misleading him about the effect of sanctions on his country and how isolated it has become and how badly the military operation is going. But I've got to tell you, Hallie, I find it a little bit odd that Putin is so in the dark about this. After all, this guy was an ex-KGB agent, right. and that was his job to know about these exact things, how the war efforts are going, how the troops are doing on the ground. So it seems so weird that he wouldn't know how badly this war is going, especially as you and I know how badly this war is going for the Russians.
Ali Arouzi and Lviv, it's a good point. Thank you so much for being on with us tonight, for being live on the ground there. Back here at home, 2 people have been killed after a tornado ripped through one county in Florida as part of this really bad weather that's hitting the South and the Midwest. Look at this. We're going to show it to you. The aftermath of homes. I mean, those aren't homes, right? Those are piles of sticks. That's how bad this tornado was. 2 people were killed. 27 tornadoes have been confirmed since these severe storms started. You saw them touching down in Florida, in Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, Missouri. Besides tornadoes, we're talking about really strong winds, not tornado level, but really big gusts that ripped roofs off homes, businesses, schools were destroyed. Trees, as you can imagine, picked up, put down other places. Blaine Alexander is covering this for us tonight. So, Blaine, talk to me about what happened in Florida's Panhandle, where these 2 people were killed. What else do we know?
Well, Hallie, we know that it was a suspected tornado that touched down there in Florida. It happened during the overnight hours. Now, of course, that's always very dangerous because it's when people are most likely asleep. It's when people, you really can't see tornadoes as well. So certainly very dangerous. But there's something else that officials really throughout the path of this storm have been saying as to why it's so dangerous. And that's because it is moving so quickly. We've been kind of tracking this storm through a couple of different areas here across the South. But most recently in Jackson, Mississippi, officials there were putting out the warning about 3 hours before the storm was set to hit, saying, listen, this is going to be on you very quickly. And as soon as it gets here, you're not going to have much warning. So they were telling people early in the day to find your safe space, find your area where you can go and take shelter. So that was one of more than 24 suspected tornadoes that this storm is producing, Hallie.
You're also looking at severe weather where you are, widespread damage in at least 7 states. Talk to us about what some of these folks are facing.
I think there's 2 big things. One, we talked about the speed, but the other is just the wind. Of course, more than 24 reported tornadoes, but also those really, really strong winds. We are seeing homes destroyed. We're seeing businesses destroyed. I was in eastern Louisiana earlier today. The roof was completely torn off of a K-12 building there. Now, that was some place where if there had been children inside, it could have been a completely different story. I went inside, completely soaked. Things just tossed all over. Almost 3/4 of the building just almost needs to be completely redone. That's one of the things that we're seeing, but that just kind of shows you the power that this storm is bringing. I think the other thing that's really notable here, Hallie, is just how widespread it is. We're talking about more than 400 different warnings across 16 states. So this really is something that, typically as we see them go, they may decrease in energy, decrease in speed. That hasn't been the case here. That intensity has maintained throughout. Now it's kind of on its final day, dumping rain across the East Coast. But again, still some tornado warnings scattered today, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Atlanta. Blaine, thank you so much. The storm is now moving up the East Coast, right? You got severe weather warnings for Virginia, for New York, parts of Pennsylvania. Let me bring in Al Roker. And Al, we're looking at winds of up to 70 miles an hour. And what is so scary, when Blaine talked about those nighttime tornadoes, how many times have you and I sat here and talked about how dangerous those kinds of tornadoes are, right? That is right. Why it's so scary.
Yeah, twice as deadly as daytime tornadoes. And right now, I can see still a lot of rain down in Florida, but we have tornado watches now from the Carolinas up into central Virginia. And then we also have severe thunderstorm watches stretching from Virginia all the way here into the Northeast, and some severe thunderstorm warnings as this line pushes through. In fact, 51 million people right now at risk. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour, Hallie. A few tornadoes possibly, especially up through, including Washington, D.C., Harrisburg, just to the west of New York. Damaging winds as well. We're going to be watching this closely as this system pushes through. A severe risk for the Northeast tonight for the next several hours. The front will exit the coast by Friday morning, and then we're going to get some wraparound colder air with some snow coming in here. The rain's not the big deal. As Blaine kind of alluded to, we're talking maybe a quarter of an inch to a half an inch of rain from D.C. up into New England. The biggest problem, Hallie, going to be these winds, where we're talking about the wind gusts possibly up to 70 miles per hour. But then this system moves through and things calm down, thankfully, as we head into the weekend.
Al Roker with the forecast there. Al, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So the January 6th committee is getting closer and closer to getting details straight from former President Trump's family about what exactly he was doing the day of the insurrection. Today, those lawmakers talking with his own son-in-law, Jared Kushner, also, by the way, a White House advisor, about that attack on the Capitol. The interview started right around 10 o'clock this morning. It was voluntary, right? He wasn't forced. He wasn't subpoenaed to come in. But it does make Kushner the highest-ranking member of the administration and the first Trump family member to show up for this discussion. And while Kushner wasn't actually in the U.S. the day this happened, he was flying back to D.C. from Saudi Arabia, his name did appear to be mentioned in a text between former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. In this message obtained by the Washington Post, Thomas seems to refer to Kushner saying, "Just forwarded to your Gmail an email I sent Jared this morning," adding, "Improved coordination will help the cavalry come and fraud exposed." Obviously, she is referring to conspiracy theories that have been debunked around the 2020 election. Leanne Caldwell is joining us now. So, Leanne, listen, Jared Kushner was not in the country the day of the insurrection, but the committee still seems to think he's going to have information that will get to them. He is, you know, aside from Ivanka Trump, these are the two biggest names, I think, in sort of that Trump orbit that the committee has called in so far. And now here we have Kushner virtually appearing for this discussion.
Yeah, he is virtually appearing, and we know that we think he is still talking to them.
Now? That's like morning. 7+ hours.
Right. So 3 hours. There's been 3 hours this morning. There was a short break, and then they returned to keep speaking. So there is a chance that it is over. We can't see inside the room, but from the activity from outside of the room, it seems like it's still happening. So we don't know if he's answering questions, if he's pleading the fifth, or if he's providing them any sort of information, or maybe just a little. We don't know yet what's happening. But we do know that he did show up voluntarily, unlike any other member of the Trump family. And so we'll see. I don't know how soon we'll see what was said, but it will come out eventually, Hallie.
Yeah, 7 hours would, or I guess if it's less than that, Leanne, if it was 3 plus a break and then all afternoon today, up into the evening now, feels like it's a long time to just be taking the fifth, right? To be no commenting the committee. I mean, as much as we can infer or read the tea leaves from that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we can read tea leaves, but we'll see. He also has very expensive lawyers, and there could be discussion about that as well, or about, you know, these lawyers
process
are good at, managing the process. So we'll see. But it is interesting that he decided to show up. He wasn't in the country. His name is rarely mentioned regarding January 6th. You mentioned that text message, but really his name has not come up a lot. So we'll see what the committee can get from him.
Two people who worked with the former president who are not cooperating with the committee are Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro, right? They're the January 6th Select Committee, as we know, has voted to hold them in contempt of Congress. It looks like that process is going to move forward, this reprimand for these two, early next week.
Yeah, that's right. So the House of Representatives just announced today that they're starting the process of bringing their contempt charges to the floor on Monday. So as early as Monday, maybe Tuesday, that could be voted on before the full House. Then it goes to the Department of Justice to officially press charges if the Department of Justice chooses to do so. We've heard from committee members, especially they got very vocal this week, pressing the Department of Justice to act. They've already acted, pressed charges against or indicted Steve Bannon for contempt. Mark Meadows, they have not done anything with yet. And so once the House votes, which they are expected to pass these contempt charges, and they head to the Department of Justice, the January 6th committee is saying, you got to do something or these contempt votes don't mean anything, Hallie.
Leanne Caldwell live for us there on Capitol Hill. Leanne, thank you very much for bringing us up to speed on those developments. Much appreciated. Coming up here on the show, a U.S. family trying to get their son out of a Russian prison meets with President Biden. Trevor Reed's parents talk with me one-on-one, or one-on-two, I guess, about their push to free him. We're going to have that coming up. Plus, one of our reporters was inside the theater at Chris Rock's comedy show when he talked for the first time about getting slapped by Will Smith. We'll have her and what he told the crowd after the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
So we're going to take you inside the theater for Chris Rock's show last night, where we heard from him for the first time since getting slapped at the Oscars. He's got another show tonight, by the way. But here's a little bit of video we got right before we came on the air. It's like, can we be honest? That's not awesome video. That's like shaky cell phone video from really far away. But listen, we get it. You see it. That's the deal. If you were hoping to learn more about what he was thinking when Smith smacked him, it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Rock's telling the audience he's still processing. He says, I'm still kind of processing what happened. And then said at some point he'll talk. Some of the fans who went to the show were happy to see Rock regardless. Listen.
I paid a ridiculous amount of money that I'm embarrassed to say, but I really wanted to see how a comedian would handle such a
world event like that.
Oh, it's wonderful.
He got an incredible standing ovation like you could not believe. It just went on forever and ever and ever.
Rock's got another show tonight in Boston as we're getting some new details about what happened behind the scenes at the Oscars, with the Academy saying Will Smith was asked to leave, but he said no. Let me bring in Callan Rosenblatt, who was our woman in the room for Chris Rock's show last night. Callan, I don't know if that was your seat that we were looking at from way back up in the balcony, but give us some of the highlights, right? You heard that couple talk about the standing ovation he got. I understand Rock got a little bit emotional when sort of soaking that in, no?
Absolutely. So it wasn't just one standing ovation. It was a standing ovation. Everyone sat back down and then stood back up. He actually got 2 standing ovations. He said it was making him a little bit misty-eyed. And even the way he said that, you know, he's still processing was maybe a little lighter than you may read it on the page. He was like, okay, yeah, I'm still processing. I'll say something eventually. It'll be light and it'll be funny. And the thing is, you know, we saw Chris Rock back to form, you know, on stage doing comedy, but there's something that I haven't seen reported quite as much, and that is that there was a heckler at the show who actually interrupted the show twice, to the point where someone who appeared to be from Rock's security team actually came out on stage, and he had this moment of what appeared to be frustration, and he made this comment, you know, is this what the rest of the tour is going to be like? And I've spoken with comedians who said they're nervous that after the Oscars, hecklers and people who are, you know, upset with the show or maybe feel offended, you know, are going to feel emboldened to make a statement or to heckle or to get physical. And there was a split second where the facade fell, where the performance fell off of Rock a little bit, and it seemed like he was a little upset. And that's just my conjecture, but, you know, in that moment when he was like, is this how the whole tour is going to be? You know, you could sort of see what it meant that he was still processing.
Could you tell what the heckler was saying? Was it about the Will Smith thing, or was it just like general hecklage?
You know, I think some people had a lot to drink at the show.
Okay.
I was up in the mezzanine, and it was difficult to tell.
We're seeing this new angle as we talk about this whole thing of Jada Pinkett Smith, as you well know, Callan, since you cover the internet for us at the Oscars, right after her husband slapped Chris Rock. This is the angle. We reached out to the Smiths reps for comments. NBC News hasn't heard back. Developments every day, right? I mean, it's Thursday. This happened Sunday night, but it's like every day, every few hours, there's still new stuff about this. How is it sort of playing out online as you're looking at this and looking at the reaction here?
There's a lot of different perspectives. So there are people who said it was an innocent joke. G.I. Jane is actually like a really admirable female character who is strong and beautiful. So it wasn't like an insult. There are other people who say, you know, the Academy has recognized and appeared to stand by people who have done some pretty heinous things. For instance, back in the day, it was Harvey Weinstein, who we know has been found guilty of charges of sexual misconduct. And there are people who are saying, you know, Will Smith has never done anything wrong. He's had to be perfect, especially as a black man in America. He has been flawless, and he had one moment where he broke, and now it's as if, you know, he's the worst person in the world. Now, these are just perspectives we're seeing online, but, you know, I think it's fair to say, you know, did Will Smith cross the line? And it appears a lot of fans think so, but a lot of fans also seem to say, you know, let's hold everyone to the same standard. Let's not hold Will Smith to a different standard than some other celebrities who have been lauded by the Academy.
Real quick, when it comes to the Academy and the Board of Governors, they're meeting for these disciplinary proceedings, you know, about this code of conduct violation from Will Smith to investigate that. We know it's going to take weeks, but we're starting to get a little bit more of a crystallized timeline on this, right?
Yeah, so the Academy is going to meet on April 18th, and they're going to come up with whatever the disciplinary action is. Will Smith will have, I believe, 15 days to make a written response to whatever that disciplinary action is. You know, and we don't know how long the decision after that could take. So the timeline is still a little up in the air, but those are the 2 dates that we know now is April 18th when they meet, and then 15 days to respond.
Callan Rosenblatt, thank you very much, Callan. Appreciate you being with us. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, more than 49,000 pieces of debris from last week's China Eastern plane crash have actually been found now. All 132 people were killed on board after the plane crashed into a mountainside, basically. They still don't know why that happened, but officials are saying that at this point, the search for wreckage is over. Number 2, a judge has approved an $83 million settlement in last year's condo collapse in Surfside, Florida. Anybody who owned a unit in the building is going to split that money for property loss. This was horrific. Remember, 98 people were killed in the collapse. No word yet on a settlement for victims' families, by the way. Number 3, a new NBC News poll shows 1 in 5 of us in this country are getting into crypto. We're using it, we're trading it, we're investing in it. Biggest group, men ages 18 to 49. They're the biggest dabblers, with supporters saying Bitcoin and Ethereum are quicker and safer to use, they think, than regular cash. Number 4, environmental officials hope the birth of a rare rhino in Indonesia could help save an endangered species. Check out Rosa, little baby Sumatran rhino newborn. Only about 80 of these kinds of rhinoceroses left in the world. She's the first birth of the species at that sanctuary in a decade, so workers there, you know, they are excited. They're glad to be taking care of her. Number 5, Blue Origin launching its 4th successful space tourism mission earlier today. 6 people were on board, an engineer, and then 5 people who actually paid for the flight. The rocket traveled just outside Earth's atmosphere, going more than 2,000 miles an hour. Now, to a story that I've been following for months, this American family who's been fighting to get their son out of a Russian prison, getting some FaceTime with President Biden, not long after I spoke with them yesterday on my other show over on MSNBC. We're talking about Joey and Paula Reed. They're hoping President Biden can help free their son, Trevor, a former U.S. Marine sentenced to 9 years in prison on charges the State Department says are, in their words, ridiculous. The Reeds came up from Texas this week to demonstrate in front of the White House for Trevor's release, and then ended up inside that very building, sitting down with President Biden unexpectedly last night. Here's what they told me just a few hours ago. Late this afternoon, Joey and Paula Reed sharing what it was like at the White House face-to-face with President Biden last night. So are you more or less optimistic now about the chances of getting your son out after this discussion?
Probably a little bit more, even though he said don't get your hopes up.
Really? You're trying to expectation manage, I assume, for you.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what I would do in his situation, in his position. And, you know, he doesn't want to get our hopes up, but he did. The fact that he listened to us, and that has to have influenced him. And we're hoping that'll be, you know, to bring our son and the other Americans home.
The Reeds, hopeful after the meeting about their son, Trevor, a Texas student and former Marine, sentenced to 9 years in a Russian prison for allegedly assaulting a police officer after a night of drinking in 2019. Charges Reed has denied from the start.
I have no idea what their motives would be, but this is clearly political.
His family says Reed, who's been imprisoned in Russia for more than 2 years, is not doing well and has started a hunger strike over his treatment in jail.
Trevor's health isn't going to hold up too much longer.
Because he's on a hunger strike now. He has
on a hunger strike, plus he has, you know, possible TB, and we reiterated that to him, that he, you know, our son is very ill.
Russian President Vladimir Putin slamming Reed ahead of a summit last year with President Biden.
He's just a drunk and a troublemaker.
But he also agreed to negotiate with the Biden administration for Trevor Reed's release.
And on the prisoner swap question, is that something that you would consider? Are you looking to negotiate? You're meeting with the president?
Yes, of course.
Reed is one of several Americans currently being held in Russia, including Paul Whelan and now WNBA star Brittany Griner. White House press secretary Jen Psaki saying the administration will keep pushing for the release of Americans like Reed, whose parents just want their son home.
If you could get a message to Trevor right now, what would you tell him, Paula?
Hang in there just a little bit longer. We're working as hard as we can to bring you home.
Paula's eyes, you know, started to fill with tears there, as you might imagine. Her son imprisoned in Russia here. And listen, he's not the only one, as we talked about. President Biden brought up Paul Whelan's case with Putin when the two of them, the two leaders, met last summer. And then you see in the middle here, Brittany Griner. In her case, she hasn't even been convicted yet of anything. And some people associated with the Women's Basketball League have reportedly said they're being told not to make a real big deal about it. Her being jailed in Russia, right, so that she doesn't become a pawn for the country. Obviously, we're staying on top of all 3 of their stories as this coverage continues. Still to come, we're hearing for the first time, from one of the men accused of planning to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer in his trial. We'll talk about the explosive testimony in his own defense next. Plus, controversy, to say the least, over Congressman Madison Cawthorn and some, well, colorful comments from the Republican lawmaker. Has him catching heat from his party and his constituents. We're going to explain after the break.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
A new report out from the CDC shows just how hard the pandemic has been on teens and their mental health. We're going to talk about that a little bit later in the show. But first, a series of words I don't think I've ever said on this show. Cocaine-fueled Beltway sex parties. Accusations of them, at least, from North Carolina Congressman Madison Cawthorn, with just today, one of the Republican senators from his state, Tom Tillis, saying he's going to back one of Cawthorn's challengers in his primary. Republicans look like they are pretty over it with Cawthorn. They're kind of done. You have House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy saying Cawthorn lost his trust over this, drug sex allegation thing in Washington and needs to turn his life around to get it back. You saw Cawthorn firing back real fast today with a tweet and a new campaign ad saying he is, quote, not going anywhere. And this, along with other controversies lately, like calling the Ukrainian president a thug right as Russia was invading, seems to be making its way from the Beltway, where sometimes there's drama and it's just Beltway drama, into Cawthorn's district, right? The New York Times talked with constituents, the people who actually vote members of Congress into office. One voter telling the Times he voted for Cawthorn before, he's going to pass this time around. Another saying they are disappointed in the congressman, and yet another saying Cawthorn has his work cut out for him. Joining me now is our Capitol Hill correspondent, Garrett Hake. Not a story we talk about all the time, right? This thing that Madison Cawthorn said about something rather scandalous. Members of Congress were like, we don't really appreciate being lumped into these accusations that you were invited to some, drug-fueled sex thing. You know what I mean? And they're upset. And we're sort of seeing that on a really public scale.
Yes, we are. And Hallie, let me say how thrilled I am to be part of this historic first for Hallie Jackson Now, to be able to come on and talk about this today. Yep. I don't know what that says. But look, it is true. I mean, Cawthorn's colleagues are totally over this. I tried to talk to a couple of Republican House members today and got some of the colder of cold shoulders I have ever received trying to ask about a colleague's behavior. They're frustrated by Cawthorn, but whether this will affect his reelection is, I think, a fairly open question, believe it or not, despite kind of how ridiculous these comments were, how much trouble they got them in here in D.C. Remember, this is a guy who won his first race by beating a candidate who was the hand-picked candidate of Mark Meadows and was the Trump candidate at the time in his last primary, and he still has Donald Trump's endorsement, which goes a long way in Republican primaries. It's a big field in his primary right now. There is one other candidate who establishment Republicans are trying to coalesce around, but this may be the kind of thing that Cawthorn can ride out, especially in this version of the House GOP.
And just to get people caught up who are like, what, Hallie, wait, why are you guys talking about this weird sex thing? Cawthorn made these accusations. He sort of alleged that he was invited to these kinds of parties, and I think members of Congress felt like they were being tainted by this, what they felt like was obviously an inaccurate brush here. But it's not just this. There have been other things that have happened that have been really controversial around Congressman Cawthorn. We mentioned the thug comment, and now you have Tom Tillis, the senator from North Carolina, today saying, I'm going to endorse the guy you're up against. How much of a big deal could that be in the state, Garrett?
Well, this is Tillis endorsing one of the guys that Cawthorn is up against, and that makes a big difference here. In a big, crowded, multi-candidate primary, Cawthorn may be able to win a re-election or may be able to squeak through a primary with 20% of the vote or so. Now, the guy who Tillis endorsed here is a sitting state senator. He seems to be kind of the establishment choice here. If, you know, he can consolidate the anti-Cawthorn vote in that district, it may be enough for him to get through. And, you know, I think the reason you're seeing so many of Cawthorn's fellow lawmakers turn on him here when they haven't turned on some of the other folks who have operated in a similar kind of professional troll-ish manner on Capitol Hill is because Cawthorn brought them into it, right? This was not him talking about, you know, anybody other than himself. It wasn't him out doing something stupid that only affected him. It was him alluding to other lawmakers, presumably Republicans, who were doing these nefarious deeds. And his fellow Republicans sure didn't like even the whiff of scandal that the people doing the cocaine and participating in the sex parties could be them.
Right. That's exactly it. So, you know, when you look at it big picture, Garrett, there is, you know, still this discussion, of course, in the midterms. And this is what experts and political observers say, is that it looks like Republicans have a pretty good shot of taking back the House. I'm not breaking news here on this show, right?
No.
Like that's what the facts of the matter are. So this Republican on Republican fighting only seems to matter to the extent of, like, you know, who ends up making it through some of these primaries, given that the GOP seems like it has a pretty solid lock. Like a Democrat's not going to win Madison Cawthorn's district. You know what I mean?
That's exactly right. Cawthorn is running in a safe seat. He briefly flirted with running in a seat in the suburbs of Charlotte that would have been much tougher to hold, but now that he's back in his old district, there will almost certainly be a Republican representing this district in the next Congress, whether that's Madison Cawthorn or someone else, and whether they're sitting in the majority or not, all may be part of how this plays out and how Republicans handle these internal scandals that keep popping up.
Garrett Haake, thank you again for this history-making moment on Hallie Jackson Now. It is great to see you, friend. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. So, to other news now. Daniel Harris, who's one of the 4 men charged with plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, he took the stand in his own defense today for the first time and told the jury he never agreed to this plan to kidnap her. None of the other defendants took the stand, and at least 5 of the other defense witnesses did not testify. They were invoking the 5th Amendment. The defense is now rested already. You might remember Harris, the people you see on your screen, Adam Fox, Barry Croft Jr., Brandon Caserta. They're accused of conspiring to kidnap Governor Whitmer from her vacation home in northern Michigan back in 2020 during the pandemic because they were really upset about the state's COVID restrictions. Megan Fitzgerald is joining us now to talk about this. And Megan, what was interesting here, very aggressive cross-examination between Harris and one of the prosecutors.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. So we started to see things really heat up when the prosecutor asked Harris about what he thought of those 2 guys who had already pleaded guilty to conspiracy to kidnap the governor, and he used an expletive. He described them as the B word. And so then you saw the prosecutor really leaning into that, saying, well, what do you mean by that? Harris then returning with next question, next question. So not cooperating. There was other line of questioning where he said, I don't recall, or where he wouldn't use yes or no answers. And so this was certainly really frustrating to the prosecution, who said, you know what, just went on the record and said it seemed that he remembered a lot more when his attorney was asking him questions than he is right now. And it's also worth noting that the prosecution said that he really pressed him on this message that he said Harris sent, where he said that he wanted to dress up like a pizza delivery man and kill Governor Whitmer. Hallie.
This was also what we've seen in this trial so far has felt a little lopsided, at least from a timing perspective, because the prosecutors took almost 2 weeks to make their case. The defense has gone and wrapped up in just 1 day, right? You had all these witnesses from the defense decide they want to stay silent. What does this mean, do you think, moving forward as this moves on?
You know, so that's a great question, because, you know, I think it's human nature you're sitting there for 13 days, you're listening to the prosecution paint their side of the story. And then when it comes to the defense, you're expecting that they're going to present their side. And as you mentioned, only one of the defendants took the witness stand, and there were 5 others who were supposed to take the witness stand for the defense that took the fifth. But, you know, legal analysts say, look, this is something that may be questionable to some of those jurors who are sitting there. But in the end, these jurors have to go with the law. They are obligated to follow the law. They will be instructed to not infer guilt, not to hold that against the defense, because in the end, this is the prosecution's case to prove, Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald, good to see you. Thank you. Coming up here after the break, tonight's original on what's called social emotional learning and why it's being targeted by some conservatives. And a Tesla crash lands onto an ambulance in California. Oof, how the people inside the car are doing. Coming up in the local.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Biden administration rolling out gender-neutral passports in what is seen as a big move for the transgender community. We'll talk more about what this means as we're seeing the fight for trans rights on both the state and federal levels. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our bureau here in D.C., officials say one person has been killed after a Navy plane crashed off the coast of Virginia. 2 other people were on board. They were hurt but rescued by the Coast Guard. The plane was apparently doing a routine flight before this thing happened. No word yet on what caused it to go down. From our West Coast Bureau, San Diego firefighters pulled 3 people from a Tesla. Look at this video here. It crashed through a fence and then landed on top of an ambulance that was like a little bit further down. Do you see that? 2 of those people were taken to the hospital. Crews had to use a crane to try to get the car down. They don't know why the Tesla crashed, but they say it could have been a lot worse if it didn't actually end up on top of the ambulance there. From our Northeast Bureau, the home of the Boston Red Sox is going green. Fenway Park making moves to go carbon neutral by 2050. The team says it's paying for this through ticket sales, which might be a reason for you to go visit the country's oldest major league park. If you like the Red Sox, I'm not going to get involved with that. We can talk football. You know I'm not doing baseball. Some news now. A cry for help. That is what the CDC's acting deputy director is calling the numbers from their latest report on teens' mental health during the pandemic. The agency calling it a full-on mental health crisis, with more than a third of high school kids experiencing poor mental health. Almost half of those students saying they felt persistently sad or hopeless. The data is also looking at the effect of what parents were going through and the impact that had on teens. More than half of students reported experiencing emotional abuse in their own homes, with 20% of lesbian, gay, and bisexual students saying they'd been physically abused at home compared to 10% of heterosexual students. If you or somebody you know is looking for help, call the Mental Health Services hotline. It's right here on your screen. It's 1-800-662-HELP. That's 1-800-662-4357. As we talk about members of the LGBTQ plus community, you've got some new policies being put in place on this day of National Transgender Visibility. Starting in April, the State Department will make the gender-neutral X marker available on passports, like M for male, F for female, and now X for gender neutral. We also found out today the TSA is going to put in place some new screening changes to make that more gender neutral. I talked with Assistant Secretary for Health, Admiral Rachel Levine, earlier today. She is the highest-ranking openly transgender member of the U.S. government. Watch. We're in this moment where some on the right continue to publicly misgender you. On a personal level, how do you navigate that?
Well, I am absolutely able to navigate that. I've been doing this a while. But what I worry is how those mean-spirited comments affect other transgender individuals who are more vulnerable than I am, particularly trans youth, who we need to support and to empower in their lives, not to denigrate. So I'm fine, but we have to support others that are more vulnerable.
The moves that the Biden administration is making on the federal level comes after some attempts on the state level to try to roll back trans rights, like that controversial Don't Say Gay law that's now in Florida, so-called, and a new directive by the Texas governor to report parents of trans minors to state officials if it seems like their children are doing elective procedures for gender transitioning. A district judge has temporarily blocked that, by the way, calling it unconstitutional. I want to bring in now Joe Yerkeba. Joe, I'm glad to have you on. Let's talk about some of what the Biden administration announced today. These more gender-inclusive levels at the moves, I should say, at the federal level. The passport move that was sort of long in the works. This new change to what you're going to see at the TSA. How significant is that for members of the trans community?
Yeah, so all of these changes are incredibly significant. I mean, roughly 5 million Americans identify as non-binary or intersex, and that means they're neither exclusively male nor female. And this means, to have a gender-neutral X passport would finally reflect who they are, and that's a huge deal. And then, of course, the changes to TSA policies are also incredibly important because transgender people are much more likely to be singled out for invasive pat-downs, and that's because the advanced imaging technology body screeners often detect anomalies on their bodies, and that can, lead to really embarrassing and humiliating experiences for them while traveling. So all of these updates are going to make a huge difference for trans people.
Are there some limits, though, to what the federal government can do when what is happening on the state level in some of these largely more conservative states is going on with these rollbacks of trans rights?
Yeah, there are absolutely limits. And I think that the gender neutral passport is a good example because in 14 states, you still have to show proof of sex reassignment surgery in order to get your birth certificate changed to have the gender marker updated. And so it kind of raises questions of, even though the federal government can do this and give people a passport that reflects who they are, what does it mean if their state identification is going to conflict with that? What kind of problems could that cause? And the same goes for, inclusive policies related to trans and non-binary students in schools. The federal government can support them, but if their states aren't doing the same, it kind of raises the question, what kind of difference is it going to make?
I had that conversation with Admiral Levine, the first time ever actually she had appeared over on that network, and I guess now our network by extension, about what the Biden administration is doing and about what it means to trans kids, who she had a conversation with along with the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, today at the White House. And she described it, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but to paraphrase, as scary for some of these trans kids, what we're seeing in some of